On a cold winter night, snow drifted like cotton wool, covering the space with pure white but also lingering with so much sadness. A few storms suddenly blew in, howling in waves outside the simple wooden house, emitting a gentle, warm firelight. Inside that light-filled house, the sharp sound of a glass falling to the ground suddenly rang out, breaking the quiet and cozy space. Under the flickering firelight, a skinny young man with auburn hair was kneeling on the ground. He covered his mouth in horror, trying to stop the flow of blood. At this moment, another man's voice echoed throughout the room. This poison has the effect of neutralizing the power in your veins. Although for you, it only has a temporary effect, a few minutes at most, the man who is calmly saying those words is quite young, and he is also wearing the king's outfit. The blonde brown-haired guy was kneeling at the feet of the noble young king, silently listening to every harsh word of the man who had just poisoned him. The young king continued to give orders, so I mixed in some other poisons. The long-haired guy heartbrokenly asked the king, but why? The young king suddenly said, "You should have known the answer already, it's because of your strength." The long-haired boy was both heartbroken and terrified as he looked at the king he had faithfully served for so many years. But the young king criticized him without mercy, saying that letter of power had no effect whatsoever to help the future of the kingdom. Like so many other rulers in the world, this young king's conscience was consumed by suspicion. If it were a time of war, perhaps things would be different, but now, you are nothing more than a seed that can betray me at any time. The king looked into the other guy's eyes and suspiciously repeated, "I will never betray, I will live the rest of my life in my homeland." "Those are the words you told me, right?" The long-haired guy looked up in shock at the noble king. He never expected that this king would not trust him so much. He looked down at his bloody hands, his heart ached like hell. "I just wanted to clean these bloody hands, even if just a little." He worriedly thought to himself, "I just want to live the rest of my life to repent to those who died because of my magic, and to those who lost the people they loved most because of me. That's it." The fire in the furnace was still burning brightly, just as the king's suspicion was boiling up every second. The king continued to say, "But Ian, do you know? I was very afraid of you, it's finally revealed, behind the shell of doubt, at the end is fear. It's because of Ian's strength. Will surpass his ability to control, so this young king always lives in doubt." The young king honestly admitted, "I almost went crazy from fear of my old friend. An 8th-level magician, someone who could overthrow both me and my kingdom at any time." The king was so scared that he became hysterical and did not hesitate to say words like a knife stabbing straight into Ian's heart, "How can I let such a monster survive?" But the young king did not deny his guilt. He frowned and looked down at Ian, a little guilty, and said, "My old friend, please never forgive me." After finishing speaking, he immediately raised his face and looked forward, returning to the appearance of a king standing above 10,000 people. After saying what needed to be said, the king did not hesitate, coldly turned around and left. A little bit of the previous feeling of guilt was completely gone. The door opened just enough to let the bitter winter winds rush in for a moment, then very quickly it quietly closed, as if marking the silent end of a magician's life. 8 levels. The fire erupted and engulfed the house, the fire of doubt. And the fire of hatred is burning. Ian sat silently in pain amidst the sea of fire. He could not believe that he had been betrayed by his friend, his brother, and also the king to whom he was always loyal. In the end, Ian couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and silently cursed the king, "You bastard." Well, the first person blames the future blames the future. Ian immediately blamed himself, "I was too careless." Then he suddenly touched something hidden behind his shirt. Ian pulled out a dagger and thought, "Ragnar, you are equally careless." His eyes have completely changed, before they were scared and sad, now filled with anger. Ian held the dagger tightly in his hand, thinking to himself, "I've been researching it madly in regret for the life I've lived until now." The dagger was enchanted with a time spell. He frowned and raised the knife, the tip pointed straight at his chest. "If I stabbed it into my heart before the poison took over, would be able to use magic one last time. Either way, he will die. If he doesn't kill himself with this dagger, he won't be able to escape the sea of fire surrounding him on all sides, so why not just use the life of this person who is destined to die?" To test what he himself had been working on all this time. Those were the reasons why Ian without hesitation picked up the knife with both hands and was ready to stab his heart. Ian thought to himself, this would be the only chance to carry out the exorcism he wanted. Then, a stream of hot blood spurted out amidst the sea of fire. As soon as the knife was inserted into his heart, Ian was in so much pain that he vomited blood. Luckily the dagger actually worked its magic. A magical blue light began to spread. Ian used some of his remaining breath to cast the spell, returning everything to its place. He tried his best to cast the last spell of this life, and immediately the magical light from his magic circle enveloped Ian's body. The light of magic gradually swallowed his image, everything became blurry before his eyes. Whether it was success or failure, he could only bet on this knife strike. In a blur, a series of memories flashed through Ian's mind. This was when he came to his mother's grave, said goodbye to her before becoming the next emperor's companion. Then the memory of the first day he met Ragnar, along with all the trust and loyalty, was also rewinded in the last seconds of his life. At that time, Ragnar was very different to him than it is now, or at that time doubt and fear had not yet arisen in his heart. After that, the days of only killing and killing began. The scene of increasing poverty covered a nostalgic sky. Ian at that time was extremely strong, but also extremely lonely. He had taken the lives of countless people, as a high-level magician serving the king. But in the end, Ian fell into confusion, not understanding the meaning of this slaughter of living beings, and he gradually felt tired of the tragic scenes before his eyes. When the rewinding footage of his life ended, Ian woke up in the form of a boy. Did he just have a nightmare, or was Ian really reincarnated? The boy woke up but his body was still shaking. Ian panicked and asked himself, what just happened? Ian touched his chest and abdomen to check. He did not find any stab wounds from the knife, nor did he feel any pain. He thought worriedly, something unusual must have happened. Suddenly, from behind him, a familiar gentle voice rang out, Ian. He heard the call and immediately turned around. In front of Ian's eyes was his long-lost mother. She kindly asked Ian, what's wrong, did something happen? Ian's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't speak. Mom, he thought to himself, why is my late mother here? Ian just stood there looking at his mother and wondered, have I succeeded? His hand held his mother's hand, cautiously feeling the warmth that he had no longer felt for a long time. Ian still did not believe that he had been reincarnated. He thought incredulously, maybe, I am meeting my mother in hell. Ian held his mother's hand and turned to look at the scene in the distance, quietly observing to determine whether he was in earth or hell. Not far from where he stood was a familiar small village, where he spent many years as a child. Ian meticulously observed the innocent and lively children waiting in line to be tested. Then nearby there are area knights keeping order for everyone, and the white flag fluttering on top of the tower. Ian looked down at his small hands. He could finally be sure, he was back 30 years ago. Now let's talk a little bit about the test that the kids are excited to participate in, which is the magic reflex test. In order to train outstanding magicians, the foundation of the kingdom's power, the test is for every child in the Green River Kingdom, regardless of status or family background. They are required to take a magic reflex test the year they turn 12. The first part is the magic brain test, which plays the role of revealing magic. The second part is examining the magical heart, the place where magical energy originates, circulates, and stores. Children who meet the requirements of these two tests will immediately be sent to the Magic Academy and can gain national power after graduation. Ian glanced at everything around him, feeling a bit confused. After 30 years, I've come back further than I thought. Ian began to reflect on the magic he used to reincarnate. The dragon language was considered the foundation of magic. The time spell, which I spent a lot of time learning to exorcise my sins, took effect right before I died. Initially, I only intended to return to avoid my sins. But now Ian is back further than he originally expected. But that means he has a chance to change more things. Ian silently remembered his life in his previous life. Many people had to give up everything for me, and many people also had to die because of blind loyalty. Ian bitterly recalled, a person who had worshipped the promise of loyalty and friendship to Ragnar, spent his whole life faithfully accepting being used, only to be killed. Thinking about being betrayed, Ian silently made up his mind to not let things end like that again. In this life, everything will be different. At this moment, from the tent of the ivory tower came the sound of knights calling each child to test their magic reflexes. Next, Ian looked towards the Russian tower and thought to himself, to do that, I have to find that thing first. The power of an 8th level magician, and even higher than that, thought so the boy immediately smiled and greeted his mother and ran to the ivory tower. I will come back later. Ian went to a knight guarding the tent and said, I'm Ian Page, from Mogrian village. The knight thought for a while, Mogrian? After a few seconds of thinking, he smirked and said, ah, he's Vanessa's son, right? Come in, don't ask questions, otherwise you'll cause trouble. It's troublesome for you, the magician. Ian followed the instructions and walked inside. Before entering, he glanced at the other knight with suspicious eyes. It seemed like he was not a good person. Inside the tent right now, the young magician was complaining to the captain of the night squad, Sir Aaron, how many more children are there? Mr. Aaron immediately replied, I think you have to stay here for at least another half a day, the magician. After hearing this, he sighed with a very tired expression. Just at that moment, Ian politely looked in and said, I'm sorry. The magician immediately smiled businessily and said hello to the boy, come closer. The magician gently said to Ian, lower your head first, I will use magic to stimulate your brain, you may feel a little dizzy. It's only temporary, so don't worry. As he spoke, the magician placed his hand on Ian's head. After a few seconds of checking, the magician smiled and said, very good. Then he told Ian, now turn your back. When Ian heard that, he didn't understand why his heart jumped and he hesitated to follow. The magician immediately urged him, hurry up, I just felt the magical energy in your brain, which means you will be able to turn your life around. He further explained to Ian, if there is a magic mind in your chest. Ian still stood still thinking, just joining the academy was not enough. He suddenly told the magician, Mister, there is something I want to show you. The magician asked curiously, what is that? Ian was silent again and took a deep breath. After that, a fireball appeared in Ian's left hand. He thought to himself, maybe I should show off a little more. The magician saw Ian's magic ability revealed so clearly and his eyes widened in surprise. A ball of fire? But Ian continued to bring him another surprise, water droplets floating in the air. Ian was currently performing 2 opposing types of magic on both hands. When the magician saw that, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise in his heart. Double magic magic. After taking back that magic, Ian pretended to be innocent and asked, I don't know why, but suddenly I can do these things. When the captain and the members of the night squad present heard that, they immediately looked at Ian in surprise. The young magician could not hide his excitement. What? He asked Ian suspiciously, has anyone ever taught you? Ian immediately shook his head and replied, no, no one yet. The magician immediately looked at Ian with suspicious eyes, carefully using magic while asking the boy again, is this really true? As soon as Ian looked, he immediately realized that the magic he was using was the magic of deception, a skill used to detect lies by examining every single movement of the body. The magician started to put pressure on Ian, think carefully before answering me, if you lie, you will probably become a criminal. He carefully emphasized each word warning you and your entire family, even close neighbors will be beheaded. Ian still kept a calm face and replied, how dare you lie in a place like this? The magician immediately smiled shyly at Ian's answer. Hey, my God, he thought to himself, he was so thorough that he couldn't detect any lies. So this boy. Suddenly from outside the tent came a woman's scream, the familiar voice immediately made Ian reflexively turn around to look. He was worried and immediately ran outside to see what was going on. Mother, the scene before his eyes left Ian stunned. His mother was being dragged by a rough hand, she was scared and begged, don't do that. It was the knight with the fake smile from before. He held Ian's mother's hand tightly and raised his voice to command order. Don't you know how many important people are in there? The volume knight did not hesitate to pour out despicable words to Ian's mother right in the middle of a crowded place. Being a widow for 7 years like that, it must be very lonely. You can't sell it anymore at this age, so stop trying to fix the price. It's nice to have someone notice, but they don't even know how to thank you. Ian's mother stepped back in fear, trying to get her hands out of the other man's vulgar hands. You are. The captain of the night squad and the magician who heard the loud noise also went out to investigate. Mr. Aaron immediately asked in a serious voice, "What's going on?" The infamous knight spread his gold and covered it up. "No, it's nothing. This lowly kitchen assistant doesn't know her place, so I'm educating her." Ian heard him insult his mother and immediately became angry. How vile. He thought indignantly, that bastard. Suddenly the magician's hand patted Ian's shoulder to calm him down. He stepped forward and said, "A few minutes ago, this boy was recognized as a magician because he met 2 requirements. That's why this boy and his parents all have power on par with the nobility." The magician looked at the shameless knight, who disrespected nobles and magicians, as if challenging the emperor's authority. This crime can absolutely be judged and given the death penalty. The high-ranking knights following the magician immediately readied themselves to draw their swords. They were just waiting for orders to immediately execute that disrespectful guy. The vile knight immediately turned pale in fear and cried out. "Ah!" He immediately knelt down in front of Ian and frantically begged. Please forgive me. Please have mercy. Please forgive me this time." Ian frowned and asked him. "Why are you apologizing to me? There's someone who deserves your apology more." As soon as the other knight heard that, he exclaimed in surprise. He immediately crawled to Ian's mother's feet and begged, "Lady, ma'am. My crime deserves death. But please give me one more chance." Ian's mother was inherently gentle and weak, so she could only glance at her son. She hesitated, waiting for the boy's decision. Ian. Seeing that his mother didn't seem to have the heart to punish that guy, Ian could only sigh. Draw. Having finished, he walked towards where that infamous knight was kneeling. Ian sat down, leaned close to him and spoke sharply. "Listen here. You disgusting people who talk bad about my mother. I know it all." He whispered warnings to him. "It's best for trash like you to go tell them about it. The lesson you just learned today for me." Ian looked straight into his eyes. The cold look in his eyes made the knight angry and scared. He looked visibly uneasy. Hastily replied. Yes. I understand. Many thanks. Magician. Okay." Ian turned back to the young magician and spoke politely. "Thank you for helping me." He smiled gently and told Ian. The ivory tower's job is to protect the magicians. After that, the young magician turned to the captain of the night squad, Lord Aaron. "From now on, please watch over and protect this child and his mother. I will give you the remaining information through the crystal ball." Mr. Aaron immediately turned to Ian. "Let me take you to the inn where our knights are staying. Is that okay?" Ian held his mother's hand, smiled, comforted her, and told Mr. Aaron. "Yes. We thank you very much." He politely bowed to the magician again before leaving. "Mr. Magician, we ask your permission." As he turned away, Ian's mother whispered to the boy. "Ian, what's going on? Are you a magician?" Ian immediately explained. "Yes, they said so." The magician looked at the boy's back and thought to himself. Even at that age, he was already so smart and had such outstanding talent. Looks like the royal palace and ivory tower are about to be very bustling. That night, quiet darkness fell throughout the peaceful village where Ian lived. The infamous knight from the morning was now drunk. He scowled and spit haphazardly on the way home. Thinking about what happened in the morning, he was still bitterly cursing the turtle. That stupid guy, why the hell would he arrest your father? Damn, you miserable kitchen assistant. As he staggered away, he smiled wickedly. Continue saying dirty words. Sooner or later, in front of him, that woman will, Look at the scene where you have to kneel down and beg. At that time, I will probably be crazy happy. He gloated, imagining humiliating Ian's mother in front of others, without knowing that behind him there was someone silently watching his every move. Ian wore a hooded cloak, and quietly approached the shameless knight. He recited the spell softly, paralyzed. Immediately that guy's whole body stiffened. He was horrified to find himself suddenly unable to move anymore. Seeing that bastard was completely helpless, Ian stood behind him and spoke sarcastically. If you want to move, I'm afraid it will be difficult. But this method is inherently effective. Ian asked him harshly. What did you just say about my mother? The drunk knight was so scared that he even sobered up. He glanced back in shock. Ian told him coldly. I told you I'd keep an eye on you, right? The frightened knight tried to turn his head. He wanted to say something but it seemed like his mouth had become stiff so he could only make moans. Ian calmly told him the story. Today he was humiliated by the son of a lowly kitchen assistant. Because he was so humiliated, he went drinking. Wandering in the middle of a deserted street, he suddenly slipped on this bridge and fell into the fast-flowing water below. And he died like that. As soon as he finished speaking, that scoundrel was immediately thrown into the river. After creating a fake accident to send that shameless guy to hell, Ian revealed a sad look in his eyes and said, "This has made me wonder, is it okay to do this?" He thoughtfully looked at the rushing stream under the bridge and talked to himself. I have come this far just to learn how to atone for the sins of my past life, turn back time so I can make the right choice and get rid of all the blood stains on my hands. But then I realized that I cannot completely erase them. Ian's sad blue eyes looked into the distance. He sadly said, I just want to protect my loved ones. Then suddenly Ian's eyes changed, cold and lifeless, and I would do anything for that. Even though I wished I wouldn't let my hands bleed again, I still hate you, I will never forgive you. At this time, in the river, the knight's body was floating on the water's surface. Ian coldly spoke to that corpse and to the person who poisoned me. For a moment, Ian felt that the knight needed to die, because if he continued to let him live, he didn't know if he would harm his mother in the future. Then he pondered and thought, what caused Ragnar to say those words? Looks like I'm about to understand. After that, Ian quietly left the bridge and returned to his familiar, simple house. As soon as he entered the house, Ian tiredly leaned against the door, sighing lazily, feeling like his head was about to explode. Ian looked at the current weak little body and worried. I never thought I would run out of magic after just one paralysis spell like this. Hopefully this body will develop further soon. Ian looked towards his small bed. He silently stood there watching his mother's peaceful appearance while sleeping. It still seemed impossible to believe that she was actually present next to him now and it wasn't all just a dream. Ian silently called his mother in his heart. The more he looked, the more sad he felt. Then Ian began to recall things that happened in his previous life. He slowly walked towards his mother while thinking about his past life. After a year of entering the Magic Academy, I was brilliantly placed in the first-class magician class. My mother, the person who was left behind in this Mogrian land, died of an illness before seeing his son become a true magician, and live in wealth and happiness. Ian quietly told her, Mom, in this life I promise to protect you. In the dream, Ian's mother seemed to hear her son's whisper. She suddenly smiled. Ian felt even more determined. I will make my mother happy. He looked at his mother worriedly and said softly, so please, live long. Ian silently thought in his heart, in his previous life, he couldn't even protect his friends and abandoned his family. I couldn't protect anything or anyone. But this life will definitely be different. The next morning, at the royal palace located in the capital of the Green River Kingdom, Green Riverdium. Today was still a normal day at Green Riverdium with official matters being handled by the king in his palace office. The emperor of the Green River Kingdom at that time, Terry Green River, who was also Ragnar's father, was discussing something with the owner of the ivory tower. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, the emperor thoughtfully asked, Master, what do you think? Fifth-level magician and owner of the ivory tower, Herbert Leon hesitantly replied, I can't rule out anything right now. However, the emperor raised his eyes to look at him. Herbert quickly explained that magical energy is a part of the soul circulating in the blood. The moment you can move that soul yourself, you are a magician. Stimulating the magical brain through tricks is the simplest method of magical manifestation. Normally, the academy would teach these methods like how I and other magicians did, but there were also people who claimed it was all their own revelation, and those people, they could freely use it. First-class magic like a great magician. A long time ago, thanks to the presence of the great magician, humanity was able to discover the adaptability of magic. He found a way to manifest magic on his own without anyone teaching him. It is a legend among magicians. The emperor asked suspiciously, "Great magician? Like the presence of dragons in legends or myths?" Herbert immediately replied that the dragon was merely an illusion, but the existence of the great magician was true, because someone had to start it for us to have what we have today. Herbert told the king, "Even my logic cannot explain this case, so I need to verify with my own eyes. The magician sent to Mogrian is not someone who likes to lie." Herbert is worried that if this is just an exaggeration or mistake, then that boy's ability is really dangerous. After explaining in detail, the Tower Master told the Emperor that this is all I can tell you right now. The king immediately crossed his arms over his chest and began to think about what to do now. A moment later, the king called outside, "Prince, are you out there?" The prince stood outside the office door and immediately replied, "Yes, father, it's me." The king then told the prince, "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, the office door opened. The crown prince of the Green River Kingdom, Hayden Green River, entered with poise. As soon as Hayden saw that the king and the magician Herbert were there, he immediately asked, "Father, call me." The king calmly replied, "Yes, sorry for keeping you waiting." Hayden immediately said, "It's okay, it seems like something happened." The king told Hayden, "The last time you went outside the palace was 5 years ago, when we were on patrol because of the crop failure, right? I think you should go outside for a bit." Hayden was a bit surprised. He meant he wanted me to travel outside the palace. The king replied, "Yes, I will send cavalry and 300 more royal soldiers, along with 3 third-level magicians to accompany you. So, immediately go to Mogrian land and bring back the boy named Ian Phage to me." Hayden still asked in bewilderment. Father said, Ian Phage?" Seeing that Hayden still didn't know anything about Ian, the king looked dissatisfied and told him, "You still haven't heard about that boy? Hey, never mind, I've said over and over again to pay attention to all the kingdom's news. I'll assign another prince to do this." Hayden was afraid that his position would be affected if he assigned this task to another prince, so he also frantically told the king, "Yes, no father, please give this task to me." Facing the king's suspicious eyes, Hayden immediately assured that he would complete the task and make no mistakes. The king finally trusted him with that mission. "Good, now go prepare, it's going to be a long trip to the north." After receiving the order, Hayden immediately left the king's office to prepare to leave. Seeing that the prince had left, and Wizard Herbert also respectfully said to the king, "I would also like to ask permission to retire and prepare." The king asked in surprise, "Do you have anything to prepare?" Herbert explained that you know very well that we magicians hate going outside, and if I don't convince them now, I may not be able to mobilize 3 magicians to accompany me with the prince tomorrow. When the king heard that, he burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha, what he said was right, go." After that, magician Herbert also quickly left the king's office. As soon as he walked out the door, he seemed thoughtful as if he was calculating something very serious. Herbert's close magician, who had been waiting outside, kept asking, "Tower Master, will you return to the ivory tower later?" Herbert immediately said, "No." Then he turned and left and said, "I need to stop a few things first." It seemed like this high-level magician was planning something. His words in front of the king were completely different from now. The scene changes back to the small house of Ian and his mother in Mogrian village. Also that morning, Ian sat in the house looking out the window filled with warm sunlight. He thought to himself, sooner or later, the ivory tower and the royal family would take action. Ian blankly looked outside. He was thinking about his next steps in the future. Ian remembered the determined attitude of the young magician who tested his magical reflexes a few minutes ago. This boy was recognized as a magician because he met 2 requirements. Think until then, Ian thought to himself. Seeing as how he admitted that he was a magician right after the test had just ended, it was very likely that he would have reported it to his superiors right then and there. Exactly what I wanted him to do. Ian seemed satisfied with that, thanks to his memories from his previous life. He grasped the current situation of the kingdom very well. The current king is very eager to find a talented person who can accompany Prince Hayden Greenriver. Meanwhile, the head of the tower, Herbert, is with the 5th Prince Ragnar, so he will need more people in the tower, and this will create conflict between the royal family and the ivory tower. Ian is sure in his heart that whether he is on the side of the king or the ivory tower, or chooses his own path, his potential is limitless. Right now, I am no longer the naive person who allows them to manipulate me. While Ian was calculating his future path, outside his house, the voice of Knight Captain Aaron rang out, "Mr. Magician, please move forward." The young magician who had just met Ian yesterday, was now holding a crystal ball in his hand and came to his door. He cleared his throat a few times, ahem. Then he started shouting loudly for Ian. "Magician Ian Phage of the kingdom, please listen to the king's orders." Ian was also startled by the deafening sound this early in the morning. Ian glanced outside, thinking, the king's order was confirmed. He acted faster than I thought. He slowly opened the door, acting just like a timid country child when he heard the king's words of confirmation. His acting was quite good. As soon as the magician saw him show his face, he immediately said, "Ah, the boy is awake." He excitedly told Ian, "The king has just given an order to you. I will teach you royal etiquette first, please perform the movements as I say." Ian obediently nodded in agreement. The young magician began to guide Ian through the ritual of greeting the royal family, kneeling down on his right knee and placing his left hand in front of his chest. Ian quickly performed the movements perfectly according to the magician's instructions. The magician couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Ian performing the ritual skillfully. What is this? Is this really the first time he did this? After Ian performed the ceremony, from the crystal ball appeared a decree sent from the king. The magician then spoke to Ian, the kingdom's magician, Ian Phage. "Please listen to the king's decree." The young magician immediately read the decree. "I highly appreciate Ian Phage's talent, and recognize you as a magician of this kingdom. I allow your name to be engraved on the ivory tower. I invited you to visit the royal palace and also sent my eldest son to accompany you on the way here. Wishing you a smooth trip." Ian quietly bowed his head and listened to the king's orders. In his heart he was thinking to himself, I can clearly see his intentions. When the magician said, "This is the entirety of the king's decree," Ian slowly stood up. A knight approached and asked the magician, "Can I take him to the Lord's palace now?" The magician happily replied, "Yes." With the magician's consent, the knight immediately walked closer to Ian. He placed his hand on his left chest and introduced, "My name is Arnold, captain of the Mogrian Knights. This Mogrian land has been given the honor of escorting the prince and you. Ian, I will escort you safely to the Duke's palace. We'll leave when you're ready." Not long after that, Ian and his escort arrived at the palace of the Duke of Mogrian Territory. The Lord of Mogrian Territory, Marcus Mogrian, has been waiting for Ian for a long time. As soon as he saw the carriage escorting Ian arrive, he immediately told the palace people, "There he is." The Lord especially carefully advised, "Ravi, Margaret, I will repeat again, pay attention to your own words. At the same time, treat magicians with the utmost respect." Looking at Ian stepping down from the carriage, the Marquis thought to himself, Ian Phage, even though he is young, cannot change the fact that he is the kingdom's magician. And he had enough talent to attract the king's interest. There's nothing wrong with being friendly with him. Thinking so, Huan Tuoc immediately warmly opened his arms to welcome Ian. Hi, the kingdom's magician. Many days later, Ian and his mother stayed at the Duke's palace to wait for the Crown Prince's group to arrive from the capital Green Revertium. And every day Ian practices magic alone, wanting to push his body to quickly develop his magician abilities. At this time, by a window in the palace, two maids were admiringly discussing Ian. The long-haired girl said, "Hey, have you seen that boy at the training ground? Can he turn fire with his bare hands?" The short-haired girl immediately said, "So you think he's suddenly recognized as a magician?" Two old drunk girls talking to each other, what an amazing child. He's been at the training ground for 15 days straight. Maybe he's still there when we're talking. True to their words, Ian was present at the training ground at that time. He went to the training ground alone and took a deep breath to prepare for another session of magic training. Regulating his breathing, Ian slowly raised his hand. He concentrated his thoughts to perform magic and recite the spell, Cold Ice New Tin. Immediately the ground began to freeze. At the same time, large ice spikes appeared all over the training ground. That layer of ice quickly spread to the base of the wall separating the training ground from the palace. Just a few seconds later, the entire training ground was covered with cold air and thick ice peaks crisscrossed each other. Looking at the training ground completely covered in ice, Ian still did not feel satisfied. He sighed and thought, it's still not enough. If it were my previous life, I would not only freeze the training ground, but I could also freeze this Mogrian palace as well. Ian clenched his fists, a little frustrated, thinking to himself, this small body still has too many limitations, I need something that can compensate for the missing magic. Suddenly, the palace butler eagerly called out to him, Magician, Mr. Magician. I saw him looking very rushed and worried. Ian immediately asked him, is something wrong? The butler quickly replied, Magician, please help us. The butler panicked and reported, Mr. Huan Tuoc is missing. Ian asked in surprise, missing? The butler hurriedly told him that he still hadn't returned from the goblin hunting trip yesterday. Young Master Ravi and the knights also went with him on the hunting trip. Currently, we have used up all available human resources to search, but there are still no results. We could only find a few remaining traces of the war. Ian pondered, I don't think now is the time for them to die. He remembered what happened in his previous life. Lord Marcus Mogrian would die at the hands of enemy assassins, right on the threshold of the first unified resistance that would happen in the future. And his son Ravi Mogrian, when the unified resistance begins, he will give up and flee from this land. Because of that, he will be executed after the war ends. Ian thought to himself, if Huan Tuoc and his son went hunting as usual, the possibility of this happening because of his return was very low. After that, Ian was a little worried and asked the butler, don't you think asking Magician Marco for help would be more useful than me? The butler hesitantly said, well, he is currently outside this land on another mission. Ian thought in surprise, the magician of the land had gone outside the designated territory again, was it because of my return? He thought carefully, a magician going outside the designated territory, this is really rare, I don't know the exact details of everything. But this matter must be related to me, for example, if I silently report this matter to the head of the ivory tower, this may cause danger for me. Ian calculated in his heart that the strongest weapon he had right now was the ability to predict the future. He began to worry that if Huan Tuoc's death changed the future, he would lose that weapon. The butler impatiently told Ian, there's nothing more we can do, so I came here to ask for your help. Ian immediately replied, wherever it is, I will cooperate in searching. He told himself, no matter what, I definitely cannot let this happen. Before going with Huan Tuoc's men to search for him, Ian returned to his room to prepare a robe and some personal items. Mom saw him planning to go out and worriedly called, Ian. She said uneasily, I heard about it, are you planning to go up the mountain with the search team? Mom frowned and worriedly asked Ian, was it dangerous? You're too young to do something like this. Seeing his mother so uneasy, Ian immediately smiled and comforted her. It's okay Mom, I'm a magician now. Even so, Ian's mother still said insecurely. But this matter still happened. Ian immediately held his mother's hand and comforted her, don't worry too much, I promise to come back. At that moment, Huan Tuoc's daughter, Lady Margaret, rushed in, sobbing. Yes, I beg you, please find my father and brother. Margaret clasped her hands sincerely and said with tears in her eyes, if you can find them, I am willing to do anything to repay them. I'll ask father to give you money, land, and servants, so, please. Look at her small, trembling hands clasped together. Ian suddenly noticed the small gold ring on Margaret's index finger. He was a little surprised and exclaimed in his heart, "That was." Ian immediately assured Margaret that I would find them. Margaret looked at him happily. "Really, really?" Ian suddenly broke up and said, "The ring you're wearing, can I borrow it? I feel the magical energy radiating from that ring, it will help me find them." Margaret heard that and immediately took off the ring and gave it to Ian. "Ah, okay." Ian did not hesitate to put the ring on his thumb. He immediately felt a clear increase in magical energy. Ian thought to himself, this feeling of abundant energy is exactly like in the previous life. This is the Mogrian ring, a low-level artifact said to increase the magical energy of its wearer. Ian thought to himself, it seems that instead of the heir, the Lord gave it to his daughter. Margaret worriedly told Ian, You must find them, I just lent you the ring, this is a family heirloom that my father gave me." Ian laughed and replied, "I already knew that." He thought to himself, this will make up for his missing magic. After getting ready, Ian went to the palace hall to gather with the Mogrian knights. He seriously told them in the manner of a commander, "Let's go." After that, the knights took Ian to the forest quite far from the Lord's palace. Coming to an area littered with goblin corpses, a knight immediately said, "It's here, sir." He showed Ian the long streaks of blood on the ground. "We had lost their mark here." Ian turned around and asked, "Have the dead been buried yet?" The knight replied, "We haven't found anyone yet, we think they must have been eaten by monsters." On the ground there are indeed many traces showing that there was a terrible chaos, the goblins suffered many casualties. Ian pondered, what remained were only a few dozen goblin kills, they could have been attacked by hundreds of goblins. Ian told himself, I have to find them soon before it's too late. Unable to waste any more time, he immediately used summoning and wolf spirit magic. With the help of the Mogrian ring, Ian's magical energy was indeed much stronger. Surely you will be able to summon a wolf spirit with a large body, brave steps and cold eyes. Ian's magic circle emitted a brilliant blue light, surprising the knights. They asked each other in shock, "Wolf, wolf, did he just say he was a wolf spirit?" The successful summoning technique brought a wolf before everyone's eyes. But this wolf is a bit different from what I expected. However, it is certain that it is a wolf, it even cries, "Ahhu, so prestigious." After just one howl, the wolf changed to barking, making the knights also bewildered. "One, little wolf." Ian looked shyly at the wolf cub in front of him, feeling a bit discouraged. If it were my previous life, I would have been able to summon a pretty big wolf. It looked like a puppy. With my current amount of magic, I couldn't do anything more. Putting aside the matter of a big wolf or a small wolf, as long as it is useful, the summoning technique is called useful. Ian immediately pointed to the blood stains on the ground and told the wolf, "This smell, do you think you can find the place where they went?" The little wolf also listened to Ian very well, he immediately bent down to sniff the blood on the ground. After sniffing it, it immediately ran away, calling and woofing as it ran, as if calling them to follow the stars. The knights were still skeptical and hesitantly said, "Oh hey, tomorrow the wizard." Ian calmly commanded them, "We just need to follow that wolf spirit." The knights obeyed, "Ah, yes, yes." Meanwhile, on a cliff deep in the forest, the goblins were aggressively rushing to attack the group of lords. Even though Lord Marcus was seriously injured, he still tried his best to fight against the 7 ferocious goblins. He breathed tiredly and looked around, thinking to himself, there are goblins everywhere, what should I do? Looking at those ferocious and bloodthirsty goblins, the Lord could not help but fear that if this continued, everyone would be massacred. The Lord was horrified when he imagined that terrible scene. If he continued to fight in vain like this, everyone would die. Thinking so, he immediately shouted orders to his son, "Ravi, we will deal with the goblins here, so you must definitely find a way to return to the palace." The Lord warned his son, told them, Mogrian Mountain was being threatened by goblins, hurry up. Mr. Marcus was only thinking about his son's safety and did not notice that there was a goblin behind him. Tin holds a stick and prepares to rush forward. Ravi looked at his father in panic and cried out, "Father, father." At that moment, the goblin kicked the ground and jumped up. The goblin swung his stick high over his head, jumped up behind the Lord, and was about to hit him on the head. Ravi shouted in terror, Father, there's behind him. Lord Dac turned his head around in shock. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Suddenly there was the sound of Ian chanting spells. Frozen Nova. With a puff, the goblin's green blood splashed into the air. The Lord's face was dull, his eyes seemed lifeless. Is Ian already late? Ian walked quietly among the thick layers of ice on the ground. The Lord and the people who were besieged by the goblins earlier were now protected by sturdy ice stakes. They stood there stunned. Ian slowly walked forward, around him was a thick layer of cold air spreading into space. The Lord's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the back of a young boy, his shield moving forward to destroy the goblins like a hero. After Ian finished dealing with the goblins, he turned around to check the situation of the Lord's group. At this point, the Lord vaguely realized that that child was. But he couldn't see clearly anymore, his eyes slowly closed, and the Lord collapsed. The knights rushed forward and shouted, "Lord!" After that, everyone rushed to bring the Lord back to the palace. It wasn't until 2 days later that the Lord was unconscious in bed before he slowly opened his eyes. In his dream, he heard his daughter's cries of joy. "Father, Father, Father!" The Lord looked around the room, it was actually his daughter sitting there. Seeing the Lord wake up, the girl happily called out to him, "Father." The Lord couldn't help but be surprised that he could still see his daughter again. He asked incredulously, "Margaret?" The Lord sat up, rubbed his temples and asked Margaret, "How is it, what happened?" Margaret immediately explained that Mr. Ian saved Father. Margaret cried and said, "Dad, you and I have been unconscious for 2 days, you don't know how worried I was." Hearing that the Lord was awake, the butler immediately rushed over. "My lord, fortunately you are awake." As soon as he saw the butler, the Lord worriedly asked, "Hogar, are everyone else okay?" The butler sadly replied that, because of that, the 12 soldiers and Mr. Roten were unable to return. Hearing that, the Lord fell into deep thought. If it weren't for him, he probably wouldn't have been able to return. The Lord immediately asked the butler, "Where is the magician? I must see him personally." Ian was training alone at the training ground at that time. Butler Hogar followed the Lord's orders to find him. "Mr. Mage, here you are." Ian smiled and asked, "I heard the Lord was awake." The butler happily said, "Yes, it was all thanks to the magician." The butler respectfully told Ian, "I was ordered by the Lord to bring you to the reception room. I think he has something urgent to tell you." Hearing that, Ian was a bit surprised. He didn't know what the Lord wanted to see him for. Maybe it was to thank him for saving his life. Ian went to the reception room as the butler said, and a few minutes later, Lord Marcus and his son Ravi entered. "Oh, you're welcome." Ian smiled and asked him, "How are you feeling?" The Lord happily replied, "Thanks to everyone's concern, I feel much better. I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your help, for ensuring the present and future of the Mogrian family and the foundation of our homeland." While the Lord said thank you to Ian, Ravi standing behind also smiled and nodded at him. The Lord placed his hand on his left chest, expressing sincerely, because he also swept away the goblins of Mogrian Mountain and protected our territory. I cannot be called a great lord of the empire if I let this go without giving you a suitable reward. So after thinking carefully, I chose this. The Lord said, pointing to a small box. Lord said to Ian, "Please open it." Ian curiously opened the lid of the box, not knowing what important thing was inside. As soon as he saw the item in the box, his eyes widened in surprise. This was. Holding the Mogrian ring in his hand, Ian listened in amazement to the Lord's explanation. "I heard the story from Margaret, that you borrowed this ring because you could detect mana from the ring." The Lord curiously asked Ian, "I thought it was just an old heirloom, but what power does that ring have? Did it help you?" Magician. Ian immediately explained, "This ring amplifies the mana of its wearer. It helped a lot when the scene scanned the goblins in the canyon." Hearing that, the Lord happily told Ian, "Luckily, I want to give that ring to you. Master, please consider it as a token." Ian looked at him in surprise. "A token?" The Lord immediately told him that, from now on, Mage Ian Phage would forever be considered an honored guest of the Mogrian family. This will be the token of this lasting promise. Will you accept this token? Ian raised his hand to touch the ring, thinking deeply, forever an honored guest. 1,000-year contract with the Empire's nobility. Without hesitation, he put the ring on his thumb. It's not certain what benefits that contract will bring you in the future, but for now, this ring will compensate you for a significant amount of mana. Master Ian put on the ring as a sign of approval, and the Lord respectfully bowed his head and said, "Our family will always welcome Mr. Ian Phage to visit if he needs help from our family. We promise to always stand by his side." The Lord and his father together placed their hands on their left chests and pledged, "I swear on the northern stream of Lukha, that we will keep this promise from generation to generation." Scene changes to a trail through the woods near the Lord's palace, early the next morning. The leader of the Mogrian Knight squad along with a few entourage were taking Ian somewhere. Ian suddenly turned and asked, Captain, how far is it to Lloyd Town?" Captain Arnold immediately smiled and said to Ian, "We will get there soon, just cross the hill over there and you will see it." Ian looked in the direction Arnold pointed, thinking a bit about his conversation with Lord Marcus yesterday. After receiving the ring, Ian said to the Lord, "My Lord, I have something to ask." He asked the Lord, "Do you know any alchemists in your territory who are capable of creating medicinal pills?" The Lord thought for a moment and then said, "In the town of Lloyd in the north there is an alchemist named Redio." The cold-fighting man thought and said, "They came from the capital, but because of a special herb they migrated north." Ian was a bit hesitant. He thought to himself, "Pharmacist Redio is a name he has never heard of in his previous life. I hope I can find a medicinal pill to replenish the amount of mana I've lost, even though I'm worried that Redio's appearance in my life will have certain effects on the future." But right now it was the only way he could think of to restore some of his magical energy. Arnold and Ian walked a little further when they suddenly heard a knight shouting, "Captain, Mr. Wizard, over there, we can see Lloyd Town." What made the knight so panicked was because the whole town of Lloyd was engulfed in flames, thick black smoke rising and covering everywhere. Ian was stunned by this scene. What the hell is wrong with the town? How could there be such a big fire? As for Captain Arnold, he didn't know what danger he saw but immediately picked up his sword and his face looked very excited. Could it be that other goblins are attacking this town? Meanwhile, below the town, scenes of looting and killing are causing terror to the people here. Not only were the houses burned, but even the people of Lloyd Town were bleeding under the swords of the robbers. The guy holding the axe seemed to be the leader of the robbers. He gleefully ordered his subordinates to gather the small group and start reuniting. Finish quickly to get to Coldwood. One of his subordinates immediately grabbed a child in the village, letting the child scream and struggle. The child's father rushed forward shouting, "Douglas." As soon as the father stood up, the robber leader kicked him to the ground. He just poked and kicked him continuously. He was about to die. He was really trash. The father was beaten until he was bloody but the robber still did not stop. Douglas saw his father being brutally beaten and struggled even harder. "Let go, let me go." "Father," the bandit leader turned around and spoke to Douglas. "Ah, that stupid, annoying name." The robber smirked and threatened the boy. "If your father dies, will you keep your mouth shut?" Seeing that the robber had murderous intent, Douglas was frightened and did not dare to scream. He looked at his father with tears in his eyes. The robber threw away the axe and replaced it with a sharp dagger. He raised the knife, approached the man lying on the ground and smiled sinisterly. "I will sell your son to an extremely good place." The bandit leader rolled his eyes and said goodbye. Douglas screamed in horror. No, the boy tried to lean towards his father, but what could a child's strength be able to do against these ferocious robbers? Suddenly, an ice stake pierced the leader's body, blood splattering everywhere. The terrible scene made Douglas silent in shock. The bandit leader died instantly. He fell to the ground immediately. His subordinates cried out in horror, "Girl, what is that? Ice stars, where did that thing come from?" The bandits looked up at the distant hilltop. They panicked, over there, soldiers." Meanwhile, Ian is using his magic ability to create a series of ice stakes floating in the air. Without hesitation, he launched all those sharp ice stakes at the bandits. The robbers ran away in panic. Damn it, ran away. 161. However, no matter how fast they move, they cannot avoid death. Silenced screams echoed throughout the valley. After killing the robbers and murderers, Ian stood quietly on the cliff for a long time. He was concentrating on feeling the changes in magical energy in his body. Ian looked at the Mogrian ring in his hand and thought to himself, it worked. Thanks to the ring, my mana limit is probably equal to that of a level 3 mage. At this time, the people of Lloyd Town could feel secure again. The fires have been extinguished, and burned houses can still be rebuilt. But there are still injuries that cannot be healed and lives that cannot be revived. Ian arrived in town. He also felt sad at this tragic scene. As soon as Captain Arnold saw him, he called out, "Mage, mage." Ian quickly approached and asked Han, the captain, if any soldiers were injured. Arnold breathed in and said, "No, thanks to you we were not injured." Ian breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. He looked around, feeling worried and wondering if he was still alive, the person he was looking for. Suddenly he heard someone shouting Radio's name. Ian immediately turned around and looked intently at the direction the scream came from. A man was holding a barely breathing Radio in his arms, trying to hold on. Douglas next to him was extremely worried and cried out, "Father, father." Ian immediately walked over and placed his hand on Douglas's shoulder, comforting him. "I will check it out." As soon as he looked at the man who was breathing heavily, Ian's eyes widened in shock. His skin was pale without a drop of blood, his hair had turned white. Ian was shocked and thought it could be mana poisoning. A disease considered a curse from God. If a certain amount of mana enters the body that carries a mana brain without a mana heart, the mana fragments will not allow the body to stimulate the brain and bring pain intensely, for the rest of my life, without a moment of rest. Ian thought to himself, he can't inject mana into himself, so one of the magicians must have done it on purpose. He nervously glanced at Radio. Looking at the evidence, he saw that it was quite bad. Ian told Douglas, "Wait a minute." Then he placed 2 fingers on Radio. Ian secretly thought that there was a way to suppress the pain for a while, which was to transfer pure mana in and release the remaining mana in the body. Sure enough, just as Ian thought, this method could help Radio relieve the pain immediately. His facial muscles had already begun to relax, and his breathing was no longer as heavy as before. Ian told the man next to him to please take care of his wound. The man flusteredly replied, "Yes, thank you, thank you." Ian was about to leave when Douglas grabbed his robe. Douglas eagerly asked Ian, "My father, will he be okay?" Ian hesitantly told Douglas yes. In a moment, Ian understood clearly that the disease could be temporarily treated by transferring mana, but it could not cure this tortoise disease. Douglas continued to ask worriedly, "So, will he have a seizure later?" Ian was silent, not knowing how to answer Douglas to ease the boy's pain. Ian thought to himself, because the mana he transferred would also become a backlog of mana, that person would have to make a decision to stop continuously transferring mana and endure or die. Thinking for a moment, Ian had no choice but to tell Douglas the truth. That must be it. Douglas burst into tears, heartbroken. He whimpered and said, I have to find Landio's flowers and make the antidote." As soon as Douglas finished speaking, he immediately ran away. The man next to Radio immediately shouted, "Douglas, where are you going?" As soon as he heard the name Douglas, Ian's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the other boy. The image of an acquaintance from a past life flashed through Ian's mind. I remembered Douglas. That was the name of the greatest apothecary in history at that time, the palace apothecary, Douglas Hammond. A man who was once very poor now stands next to Emperor Ragnar thanks to his genius ability. When I saw him in my previous life, he was always hostile towards the magician. Ian began digging through the information he had about Radio and Douglas, an alchemist who had mana poisoning from a mage, a herb he sought in the north. And what Douglas said earlier, I have to find Lander's flowers and make an antidote. Ian suddenly remembered being poisoned in his previous life, when Ragnar said, it's a poison that neutralizes the mana in your blood. After stringing these things together, Ian and Hong realized a herb had the ability to neutralize mana in the body. If that was real, it must be. Thinking of this, Ian immediately used his hair magic to chase after Douglas. In the blink of an eye, Ian stood in front of Douglas, startling the boy. Ian tries to convince Douglas, there are still bandits outside the village, it is dangerous to enter the forest. Douglas said firmly, but I cannot wait any longer. If I don't find that flower and make the antidote soon, my father will. Ian couldn't think of any other way to stop Douglas, so he used magic to make Douglas fall asleep. Douglas was talking when he suddenly felt his body wobble and then fell down tiredly. His mouth was still mumbling. I have to find the flower. Ian picked up Douglas who had fallen asleep, breathing a sigh of relief because he was able to temporarily stop Douglas from finding the flower that could cause Ian's death in the future. After Douglas fell asleep, Ian took the boy to lie under a nearby tree. Ian observed Douglas and contemplated a solution to the problem related to this boy. Now that I look closely, I can see that if his previous face was not so full of menace, then his current face will look different. Exactly the same as before. Ian thought to himself, if I hadn't gone to Lloyd Village, his father would have died and he would have been sold into slavery by bandits. Now, Ian can be sure of one thing, the poison he drank in his previous life must have been created by him. Ian thought, he must have followed orders and created that poison even though he knew Ragnar's plan. With every doubt growing in his heart, Ian began to have murderous intent when glancing at Douglas. Should I eliminate him? But then Ian stopped himself. No, such hasty action could be very dangerous. Ian tried to calculate carefully. He has the talent to become the greatest alchemist in history. I can turn him into my side. But, even if he lives differently from before, it can't be said that he won't betray me. Then, Ian hesitantly looked at his hand. He seemed to be wondering whether he should let this hand be stained with blood again. If Ian killed Douglas now, he would be no different from Ragnar. Out of suspicion and fear of betrayal, he would kill without mercy. Ian was lost in confused thoughts when Captain Arnold came running. Mr. Wizard. Seeing him panting rapidly, Ian asked, what's going on? Arnold replied while breathing heavily, suddenly he ran away so I chased him. Arnold glanced at the sleeping Douglas and asked curiously, who is that child? Ian immediately explained, I thought he was going to do something reckless so I let him sleep. Ian stood up and asked Arnold, since he was here, please take him back to the village. Seeing that Ian was about to leave somewhere again, Arnold wondered, are you not coming with us? Ian glanced at the captain, hesitated for a moment, then said, I have to go somewhere. After that, Ian slowly walked towards the forest. Perhaps Ian couldn't be as cold-blooded and heartless as Ragnar, and instead of killing people, he chose to put his focus on Douglas. Regardless of whether Douglas will betray him or not, at least Ian is not ashamed of his conscience now. That night, at Radio's house, it was late but light was still shining from the windows. Radio after waking up, he immediately sat by the bed and kindly asked his son, Douglas, are you sleeping? Douglas was upset inside, not wanting to face his father but still reluctantly replied, not yet. The radio said, Barton told me, a certain magician came to the village and saved us and I also heard you tried to do something reckless again, rude. Douglas frowned sadly and explained, I was just trying to find a flower. Even though he knew that Douglas had good intentions, because he was worried about his child, Radio still scolded the boy. Maybe there were still bandits near that village. Douglas couldn't control his anger and immediately sat up, so what should I do? That magician said he would be in pain. Radio sighed and comforted his son, Dad is okay if he finds Landio's flowers. Douglas was both heartbroken and upset and burst into tears. It's been a year since I found him. Does that flower even exist? Suddenly at this moment, from outside Radio's door a clear voice rang out, it exists. Radio nervously walked towards the door. Who? Ian came back. He stood outside and called in, I heard he was looking for Landio's flowers. The radio heard that and immediately opened the door. He was a bit surprised when the person who came was a boy. Entering the door, Ian immediately pulled down his hat and apologized. Douglas recognized it immediately and told his father, yes, that magician. Radio was surprised. What? Ian placed a block of ice on the table and introduced himself, I'm Ian Pog. The radio asked curiously, what is that? After careful observation, he was stunned, that is, Landio's flower, which is being kept inside a block of transparent ice. Ian told Radio, I'll give you this flower, but let me ask you a question. How did he know about this herb if its effects were still unknown? The radio hesitantly replied, it was because. The diary, he reluctantly revealed. I found it in a diary. Radio took out the diary and said, this book is the herbal diary that my father left me. Radio flipped through a few pages of the book and showed Ian, if he looked at this page. There are records of Landio's flowers, which neutralize mana, only found in the northern continent. A flower with 12 petals, poisonous green stems and roots, withers as soon as picked, unable to be cultivated or harvested. Ian was surprised and asked Radio if his father also knew how to make medicine. Radio immediately said it was a family business. Ian said again, then this diary must be a family heirloom. Radio thought for a moment and then replied, well, almost like that. Ian asked Radio directly with a stern look, then he must know that, for a magician with a mana heart and a mana brain, Landio's flower has the ability to neutralize mana, which is a deadly poison. Radio heard that and was a bit surprised, not thinking that a boy like Ian would be so knowledgeable about this matter. Radio honestly replied, I understand what you mean, but our family's alchemist would never create medicinal pills to harm others. He even assured me that I could bet on the family name. Hearing this, Ian suddenly looked away from his cold eyes and looked towards Douglas. Douglas was startled and didn't understand why Ian was giving him such a hostile look. After hearing Radio's commitment, Ian was able to relax a bit, I understand. Ian picked up the flower and said, thank you for answering the question. There's more. Ian began to undo the freezing magic so the flower could return to its original form. When the outer layer of ice completely disappears, only the wilted flower branch remains. Ian sadly confessed to Radio, even I couldn't find it, I could only freeze it and preserve its shape. Radio was shocked, you lied to me, Ian immediately explained, I was just trying to prove that you can always find Landio's flowers. Ian suddenly reached out his hand and said, Mr. Radio, how about talking to me? The Radio asked in bewilderment, exchange? Ian immediately said, I will continuously give you mana, so that you don't die from mana poisoning. I also promise to find a way to allow you to use Landio's flowers. Ian thought to himself, I can definitely find information related to it, information that Ragnar and Douglas found. Ian gave Radio a condition, so please come with me to the capital. Radio was surprised, the capital of Asia, why do I have to go there? Ian continued to say, please create a mana elixir for my mana deficiency, and then learn how to make an antidote for my mother's illness. Radio asked suspiciously, you wouldn't expect a famous alchemist, I'm not that good at alchemy. Ian calmly explained, I want someone to stay with me and constantly provide me with medicinal pills. To convince Radio, Ian looked at Douglas again and said that the boy ran into the forest full of bandits to find herbs that could cure his illness. Please make the right decision, at least for him. Radio was constantly surprised, so he was extremely hesitant. He thought to himself, who is he? He is not a normal child. Because there were still so many concerns, Radio asked Ian, can you give me time to think? Ian immediately nodded, as long as he wanted. Looking at Radio father and son happily arguing with each other, Ian thought to himself, in this life, Douglas didn't have to lose his father or become a slave. And his talent will not fall into the hands of Ragnar. The next afternoon, Ian stood quietly from outside the village looking towards Radio's house. He was extremely looking forward to the appearance of father and son. Seeing Ian standing there blankly, Captain Arnold called out, Mr. Wizard. Arnold informed Ian that we were ready to return to the Lord's castle. Ian remained silent without responding. He glanced slightly towards Radio's house. That small house was still closed and quiet, perhaps Ian couldn't convince Radio. Ian was a little disappointed and said to Arnold, okay, let's go back. Ian passed by Radio's house, he was still wondering, he still hadn't decided yet. Suddenly at this moment, Radio's door made a rattling sound. Radio and his son walked out with a bag. Douglas was surprised when he opened the door to see Ian standing outside waiting for them. Yes, mage. Ian heard Douglas's voice and turned around immediately. Ian approached and asked Radio, have you decided yet? Radio scratched his head and said, well, what choice do I have? I have to live first. Radio smiled and said to John, please keep your promise. Ian happily replied, of course. Ian suddenly glanced at Douglas, how naive and adorable the boy was. Douglas nervously hugged his father and hesitantly asked Ian, can you really cure my father? Ian smiled and looked at the boy, feeling a bit hesitant at this unexpected question. Ian finally nodded, assuring Douglas, okay, I promise. Douglas innocently asked again to make sure, is it true? Ian immediately confirmed that it was true. Douglas immediately smiled brightly, then can you consider me the leader? Ian was a bit surprised, leader, okay, maybe. Douglas excitedly smiled brightly and said, yes, Chief. Ian remembered Douglas from his previous life. Every time I see Ian, he glares at me and chases me away, out of my sight. Compared to the current Douglas, Ian wondered confusedly, was he like that when he was young? Suddenly, a galloping horse ran straight towards where they were standing. Ian curiously turned his head to see what was so urgent. A knight brought urgent news to Ian, Mr. Wizard, we must quickly return to the castle. Ian asked worriedly, did something happen? The knight immediately said, I heard that the prince has crossed the Gamas River. Ian was surprised, Gamas River, has it passed? The knight replied, yes, well, this news was announced this morning. Hearing that, Ian frowned and thought, why are they just announcing it now? There wasn't much time left, so Ian told the knight, please lend me your horse. The knight worriedly asked, do you know how to ride a horse? Ian walked up to the horse and replied, not very good, but he can become my friend. When he finished, he leaned closer and talked to the horse, taming it. The spell immediately took effect, the horse's eyes glowed blue with magic. Ian gently whispered to it, I want to go to the castle, can you take me there? As soon as the horse heard Ian's request for help, it immediately lowered its demonic leg. It obediently lay there while Ian climbed into the saddle. Before leaving, Ian told Arnold, Mr. Arnold, please take Mr. Radio with you. He confidently sat on the horse's back and said, I will go first. Go back in time to 2 days earlier, when the convoy escorting Crown Prince Hayden had just crossed the Gamas River. Inside the carriage at this moment was a heavy and terrifying atmosphere. Crown Prince Hayden looked thoughtfully outside. He was recalling the conversation he had with the king before this trip, please call me, Your Majesty. The king said to Hayden, I have something to tell you before I leave. I heard that Herbert often meets with the 5 princes. The king said thoughtfully and worriedly, because many nobles act according to the ivory tower, so you probably know whose side the tower's owner is on is very important. He judged that it seemed like the tower's owner intended to side with the 5 princes. The king also warned Hayden that, and the 5th Prince Ragnar is a smart child, I am sure he will take advantage of Herbert and try to drag famous people under his wing. The monarch turned to look at Hayden with stern eyes. He ordered Hayden, Ian Phage, do everything you can to make him your man before the ivory tower reaches him. The king further emphasized that I am telling you to make him join your side and build a foundation. Hayden remembered his father's instructions and felt tired. He had a headache thinking, even if he was a magician, how could a child help? The ivory tower was full of magicians, yet none of them were on his side. Hayden thought indignantly, how dare he abandon me, his next of kin, and choose the 5th prince. He told himself, the day I ascend the throne, I will eliminate those bastards. Hayden was frustrated inside when from outside, the captain of the Royal Knight's second team, Oliver Raywood, called out to him, Your Highness. Oliver looked worried and said, I think it's best to notify the Mogrian family. Hayden replied indifferently, I remember we finished discussing it. Oliver is still trying to convince Hayden, we have to give them time to at least prepare before you come, please consider them. Hayden calmly said, that reminds me, isn't your family part of the Mogrian family in the north? Oliver immediately replied, yes, that's right. Hayden continued asking, how long will it take to get there? Oliver estimated, it seems like it will take another 2 days. Hayden smiled cunningly and said, good, 2 days is enough, send them the message. Let's see how the northern defenders or shields of the empire will prepare for the royal family's visit in 2 days. Although Oliver did not agree with Hayden's attitude, there was nothing he could do. He shyly replied, yes, Your Highness. Thus, with Hayden's arrogant personality in love of making things difficult for others, news of the royal escort's journey reached Lord Marcus extremely late. Because of that intentional delay, Lord Marcus's castle is currently in turmoil. Lord Marcus directly instructed the servants, "This is where His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will stay, remember not to miss any dust." The Lord thought tiredly and thought, "I thought they wouldn't come because no one told me," but suddenly they didn't. As soon as he saw the butler, the Lord eagerly asked, "Hogar, have the other families arrived?" The butler hurriedly reported. Then, "Sir, all the families arrived except the MacFartons and the Dreywoods, who announced their arrival soon." The Lord worriedly continued asking, "What about the magician, is there still no news?" The butler immediately replied, "No, not yet." The Lord said, "The situation is too difficult, let's go out for now." Just a moment later, outside Lord Marcus's castle, the announcement rang out, "His Highness the Crown Prince bid." After the sound of communication, all other sounds seemed to be overwhelmed by the steady sound of horse hooves, as the royal escort solemnly entered. Crown Prince Hayden's carriage stopped right in front of the castle. He slowly walked down and leisurely looked around. Seeing that the Crown Prince was about to enter the castle, a noble asked quietly to the Lord, "Dear, where is the magician?" The Lord was worried and didn't know what to do. He stammered and said, "Magician." At that moment the sound of horse hooves came from afar and Ian shouted, "Stop." The horse was galloping like crazy. Hearing the command, it slowly slowed down. Ian lay collapsed on the saddle. His small body had not been able to easily hold on to the horse's back until this moment. Ian looked up listlessly and said to the Lord, "Sorry I was late." The Lord happily helped Ian down. "He has arrived, that's it, please come this way." The other nobles who saw Ian for the first time couldn't help but be surprised. They whispered to each other, "That boy is the rumored magician, that kid can't even ride a horse." The Lord put his arm around Ian's shoulder and said, "The magician has been summoned by royal order, and he must stand in the highest position according to the Empire's laws." As soon as the Lord finished speaking, Ian was already standing opposite Crown Prince Hayden. Hayden coldly asked, "Are you Ian Phage?" Ian just nodded silently. He thought to himself, a face he hadn't seen in a long time. Looking at the three magicians accompanying the Crown Prince, Ian observed attentively. Among those people was a girl he hadn't seen for a long time, the black-haired girl. Cecilia, a spy from the Kogut Empire. Even though he knew Cecilia's identity, when he saw her smiling at him, Ian still had to act innocent and politely smile back. That evening, a grand banquet was held at the castle to welcome Crown Prince Hayden. In the middle of the party, Oliver respectfully told Hayden, "Your Highness, you must not drink too much." Hayden looked dissatisfied and replied that there was nothing else good to drink besides this wine. Hayden whined in annoyance, I can't believe I have to hang out with these obnoxious nobles after traveling such a long way. This party is not fun at all, and I don't like that brat either." Hayden continued to complain to Oliver, "I want to go back to rest early." Meanwhile, magician Cecilia was also holding a glass of wine in her hand, but she wasn't diligently drinking like Hayden, but seemed to be observing and looking for something. Cecilia thought to herself, what a strange coincidence, the Coldwood Empire was also interested in that boy. Not long ago, the Coldwood Empire gave two instructions, to eliminate the rumor about Ian by personally observing it. If it's true, then both the magician boy and his mother must be captured and returned to the Empire. Cecilia is curious, what kind of person is he that causes such chaos? I will probably go find him. Outside the training ground at Lord Marcus's castle at this time, the scene was extremely quiet, the bright moonlight shining down and the flickering fire had partly dispelled the darkness. Cecilia searched the castle for Ian and finally found him alone, quietly standing in the middle of the training ground. There he was. Cecilia smiled cunningly, thinking if she should test its rumored ability, let's start with something light. Something equivalent to a blow. Cecilia silently approached Ian, quietly using magic to create countless magic arrows. She didn't even bother to ask Ian but instead launched a series of sharp arrows at him. The arrows flew like rain and simultaneously crashed into the ground, causing smoke and dust to fly up. As soon as the dust cleared, Cecilia widened her eyes in shock. Ian was not injured at all, not even a scratch. Cecilia exclaimed in surprise, "A shield." Ian turned around and glared and asked, "Who are you?" Cecilia arrogantly replied, looking at my magic without knowing why. "I'm your senior from the ivory tower, I'm just asking." Ian questioned harshly, "Are you asking someone else like that?" Cecilia raised her voice jokingly, "Oh my god, look at this kid talking, seniors can joke around with juniors, you don't have to make me feel bad." Ian heard her voice and his liver boiled. He coldly called her name, Cecilia. Cecilia was a little surprised. Ian continued calling, "Cecilia Coldwalker." When Cecilia heard that, she was shocked and startled. She stammered nervously and asked Ian, Who are you, how do you know that name?" Ian immediately replied, "I know you very well." Ian chuckled inwardly, "I don't know, I wiped out the Coldwalkers creeping around the kingdom in my previous life." Ian smiled smugly and said to Cecilia, "If you want, I can name other people too." Cecilia scared away, "Stop talking nonsense." Ian walked up to Cecilia, and in turn pointed out the names of the other spies, the boy at the Moulton family stable. Royal Secretary Robin, Ariel from the National Guard in Platoon 9, assistant to the palace's head maid. Well, the head maid probably hasn't arrived yet. Ian smirked and asked Cecilia, "Do you know what these people's general expressions are?" "I think I do." Cecilia said, both worried and annoyed, "Kid, I'm not sure how you know these names." Cecilia kept an eye on Ian. As she spoke, she conjured a fireball in her hand. "But it's better for you to pretend you don't know them." As soon as she finished speaking, Cecilia did not hesitate to throw a fireball at Ian, and a terrible explosion occurred. The entire training ground quickly caught fire. But from within that sea of fire, a white smoke suddenly rose. The faint fire from earlier quickly disappeared in Cecilia's stunned eyes. Ian suddenly stood there, performing some kind of magic in his hands. "You bluntly exposed Cecilia, I already knew that you were a Coldwalker." Cecilia worriedly asked, "Then why are you here alone if you already know?" She was still surprised in her heart. Could it really avoid her previous attack? What was it? Ian smiled happily and replied, "I also knew that you would come find me at the training ground," he said as he raised the ball in his hand high. Cecilia looked up curiously, then her eyes widened in panic. Above were dozens of ice cubes pointing their spears straight at Cecilia. Ian said triumphantly to Cecilia, "I already guessed it." Then, Ian coldly pointed his hand at her. Ice. After Ian's instructions, a series of sharp ice rushed forward at the same time. Cecilia stepped back in panic. Luckily for her, she quickly established a mana barrier before her body was punctured. But Cecilia's mana barrier didn't last long. After colliding with some ice, it began to show large cracks. She was horrified and just swore, "Fuck you." Ian summoned a giant fireball above his head again. The power of this fireball was clearly dozens of times superior to Cecilia's fireball. Ian looked at Cecilia with cold eyes, chanting a spell, bursting into flames. Immediately he threw the fireball at Cecilia. She thought in horror, "I can't move with the mana barrier, I'll die." In a precarious situation, Cecilia was forced to remove the mana barrier. As soon as the barrier disappeared, she immediately turned and ran. However, he still couldn't dodge the rushing ice. Cecilia was grazed all over her body, limbs, ribs, and face. Injury is inevitable, but this is better than death. Thanks to her head running, Cecilia was able to avoid the terrible explosion caused by the fireball. She was covered in injuries and turned her head in horror to look at the explosion behind her. Cecilia is still in shock. I'm still alive. She fell to the ground in pain, thinking to herself, that guy, because he used fire, must have run out of mana. She silently calculated that other people would start coming, with no evidence that she was a spy. And they won't be suspicious just because of the child, the tower's magicians will believe me too. Cecilia was still lying there thinking about whether I should recover and deal with it later, while Ian suddenly approached her. Ian stood in front of Cecilia and calmly said, "I plan to make a name for myself, by shooting you." With calculations in mind, Cecilia proudly said, "Do you think it will work?" Ian smiled cunningly and replied, "Of course, there is evidence that you don't even know about." Cecilia started to feel uneasy. "What are you talking about?" At this moment, the royal knights and magicians of the ivory tower arrived. Oliver asked in surprise, what happened, and the magicians rushed over. Cecilia. They shouted feverishly, what's wrong with you? These injuries are. Ian firmly admitted that I did it. Everyone's eyes turned to him. Oliver immediately told Ian, please explain, what happened? Ian immediately turned on his acting mode, lying without blinking, I happened to see it, that woman was talking to someone wearing a mask. Cecilia's eyes widened in surprise, what? Ian said with a condescending look, then suddenly she tried to kill me. Oliver continued asking, what if you made her like that? Ian immediately argued, because I needed to live. Oliver carefully asked, can you prove it? Ian immediately replied, I noticed as if they were checking something. A mark on their body. Oliver heard that and thought for a moment in doubt. After that, he without hesitation ordered and inspected that person's body. The two magicians accompanying Cecilia immediately stood up to protect her. Hey Captain, don't you think it's too much? Have you forgotten that we are magicians of the Ivory Tower? Oliver immediately pulled out his check. The two magicians immediately withdrew in fear. Oliver solemnly raised his sword and said, the person with the highest authority is this, and if this has happened for the reason the boy said. Whether the tower's mages are involved or not, it is our responsibility to find out the truth. The magician immediately regained his previous aggressive attitude and lowered his voice to Oliver, so at least let me heal her first. Oliver coldly replied, you can do it after a comprehensive check. He then waved his hand and ordered two female knights to check on Cecilia. Just a moment later, the inspection was completed. Oliver immediately asked the two female knights if there was anything suspicious. The two girls bowed their heads and replied, we didn't find anything. Those two magicians started screaming again, what did I say, how could you doubt her, we have to heal her immediately, urgently. Oliver turned around and asked Ian if he was lying. Ian honestly shook his head, of course not. Then, Ian confidently walked towards Cecilia, who was startled and scared. Ian came up behind her and said, excuse me. Cecilia looked behind uneasily, what were you doing? Ian had now placed his hand on the back of Cecilia's neck and performed some magic. Suddenly everyone looked at Cecilia in surprise. A mana seal appeared clearly on the back of her neck. Cecilia was also surprised by this seal. She looked at Ian in horror and asked, kid, what did you do? Ian smiled slightly and said complacently, I was wondering what you two were doing, it seems they checked for this. Ian recalls what he learned about Coldwood spies from his previous life. Codewalker is sent to a training school with a mark, they don't know about it because only the management knows. Even though I found out only after interrogating a manager for a year. Oliver did not know about Codewalker's secret at this time, so he immediately turned to ask the other two magicians, does anyone know what this sign means? Those two guys stammered and said, this is the first time I've seen this. Oliver asked Ian again, what about you? Ian answered in a naive voice, it was also the first time, he thought proudly, even if no one knew what it meant, it was still proof. After a moment of reflection, Oliver gives the order to heal her, then we will interrogate her. Oliver asked the two magicians, please prepare a mana prison, they reluctantly replied, yes, yes. After assigning the task, Oliver turned to Ian again. He said, if it's all true, the Emperor will give you a reward. After that, Oliver immediately reported what happened at the training ground to Hayden. He asked in surprise, did that kid defeat the level 3 magician of the Ivory Tower? Oliver immediately replied, yes. Hayden laughed, haha, I didn't expect that. Hayden asked Oliver, what do you think, Captain Oliver, about that kid? Oliver said, it seemed like what the sent magician said was true, the way that kid acted and talked was not like a child. Hayden crossed his arms and began to ponder. He told Oliver, I think I should meet that kid and talk before jumping to conclusions. Captain, bring that kid here. As soon as Ian entered the room, he respectfully bowed. Could you please call me? Hayden gets straight to the point, yes, from what I've heard. One of the magicians sent by the Ivory Tower is a spy from Coldwood, and I also heard that she is a talented magician. I think his achievements in defeating and capturing are very admirable. Ian humbly replied, I am being flattered. Hayden said smiling, and so, I want to reward you, please tell me what you want. Ian pondered, He was trying to find his inner desires by asking what he wanted. Since he was here, he should say nothing. Ian hesitantly said, then, if you allow it. I wanted to see the old ivory tower site on the way to the castle. Hayden was surprised. What is the old ivory tower location? Why do you want to go there? There's nothing to see. Ian pretended to clasp his hands together in confusion and said, I had only heard about it through stories, and had always wanted to come at least once. That action gradually let go of doubts. Visiting a historical place was what he wanted while being able to ask for anything. Perhaps he was still just a child. Hayden easily accepted Ian's request. Good, then I'll take you there. Ian was secretly pleased. I think I'll be able to get it faster than expected. He happily thought to himself, the location of the old ivory tower and the item hidden deep below it, the dragon language scroll. Dragon language plays an important role in magical research, and that book contains the essence of the language. Ian thought a little excitedly, in my previous life, I found it a few years before I died, so I could only understand a very small part. How much can I understand this time? A few days later, the royal escort set out to take Ian and his close relatives to the capital. Inside, the carriage carrying Ian was currently filled with a happy atmosphere. Ian's mother excitedly looked out the window. This was the first time she had gone this far. She turned around and spoke cheerfully to her son, right, Ian? Ian immediately smiled happily at her. Yes, that's right. Ridio said excitedly, once we reach the capital, I will be the tour guide. Lady Phage, aside from the outer fabric, I have been working in the capital as a magician for a long time. Ian's mother immediately smiled brightly. Oh my God, thank you. Ian frowned and thought, look at this name. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves approaching the car caught Ian's attention. The second Imperial Knight, Vice Captain Paul, announced, Master Ian, we have arrived. This is the old ivory tower site. Paul told Ian, our plan is to stay here for 2 days. And as the Emperor has ordered, you will be free to explore this place during that time. Paul said warmly, please follow me, everyone, I will guide. After that, he led everyone to a small village next to the old ivory tower to rest for the night. The village is truly peaceful in this quiet dark night. When the village chief heard that a member of the royal family and a magician were visiting, he immediately cheerfully came out to welcome them. I can't believe that people choose to visit this village, it's truly a generational honor. Hayden immediately smiled happily and replied, ha ha ha, it's nothing. Ian was a bit surprised to see the crown prince smiling so brightly with the villagers. He thought to himself that perhaps he treated the residents in a benevolent manner. Ian recalled, in his previous life, he always had a dark and hostile expression on his face. Because Ragnar is always by my side. So maybe he only makes such a happy expression around people who aren't nobles or royalty. Ian mused that he could see why the current emperor preferred his eldest son. Suddenly Douglas came looking for, leader, when are you going to the old ivory tower? Ian immediately asked Douglas, why do you ask that? Douglas shyly said, I want to go there too. Ian thought to himself, I need to get to the underground area at dawn. So he replied to Douglas, then tomorrow when you have free time. Douglas was visibly happy. Really, together, Ian is a bit unfamiliar with this lovely image of Douglas. Yes, Douglas happily exclaimed, wow, thank you. While the two boys were talking to each other, Ridio stood far away, observing and telling Ian's mother that Douglas seemed to like Ian. He turned and quietly asked, Lady Phage, there's something I want to ask. Is Ian always this mature? I don't see that kid looking like he's 12 years old at all. Ian's mother smiled at her son and replied, Ian, he's grown up too early, he's very kind and caring, just like his father. Ian's mother confided in Ridio, I knew he wouldn't say it. But he was definitely trying to make up for his father's support and I felt really sorry. Radio thought to himself, so that kid is similar to his father. He then asked further, so is your husband also a magician? She shook her head, no, Fran is a normal person. She sadly recounted that he, who disappeared before Ian was born, went to work as usual, only his belongings were returned home 5 years later. Her eyes were sad, and now, Ian was thinking about her husband who had been missing for the past 12 years, her words choked up. She sighed and told Ridio, forget it, it's nothing. After that, they followed the arrangement of the escort group to the small houses of the villagers to rest. The next morning, when dawn had just risen, Ian was already at the old ivory tower location. He slowly walked and reflected on the similar scene in his previous life. An endless journey. After the Unification War and away from the Ivory Tower and Empire, Ian wondered if it was simply a coincidence that he entered the Ivory Tower afterward. And now, Ian is once again standing in front of this massive abandoned building. No, I was guided by something. He thought to himself, this place still looks the same. 300 years ago, there was a war between the Ivory Tower mages and the Dragonians, descendants of dragons. Dragonians' army of gargoyles and black magic are powerful enough to destroy the Empire. But the Emperor and high-ranking magician, Michel Greenriver, led the other high-ranking magicians, take down the Dragonians and make the gargoyles extinct, preserving the peace of the Empire. Michel Greenriver, who had led them to victory, refused the position of Emperor and instead became the owner of the tower, creating the capital Greenriver Diem. And this place is ruined, abandoned. Ian walked around looking around the old ivory tower. According to memory, it was around here. Coming to a large stone slab, he placed his hand on it and used magic. Suddenly the stone slab opened. Seeing the tunnel, Ian happily exclaimed, "Here it is." He carefully went down below. The surroundings were pitch black. Ian then used magic to create a ball of light. He threw the ball into the air, and the whole secret room was immediately lit up. Suddenly a fierce monster appeared looking towards Ian, but it turned out to be just a statue. Ian looked at the statue and thought to himself, I was really surprised when I first saw the statue there. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the statue and it gradually moved. Breaking the outer layer of stone, the monster roared. Ian immediately got ready to fight. He didn't flinch at all. Remembering his previous life, he was startled just because he never thought it was a gargoyle that had gone extinct 300 years ago hidden here. The monster that had just woken up had disappeared from the stone pool. It flew to attack Ian immediately. Ian immediately turned into a ball of water. He quickly threw the water ball at the monster. The water bridge pushed the monster away. It was knocked back against the wall of the secret room. The wall was cracked, but the monster certainly wouldn't die that easily. Ian was a little worried. In his previous life, it was very simple to kill it. But more effort is needed now. Sure enough, the monster was still alive. It glared at Ian viciously. Then it aggressively rushed forward to attack Ian. Ian immediately sat down, pressed his hands to the ground and chanted a spell. Instantly, a series of ice spikes shot up, piercing the monster's body. But Ian still didn't stop. He reached out and called out to investigate. To ensure that the monster could no longer survive, Ian did not hesitate to use more magic to attack it. He created lightning that hit the monster hard. The monster only had time to scream, then it was completely silent. Ian breathed in, "Phew, done gargoyle." Now it was only a matter of time. Ian looked down at the floor as if waiting for something. On the floor, another door to another secret room appeared. The door opened automatically. There were no stairs or light below. Ian smiled, just like last time. He chanted the spell repeatedly, and the feathers landed. Ian then jumped down gently into the secret room below. He landed as lightly as a feather, not even making a sound. Ian walked straight towards the ancient book. He happily thought, "See you again sooner than I thought." The dragon language scroll. Ian wondered who had hidden it here. A dragon, huh? Or the first magician. Pick up the book, he told himself. Dragon language, a mysterious language I didn't even understand in my previous life, if possible this time. Ian excitedly opened the book, but instead of being happy, he was shocked. Ian flipped the book over and over. What did it look like? He was surprised and wondered what had happened. Then Ian suddenly realized. Maybe, it's because it's already been used. Ian sadly closed the book. He told himself, if in his previous life, he could have read it one more time. Ian was about to complain about something, but he was startled to find that he couldn't say it. Ian worriedly touched his neck. He couldn't make a sound. He looked at the ancient book uneasily. The dragon language is not a vocal sound, it is a magical language that uses mana as its root. So, there's only one explanation. It's impossible to use the disappeared dragon language. Since I can't use time magic without the dragon language, I can't go back to the past. Ian sighed, thinking he could continuously turn back time. He fell into thought again. It might be bad if he didn't know about this. Ian couldn't help but lament in his heart. His second life had just become heavier. After that, Ian left the old ivory tower without reaping anything beneficial. The convoy continued moving towards the capital, and after a few days, they were able to see the green revertium from afar. Before arriving, Paul informed Ian, Mr. Ian, that we would soon arrive at the capital city of Green Revertium. Ian looked out at the bustling scene outside, thinking, finally in the capital. He looked at the prison car carrying Cecilia again and told himself he should be more careful. If Cecilia escapes and contacts another Cold Walker, the Coldwood Empire will begin tracking her. Ian was worried. Cecilia would definitely talk about him, who knew all about Cold Walker's existence. And things will become troublesome in many ways. Ian was deep in thought when outside the carriage there was a sudden movement that interrupted his thoughts. Someone stopped the royal escort. As the owner of the ivory tower and the magicians under him are blocking the convoy's path, Oliver looked warily at the magicians in front of him. He sternly questioned, Tower leader. What right do you have to get in the way? The owner of the ivory tower DM Tin replied, I have received the order. He directly asked for the person in the night squad's hands, which said that all authority to interrogate Cecilia and related matters would belong to the ivory tower. Perhaps he was in a bit of a hurry. Oliver scowled sarcastically, receiving authorization even before the spy arrived. Herbert still leisurely replied, shouldn't things like this be handled as quickly as possible? He patted Oliver's shoulder provocatively, rest, Captain, the ivory tower will be in charge from now on, so don't worry. Oliver was angry but could not go against the king's will. He spoke harshly, handing the guilty person over to the ivory tower leader. Hearing that, Herbert immediately stiffened his face and said, Captain, she is still not a guilty person. Before the truth is revealed, she is still a magician of the ivory tower. Please pay attention to what you say. Oliver clenched his fists in frustration. The knights were always oppressed and looked down upon by the magicians in the ivory tower. The other knights were also dissatisfied and said to each other, we are the ones who came to arrest her, so why do they have such power? Captain, it's not fair. Even if it's an order from the Emperor, I still can't accept it. Ian sat in the car and witnessed everything. He held his chin and thought, I can see what they are trying to do. They weren't trying to protect her. As a magician of the ivory tower, they just didn't want a common knight to interrogate a magician. Now they will lock her up in the deepest prison level of the tower and try to find a way to make this more real. Even if she is a spy from Coldwood, she won't be able to escape. Ian's mother asked worriedly, why is there such a commotion out there? Ian immediately reassured her, it's nothing, don't worry. There's nothing to worry about with Cecilia anymore, but Ian sighed softly, there's one more thing I need to worry about. Paul suddenly called you again, Mr. Ian, the prince wants to go somewhere before we return to the castle. Hayden took Ian to a majestic mansion no less than the Lord's castle. Ian looked up at this place, thinking, this is the mansion I was given by Ragnar when I reached level 5 in my previous life. Hayden kindly asked Ian, do you like it? He told him, this is the villa you were given. Ian bowed politely, my grace was incomparable. Sir, Hayden burst out laughing, ha ha ha, what are you talking about? Ian thought to himself, in my previous life, I was 26 years old when I received this mansion, and in this life, 14 years earlier, it was quite beautiful. Hayden happily said, now your family will be here, you and I go to the castle, we need to meet the Emperor, right? Ian suddenly blushed shyly, he hesitated and wanted to say something. Ian shyly asked, if you allow me, can I take a tour of the villa with my mother? Hayden warmly replied, oh, yes, of course. Ian was so happy to hear that, thank you. After that, Ian immediately took his mother to tour the villa. This flashy and luxurious scene makes everyone overwhelmed. Ian's mother looked around admiringly, oh my god, Ian immediately asked, do you like it? She shyly said, how can you like it? Ian told Mom the good news right away, this is our home from now on. She exclaimed in surprise. This place. Ian happily reaffirmed, yes, looking at his mother, he was still surprised by this huge villa. Ian also felt happy in his heart, when he received this villa in his previous life. Then my mother left. She was still surprised and asked her son over and over again, unable to believe, was this really a place to live, more impressive than the Lord's castle? Ian thought to himself, no matter how great a magician he was, he still couldn't bring his mother back. So now, you want to share all the fun with your mother? Ian told his mother, yes, that means it was used by the royal family. Ian silently made up his mind, but now it's different. Everything he wanted to do for his mother and what he wanted to do with her was all possible. Ian eagerly asked, what do you think? In his heart, he was extremely looking forward to the fact that this time, he would be able to see his mother's happy expression, something that he couldn't in his previous life. But Ian's mother's expression was the opposite of what he thought. It was large and beautiful, and very big, but how could it be cleaned? Ian suddenly froze, not expecting his mother to think so differently from his judgment. Ian was somber and didn't know what to say. Mom, she was still bewildered and didn't understand anything. What's wrong, Ian? So now, Ian has another goal. I will make sure that from now on Mom doesn't have to do housework anymore, so she doesn't have to think like this. After that, Ian and the Crown Prince went to Green Reverdium's royal castle to meet the king. Ian straightened his clothes and thought, I'm a little worried. I have never personally met the Emperor even in my previous life. Ian remembers, when he graduated from the academy and saw how the world worked. He was already lying on his deathbed. The Emperor was praised for his intelligence and wisdom. Ian eagerly told himself, I'd love to learn that, if possible. On the way to the king's office, Ian suddenly stopped in front of a window. He told himself, that is the palace of the fifth prince. Ian suddenly thought of Ragnar. What is that guy doing now? Fifth son and concubine. Although he resembles the Emperor the most, he was born without his love. Remembering that traitor, Ian clenched his fist in anger. Ragnar, his old friend and also his greatest enemy. Ian wondered, what should I do when I meet him in this life? While Ian was lost in thought, the guide took him to the door of the king's office. The guide respectfully said, Mr. Ian, please go this way, the Emperor is waiting for you. Ian carefully clasped his hands together in a solemn manner, nervously walking step by step into the room, excited to meet the Emperor. Will the first meeting in this life be as he expected? Waiting for Ian's appearance, in the room at this moment, was the majestic Emperor sitting on the throne, and next to him was also the first Prince Hayden. Ian slowly walked in front of the Emperor. He respectfully knelt down and bowed to him. A lowly person like me dared to meet him. The Emperor immediately spoke to Ian, raising his head. He seriously praised the boy, the northern hero, Ian Phage. He had achieved so much in such a short period of time. Ian politely bowed his head and replied, thank you. The king saw that Ian seemed withdrawn and worried, so he immediately showed his kindness. Say, no need to try too hard, you must have never been taught manners, that's enough now, so stand up. Ian slowly looked up, still trying to maintain proper etiquette, when a similar sentence suddenly rang out in his heart. But the person who said that was not the king. He had never been taught manners, so there was no need to try too hard. Ian thought a little sadly, even when he first met Ragnar, he said that to me. Seeing Ian relax a bit, the king began to ask Han, who has come here from a long way, do you like the villa? I gave you one of my royal houses. While the king was speaking, Hayden glanced at Ian and smiled and waved to him, a very unstandard behavior when standing next to the king. Ian politely replied to the king, it's a very big place that I can't even imagine. Then he glanced at Hayden and felt sorry for him. He thought to himself, what is he doing in front of the Emperor? The Emperor asked again, do you like it or not? Ian happily said, I like it, my mother is also very happy. Then the king suddenly asked Ian as if to probe, oh, is that so? So are you careful, kid? He said suspiciously, about the reason why I sent the heir to bring you here, and gave you a villa as soon as you arrived there. Ian was a bit surprised by the king's attitude. He pondered in his heart, should he be more direct? Ian thought to himself, Ragnar likes to speak frankly without hiding anything, because he resembles the Emperor, so it seems that day was the same. But then he worried and thought differently, no, not yet, until I have everything I want, I'm just a 12-year-old child, I need to behave properly. Ian secretly decided it would be best to act like a child, so he timidly replied to the king, "Isn't it because I'm more talented than everyone else?" Ian acted like an immature child and hesitantly said, "From what they said, it seemed like my magic was better," so the king suddenly interrupted Ian, "You're more talented than the others." He seriously asked the boy, did he think so? The atmosphere in the room immediately became heavy and stagnant. Ian looked confused and afraid to answer. Hayden glanced at Ian, who looked confused. He was also a bit worried. Hayden immediately stopped, looked at the king and said, "Dad, what does a child know?" He was trying to defend Ian in front of the king. Perhaps because he was afraid that his childish words would be misunderstood by the king as arrogance. The king glanced at his son. He was a little surprised and thought, "This is the first time I see him protecting someone." The king thought to himself that this would be the best, to help with the inheritance. After a few seconds of thinking, the king gently said to Ian, "Yes. Your talent, I called you here because of your talent." Even the knights and magicians who saw that talent burst out in praise. "I heard that you helped a lot in detecting that spy." The king began to lower his guard towards Ian. He believed he was just a naive child who didn't understand things, so there was no need to make things difficult for Ian anymore. He told him, "For a citizen who has made an achievement, being rewarded is completely worthy. Now, tell me, do you want anything?" Ian shouted happily in his heart, "Finally I have the opportunity, the power of the current emperor, I have thought about it a lot." Ian thought to himself, "I am a child, there is something that is not suitable for adults, a request that only children can do." He looked up at the king with sparkling eyes of curiosity. "I want to see around." The king was surprised and asked Ian, "Are you looking around?" Ian shyly expressed that I wanted to freely tour around the palace, and tell my mother about what I saw. "What kind of place is this palace and how wonderful it is?" I must admit that Ian's acting ability is really talented, expressing like a child curious about everything new in the palace, at the same time a bit timid. Hayden saw that the king was hesitant, so he told Ian to help him. He once said he wanted to visit the old ivory tower and was very curious. All children of this age are like that. I think you should allow it. Hearing that, Ian smiled slightly. Hayden said exactly what he meant. Thanks to Hayden's persuasion, the king no longer hesitated. He said to Ian, "Okay, I will give you the seal. As long as it's here, you can get around by that piece. You can also give it to someone and ask for directions." After instructing Ian, the king asked further, "Is that all you want?" Ian happily replied, "Is there anything more?" The king smiled and was pleased with this not greedy boy. He immediately said, "Ian, then I will reward you myself." The king called out, "Come on, bring it in." Immediately a group of maids lined up and entered the room. The king also had someone bring in a box of gold and said to Ian, "This is a reward for you, kid. And these servants will clean the villa every day. I will send them to the villa so you can be comfortable." Seeing the king reward so many servants, Ian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his mother didn't need to worry anymore. He politely bowed his head and said, "Thank you, Emperor." Finally, the meeting with the king ended successfully. As soon as Ian walked out the door, he felt completely relieved. The pressure from the meeting with the king was really heavy. Ian breathed a sigh of relief and thought, he must be different from other people. Instead of attracting me, I feel more suspicious. Ian clutched the seal that he had not easily been given by the king, thinking deeply that it must be for someone. He is the same as Ragnar. Doubt is fundamental to rule and management, Ragnar said so. Ian quickly dismissed as vague thoughts related to Ragnar. He told himself, "Focus on the important things first, I don't have much time." Then he hurriedly left the main hall. Later, Ian found a garden in the palace. This garden is especially carefully guarded, not everyone can enter. As soon as the gatekeeper saw Ian coming, he asked, "Sorcerer, what brings you here?" Ian pretended to be curious and said, Where is the garden?" He excitedly showed the seal to the guard. "Ah, the emperor told me to show you this." The gatekeeper saw this and immediately replied, "Ah yes, please go this way." "I will show you, Ian." Secretly pleased. "I'll act like I'm visiting a famous place and go there." After distracting the guard, Ian went to the mausoleum nearby. He was secretly happy, finally reaching the holy land of the empire. Standing in front of this massive mausoleum, Ian remembered his memories of his previous life. Ragnar told him, "I like it here, Ian. This place they serve the Emperor and Empress, no one else can enter except the royal family. I'm just a prince, so I can't right now, but one day it will definitely come, right?" Ragnar said so with a confident smile. As a result, he did become the next king, but in this life Ian will not let him ascend to the top of glory. Not having much time to think about that Ragnar anymore, Ian quickly sneaked into the Emperor's tomb. He carefully looked around to see how the guards were doing. At this moment, the tomb guard was nodding off while on duty. This was convenient for Ian. Still, he was very careful to use sleeping magic on the guard. Ian told himself, the other guards were always on guard, but here, I could never tell if he would wake up in the middle of it. So that, after dealing with the guards, Ian felt secure and walked around in the tomb. He turned his eyes to look for something. It's near the Emperor's coffin. You try to look in every corner, it has to be around here. Suddenly Ian vaguely saw what he was looking for in a corner of a column hidden in the dark. Shining the light closer to that spot, Ian was happy, he found it. He silently shouted, "Heart jelly mushroom." Without hesitation, Ian immediately transformed into an ice knife and immediately harvested those mushrooms. He happily put the mushrooms in his bag. Great, this will be enough. Suddenly, a voice rang out outside the crypt, "It's so late, where are you going?" Ian was startled and blurted out, "Who is it?" "Don't say. You're worried that the person trying to get in here is Ragnar." Ian immediately disabled the light ball. Before anyone discovered him, he promptly hid in a hidden corner. Outside the crypt door, there are still arguments echoing in, "Why, but, I understand." Ian became increasingly restless as he heard footsteps getting closer and closer. That person had entered the tomb, very close to where Ian was hiding. It wasn't Ragnar, it was a magician who looked confused and said, "Your Highness, even so, this place is a bit." Hearing that guy call His Highness the Princess, Ian was finally able to breathe. He thought to himself, right now there are only 3 descendants, no matter who they are, they can't be Ragnar. At this time, the princess was calmly reassuring the magician. Not many people visit this place, and people rarely pass by, so the sound does not leak out of this room. The princess said excitedly, "Also, as a princess, it is my job to manage this sanctuary and you will check the magic cast on it, we all have our roles to play." Ian glanced outside and saw Harry Green River, the eldest prince's younger sister. The wizard worriedly asked Harry, "Your Highness, why didn't you let the ivory tower know?" The princess immediately objected strongly, "No." She did not hesitate to say frankly, "Don't you already know that the ivory tower is very dangerous?" The princess quickly clasped her hands together as if praying to her ancestors, "I'm sure your ancestors will understand because I'm doing this for your majesty and my brother." Seeing the princess's determined attitude, the magician could only sigh, "I understand, then I will try my best to help you until the last minute." The wizard asked the princess, who had memorized the basic spells I taught her. Harry excitedly interrupted, "Of course." The magician immediately asked very kindly, "So please show me the light first." The princess started making mistakes, "Well, then let the mana flow through like this." From Harry's hand, a small ball of light flew up. Ian witnessed everything and was extremely surprised and thought, "Is the princess using magic?" Harry complained to the other wizard, Why is my penis so small?" The other guy immediately comforted him because he had only recently started practicing magic. Ian remembered that in her previous life, Harry Green River, she lived her whole life as a caged bird, and when Ragnar was crowned emperor, with the first prince being executed, she followed her brother and quietly ended your life. Ian was still surprised, he didn't expect such a woman to be a magician, why would she hide it? In the Green River Empire, hiding your potential as a magician is a crime. The same goes for private magical education outside of ivory towers and academies, and I'm sure that magician knows this too. While Ian was hiding behind thinking, the other two were still unaware and talking to each other. The princess said, "Lord Kevin, next time please teach me the attack spell too. For example, like a volcano." Kevin replied confusedly, "Even I can't use that spell." "Your Highness," Harry said with a chuckle, "I was only joking." Suddenly Harry was silent, she seemed to hear movement from Ian. The princess turned around to look warily. Kevin was startled and asked, "What's wrong, Your Highness?" Harry replied, "I thought I heard a sound just now." Kevin went crazy. Do you think someone saw us? That would be very bad. He said enthusiastically, "It's over for today," and Harry quickly reassured him and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Kevin. Only royalty can enter here." Later, when the princess and Kevin left, Ian also quietly left the mausoleum. He thought to himself, "Today I discovered many surprising things." Unexpectedly, Harry Greenriver is a magician. Ian ponders why she risked committing a crime by hiding it from the tower. Probably because she's wary of the Ragnar tower. Ian left the grounds as dusk fell. The gatekeeper saw him and happily asked, "Mr. Magician, have you had enough sightseeing?" Ian, "I kept thinking for a moment, although I wasted a lot of time there, but this was more than enough." He happily told the guard, "Yes, I'm satisfied." After that, Ian went straight back to the villa. Radio happened to meet him at the door. "Oh, Mr. Ian, you're back." Ian immediately asked him, "Yes, where is my mother and the others?" Radio replied, "Lady Phage was chatting with the servants sent by the palace, and Douglas was touring around the mansion." Truly a hyperactive child, Douglas was innocently running back and forth throughout the villa. "Whoa, that's so big." Ian suddenly said, "Well, then, Mr. Radio, can I talk to you for a moment?" After that, Ian went with Radio to his private room. As soon as he closed the door, Ian immediately asked Radio, "I want you to make a bottle of secret medicine for me." Radio asked in surprise, "What kind of secret medicine are you talking about?" Ian gave the bag of mushrooms he just picked in the royal tomb to Radio. He told Radio, "This is a jelly mushroom, it is poisonous, it paralyzes the body and causes the heart to stop beating." Radio said shyly, "You told me to make a bottle of secret medicine with such dangerous mushrooms. Poison is possible, but secret medicine is." Ian did not hesitate to reveal, "Have you ever heard of interrogation?" The Radio replied with some surprise, "Me." Ian immediately explained his intention, "I need a secret medicine to help avoid that type of magic, can you do it?" Radio replied, "I will have to do an experiment, is it urgent?" Ian worriedly said, "Urgently, the sooner the better." While Radio was thinking about a solution to refine the secret medicine, someone knocked on the door calling Ian. Outside the door came the servant's voice, "Sir Ian, the ivory tower sent you a letter." Ian quickly opened the door. Already predicting what Ivory Tower wanted to do, Ian calmly opened the letter. In the letter, "Dear Mage Ian Phage, similar to the royal family, the Ivory Tower is also eager to meet you. Therefore, although we should have waited until the official registration day for the academy before we met, teaching a talented mage along with other novice mages wouldn't be difficult, right? Therefore, I would like to propose that we meet in a week's time, and I hope that you will accept the Ivory Tower's request as a mage, to be on the Ivory Tower's list." Ian finished reading the letter and told Radio he had a week. Radio was shocked and exclaimed, 1 week." Ian frowned at Radio, "Was it that difficult?" Radio replied confusedly, of course not, a week, no problem." Radio added gloomily, "It's just that I'll have to spend all my time sleeping." Ian said shyly, "Oh, then I'm sorry to bother you, but I'll be counting on you." Time passed quickly, and suddenly it was the appointment date with Ivory Tower a week later. Ian sat in the carriage to the Ivory Tower, feeling a bit restless and worried. Ian took out a small bottle of medicine from his pocket. An anesthetic made from stone heart mushrooms. Drinking it would make his heart beat steadily for 2 hours. Ian nervously clutched the medicine bottle in his hand. For 2 hours. He nervously looked out the carriage window. It's almost time to reach the Ivory Tower, the tower that he spent his whole life attached to in his previous life. Ian thought sadly, "This is where I gave up everything and left, I'm back." Not long after, the carriage stopped at the tower gate. The coachman said, "Sir Ian, we have arrived at the Ivory Tower." A female magician quickly came out to welcome Ian. "You have arrived, Sir Ian Phage," she said warmly, "welcome to the Ivory Tower." The female magician smiled and told Ian, "Please come this way, I will guide you to the tower master." Ian and the female mage entered the tower. The tower did not seem too luxurious but more ancient. The female magician introduced, "This is the first floor of the tower, the entrance hall." Ian quietly looked up, thinking, then and now. No, in both the present and the future, this place remains the same. The sorceress took Ian near a fenced area inside the entrance hall. She said, "Do you see that golden plate?" Ian immediately replied, "Yes." The sorceress explained that it helps him move to different floors of the tower. It is a device called a mana ladder. The yellow ones are for high-level magicians, so they can go directly to the top floor. The sorceress said to Ian, "Would you please step on the plate? Senior magicians are waiting for you, in the tower master's room, on the top floor." Ian stood in the middle of the golden plate and said to the female magician, "Then, goodbye." Immediately a magic circle appeared under Ian's feet. A bright yellow light surrounded the disc. It felt like it was penetrating straight along the tower. Standing dimly in the middle of that light, Ian was holding a bottle of Ridio's secret medicine. He quickly drank it before the teleportation was complete. Just a few seconds later, Ian was brought to the top of the tower. He calmly waited in front of the tower master's room door. This big door is also the place that opened the turning point in his life in his previous life, when the tower master successfully lured him to his side and served Ragnar. The door slowly opens. This time Ian will change his life in a completely different direction. He slowly walked into the room. "Just saw Ian." The tower master said warmly, "Welcome, Ian Phage. Thank you for accepting our invitation to our tower." He extended his hand towards the chair placed in the middle of the room and told Ian not to just stand like that, "Please sit." Around Ian, many high-level magicians were sitting in circles. The tower owner continued, "You must be quite surprised." But there was no need to be afraid, he reassured Ian, because this scene seemed like an interrogation, not a normal new student interview. Ian folded his cloak neatly on the chair, while the tower master continued to explain. "This is just a small requirement that every wizard entering the tower must go through," Ian thought, one could see from the air. "They want to make sure they listen to them." The tower master put up Ian's information board for everyone to see. "I already knew about your talents, but without considering them, you were pretty amazing. Honestly, I'm a bit skeptical, but aren't we mana brothers with a bond stronger than blood?" He easily found a reasonable excuse for this. "If we can eliminate suspicion, then we should do it now." Ian looked scared and asked, "Do you mean you will torture me?" The tower owner smiled cunningly and replied, "Hee hee, oh my god, how could we do that? There is no place for barbaric acts in this tower." He immediately used interrogation magic and told Ian, "We'll just ask a few questions and you just need to answer them. Now, let's begin." As soon as the tower master finished speaking, all the eyes of the high-ranking magicians were staring at Ian's every move and carefully examining him. Then, the tower master read information about Ian. "Ian Phage, born in 488, zodiac sign is Hong Duong. His father Fran Phage was a wandering adventurer, and his mother, Vanessa Phage, was a servant in the castle." The tower owner asked the first question to probe Ian's information. "Was there any false information?" Ian calmly replied, "No, they were all true." A high-ranking magician asked Ian, "I want to know more about your relationship with the alchemist Ridio." Ian replied, "My mother was very weak. I needed an alchemist who could provide a steady supply of medicine, and the Lord recommended him to me." Another high-ranking magician continued to ask, "Why did you visit the old ivory tower?" Ian calmly said, "I saw it in books a lot. I always wanted to go to that place." Another person asked again, "Do you remember magician Cecilia?" Ian said, "Of course." He questioned, "You saw her and a masked person chatting and Cecilia was caught trying to kill you. Do you swear that this information is true?" Until now she has remained silent. Ian looked scared and replied, "I swear, I thought I was going to die." A female magician asked, "Do you swear that no one taught you magic?" Ian replied, "Yes, never." The woman continued to question, then, "Fireball, summoning spirits as well as ice spirits, how do you know so many moves?" "I want to hear a reasonable answer. You don't mean to say I should just do it, right?" Ian said honestly, "I was just thinking about them. For example, imagine fire in the palm of your hand." Ian calmly said, "I just have to imagine it, and one day, it becomes reality." A high-ranking mage immediately shouted in frustration, "No way, this is unreasonable." The senior magicians were all stunned and whispered to each other about what Ian said. The tower master stared at Ian suspiciously. Even the ivory tower's strongest probe magic was telling him that he was telling the truth. He frowned and thought, was the legendary first magician his reincarnation? Or is the boy a magician of such high rank that even a high-ranking magician's exploration magic won't work? It's unreasonable for that child to have so much mana. What could it be? The tower master was trying to guess when suddenly a red-haired female magician stood up and said, "Ah, that's enough." She shouted impatiently, "Why do you guys keep asking such useless questions? Don't waste any more time, ask the real question." Another mage said, "Helen, calm down, the tower master is still here, but Helen still picked on you, we all came here to ask her, right?" She walked up to Ian and asked in a harsh voice, "You, what are you?" Helen said angrily, "Using that mouth to tell us, what are you, why don't you say anything but nonsense?" Ian appeared scared in front of Helen, but inside he secretly said, "Yes, she is that kind of person. Helen, she was the youngest level 4 mage before I arrived, and just like her nickname Fire Lady, she was very fierce." Ian said calmly as if he was deliberately irritating Helen, "Didn't you already know?" Helen scowled, "What?" Ian calmly replied, "There's writing over there." He read back to Helen the personal information that was already there. Ian Phage, born in 488, Hongduong zodiac sign. Ian asked indifferently, "Haven't you read it yet?" His attitude successfully made Helen's blood boil. She burst into anger and asked harshly, "How dare you say that? The situation is gradually losing control, the tower owner now speaks up, enough is enough." He looked carefully at Ian. "Ian Phage, let me ask you the last question. When you took the mana reaction test, I heard there was a small incident. The soldier despised him and his mother. Do you remember that soldier named Jonathan? The next day, the soldier was found dead, and when he was found, it was said that there were traces of mana on him. The tower owner looked at him and asked, were you involved in that soldier's death?" Ian bowed his head in contemplation. The tower master was indeed not an empty name. Not too confident in his magic, he always considered the third possibility. Ian thought that in a situation like this, normal people would lose their composure and be afraid because they were suspected of being a murderer. If my heart rate stabilized, I would be even more suspicious. Ian hesitated. Since he said this was the last question, should I now remove the effects of the medicine? After a few seconds of contemplation, Ian knew what he had to do. "I will tell you the answer you want to hear." Ian quickly dismissed the effects of the secret medicine and replied, "I don't know anything." At the same time his heart was pounding like a drum. The high-ranking magicians who were using interrogation magic were all startled and they heard Ian's racing heart. They looked at him in surprise and suspicion. Those people all thought, lying. The tower master asked again, "Do you have nothing to do with that?" Ian answered, "Yes," while his heart was still jumping wildly in his chest. The tower master calmly said, "Of course, you can't kill him. Thank you for your honest answer to this difficult question." He revealed to Ian, "Well, when I said there were traces of mana on his body, it was just a fabrication. He slipped off the bridge and died." Ian frowned. It was clear that he deliberately lied to test him. If Ian didn't show concern and his heart rate didn't change abnormally, he would have realized that he was using a trick to bypass interrogation magic. He continued, "I want to end the meeting here and go eat, but I still have work to do, so I hope you understand. As you may know, your talent is never seen before, even in the tower, a mysterious power of unknown information. So we have to be extra careful about your current limits and how far you can go." After a roundabout explanation, he pointed to the glass ball placed in the middle of the room and said, "The device in front of you is called a mana pot. You can see it as an important component that operates most of the tower. Currently there isn't much mana cured inside, so it has this color, but when it contains more mana, it will turn blue." The tower master asked Ian, "Try pouring mana into it." Ian asked again, "Is it all?" He immediately said, "Of course, because we want to see your limits." Ian stood in front of the glass ball and silently calculated that the container could contain the mana of a level 3 mage. Pouring in the amount of mana equivalent to a level 2 mage would be the best decision. Ian pondered, if I show them the amount of mana in their estimates, then I can minimize suspicion and be placed in a death class. But why should we do that? He reflected on his life in his previous life. He was just a level 8 magician. He was not a sorcerer or a famous historical leader. I have always had to read the mood and live a calculating life. I could have given up everything, strength, power, glory, I could have given up everything I had. But magic, I don't understand anything better than magic. No one can stand above me in this field. Follow the flow of emotions. Ian freely showed off all his abilities, to the point that even though the mana pot had already cracked, he still kept pouring mana into it. The vase could not bear the pressure anymore and exploded. The wizard stood up in horror in a cloud of smoke. The smoke rose high and slowly dissipated in the surprised eyes of everyone. Meanwhile, Ian was still standing next to the glass ball and was holding his chest and panting. He gasped for breath because this small body had just poured out all its mana and could not withstand such great pressure from the vase. Even the tower owner was shocked and speechless. This was the first time in their lives that the high-ranking magicians of the Ivory Tower witnessed a child having such an abundant source of mana. Helen hesitated. How is that possible? She picked up the shard at her feet. The mana flask could hold the mana of a level 3 mage. Helen looked at Ian suspiciously and couldn't help but wonder. So that's the kid. Even higher than a level 3 mage. That afternoon, after Ian had completed his requests and left the Ivory Tower, the senior wizards immediately held an emergency meeting. A wizard angrily pounded the table and said, Ian Fa, the rumors about that boy are true. And he's also a level 4 mage, which means he's on par with all of us, except the Tower Master. The magician said angrily. His reaction when asked about Jonathan's death was clearly the reaction of someone who was lying. He asked angrily, what do you think this means? Before Ian Phage becomes a dangerous threat to us, we must chain him up. The same mage made the offer, entered and graduated from the academy, then served 5 years. Don't you think we should cancel those and tame him right away? After hearing the mage's opinion, the Tower Master thought for a moment and said, doing so would be a bit difficult, but he was right. Ian Phage spending time at the academy would only be a waste. Instead, he is a threat to the other students, which we high-ranking magicians already find annoying. How will newbies and young magicians feel? The Tower Master's opinion was nodded in agreement by the high-ranking magicians. The Tower Master continued to explain, whether Ian Phage killed a soldier or prevented death or not, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that although there is nothing wrong with the probe magic, we will never know whether his lies have any effect on us or not. The tower owner calmly offered a solution. Everyone probably knows that our highest priority is the value of this tower. The more powerful mages it has, the higher the tower's status. So why not accept Ian Phage as the 12th level mage, and then officially announce the birth of a level 4 mage? The Tower Master continued to voice his suggestions, but due to his talent and age, I thought it best to have a special high-ranking mage teach him. What do you think? The high-ranking magicians all nodded in agreement with the Tower Master. That's great, I agree, I hope so. The tower owner received high consensus from the magicians and immediately made an official decision. Well, the person in charge of education is Ian Fa. The tower owner was still pondering over choosing the right person, when suddenly a hand rose up and said, I will do it. The next morning, Ian was invited back to the Ivory Tower as a high-ranking magician. He looked up at the tower and thought to himself, he didn't expect to be recognized as a high-ranking magician so quickly. I had already guessed it, but it happened so fast. Seeing Ian standing blankly looking at the tower, the bespectacled female magician walked over to greet him. Sir Ian. Ian happily replied, oh, we meet again. The girl hesitantly said, well, I heard the news, that you are a level 4 magician. Ian looked shy and replied, yes, that's how it happened. The girl exclaimed in admiration, that's amazing, she's a high-class magician at the age of 12. That terrible rumor was true. Ian wondered, what kind of rumor was spreading? The girl happily said, well, you must have heard the news, but I have been assigned to be your support mage for 1 year, please help me. Ian gave a friendly smile and replied, you can talk freely, you are my senior. She was surprised, senior? After that, she immediately started to tell Ian, so, then because I am your predecessor, I will take you to visit the Ivory Tower. First of all, the girl took Ian to the academy and introduced him to the Ivory Tower Magic Academy. He would have been registered there today, but he would have received special training from high-ranking magicians. Ian thought to himself, do they call that special training? Just planning to turn myself into a loyal dog, as expected of Herbert. Suddenly Ian stopped and softly exclaimed "Ah!" looking at the group of children who were also being guided on the first day of school. Ian thought with some joy, his friends in the academy. He felt nostalgic, he had also stood there. And then the unpleasant memories that followed came rushing back to his mind. They were all assassinated by Coldwood snakes during the First Unification War, so I never thought I would see them again. Ian suddenly smiled. Maybe it will be difficult to become close friends, but I should come and say hello soon. After touring around the ivory tower, the female magician took Ian to his private room and happily said, "This is her private laboratory. I heard that you were going to use it, so I used the cleaning magic to clean it up." Ian was a little surprised and pushed the door open, looking at the familiar room. He silently exclaimed, This was also my room in my previous life." The female magician immediately introduced Ian to the room. When this tower was created 300 years ago, there were 24 high-ranking magicians, but now there are only less than half left, so there are many spare rooms. The tower owner wants you to use this room for personal purposes. After the girl introduced herself, she said goodbye, "So please wait here, I'll go call the magician in charge of you." The door closed. Now Ian was alone in this familiar room. He began to look around, familiar objects. Touching the antique table, he thought to himself, "It's been a while since I last entered this room." Ian thought to himself, "I got this room 7 years earlier than in my previous life, now I have the powers of a high-level mage, there is one thing I have to do. Create a new power in the ivory tower within 6 years. From now on," Ian secretly calculated. "Around the time Ragnar begins to act under the protection of the tower, I must create it before that. A force that can oppose Ragnar is protected by Herbert." It is difficult to say that power here is based on loyalty to the tower master, fear of overwhelming power and high rank. So if I reach the same level, no, higher than the tower master, then there will come a time when I will take full control of this tower. After thinking about his plans for the future, Ian sighed sadly, silently lamenting. "It's best to act like a polite child until then, even I can't pass level 5 with this small body." Ian was deep in thought when, with a bang, the door to the room was opened violently by someone. A seemingly arrogant voice rang out, "Hello." Ian turned to look in surprise, then his mood suddenly dropped. He thought sadly, "Ha, they just had to send her." Helen stood outside the door and said proudly, "Long time no see." She arrogantly looked at Ian and smirked, "The brat." Helen walked into the room and sarcastically said, "Hello, long time no see, you cheeky brat." Ian thought dejectedly, Helen, they should just send her here. Even though he knew Helen's personality and was not satisfied with her appearance, Ian still looked innocently surprised. You were the one who cleaned up the broken vase." With just one stupid childish comment, Ian made Helen feel bitter. She frowned and replied, "It seemed like he was more than rude." Helen walked over and said to Ian, "Okay, you must have heard the news. Proper manners, the history of the tower, the theory of magic, those were the things he would learn at the academy, but the tower master wanted to teach him in the tower." Helen contemptuously told Ian, "What did the tower master say that would make other children lose confidence if a monster like him studied with them?" Helen arrogantly pointed at the bookshelf and said, "But the problem is, she used magic to make the books fly to her." As she took the book, Helen shouted sarcastically, "What's the point of doing that?" As soon as she finished speaking, the pile of books fell to the ground. "Boring things like that aren't my forte," Helen told Ian, "and those old women are much better at teaching than I am." Helen suddenly approached Ian and asked, "Cecilia, you defeated her, right?" She confided, "I had high hopes for Cecilia, she is also quite good in the field of combat magic. If she had continued, she could have followed in my footsteps. Yet she's a spy." But he was able to defeat Cecilia. Helen appeared generous and said, "Well, since I have become your teacher, I will teach you something." She began to explain, "There are different types of magicians, magicians trained for combat, magicians trained to assist others, and magicians spend their lives studying alchemy." Helen said arrogantly, "The others were just scraps." She arrogantly asked Ian, "What kind of person do you think I am?" Ian sighed and replied, "First type." Helen confidently said, "Exactly, I bet no one can beat me in that field." Helen said complacently, I am different from magicians who only care about the elegance of a high-class magician. I will teach you my way, so follow me. As she spoke, she walked out. Helen added, of course you have no right to refuse. Afterwards, she took Ian to the training ground. Helen asked Ian, do you understand now what you have to do here? She raised her voice and challenged Ian, attack me, make me want to teach you. Ian thought to himself, she is no different from her previous life. He remembered his previous life, even then, she made him uncomfortable by challenging him. Ian looked at Helen angrily, like this time I won't let her start it, I'll cut that thought off. At this time, the wizards in the tower who were at the training ground also curiously surrounded Helen and Ian. What are they talking about? What's the challenge? This kid, I mean Ian, wouldn't it be a bit dangerous for him to fight her? Helen said arrogantly, it seems like there are enough viewers, can we start? She arrogantly told Ian, you go first, I'm a teacher so I'll wait for you. Meanwhile, Ian was already unbuttoning his shirt. He coolly put his cloak aside and asked Helen, are you sure? Helen smirked and said, who's worried about whom? Without hesitation, Ian raised his hand and prepared to use magic. He smiled confidently and said, then, I won't be polite. Ian began chanting, a blue light covering his entire body. Helen also started fixing the field using her fire and arrogantly asked, it seems you have seen a lot of things, are you planning to set up a barrier first? Helen smiled proudly and said, no matter what barrier it is, we can break it immediately. Helen had already planned to start the battle with a series of huge fireballs. Is he still bitter because of Ian's anger so he wants to take his life instead of trying to persuade him? Ian calmly looked at her and immediately used ice block magic. Immediately thick layers of ice began to cover his feet, then that layer of ice quickly spread to the whole body. In the blink of an eye, a solid block of ice surrounded Ian, and he stood motionless inside as if he were hibernating. Helen exclaimed in surprise, are you kidding me? She let her guard down and approached the ice block and said, the best thing you can think of is a block of ice, are you planning to sleep in there until you run out of mana? Hello, can you hear me? Ice block is the strongest defensive spell that protects the user. But when activating the ice block, the user will fall and sleep so they cannot use other spells. That's why Helen subjectively approached Ian like that. She leisurely stood there grumbling, oh God, I don't know what you're thinking, I was such a fool to hope that. Helen was grumbling when she suddenly stopped when she heard strange sounds echoing around. The other magicians were also confused and asked each other, what is that sound? Helen turned around in shock and looked at Ian, it couldn't be. That was impossible. Helen looked at the ice in shock. Helen stared at the ice block, it was still moving inside the ice block. At this moment, Ian suddenly opened his eyes and looked at her. The cold look in her eyes made Helen startled and step back. Unfortunately, she fell into Ian's trap. Helen deserved to find herself surrounded by a bunch of vines. She was shocked by Ian's sudden attack, damn it. Then there were continuous rumbles. Soil, sand, and dust also echoed throughout the training ground. The vines rushed forward one after another to attack Helen. She ran and dodged to lure the vines to gather in one place, while using fire to burn away the clinging vines. However, this move cannot destroy all the vines. She thought angrily, damn it, even if I try to burn them all, they still won't break. If this continues, I will be the one who falls into the dead end. She looked towards Ian and thought to herself. Before that happens, I have to get to the kid in the block of ice. Helen racked her brain, trying to find a way to get it out. But how? During this time she still had time to wonder, how could it be possible? Can you move while using magic inside the block of ice? While Helen was distracted, Ian took the opportunity to control the vine to suddenly rush from behind. She was horrified to realize that she had left too many openings and had no time to react. Then, the whole training ground heard Helen screaming, Kai, and she was wrapped tightly around her neck by the vines. Even if she tried to struggle, she couldn't escape. At this moment, Ian cancelled his defensive ice block and leisurely walked in front of Helen. Helen forced a bitter smile, I guess the rumor that you have the same talent as the first magician is true. In the situation of being completely tied up and unable to resist, Helen could only sadly admit. "Okay, I lost, so can you get these dirty vines off me, kid?" Ian smirked and replied, "No, not yet, ending this quickly would be very disappointing." Helen exclaimed in horror, "What?" She worriedly asked, "What else do you want?" "I told you I lost." Ian didn't answer but just raised his hand high in the style of a god of thunder. He began to perform some magic that caused his hand to flash with sparkling light. Just now the sky was still clear and cloudy, now a thunderstorm suddenly came from nowhere, the sky turned gray, lightning flashed in the distance. Helen panicked. Wait, kid, Ian," she screamed, "this is just a practice match." But Ian still ignored it and collected the thunder in his hand. Helen screamed in despair, "Ian, stop there, stop." Ian still looked like that arrogant girl. No matter how much he screamed, he still chanted incantations. "Full of thunder," Ian said coldly, pointing at Helen. A bright light immediately split apart and shot down. The beam thundered down from the sky following Ian's call. The magicians in the training ground were surprised and speechless. The vines had burned down. Did Helen go to hell so quickly? Luckily for her, Ian doesn't want to kill people indiscriminately. That beam only hit the ground, but it was enough to scare her to death. Helen gasped, ah. Thinking to herself, I'm alive. Even the sound of Ian's footsteps now was enough to make her startled. As soon as Ian squatted down in front of her, Helen shouted to chase away, avoid, stay away. Ian mocked her, "Lady Helen." He leaned closer and asked, "Can you still do it? Teach me something else." Helen shook her head frantically in fear. Seeing that, Ian smiled smugly. He stood up and casually said, "Then I'll go first for now." Ian turned around and left, leaving a trembling Helen sitting frozen in the middle of the training ground. He walked leisurely. Amidst everyone's surprised eyes, Ian just spoke softly, making the other magicians startled, apologizing for the request. "But please stay away, I'm quite tired." The magicians immediately stood aside to make way for him. One afternoon a few days later, everyone in the ivory tower learned about Helen's defeat. On the top floor hallway, tower owner Herbert was walking somewhere. He worriedly turned to ask his assistant how Helen was doing. The assistant bowed her head and replied, "She has a small pancreas and has been skipping meals for the past few days." But instead of caring about Helen's health, the tower owner silently cursed in his heart, not expecting that she would cause trouble with a 12-year-old child and ruin his elegance. What a fool! He thought angrily, when I tried to break Ian Phage's pride by letting her teach him, I never thought Helen would be defeated by the boy. Herbert calculated dangerously. From the beginning this was not a matter of whether we could control it or not, it was not a dog we could chain up and control, but a wild wolf. The old tower owner walked forward while thinking in his heart, we will probably need more time than expected to turn it into a useful tool that can be used. Moments later, the tower master reached his room at the highest point of the ivory tower. The doors slowly opened. Inside the room, there was a prince leisurely reading a book waiting. "You're here." Herbert respectfully bowed. "I'm sorry, it seems I'm late." "Your Highness, the one waiting for you is Ragnar, the fifth prince." Ragnar calmly closed the book and replied, "It's okay." He bluntly stated his request. "Before that, can you tell me the details?" Ragnar said with a cunning smile, "About that magician." Ian Pog. It's clear that Ragnar, just like in its previous life, is trying to find a way to access and take advantage of Ian's natural talent and control the situation in the fight for the throne. But in this life, it was already determined that Ian would never return to the same front line as him again. He was just hoping in vain. The scene changes to Ian's mansion on a beautiful day after he has embarrassed Helen in front of the other magicians. A boy is happily jumping around in the house. This must be Douglas. Douglas, dressed in a luxurious and cheerful uniform, said, "Your father is ready to go and let's go." Radio also dressed properly and smiled and told his son, "Let's go out." Before going out, Radio did not forget to give Ian a warning. "Ian, I'll bring Douglas to the academy." Uncle Douglas said cheerfully, "I'll be back, leader." Radio father and son. As soon as they left, the door closed, and the house suddenly became quiet. Ian glanced after the father and son towards the door, thinking, today is Douglas's first day of school. He was accepted into the Royal Academy of Apothecary in the top spot as soon as he applied. His talent was definitely outstanding. Ian relaxed and leaned back in his chair. He thought to himself, I have a good understanding of the Ivory Tower's one-on-one curriculum, so it will be relatively easy. Ian suddenly closed the book. He breathed a sigh of relief and then leisurely leaned back. That means, I will be free for a while. Seemingly unaccustomed to a free life, Ian stood up and walked towards the window. Since turning back time, I have been racing non-stop. Ian is thinking about the future again. Ragnar hasn't made any clear moves yet, but that doesn't mean we'll sit idle. He seriously looked at his reflection in the glass window. To regain full strength, my body must develop more. After many stressful days. Finally, there is a time of leisure. Ian was also a bit hesitant. Can I just rest like that? Suddenly, the sound of footsteps made Ian stop thinking vaguely. The maid brought in a letter and said respectfully, Sir Ian, a new invitation has arrived from the palace. Ian was surprised. Invitation card? He looked at the card and thought, there's no event, right? Ian was surprised when he saw the card's seal. Whose seal is this? Ian was both surprised and curious, raising his eyebrows. The Great Prince? That night, at the palace of the first prince, Ian appeared in a formal suit. Long thought to himself, did he really invite me to a place like this? There is an unwritten rule that states that witches who are not from aristocratic backgrounds cannot be invited to such parties. Ian stood there hesitantly for a moment, unable to help but wonder, what is this guy thinking? But I didn't expect that the party would be organized by the eldest prince himself. Ian remembered the prince he remembered from his previous life, who was very reserved when interacting with other nobles and had never held a social event with any nobles. That attitude of his cost him the opportunity to make his debut in the political world. As a result, the entire nobility turned their backs on him. Unlike the first prince, fifth Prince Ragnar was an outstanding social figure who had gone about forging trustworthy relationships with other nobles. As a result, he stole most of the first prince's political power. Thinking of this, Ian sighed again. He also had to endure that the first prince often ignored the emperor's advice because of his impulsive and lazy personality. He looked up at the brightly lit windows, thinking to himself, I wonder what makes him so proactive. But this is definitely beneficial for me. However, Ian was still somewhat worried and apprehensive, thinking, as for me, I've never been near places like this in my previous life, so I'll just sit quietly in a corner. Ian then went to the palace door and gave the card to the waiter. He bowed his head respectfully and said, Welcome Sir Ian Phage. The palace door opened. It seemed like the aura of a royal party was enough to make people outside feel dazzling. Stepping inside, the space is gorgeously decorated and brightly lit with candles. As soon as Ian walked in, the nobles in formal attire turned their eyes to him. They glanced at Ian as if he were a misfit in this prosperous place full of noble people. Ian shyly glanced around, thinking to himself, sure enough, standing is not comfortable. At that moment, the sound of the media rang out, helping Ian escape from the prying eyes. The Great Prince arrives. All the nobles bowed respectfully to the Great Prince. After the announcement, Hayden slowly walked out into the second-floor hallway. He looks much more noble, mature in this luxurious suit. Hayden stood on the second-floor railing and spoke to the nobles. I would like to thank the valuable guests who came to my party today. As you know, I will be hosting the banquet tonight for His Majesty the Emperor. Hayden slowly said, normally, we have to start the party with a speech, but today, I want to introduce someone to you. Hayden immediately turned to look at Ian, smiling with meaningful eyes. Ian raised his eyebrows and sat awkwardly, thinking of something. What is he planning? Hayden suddenly reached out to Ian and said, tonight's special guest, the youngest level 4 mage in the history of the Ivory Tower. My precious guest from Mogrian, Ian Phage. Hayden's unexpected introduction surprised Ian, stopping him on the spot. After a brief introduction from the first prince, the party continued as usual. Hayden happily ran down, opened his arms to welcome Ian. Welcome Ian. Hayden eagerly said, you probably guessed that I organized this party to introduce you. Ian reluctantly replied, thank you. Hayden still said quietly, you're welcome. Ian frowned and cursed silently. Damn, this was a plot to show the nobles that he was on the side of the great prince. Ian also quickly guessed, the plan was definitely set by the emperor, not the prince. Hayden was still innocently chatting with Ian. We heard about your performance in the ivory tower. He gloated and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, you were classified as a high-class magician as soon as you got there. I can imagine what those arrogant old men's faces were like. Hayden happily told Ian, when I first met you in Mogrian, I wondered why I had to go all the way there for a stunted brat. Ian felt a bit annoyed, remembering at that time, I wasn't very skinny, but he said I was stunted. Hayden excitedly continued, but I didn't expect you to be so wonderful. Hayden seemed sincere and said, although I organized this party for my father, I really think meeting you there was a great choice. Hayden's friendly and radiant smile was completely different from Ragnar's appearance when talking to Ian in his previous life. Hayden suddenly turned to the side and said to Ian, and I also want to introduce you to someone. Hayden pointed at a person coming down from the second floor, this way. As soon as Ian saw that person, his eyes widened in surprise. Hayden introduced Ian, this is my sister, Harry. Harry smiled gently and said to Ian, nice to meet you, Ian, I'm Harry Green River. Beautiful princess in a royal dress, seemed to radiate a brilliant aura. Making Ian a bit overwhelmed, she even briefly mentioned her admiration for Ian. Your name has became quite famous, including in the palace, so even I had heard of Sir Ian. Ian shyly replied, I'd be honored. Harry said cheerfully, unfortunately I can only come to say hello today, but please accept my invitation to have lunch with me, so you can tell me about your achievements in Mogrian. Ian replied shyly, I can only tell you stories about magic and monsters, so I'm afraid you'll get bored. Hearing that, Harry became even more excited. It's okay, I'm not only interested in magic, but also interested in how this world works. So I really want to talk to you. Ian looked at her gentle and lovely face. He probably couldn't bear to refuse the princess. Harry quickly said, I will contact you soon by mail. I hope you will enjoy today's party too. Ian immediately nodded. Thank you for your kindness, princess. Hayden then took Harry to greet and talk with the other nobles. Ian stood there quietly, looking at the princess and seemingly contemplating something. He looked at the princess, smiling happily and being friendly with everyone. Deep in my heart, Princess Harry looks completely different from what I saw in the palace in my previous life. Looking at Hayden, Ian also felt relieved. The first prince seemed nervous, but he did a pretty good job of hosting the party. Don't want to be bothered by nobles. Ian quietly walked towards the balcony door. He thought to himself, then I should leave, before things get complicated. As soon as he opened the balcony door, Ian was a bit surprised to see that there was already someone there. He was curious and went to take a look. Ian asked in surprise, Mr. Oliver. Oliver also replied in surprise, Mr. Ian. Just saw Oliver. Ian immediately praised, Mr. Oliver looks great in this formal outfit. Oliver blushed shyly and replied, this is an order from your highness. He turned to look at Ian. Ian also looked at Oliver. Both of them didn't know what to say anymore. Suddenly the atmosphere became unusually shy. Ian turned away confused, thinking to himself, maybe I shouldn't step out on the balcony. Oliver took a long time to say, I've heard the rumors. Ian asked curiously, rumors? Oliver did not hesitate to ask directly, Helen is the senior magician of the Ivory Tower. I heard you defeated that woman. Ian suddenly remembered that the prince had said the same thing earlier. I heard about your performance in the Ivory Tower. Ian forced a smile and replied, is such a rumor spreading outside? I thought most of what happened in the Ivory Tower was kept secret. Oliver was a bit bitter and said, without that much information, what else can a knight do in this era? Hearing that, Ian also fell into deep thought. In this era, currently the Green River's empire has several mages at the pinnacle of the energy spectrum, while knights, who were considerably weaker, were seen as nothing more than decoration or embellishment. Oliver continued, I'm surprised, not only are you the youngest level 4 mage, but you also defeated Helen, the so-called Fire Lady. Oliver added, sometimes, I wonder if you're really as young as you look. When Ian was told that, he was startled. He quickly smiled and replied, you rate me too highly. Oliver suddenly turned to face Ian and said seriously, now no one can doubt that you have the great prince's trust anymore. The prince often avoids communicating with other nobles, but personally organized this party just for you. But because of that, there is something I need to verify. Oliver knelt down in front of Ian, looking respectful and expectant, asking, "Whose side will you be on?" He honestly said, "To me, it doesn't matter who you are. Or whether you are still young and can reach that level. What worries me is that the magicians of the Ivory Tower openly aid the fifth prince. So now I ask you, will you side with the Ivory Tower?" Ian replied apprehensively, "That's a meaningless question. Who could give a decent answer in a situation like this?" Oliver still tries to find the answer. "As a knight serving the prince, I must hear the answer from you." He suddenly glared at Ian. "Are you a friend or an enemy?" Ian thought to himself, it was indeed Oliver Raywood, the loyal knight who stood side by side with the great prince until the very end. Then he hesitantly said, "I'm not sure yet." Ian thought he might be able to give Mr. Oliver a hint. Then he slowly told him, however. Ian affirmed that I will definitely never side with the fifth prince. When Oliver received this answer, he was even more surprised than the situation. If Ian refuses to serve the first prince? He nervously looked around, afraid someone might hear. Ian assured Oliver, "I used magic so only you can hear, so don't worry." Ian smiled and asked, "Is that an answer yet?" Oliver happily replied, "For now, that's the perfect answer." Ian didn't hesitate to continue, "Can I make a request?" Ian wondered, what kind of request is a date? Oliver then said, "Until you give me a definite answer to my question, please be my sparring opponent." "I need strength." Ian asked in surprise, "Sparring partner? Do you want me to teach you how to fight against magicians? Is that sword likely to eventually point towards me?" Oliver replied honestly, "I can't completely deny that possibility." Ian chuckled teasingly, "Mr. Oliver looks a little thick, doesn't he?" Then he frankly replied, "Obviously I will refuse this request, then I won't get anything." Oliver immediately put his hand behind his neck and struggled to undo the clasp of the necklace. He carefully lifted the necklace with both hands, holding it out towards Ian. "This necklace. The queen herself gave it to me, on the day I was appointed as the first prince's bodyguard. It is an enchanted necklace that purifies the mind." Ian looked closely at the necklace and was startled when he heard Oliver's introduction. He thought to himself, "That's one of the royal treasures that I couldn't find any information about in my previous life, other than the fact that the last person to own it was the queen." Oliver volunteered to exchange with Ian, "I will pay for this necklace. I believe it will be more useful to you, a magician, than a knight like me." Hans said shyly, "Isn't this something personally given to you by the queen?" Oliver replied without hesitation, "He gave it to me to better serve my master. My request is to fulfill that request. I'm sure he will understand." Ian thought for a moment and then said to Oliver, "If you're willing to go that far, then I accept. I'll take this necklace." Seeing that Ian agreed to help him, Oliver was immediately happy. Suddenly, right outside the palace garden, there was a shocking explosion. Ian and Oliver were both startled and looked towards the explosion that had just occurred. Suddenly, another explosion occurred on the side of the palace. Oliver was panicked because the place that had just exploded was an area very close to this place. He nervously stood up. "Your Highness, let's both rush from the balcony." Oliver searched eagerly. "Where are you?" "His Highness Hayden immediately shouted. "Captain, over here." Hayden was standing in front protecting his sister. Looking around in confusion after something like that happened in the palace. Oliver and Ian rushed over to ask the prince and princess if they were okay. "Please answer, we're fine." Paul had also arrived at this time. "Your Highness, are you okay?" Paul asked Oliver worriedly. "Captain, are you injured?" Oliver immediately said, "I'm completely fine." "What's the situation outside?" "Quickly report, a series of unknown explosions are happening inside the palace. We have activated the emergency communication sphere and are mobilizing all forces to find the source of the explosion." Ian thought, an emergency communication orb. The palace's emergency communication sphere, a network connected to the Knight Command, military barracks, and even the Ivory Tower. It allowed the concentration of all possible mobilized forces to the palace. Ian implicitly guessed that the emergency communication sphere was activated, meaning that all soldiers and magicians would gather at the palace. What if this explosion was aimed at that? Ian was startled when he realized something. Probably. There's not much time left to stand here. Ian immediately set up a mana barrier. Harry looked at him in surprise, not understanding Ian. What are you going to do? Ian turned around and spoke privately to Harry. Princess, do you know how to channel mana into the barrier? Harry was startled and asked again, what? Ian pressed, it's an emergency so I need an answer. Harry whispered confusedly, I learned but. Ian immediately said, then can you maintain it? After handing over the mana barrier to Princess, Ian hastily left. He went to the palace maids and said, I have something to ask. Has a maid named Isabel ever been here? The maid, still frightened by the explosion, tried to think carefully before answering Ian. What, huh? She was assigned to a separate palace, but she said she wanted to come see the party. Ian thought, sure enough. Their real target is Cecilia's car. By concentrating forces on the palace through explosion, they will infiltrate the ivory tower when surveillance is neglected. Ian was worried, thinking, it doesn't matter what happens to Cecilia, but I have to make sure the information she has about me doesn't pass on to the Coldwalker family. Meanwhile, at the lowest level of the ivory tower prison system, a mysterious person could have easily sneaked in here because a large number of prison guard mages had been dispatched to the palace. The person approached Cecilia's car cell and said, long time no see, S.E. Cecilia. I'm surprised you're still alive. Cecilia looked at him suspiciously. Who is that? The other guy immediately took off his hood and replied, it's me, Daniel. He mocked Cecilia, I was very disappointed in her, I thought she was a good spy. Cecilia met her accomplices and immediately shouted, Daniel, get me out of here. He leisurely said, of course, but I have something to check. Cecilia quickly said, I haven't said anything, that brat Ian Fage knew everything from the beginning, from the existence of the Coldwalker family and the people in it. Daniel looked at Cecilia's car suspiciously, is it true? Cecilia touched the back of her head and said bitterly, it also knows about mana sealing that neither you nor I know. Daniel said again, Cecilia is something most Coldwalkers don't know. Your superiors only told us after you were arrested. He coldly asked, Cecilia, do you have anything else to say? Cecilia replied, that's all, we don't have time to spare. Time right? Let's go out together. Daniel sighed, is that so? Then, he actually opened Cecilia's cell door. When she saw that, she looked cheerful, and hurriedly walked out, without any precautions. Suddenly Daniel coldly called her back, Cecilia. Cecilia frowned and asked, what's going on? But before she could hear the answer, she felt a sharp, cold blade pressed against her neck. A stream of hot blood. Extrusion. Cecilia's eyes were still wide open in shock and resentment. Daniel coldly slit her throat. Cecilia collapsed immediately. He calmly said, when you were imprisoned in the ivory tower, we debated for a long time about what to do. You're a pretty rare level 3 mage, so we considered saving you. And this is the conclusion we came to. Daniel calmly spoke to Cecilia's body lying in a pool of blood. He smiled cunningly and said, then be strong, I mean goodbye. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind, you too. Daniel immediately turned around in fright. He immediately waved his hand and threw the dagger towards him, saying. The knife came flying. Plugged into the wall. Fortunately, the sharp blade only grazed Ian's face, causing Daniel to scream in panic, who are you? Ian glanced down at the ground next to Daniel's feet. He said calmly, so you've eliminated Cecilia, huh? That's good, then I have one less thing to worry about, thanks to you. Suddenly, at Daniel's feet, large blocks of ice emerged, holding his feet tightly. Ian said sharply, what a pity I met you today. He looked at him with cold eyes and swore he would kill you with his own hands. Daniel felt scared and said, wait, wouldn't it be better for you to let me live? While he was still trying to find a way to escape, the ice had already spread to his stomach. Calmly continued, I can finally repay the suffering of my comrades. Daniel panicked and replied, what are you talking about? I have never killed a friend, you resentfully said, of course not, there are 10 more days before that happens. Now that the cold and icy air had touched his face, Ian said coldly, "I promised myself that when I came back, I will put everything back in its original position," he said as he touched Daniel, who was completely frozen in ice. Immediately all the ice was crushed and collapsed at his feet. Ian coldly looked at another enemy he had just personally destroyed. Ian approached his body, which was lying sprawled on the ground. He put his hand on his neck, revealing the mana seal, and thought to himself, "I've confirmed the mana seal on his neck, that's enough." At that moment, outside the prison floor, loud footsteps were heard approaching. Is one of the high-level magicians who is leading a few assistants to check on the situation of the prison room. Upon seeing the chaotic scene with two corpses, the high-ranking magician asked Ian Phage in surprise, "What the hell happened?" Ian glanced at the back of Daniel's head, indicating to the high-ranking magician that he had just killed an insider. That night temporarily passed peacefully like that, but the next morning, the ivory tower suffered the Emperor's wrath. He angrily questioned the tower owner, "There are two people missing inside the palace." The king angrily shouted, from a maid to the royal scribe, "What is the ivory tower doing while criminals are raging in the palace?" "Tower master, answer." The king became more and more angry, making the nobles attending the meeting afraid. He repeatedly questioned, "Didn't you promise to remove all the roots of ulcers in the kingdom? That's why you asked to give all the authority to hunt down spies to the ivory tower. Don't let the ivory tower have a chance to overturn the deal," the king immediately ordered. "I can no longer trust the ivory tower, so I will withdraw all relevant authority of the ivory tower." Herbert can only listening silently to the king's instructions. From now on, the tower master must communicate any information obtained from the search so far to the knights and soldiers. Do you understand? The tower master hastily replied, "I will obey you, King." The king angrily waved his hand and said, "You can go, from now on there will be a lot of things to do." The tower master bowed his head in respect and then quietly retreated back. He must be very bitter in his heart, but there is nothing he can do. After finishing dealing with the matter of the ivory tower, the king's secretary immediately ordered magician Ian Phage, "Go forward and pay respects to his majesty." Ian slowly walked up the red carpet to the king. The king looked at him and said, "So we meet again. Special guest from the north. Ian Phage." The king immediately praised, "Thanks to your ingenuity, this time we were able to protect the empire. Without you, we would have been helpless to lose a large amount of important information to unknown enemies. That will turn the empire and the royal family into a laughingstock for the whole world." The king said solemnly, "Therefore, I will never forget your achievements in this incident." He had someone bring a suitcase in front of Ian and said, "That's why I want to personally show my appreciation. And the reward I want to give you is this." Inside the suitcase was a dark blue cloak like the color of the sea. The king gently introduced to Ian, "This cloak is the only item left by Mixel Green Reverse, my ancestor, and the only magician of the royal family. Due to that person's will, I cannot give it to anyone other than a member of the royal family, so I would like to say that I will only lend it to you. And I will lend it to you until your last breath, or until you don't want to keep it anymore." Ian immediately remembered the information he had learned about this cloak. Mixel Green River, the first and last mage of the Green River Empire royal family. He is a hero who saved the empire and rose to the position of Tower Master using his magical powers. His cloak was an item that was difficult to see, even in his previous life. The king saw that Ian was still stunned and had not thanked him, so he said, "Since this is just a cloak, I don't think you need to change. Do you want to try it on now?" Ian did not hesitate to immediately put on his cloak. But his small body doesn't seem to fit this baggy coat very well. Seeing that, the king laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, a bit too big for you, isn't it? I don't know when it will start." Ian remembered that this was an enchanted cloak, so he came up with an interesting idea and said to the king, "Then I will make it fit me right away." As soon as Ian finished speaking, the cloak emitted a soft light, then slowly shrank. Just a moment later it fit perfectly to his body. Everyone who witnessed it was amazed. "Wow! How could he do that?" The king was pleased to see Ian praising you. "It suits you very well. The blue color also matches your eye color." Ian smiled and bowed his head to receive the king's praise. Then he immediately knelt down and respectfully said, "Thank you for your grace. After receiving the reward, he left the main hall and prepared to leave. By chance, he met Princess Harry. She took the initiative to approach Ian and apologize. "Mr. Ian." Ian respectfully bowed his head. "Your Highness the Princess." The princess shyly replied, "Please don't be too polite with me." The confused princess faltered and wanted to say something. Sir Ian." She awkwardly said that actually I have something to tell you, about what happened before. Ian immediately bowed his head. "I was too busy and extremely rude to you." "Your Highness, I hope you will forgive me," Harry said frantically. Yeah, that's not it." Ian looked up and smiled, raising his hand to signal to the princess. "Also, what you're worried about won't happen, so please rest assured." Harry heard Ian say that and smiled in response. The thing she was worried about was probably the secret she secretly learned magic outside of the ivory tower. Suddenly, someone approached the two of them. A familiar voice rang out, making Ian stunned. "Nah, what a wonderful achievement indeed. Sir Ian, is Ragnar on the move?" Looking for an excuse to talk to Ian. Known as a diplomatic warrior, Ragnar did not hesitate to say flattering words. "Thanks to you, the safety of both the Empire and the royal family has been preserved." Ragnar put on a fake smile, and as His Majesty told him, "Your achievement in this incident is very great." While Ian was still stunned and did not respond, Ragnar continued to speak. "Forgive me for introducing myself late. Perhaps you already know who I am, but I would like to formally introduce myself. My name is Ragnar Green River, the fifth son of His Majesty the Emperor." Now Ian is no longer calm enough to respond to Ragnar, because his mind is flashing through the horrifying memories of that night, along with the harsh words that Ragnar said. "My old friend, please, never forgive me, now. Your eternal enemy is standing right in front of you." He smiled a fake smile, just like the first day he met him in his previous life, that disgusting smile full of intrigue. Ian remained stiff, looking out. He still wasn't mentally prepared to meet him so early. Ragnar still smiled fakely and said to Ian, "Even though I'm late, I want to congratulate you for getting the position of senior magician in the ivory tower." Ragnar continued to monologue, "I want to show my appreciation to you, for protecting the Empire's security from spies in Mogrian territory." As for Ian, he is still in shock, thinking it is too early to meet him. Ragnar moved closer, raised his hand and said, "Today I also want to invite you to lunch, to show my gratitude." Ian saw Ragnar approaching and was startled. Ragnar seemed considerate and smiled and asked, "Are you free to accept my invitation?" Ian clenched his fists, trying to control the anger in his heart, hesitating and speechless. I'm sorry, Ragnar, but I have business today." Harry rushed out to block Ragnar's face. Ragnar, still laughing, said, "Is that so? Then tomorrow." But Ian bowed respectfully, cutting him off. "I'm terribly sorry, but I'm afraid it won't work, Your Highness." Thanks to Harry's unexpected intervention, Ian regained his composure to deal with Ragnar. Ragnar remained silent, glancing at Harry, perhaps he also implicitly understood. Harry doesn't want him to get close to Ian. Ragnar guessed that Ian was also afraid to contact him because the princess was still here. He then told Ian, I understand, Ragnar." Ragnar bowed respectfully to Ian. "It's a pity, but I'll look forward to next time. It was a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Ian. Goodbye then." Seeing him leave, Ian's heart was still pounding. He just wished he couldn't crush that fake face of his right now. Both Ian and Harry looked uncomfortably at Ragnar's back, leisurely walking away. It wasn't until Ragnar was out of sight that Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Princess Lean hesitated and turned around to say, "Yes, Mr. Ian." Harry stammered, I said it without thinking carefully, I'm sorry." Ian smiled and replied, "It's okay." At that time, if Harry hadn't stood up to stop him, Ian would probably have lost control and attacked him. Before leaving the palace, Ian still looked back in the direction Ragnar had just left. He thought to himself, Ragnar, I met him 2 years earlier, and now, he is just a prince who has to hide his true plot. Ian swears to himself, I will stop you at all costs, Ragnar. Before you have a chance to expand your power, so that you cannot advance even a single step, until you despair and have a tragic end, I will be your opponent in this life. Time flies, a beautiful day 5 years later, at the royal palace. In the royal library, the bright morning sunlight shined everywhere. Hayden looks a bit more mature, but his lazy personality hasn't changed. He sat reading a book, but kept complaining. I don't understand what it's saying. Holding the book, turning it sideways and vertically, Hayden said in boredom, can't they write so that everyone can understand? Who writes a book in such a complicated way? Like that. Seeing that the first prince criticized the book in many ways, his teacher spoke up and advised, Your Highness, that book was written by the first Green River King, telling in detail how to become a human being. Good at ruling, explaining the methods and methods of ruling, as the great prince inheriting the throne, you should learn these things every day. Hayden was depressed, looked at the 2 piles of books on the table, and silently lamented, is this all? After that, the 2 piles of books continued to grow, along with the professor's teachings. Moreover, he also had to study history, philosophy, economics, politics, and etiquette. When the stack of books was as high as Hayden's head, the professor stopped and calmly said, Here are all the books you need to read. Seeing the overwhelming amount of books, Hayden whined and said, I don't care anymore. He crowed and cried, Today is not according to feng shui. Professor Hayden's laziness makes him cry. Your Highness, if you don't read it now, your father will scold me. Hayden ignored the professor and turned to ask Paul, the vice captain, today is the last day of the captain's practice match with Mr. Ian, right? It seemed like he had already guessed what Hayden was planning to do. Paul hesitantly replied, yes. Hayden said happily, they're probably fighting. Then he innocently stood up and said to Paul, Come on, I haven't seen them practice for a long time. Both the professor and Paul were helpless against this playful, lazy prince. Meanwhile, at the main training ground of the Royal Knights 2 Command, smoke and dust were flying due to the intense practice match between Ian and Oliver. Oliver was breathing deeply and trying to concentrate. Eyes closed, both hands holding the sword tightly, he regulated his breathing evenly. And told myself, until the very end. I swear. Suddenly, Oliver suddenly opened his eyes, he felt another attack from Ian. Dozens of icebergs are rushing down from above. Oliver screamed in panic and ran quickly from that location. He tried to run in a zigzag path to avoid it, but the icy arrows still followed every step. Suddenly Oliver folded again, his feet dragging on the ground. It turned out that he had keenly detected Ian's other attack, so he quickly turned back, just in time as the hard and sharp earth stakes were stabbing straight up. Oliver rushed straight towards Ian, who was standing in the distance, but his steps were constantly blocked by earth stakes. Oliver immediately jumped up from the ground. He quickly jumped in the air, using the sturdy earth stakes as a springboard to launch forward. When he was almost out of the area surrounded by those earth stakes, Oliver slashed his sword hard. He used his blade to slash a pile of earth, clearing the way to jump into the distance ahead. Oliver looked up warily, thinking to himself. Next is. Just as Oliver predicted, a giant fireball was coming towards him. Comparing in size, this fireball is dozens of times larger than Oliver's muscular body. How will he avoid it? Oliver was a bit shocked by the size of the fireball, but he still did not flinch. Oliver raised his sword over his shoulder and shouted in spirit, Flower. Then he swung his sword and slashed with such force that it could cut the fireball in half. Gradually dispelling the burning heat of the fireball, Oliver thought to himself, I can reach him. Limit. Of a magician. Located Ian behind the flickering firelight. Oliver immediately jumped up. Passing the fireball's influence, he rushed towards Ian. Oliver showed no mercy and stabbed Ian straight in the heart. The tip of the sword had sunk 20 centimeters deep, but Ian still stood still and did not react. Only then did Oliver realize that something was wrong. There was no way Ian could stand still and let him stab him without dodging like that. Suddenly, a hand touched Oliver's back. Good job. Ian suddenly appeared behind Oliver. He was now a teenager and looked almost as tall as Oliver. Oliver immediately straightened his shoulders. Clearly he was very disappointed. Oliver turned back to look at Ian and said sadly, So, I can't even scratch you, Ian. Ian smiled gently at Oliver while taking back the magic he used to distract Oliver earlier. He teased Oliver, talking about scratches while he aimed for his heart. If I got hurt, I would definitely die. At the end of the match, the two shook hands. Oliver also happily returned and said, "Thank you for helping me over the past few years." Ian shyly replied, "It was just a waste of the wire." Oliver bowed his head and expressed, "I have received help far beyond its value." Ian smiled, "Wow, you really have improved significantly compared to 5 years ago. You cut the fire in half with an iron sword." Oliver shyly said, "Ian, can I ask you something?" Ian replied liberally, "Of course." Oliver asked directly, "How strong are you now?" Ian said shyly, "It's not as strong as you think." Ian thought, even though in my previous life I only reached level 5 when I was 26 or so, now I'm relatively fast, but I was hoping that I would at least be level 6. But I can't increase the growth of my body and heart mana, so level 5 is my limit. Ian clenched his hands and silently prayed. He hoped his body would develop completely as soon as possible. Suddenly, the eldest prince's excited voice rang out, "Wow, he is truly the greatest magician in the Empire." Ian and Oliver were both surprised. "His Highness," Hayden happily said, "I heard today is the last practice match for the two of you." He excitedly invited, "Okay, let's go have breakfast together. To increase the strength of my right and left arms, I will give you the most wonderful meal." Ian replied shyly, "I'm sorry, but today is the day my studies at the Ivory Tower are completed, and my duties as a mage have become stronger, so I must go see the Tower Master immediately." Hayden was a little disappointed and said, "Ah, I see, then it can't be helped." Then he was happy again. "Okay, let's go, let's eat together next time." Ian bowed respectfully, "I will arrange a time as soon as possible. So, please excuse me." Ian suddenly jumped into the air. He floated as if a pair of wings lifted him up. Ian smiled at Hayden, "I'll be back." Then, he disappeared from there in the blink of an eye. Hayden and two bodyguards looked up at the sky for a long time. Hayden smiled and exclaimed, "The shirt my father gave him had a flight spell. I don't know what else it is, but I feel so jealous." Hayden suddenly turned around and called Oliver. "Captain," Oliver immediately replied respectfully, not afraid to give orders. Hayden asked, "I see you're evenly matched with Ian, what do you think, can you fight a magician now?" Oliver replied honestly, "My answer has two parts. First, I cannot scratch Ian, the gap between us will continue to grow. However, with the other magicians," Hayden looked at Oliver and smiled with satisfaction. Oliver also smiled confidently and satisfied with himself. He affirmed that if he was certain, I could deal with it. Meanwhile, in the Ivory Tower, the door to the Tower Master's room slowly opened. As soon as Ian walked in, he excitedly told him, "Oh, you're here." The tower owner smiled and said, "It feels so strange, it seems like just yesterday I heard news about a special boy in the north. Yet that boy has become a man." The Tower Master joked with Ian, "Maybe that means I'm getting old." Ian politely replied, "You will be fine for at least a few more centuries." The tower owner read the records of Ian's learning process. "Wonderful, I have nothing to say but praise. You are truly a great blessing to the Empire and the Ivory Tower, I'm sure all the young magicians want to meet you." The Tower Master teased Ian, "Isn't he the role model for every magician to follow?" Ian humbly replied, "You think too highly of me." The tower owner immediately said, "Well, we'll soon know whether we've said too much or not. As you know, today is the last day. If you were a normal student of the academy, you would be sent to the surrounding areas, but you are a special case." The tower owner laughed and joked. "The last day he only spent chatting with this old man, did you feel depressed because of that?" Ian politely replied, "Not at all, it would be my pleasure." He told Ian, "Thank you," even though those were probably empty words. Then, the Tower Master took out a card and gave it to Ian, congratulating him on becoming an official magician. "This is a symbol of your status, it will help you mobilize the soldiers and people of the Empire as you wish, you will have many opportunities to use it." As soon as the Tower Master finished speaking, Ian asked, "Are there many places that require high-level magicians?" The Tower Master crossed his arms and shook his head. It wasn't just a matter of requirements, there were currently very few high-level mages. Since Helen's gone missing, what else do you expect? I don't want to add to your burden, but your help is really needed. Ian said a little worriedly, so there are many things waiting for me. The tower owner immediately told Ian that you are the strongest and most important force of the ivory tower, so you will soon be bound with many responsibilities. But since this is the first time, I'll let you choose. The tower owner posted a series of requests from the sending locations and let Ian freely choose the location. Ian raised his head and attentively read each note. Rothme, the city with the largest seaport in the empire. Benson, the empire's largest iron-producing city. Ian looked at the third one, thinking to himself, and there it was. Freeze. The land in the northeast, the place I was assigned in my previous life. Ian silently recalled that the previous magician had died in an accident, so I was sent to replace him. After that, Ian immediately told the tower master that I had a crush on Freeze. The tower owner nodded, that's where help is most needed. He explained the situation to Ian. We had dispatched 2 level 3 mages and a few soldiers from the army, but it was still not enough. The monsters from the Great Plains seemed to be causing trouble. The tower owner gave Ian a copy of the papers and said, the details are written in here, read it. Do you think you can answer them today? If you refuse, we'll have to find you. Ian replied without hesitation, no, I'll be there. To Freeze. That afternoon, Ian returned home and announced his upcoming trip to Freeze. Upon hearing this, Douglas was surprised and exclaimed, are you going to Freeze on your first trip? Douglas said briskly. That place is famous for being full of monsters, but Douglas has that small mouth. Was immediately stopped by Ian's sharp eyes and the knife in his hand. Seeing that Douglas was quiet, Ian slowly put down the knife. He just didn't want his mother to hear and worry him more. Sure enough, she immediately asked worriedly, Ian, isn't that a dangerous place? Ian quickly reassured his mother, no, it's not that dangerous, it's only temporary, so I'll come back after a few months. Vanessa said sadly, I understand, you just said you would leave next week, right? This large mansion will be very empty. Ian tried to comfort his mother. He would finish the work as soon as possible and return. Dear mother, Douglas excitedly said to Ian, leader, can you check the medicine I made in the lab before you go? I created some pretty good things, so they can help you on your quest. The radio suddenly said, Douglas, you're an adult, shouldn't you change the way you call Ian? Douglas looked at his father in bewilderment. What was wrong with calling him leader? Douglas reluctantly looked at Ian and thought, that's it. Ian raised the glass of water to his mouth, slowly sipping his lips while waiting to see what other strange ideas Douglas would come up with. Douglas suddenly exclaimed, what about brother? As soon as Ian heard it, he was so surprised that he spat water out. After listening to the radio, I was surprised and froze. Both Ian and Vanessa were also surprised and stunned. Seeing that no one objected, Douglas smiled complacently. Then he smiled brightly and called out, Big brother Ian. Ian thought in horror, are you really the Douglas I knew in my previous life? Ian's mother also excitedly said, it's great that he has another cute younger brother. You have another son, Ian silently groaned, Mom. Mr. Radio is even more overreacting, you phage, what do you mean? Ian frowned and looked at him, thinking, why should he blush? Radio shyly told Douglas, you must call him Mr. Ian. Douglas immediately countered, oh, we are family now. You sound so distant, Radio scolded Douglas, where did you get help and you're still so picky? Douglas pouted and replied, what do you mean, my genius is very beneficial to the family. Radio was so unreasonable that he said, genius, whatever. Douglas proudly said, you are a genius. Mrs. Vanessa saw the father and son arguing with each other and giggled. Ian quietly looked at his mother who seemed very happy with her current life. He suddenly smiled along with her. Living in this warm space full of laughter, Ian thought to himself that this was not bad. Later, Ian seriously asked Douglas, you can't call me brother. Douglas was sad but could not oppose Ian. He sadly accepted. The morning of a week later, seeing Ian preparing to get on the carriage, Radio immediately ran to ask, are you ready? Radio was interested in asking about Ian's schedule. Were you planning to go straight to Firik? Ian immediately explained, first I had to say goodbye to the owner of the ivory tower, then make plans to go there. Ian did not forget to remind Redio, the mana trap I placed in the mansion. Redio immediately smiled and replied, "Ha ha ha, you explained it yesterday." He assured Ian, "Don't worry, I will use my life to protect Miss Fagg." Ian still nervously said, "I hope you don't have to use it." At that moment, Douglas happily ran up to call, "Brother." Ian immediately looked like he wanted to eat his life, causing Douglas to quickly correct his words, "I mean, leader." Douglas gave Ian a small potion and said, "Please accept this. Selling the medicine my father created, I tried making it myself." Douglas said while glancing at Redio, "Probably. The teacher is not safe," so he leaned close to Ian's ear and whispered, "Probably better than Dad's." Ian smiled and said, "Yes, thank you." Even though he had whispered very quietly, Douglas's words from earlier were still heard by Redio. He patted the cunning boy's head and said, "It won't be long, kid." Ian looked at the potion that Douglas gave him and thought that Douglas still had 3 years before graduating from the Royal Pharmacy. But he was promised a position as a royal alchemist thanks to his ability. It would definitely work out well. Douglas innocently asked Ian, the leader, would he fly to Feerick in a cloak. Ian immediately said, "No, I will take a carriage outside the capital, I don't want to attract too much attention." Mrs. Vanessa then frantically ran to call Ian. She gave Ian a large package and told him, "Eat this on the way, I packed a lot. The first box is the food the child needs for today, the other boxes have dried beef and dried fruit to eat later." Vanessa looked at Ian affectionately. "Mom also baked the red bean cake you like." Ian immediately replied, "Thank you Mom, I will eat a lot." Vanessa hugged her son and told her to be careful, don't get hurt, don't skip meals. At first, Ian was a bit surprised. But then he quickly enjoyed the happiness of receiving such attention from his mother. On his first business trip home, a feeling that he did not have in his previous life, Ian gently patted his mother and gently replied, "Yes." Ian happily told his mother, "I'll be back soon, so don't worry too much. So here I go." After Ian said goodbye to everyone, the carriage quickly departed. The whole family was still watching as the car carrying Ian left. They were all scared and didn't want to go back into the house. Ian sitting in the car was also restless and worried, thinking about his family in his absence. He told himself, I have to believe that my mother will still be safe even if I'm not there. A palace-protected mansion, low crime rate in the city, and the secret that only mother has. Radio and Douglas can activate, trapping mana. With that, I can eliminate most of the dangers. Ian clenched his fists, trying to calm himself down and put his trust in his careful preparations. Calming down, Ian looked toward the distant northeast and thought to himself, Feerick territory. It's been 25 years. The horse carriage kept running along with Ian's endless thoughts about that distant land. Meanwhile, in Feerick, the situation is extremely chaotic. Groups of goblins rushed in one after another to attack the barracks guarding the border. The army commander ordered them to behead them 100 times and then bring them back here to me. He tried to increase the morale of the entire army. Until then, don't give up. Unexpectedly, there is urgent news sent, sir. The commander eagerly asked, what's going on? The soldier hurriedly ran to report, the supply force was behind. Our rear supply force has been attacked by demons climbing over the mountain. The commander bluntly said, what? He worriedly thought, damn it, how could they overrun the back line? The commander immediately changed the battle formation. Teams 2 and 3 remained in place with the magicians, Team 1 followed me, the soldiers all responded in unison, clear. He raises his sword to lead the first team, we will deal with the lovers behind. After that, the commander and a group of soldiers rushed on horseback to protect the rear line. He raced to the rear, thinking fervently, their unit intelligence was very low but they moved like an army. He worriedly thought to himself, well-trained soldiers could deal with them, but they were more than capable of eliminating the supply team that had no combat experience. The uneasy commander could only pray that he would not be late. Suddenly, snow began to fall on the road. The commander paused and looked suspiciously at the sky, the snow. He opened his eyes wide in surprise, there was no snow in the north. But now the whole sky is completely white. What is even more surprising is that the ravine was stopped by giant icicles. From the commander to the soldiers in the army, Everyone stood dumbfounded in front of the towering ice wall. Inside the blocks of ice are fierce goblins locked rigidly. They all seem to be frightened before freezing, simultaneously raising their heads to look at something in the sky. The commander was still confused and looked up in the direction of the goblins' eyes. What's going on? At the top of the ice wall, a figure was walking that way. But in just a blink of an eye, the figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Beneath the ground are the scars of goblins stabbed to death by ice. And the accomplices of the dead ones were also neutralized in giant blocks of ice. All of this must have been Ian's fault, no one else could have done it. The ice wall blocked the only entrance in the middle of the rock crevice that the goblins had used to attack. Ian gently flew from the top of the ice mountain and landed on the ground. The commander still didn't know if Ian was an enemy or a friend, so he immediately shouted a threat, "Reveal yourself, reveal yourself." Ian calmly replied, "I heard you guys need help." The commander's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden and timely appearance of this savior. Only now did Ian take off his hood and introduce himself. "My name is Ian Phage, a high-level magician from the Ivory Tower." The commander muttered, "Ian Phage," and he seemed to recognize him suspiciously. After a few seconds of thinking, he exclaimed in surprise. "He is a noble from the northern Mogrian. Is that Mr. Ian Phage?" Ian nodded slightly. The commander happily said, I didn't expect such a young man to come to help us. I heard about your achievements in slaying the goblin army in the Mogrian Mountains when you were very young." The commander extended his hand to Ian, pleased to meet him. Ian shook hands with him and replied happily. "I am also honored to meet General Tsonlian Firik, the greatest warrior in the East." The commander kindly said, "You must be very tired after your long journey." He nervously suggested, "But can you spare a moment? We have a lot of things to discuss." The two of them looked towards Ice Mountain with concern about the goblins who had not stopped trying to attack. After that, the two of them returned to the citadel to guard this land. Tsonlian worriedly said, "I didn't know they would appear in such large numbers." He seemed confused. "No, I guessed it. But not to that extent, they seem quite determined lately." Tsonlian tried to guess the reason why the goblins attacked so massively. It seemed like there was some trouble in the Great Plains, otherwise. Tsonlian respectfully said to Ian, "You know. Sir Ian, we have sent a request to the palace and Ivory Tower. The first is to request supplies and aid to continue fighting. The second is a request sent to a high-level magician. A magician skilled enough to overcome our current situation." Although he respected Ian very much, Tsonlian did not hesitate to speak frankly about his concerns. "I am extremely amazed at your ability to destroy an army of monsters in an instant, as well as quickly erecting an ice wall. The canyon has been barricaded so we will have more time. However, that is only a temporary solution. We are about to have a war with monsters on the Great Plains. Because the monsters have been continuously invading for many years, the army is gradually tired and our food is almost exhausted." Tsonlian said anxiously, "If only reinforcements and food came, we could continue fighting the monsters, but it seems the Empire has just postponed that request." Tsonlian suddenly turned a steady gaze straight at Ian, and it seemed like he had come to replace the reinforcements, so I suggested we think of a more permanent solution to this problem. After Ian listened to the whole situation and Tsonlian's concerns, he calmly said, "I understand." Ian told Tsonlian that the ice wall could last up to 10 days. "If we monitor the movements of the monsters invading from the mountains, maybe we will be temporarily safe. During these 10 days, we can reach the Great Plains." When Tsonlian heard Ian say that, he couldn't help but feel worried. "Sir Ian, are you going on your own?" Ian calmly replied, "We have to find the cause of this, and perhaps a solution to completely solve it." Tsonlian smiled shyly and said, "Ha, I'm very happy because you seem extremely confident. But I have sent countless armies to the Great Plains in the past few months, and have not brought any results." Tsonlian recounted, "The only thing we discovered was that monsters of different species had stopped attacking each other, just like that they had joined forces, and only attacks humans." Tsonlian pointed to the top and said, "The monsters not only attacked the Green River Empire, but also attacked the northern border of the Great Plains, the Coldwood Empire, the Ron Principality on the western border, they invaded those borders at the same time. Some countries have fewer roads leading to them, so they suffer fewer losses. Among them is the Great Serpent Canyon, leading to monsters focusing on attacking the Pyrrhic estate. Sanlian also expressed his doubts, but the strange thing here is, on the southern border of the Great Plains, the aboriginal tribes were not invaded by monsters. Sanlian pointed to the first map and expressed his concerns to Ian, as if there was something preventing them from accessing this area. We suspected that that thing was related to the trouble in the southern Great Plains, but we were unable to break through the attack of the monsters in the canyon, so we could send an army to the southern aboriginal tribe to investigate. Investigate more thoroughly. Ian looked at the first map and pondered, trouble on the Great Plains, this is something I didn't know about in my previous life. He squinted his eyes and thought, there were many attacks coming from Dibin Plain, but this was the first on a large scale. After thinking for a while, Ian decided we should go to the southern border to see the aboriginal tribe. Sanlian also agreed. Yes, if you are the leader of an aboriginal tribe, the king of sacrificial magicians, I'm sure he will know something about this matter. Sanlian worriedly asked Ian, do you think we can meet and talk to him? Ian smiled confidently and replied, of course. That night, Ian stayed at the citadel to rest, and the night scene here had enchanting flashes of light. Ian stood on the city wall looking at the night sky. Ian thought, the Great Plain. Thinking back, maybe that thing is still there. The artifact was passed down to the king of magicians, the leader of the aboriginal tribe, the scepter of the Great Plains. Ian feels a bit nostalgic for the staff from his previous life. I quite like that staff. Staff made from birch wood are also rare. He began to recall the world's history in his previous life. 3 years from now, the Green River Empire, the Coldwood Empire, the Rhone Principality, these 3 countries will form an alliance to fight against monsters. Animals in the Great Plains to completely destroy them. Most monsters will be exterminated in the Great Plains, and the 3 countries will divide the Great Plains filled with natural resources. During that period, the Shaman King disappeared and the Great Plains aboriginal tribes were turned into slaves. Thinking of this, Ian suddenly felt uneasy. Something that did not happen in his previous life had happened. Maybe this change is because I came back. Ian looked towards the Great Plains. His heart couldn't help but wonder, there was a problem on the Great Plains that he didn't know about. The next morning, before going alone deep into the Great Plain, Ian reminded Sanlian, in 10 days, the ice will melt and break. By then we will definitely find the cause and solution for this situation. But in case I don't come back within 10 days, Sanlian immediately dismissed that unfortunate thought and said, I believe you will return in 10 days. Good luck, Sir Ian. After that, Ian entered the Great Plains. The landscape here was wild and somewhat barren. Only monsters and aboriginal tribes live here, perhaps that's why it's so deserted. After some time flying straight in the direction of the map, Ian landed on a hilltop with a panoramic view of the surrounding scenery. He looked down and thought, this is the neighborhood that borders the aboriginal lands. Ian frowned worriedly, strangely quiet. He thought to himself, compared to the 7 monsters in the north, I haven't seen a single monster since going south. I wonder if this place is the cause of the change that Mr. Pyrrhic mentioned. After carefully observing this area, Ian immediately headed to the aboriginal group's territory. Immediately, the natives guarding the territory discovered the stranger's appearance. They stood up, on high alert, and asked Ian, who are you? Ian stopped and raised his hands to express that he had no bad intentions. He was not an enemy, he was a magician from the Green River Empire. The native cried out in surprise, how do you know our language? Ian immediately said, I don't have time to explain, I came to see the Magician King. The natives immediately became more angry. What did you just say? Ian completely understood why these natives reacted uneasily to his request. Shaman King. Revered as the tower masters of the aboriginal tribes, the aborigines are also people born with mana hearts and mana brains. The way they control mana is quite basic. But they were raised to be sacrificial magicians instead of regular magicians. Among them, the Shaman King is their king, standing at the highest position. Ian still patiently explained to the natives, I came to talk about the problem that the monsters in the north were causing. The Sorcerer King must have known about it, so please, Ian was talking when a native pointed a spear at his throat to silence him. That indigenous man shouted harshly, "Why did the Imperial dog dare to cry so loudly? Do you think the Sorcerer King will meet someone like you?" The natives all rushed forward to chase Ian away, "Go away, and say nonsense that we would offer him as a sacrifice to the spirits of that great plain." Ian started to angrily say, "I look like someone who would go to hell just because you guys told me to." He opened his cold eyes and looked at the group of natives who were aggressively pointing spears at him. An angry native held a spear and stabbed him. He shouted. It seemed he had to die before realizing his situation. The native did not hesitate and stabbed the spear straight at Ian. Ian did not flinch, he transformed into an ice sword, preparing to duel with this native. Ian also has quite a bit of close combat experience thanks to his sparring sessions with Oliver. He decisively raised his sword, slashed across the head of the native's spear. That spear is made of ordinary wood. Of course it cannot compete with the sharp, sturdy sword created by magic. Ian warned that guy, a human head would fly next. He said seriously, "Don't cause trouble here anymore, take me to the Wizard King." At this moment, a loud voice rang out, "What business does a person from the Empire have here?" Ian was alert and immediately turned his head to see who was speaking. As soon as I saw the old man holding the scepter, he recognized immediately, Ian thought, that staff. He asked him directly, "Are you the Sorcerer King?" The old man calmly replied, "Yes, that's what I was called." Ian respectfully said, "You came all the way here, which surprised me." Not wanting to waste any more time, he immediately expressed his concerns about the problem in Daibin Plain. The monsters of the Great Plains are invading the borders of 3 countries. However, when I moved south, I didn't see any monsters. Do you know why monsters only invade the north? The Sorcerer King calmly replied, "It was normal for monsters to invade the border, we didn't know why this happened." Ian silently used interrogation magic and was not afraid to expose the Sorcerer King on the spot, lying. When the Sorcerer King was told, he stopped, a worried look on his face. Ian bluntly stated, "Your lies won't work on me." He asked the Sorcerer King, "Please tell the truth, what is going on?" A few rough natives shouted aggressively, "How dare that bastard act so arrogant in front of him?" The Sorcerer King promptly stopped them to prevent further chaos. The Sorcerer King slowly told Ian, "I heard that the Empire's mages had come up with a lie detection spell, but seeing it with my own eyes was still quite surprising." He immediately admitted, "Yes, lying to you is useless, I will tell you the truth." The Sorcerer King began to narrate, "Many years ago, there was a prophecy. The originally beautiful Great Plain will turn into a sea of fire, and golden light will dye the land red. Our people who have lived on this land for thousands of years will be cut off and turned into slaves." Ian heard those prophecies and felt extremely surprised, because that was exactly what happened in his previous life. The Sorcerer King thoughtfully said, "We cannot do anything, we know that our tribe will be destroyed if war breaks out. Still, we can't sit there waiting and praying that the prediction won't come true. One day," he said, "a lady found us. That lady enchanted this staff, shared her power with us, and then disappeared." Ian thought suspiciously, a lady, this was a character he didn't know about in his previous life. The Sorcerer King suddenly changed his tone and said, "She also warned that if another outsider comes here, we can't let him leave this place alive." The Sorcerer King spoke as he tapped his staff on the ground, instantly summoning countless undead to rise from the ground. He said harshly to Ian, "I'm sorry, but you must die here." Ian quietly observed the magic from that staff, thinking to himself, "I see, it's a dark magic." Ian thought about it, he thought it stopped existing 300 years ago when it was banned. But I didn't expect the future to be so lopsided. Ian looked at the zombies and smirked, they were taking him lightly. He smiled confidently and said to the Sorcerer King, "I'm sorry, but I don't intend to die without a fight." He boldly declared, "Even if I have to use force, I will still take that staff that has been imbued with black magic." The Sorcerer King is also old-fashioned, so he did not hesitate at all from Ian's challenge. "If you think you can do it, just try it." Ian began to raise his hand to use his magic and told the Sorcerer King, "There's no way to take back what you just said." Ian turned a cold gaze towards the Sorcerer King. Whether or not he will continue to win this war easily is unknown for the time being. But with that confident demeanor, you can rest assured that Ian estimated that the power of the black magic inside that staff was something he could control. 10 days later, the ice blocking the ravine had mostly melted. The screams of the monsters echoing from outside mixed with the sound of the wind creating a creepy feeling. It's already the promised date and Ian still hasn't returned. General Tsonglian looked worriedly towards the ravine, his heart restless. Is there anything? It had been 10 days since the wizard had set out for the Great Plains, and the ice wall blocking the canyon had quickly melted. Tsonglian stared intently towards the canyon. Although he still had hoped that Ian would return in time, he couldn't help but anxiously hypothesize the worst-case scenario. Thinking of the worst possible scenario, Tsonglian fell into contemplation. After a moment of contemplation, Tsonglian called out to the deputy captain, Atone. Atone, standing next to him, immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Tsonglian ordered Atone to prepare for the battle in the canyon as planned. Send all soldiers and catapults into the territory and order the soldiers in ambush around the mountain to gather. Atone immediately responded and obeyed. Tsonglian firmly pressed the sword against the ground. His heart steadfastly thought, we can stop them. Tsonglian silently vowed that our soldiers would protect the territory and people. We must become the Empire's strongest shield. He looked out at the canyon with fierce and determined eyes, seemingly determined that even if he died, he would have to risk his life against those monsters. The ice wall continued to melt away. The countdown was only a few minutes before the defensive line erected by that magic lost its effect. The screams of the monsters echoing from behind the canyon became louder and clearer. Tensing towards the canyon, Tsonglian commanded, preparing the catapult. He tensed and frowned, looking deep into the frost, giving orders, reloading, walking through that canyon now. Will it be friend or enemy? Luckily for them, walking through the canyon at this moment was Ian's silhouette. But he seemed to be very tired, breathing heavily, leaning on King Fapdu's staff, walking slowly and painfully. Breathing became increasingly heavy, the pounding of his heart could still be heard clearly. Ian was exhausted and trying to walk forward. His clothes were covered in blood and mud. He must have gone through fierce battles during the past 10 days. When Tsonglian saw Ian appear in the mist, he went from surprise to joy. All the heavy feelings of tension instantly disappeared. Ian's return was like a miracle that had appeared to save this land. Seeing that Ian was breathing heavily and his body seemed very weak, Tsonglian immediately ran over, anxiously shouting, "Sir, Sir Ian." Ian tried to tell Tsonglian weakly, "This staff. Never, ever touch it." As soon as Ian finished speaking, he collapsed. His body had reached its limit of endurance. Tsonglian panicked and tried to shake Ian, but he was unconscious and didn't know anything anymore. After that, Ian was taken back to the city for treatment and recuperation. It is unknown how much time has passed. Ian opened his eyes after many days of lying unconscious in a hospital bed. He glanced around. This place was. Seeing the ceiling with familiar architecture, Ian wondered, is the bar on Fearic's side? He sat up tiredly and rubbed his forehead, sighing inwardly, "Phew, it seems I'm in the right place." Even though he was still very tired and had a headache, Ian still immediately thought about the urgent need to solve the problem right now. He frowned and thought to himself, but first, I have to deal with the staff. Suddenly, there was the sound of Tsonglian cheering up. Afraid of Ian, he finally woke up. Ian immediately replied, "Ah, General." He asked Tsonglian, "How long have I been sleeping?" Tsonglian immediately said, "He has been unconscious for 3 days." Tsonglian kindly asked Ian, "How do you feel?" Seeing Ian struggling to get up from the bed, Tsonglian worriedly reminded. The doctor advised him not to move too much. Ian immediately said, "I'm fine." He asked worriedly, "Tsonglian, where is the staff I brought back?" Tsonglian pointed to the basket in the corner and said, "The magicians kept it in that basket. It is called a storage cell with a principle similar to that of creating a mana prison." Ian walked up to the chair and told Tsonglian, "You handled the situation very well." Tsonglian looked worriedly at Ian, who still looked very tired. He wondered what had happened to him these past few days. It took a while for Tsonglian to speak to Ian. "Sir Ian, when you got back to the gorge," the doctor said, "his mana source was exhausted, if he was late for even 1 second it would be enough to endanger his life. Sanlian asked hesitantly. I know it's impolite to ask this to someone who has just recovered, but I have no other choice. I need to know specifically what put you in that dangerous situation. He asked Ian what happened in the Great Plains. Ian glanced at the worried Sanlian, then looked down at the spear he brought back from the Great Plains. Ian slowly explained that this tree was the cause of the unusual changes in the Great Plains. Ian's next words stunned Sanlian and Atone. The staff used black magic and the Wizard King controlled the demons with black magic and illusions from this staff. Sanlian shouted in shock, wait, what do you mean, didn't the black magic disappear 300 years ago? Ian placed his hand on the staff and infused it with some of his mana. Meanwhile, he calmly continued to tell Sanlian, then the Wizard King was passed on the secret to using black magic by someone, although we cannot know who that person is. Ian performed a spell to change the black magic stored on the staff, and recounted that as soon as the Wizard King died, black magic and illusion magic were lost. The demons began to rebel and attack the new owner of this staff. It seemed that this was the staff's vow to destroy evidence. Sanlian looked uneasy and asked Ian, so he had to face many obstacles on his way back here because of this staff. If this staff is so dangerous, shouldn't it be destroyed and thrown away? Ian smiled with satisfaction as he looked at his trophy. I really like this staff. Sanlian thought blankly, is that the only reason? Ian seemed to understand Sanlian's thoughts and immediately said that that was it. After that, he continued to look lovingly at the staff, which had changed from a dark color to a sparkling green light. I have erased all the black magic spells engraved on the staff. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain that throbbed right at Ian's heart, causing him to stop. Feeling the pain suddenly coming from nowhere, Ian opened his eyes in shock. His whole body began to tremble, his hands suddenly let go of the staff. Ian clutched his chest in pain, his whole body was shaking. My chest. Seeing Ian struggling to stand, Sanlian worriedly asked, Ian, is your day okay? But now he can't hear clearly anymore. My hand only echoed with the sound of my heart pounding continuously, and the images before my eyes also faded away. The pain became more and more intense, it felt like his heart was under terrible pressure to the point of almost bursting, Ian thought to himself, not to mention, my mana heart. Ian was in a daze, the image in front of his eyes was blurred. He could only vaguely see Sanlian eagerly rushing towards him. He suddenly vomited blood, the blood soaked the bandage on his chest, but soon the pain completely disappeared. Ian immediately regained consciousness, the pounding heartbeat from before was no longer there. The pain was over, but instead of feeling tired or worried about his health, Ian looked surprised. He coughed again and coughed out another mouthful of blood. Mouths of grey blood splattered all over the floor. Sanlian panicked, Sir Ian, are you okay? He immediately told the deputy captain, Atone, to call the doctor immediately. Atone frantically replied, yes, sir. Ian immediately stopped them, I'm fine, Lord, I just need to remove the impurities. Sanlian was surprised, impurity. Ian happily explained to Sanlian that this happened to Mana's incomplete heart when reaching a new level, and it was nothing to worry about. Sanlian was still restless and asked again, are you really okay? Ian immediately confirmed, really. Ian used magic to clean impurities from his body, thinking deeply, if his guess is correct, then he has mastered level 5 and has just entered level 6. I can feel mana on a completely different level than before. Feeling full of energy in his body, all the previous fatigue had disappeared, Ian thought with satisfaction, finally. Meanwhile, Sanlian still felt uneasy and said, it was a relief after all, but to be sure, we still need to call a doctor to take a look at him. Ian had to reluctantly agree to ease Sanlian's worries, thanking him for his hospitality. Sanlian told Atone to bring a small box and told Ian, I have many things to thank you for, but I must tell you this first. Sanlian opened the box, inside was a glass ball. Sanlian said, for days after he went to Dai Bin Plain, the ivory tower sent a letter. Sanlian said shyly, I promised to hand it over as soon as you returned, but I could only do so now because you were unconscious. Sanlian handed the ball to Ian and said, please take a look. Ian wondered, a message from the ivory tower. Ian was about to check the message from the ivory tower when Sanlian said, wait. He took something out of his breast pocket and said, there's something else. Sanlian gave Ian an envelope with the royal seal and said, today we just received a letter sent directly by His Majesty the Emperor. Through the postman, I was ordered to personally deliver it to Sir Ian. Ian asked in surprise, was it delivered by a horseman? Sanlian immediately replied, it seems like that. Ian pondered, so the king did not use the ivory tower's transmission ball but chose to send paper letters via horseback riders, but using this method to send messages had a high chance of the letters being sent late or having problems. Ian wondered, was it something he had to keep secret from the ivory tower? Then check the ivory tower's messages first. As soon as Ian applied mana, the glass ball immediately displayed the message content. In the written message, sent to senior magician Ian Fa, we requested that the sending of this message be postponed. Since the content of the message may hinder the performance of your current duties, I hope you understand that this is an unavoidable choice. His family encountered some trouble. An unidentified suspect broke into his mansion, but thanks to the guards, his family and property were still safe. Ian panicked, a suspicious person. As he read the message, he trembled. Currently, his family's safety is guaranteed under the absolute protection of the royal family and Thapha. So we are sending this message to inform you that there is no need to worry. Ian clenched his fists. He was trembling not from fear or anxiety, but indignation. Ian was angry because he understood that this message must have been sent to make him worry. What are you planning? Tower owner Herbert. Come to think of it, there was also a message delivered from the Emperor. Ian tried to regulate his breathing to suppress his anger. You can't act this hotly at this time. He opened the envelope, thinking deeply, read the Emperor's letter and thought later. Right from the beginning of the letter, the Emperor expressed his trust in Ian, dear wizard Ian Fa. In the letter, if you receive this letter, it means that luck is still with me and my son. I silently thank the goddess of luck and want to send you a request. As a high-ranking mage on a mission, he certainly hadn't heard the news yet. But a treaty between the three countries on monster scouting in the western Great Plains will soon be signed in the free city of Demetris. Ian was surprised to think they were about to sign a treaty to punish monsters. It was supposed to be 3 years later. He nervously continued reading the letter from the Emperor. It was decided that Crown Prince Hayden Green River, 5th Prince Rana Green River, Tower Master Herbeck Leon and General Duncan Mythos of the Royal Army would be part of the delegation to attend the treaty conference. By the time you read this letter, the conference will probably already be taking place in Demetris. The Emperor expressed his concern. There was no one to act as eyes and ears for the Crown Prince at this time. When writing these lines, the Emperor was extremely worried and could only put his trust in Ian, so I would like to ask you, his best friend, come to Demetris and become his strength. The Emperor also made a commitment to Ian. I promise to bring your beloved family to the palace and give them the best protection of the Empire. After reading the Emperor's letter, Ian fell into deep thought. He would have to choose to return to the capital with his family, or go to Demetris to help the eldest prince. Both sides really need his presence right now. What Ian will have to do and what he chooses will certainly have a big impact on the future. Ian closed his eyes to calm down and think. He remembered what happened at the Demetris conference in his previous life. The Demetris negotiation conference was when Rana began to take action in earnest and was the first place he openly participated in the battle for the throne. And that was also the decisive moment for the Crown Prince's downfall. Rana used his outstanding diplomatic skills in this treaty to negotiate favorably for the Green River Empire, resulting in the nobles and people recognizing Rana's abilities. With the Crown Prince's ignorance and incompetence also being seen by the public, Ian secretly speculated, remembering his past life and the current situation. Was it all planned by the Tower Master? I doubted you, after the series of events that had happened recently. I don't know when it started and ended, but the disturbance in the western Great Plains. The Sorcerer King learned crane magic from a mysterious woman, and the Treaty of the Three Kingdoms took place earlier than his previous life. I can't help but think that all of these things are related to the Tower Master. The more Ian thought about it, the more suspicious he became. A suspicious person broke into his mansion, most likely to tie his hands, although this is still just an assumption. But he completely saw through me. Ian frowned, a little frightened by the Tower Master's sinister behavior. He put himself in a situation where he had to ignore the Emperor's request and immediately return to the capital. However, Ian is not too worried about having to make a choice. He thought to himself, but something no one expected happened, the kind of magic that even the Tower Master could not imagine. A type of magic that was not recorded, a category that could only be recognized by oneself, a level 6 magic that only level 6 mages could use. Although it is unknown what Ian will do to solve this dilemma, with his confident attitude, it seems that the goddess of luck has smiled on the Emperor. Having made his final decision, Ian turned to Tsonlian, the Lord. Tsonlian immediately replied, "Please go ahead, Sir Ian." He smiled and said, "Can you help me with something?" Meanwhile, in a city known for many things, freedom, equality, trade and a bustling port, the city of Demetris, an important event is taking place here. gathering high-ranking leaders and voices of the three kingdoms. The first prince was also present in Demistras and feeling extremely restless. He worriedly asked Oliver, "Why can't we contact Ian right now?" Oliver tried to reassure Hayden, "Please be patient, Crown Prince." Oliver understood Hayden well, so he immediately chose words to reassure him. He was coming as a representative of the Crown Prince. Even the Crown Prince couldn't do anything to increase his speed right now. Hayden impatiently said, "I know, but I still don't feel secure." Hayden looked at Rana, who was confidently chatting with the nobles in the fake country group. He sadly said to Oliver, "You know, most of the fake country is gathered in the ivory tower. It is made up of nobles. The clan supports that stupid Rana." Hayden lamented, "I don't feel very good. He is also not afraid to show his dependence and trust on Ian. I wish Ian was here in times like these." Hearing that, Oliver was also sad because he didn't know how to help Hayden right now. Diplomacy and politics were not his forte. While Hayden was worried inconsolably, on this side, Herbert seemed satisfied. He looked at Rana and thought to himself, "This moment has finally come." Herbert was sure in his heart, "We have prepared a lot for this day. I believe that young man will rush to the palace." He arrogantly said that I had found out Ian Fa's whereabouts. He prioritized the safety of his family, and if something happened to them, he would erase everything. Looking at the fifth prince, Manhwa Tuc Tri, he has outstanding diplomatic abilities. Herbert had put all his expectations into this negotiation and imagined a bright prospect for Rana's path to the throne. When the negotiation ended, the prince would. However, Herbert was quickly awakened from that daydream when everyone around him suddenly looked up at the sky and talked. "Oh, what is that? Where?" Both Hayden and Oliver immediately paid attention to those whispers. The messengers pointed to the sky and asked each other, "Is something flying? A bird?" Hayden also looked in the direction the other person was pointing, curious to see what was causing such a commotion here. As soon as he looked up, his eyes immediately widened in surprise. Hayden was happy. "Shout out, Ian." Ian chose to fly to this place to assist the eldest prince. Does that mean he can completely feel secure in leaving his family to the Emperor to protect them? Having determined Hayden's location, Ian quickly landed in front of him. "I'm a bit late, Crown Prince." Ian calmly smiled happily as if he had nothing to worry about other than coming here to be a strong support for Hayden. Rana was also stunned by Ian's sudden appearance. Herbert was the one who felt more shocked than anyone else. He raised his eyebrows and glanced at Ian suspiciously. Did he abandon his family? At the same time, at the royal palace in the capital Green River Diem, Douglas is groaning in frustration. "Captain, please come back quickly, sir." He lay down on the sofa sobbing and complaining, "I can't go to the academy and meet my friends because I'm locked up in the palace because of the assassins. I'm really bored." Ridio saw this and immediately advised his son to persevere in staying here for a while longer, so he should be grateful that he was able to stay in the imperial palace like this. Ridio worriedly told Douglas, "I would be happy if the assassin was captured by the guards, since Sir Ian set a mana trap in the manor. If he activated a dangerous magic, the assassin wouldn't be able to move his body immediately." Ridio was about to talk about death when he suddenly remembered that Ian's mother was also here. Seeing Vanessa restless, Ridio immediately comforted her, "Miss Fa, don't worry too much." He smiled and patted Vanessa. "Isn't this the king's palace? It's safer than anywhere in the world." Vanessa just quietly forced a smile. She understood what Ridio meant, but in her heart she couldn't let go of the worry. Seeing that Vanessa didn't respond, nor did it seem like she was getting better, Ridio became confused, his arms and legs confused, not knowing what to do. Ridio awkwardly said, "Didn't they say they sent a letter to slowly light the ivory? The news will reach Sir Ian soon, then he'll be here before we can say Tada." As soon as he finished speaking, a Tada sound actually came from somewhere in his ears. Ridio was stunned, thinking he heard wrong. Ian returned. He happily opened the door and said, "Sorry, I'm late, but how could that be? Did the negotiations end so quickly?" "Impossible." As soon as Douglas heard Ian's voice outside the door, he jumped up in surprise. Both Ridio and Vanessa were also surprised by Ian's sudden appearance. Vanessa happily sewed, "Ian." Ian kindly held his mother's hand tightly. Everyone must have been very worried. He immediately comforted Vanessa. Everyone could rest assured. As soon as she saw her son return, she smiled more comfortably. Ian smiled brightly, "I will protect everyone." If you want to know how Ian was able to relax with his mother and family, and at the same time solve the eldest prince's worries, you have to go back in time and see what happened the night before at the mansion. Pure Rick. After dressing properly, Ian said to Tsomnian, "General, I have a request to remember you." Sanlian replied warmly, "You helped me save this whole capital, you can ask me for anything, please tell me." Ian said without hesitation, "So during this time, I want you to protect me." Sanlian asked in surprise, "Protect him?" Ian explained, "The magic I was about to use, I might lose myself while performing this magic, if such things happened. Call Mage Pagan and have him pump some mana into my mind, then I'll wake up." Ian said as he pointed to his temple to guide Sanlian. Having finished his instructions, Ian walked to the empty space in the middle of the room, thinking to himself, because there weren't many official mages at level 6 or higher, there were very few records of them on this continent, even in their past lives. Before, the magic I used after reaching level 6, I either discovered it myself or learned a little from ancient books. Ian took a deep breath and put his hand forward. "Let's get started." A giant magic circle quickly appeared on the floor, with light and energy gradually spreading around. Amid the sparkling light of the magic circle, Ian's image was blurred, sometimes hidden and sometimes appeared. The magic was complete, and suddenly 2 Ians appeared in the middle of the magic circle. As for Ian, who had been standing outside the magic circle casting spells, he staggered and his whole body fell down. Sanlian promptly caught the unconscious Ian. He exclaimed in surprise, "How is that possible?" This magic. Sanlian was speechless when he saw Ian's clone standing there. Sanlian did not know that this was a puppet spell, one of the rare special spells that only mages of 6th level or higher could perform. With spells of level 6 or higher, the original body will become the controller and fall into a coma. Not only can they move freely, the 2 puppets can also use magic equivalent to a level 5 mage. The static copy of Ian smiled and said to Sanlian, who was still bewildered, "Well then, I'm counting on you." And then, the 2 clones left Fyric at the same time and flew in 2 directions, the city of Demistras and the capital Green Revertium. Returning to the present in the city of Demistras, Hayden tearfully welcomed Ian with tears of joy. You came for me." Hayden held Ian's hand tightly and shook it, sobbing and said, "I guess we're spiritually connected. I miss you so much, Ian." Ian was amused by Hayden's childish action. Herbert suddenly barged into the conversation between Hayden and Ian. "We were wondering who came." The old man came forward pretending to be friendly and said, "Is it you, Ian?" Herbert also showed concern for Ian. "I heard Lord Fyric say that you completed the mission. I heard that the mission was so difficult that you fainted. You achieved a great achievement for the Empire." Ian smiled modestly and replied, "I was just doing what I should do as a high-level magician." Herbert pretended to ask innocently, "But why are you here?" "I certainly told you to go back to the ivory tower to rest." He deliberately put on a worried face, emphasizing the thing that bothered Ian the most. "Haven't you heard what happened in your family?" Ian looked at Herbert coldly and said, "I received an ivory death letter. But after completing the mission, I also received an order from the royal family." Ian reached into his chest and took out something. He gave Herbert the Emperor's orders and said, "The king asked me to immediately join the delegation and assist the Crown Prince." Herbert frowned worriedly. "Can I read the letter for a moment?" Ian calmly gave it to him. "Here it is." Herbert quickly opened the country's orders to see, correctly identified as the Emperor's signature and royal seal. Herbert thought to himself, "I thought they would try everything possible, but I didn't expect Ian Fa to abandon his family and run here." Herbert smiled cunningly. He couldn't easily give Ian the opportunity to support the eldest prince. Herbert immediately expressed his regret and told Ian, "I realize this is a royal order from the Emperor, but you cannot join the delegation." When he heard that, he angrily questioned, "That's not possible, you're mocking your father's orders." Herbert seemed to have prepared for this situation. He leisurely said, "Your Highness, this is a matter of trust between the 3 countries." He gave very reasonable arguments. The number of people and bodyguards in the delegation was fixed and there could not be any changes. That was what was agreed upon in the previous negotiation. Herbert seemed reluctant to say no. Diplomats all trust each other. How can we add someone, not someone but a high-ranking magician, to the delegation? He frankly said that Hayden is still angry. "I believe the Emperor will understand why we cannot let him join the delegation." Meanwhile, Ian was still silently listening to Herbert's arguments. What move would he make next? Ian thought to himself, although we are not at war, the countries have had conflicts, and this is a treaty for 3 countries that have been wary of each other for a long time. Only when a certain level of safety is guaranteed will the heirs of each country, delegations, and bodyguards gather. There were a total of 3 high-ranking mages in the delegation, including the Tower Master. If there was an additional deadly weapon like a high-level mage, the pact would begin to fall into disarray. Thinking of this, Ian immediately nodded in agreement with Herbert. The foundation of diplomacy is trust. A very reasonable explanation. I understand what the tower owner is worried about. The arrogant Herbert Dac Tang immediately turned away, his sharp eyes glanced at Ian. If you understand then go back. Your stay in this city could cause diplomatic trouble. The old man proudly spoke at length, although I regret having to do that to you, who went through so much trouble to come here after completing the mission. But I hope you understand that we cannot do anything now. I will explain to the Emperor privately what has happened. Suddenly Ian interrupted Herbert, a mischievous smile appearing on his mouth. But what if a high-ranking magician gave up his place in the delegation? Can I replace that person? Ian started to turn the situation around saying, this is a direct order from the Emperor, so we should be flexible about this matter. Herbert was a little confused when he was suddenly counterattacked. Of course it was possible, but who would? Another surprise happened to Herbert. A high-ranking magician in the group immediately stood up and said I would yield. That magician did not hesitate to raise his hand to volunteer. I will give up my place in the delegation. The delegation's messengers were all surprised. They were all supporters of the Ivory Tower, so of course they did not expect that anyone would side with Ian. Hayden was also a bit surprised to see a high-level magician not siding with the Ivory Tower. The Tower Master looked at the high-ranking magician in shock and asked him, "You, what are you talking about?" Ronan. Ronan very calmly gave the irrefutable argument as I just said, aren't we citizens of the Empire? No citizen obeyed the Emperor's orders. Ian glanced at Ronan and smiled smugly. It seemed like he had anticipated that Herbert would come up with a reasonable ally. Ronan went on to say that even if it caused trouble for diplomacy, the mission of the delegation was also to represent the Empire as imperial citizens, an honorable duty. He gave reasons that the Tower Master could not refute, but when carrying out that mission, if I could help carry out the Emperor's orders and also the diplomatic part by giving up my position, I would happily give it up. Without waiting to see if the Tower Master agreed or not, Ronan respectfully turned to Hayden and said, I will now hand over the sacred task of being part of the delegation to Ian Phage. I respectfully hope that your highness will allow this change. In terms of status, the Grand Prince of the royal family is the one who has the right to make decisions here, not the owner of the Ivory Tower. Hayden was both a bit surprised and happily replied, I accept. I am extremely impressed by your sincerity and loyalty to the Empire through what you have done for the Empire. I order you to prepare fully and safely return to the capital. Ronan bowed respectfully and replied, thanking you for your grace, your highness. Then he turned to call Ian. Ronan happily told him, I trust you with the task of being part of the delegation. Please be sure to complete your mission without mistakes. Ian also smiled happily and replied, thanking Senior Ronan and said, no need to thank me. Ian thought to himself, Senior Mage Ronan, based on his past life memories, he was one of the few decent mages. Although he was determined not to give in on all issues, his beliefs were not based on loyalty to the Tower Master or the Ivory Tower. He only cares about his own magical abilities. In exchange for teaching him a few spells that even Tower Master Herbert didn't know, he easily joined his side. Ian smiled comfortably. He had prepared for this day a long time ago and it was really helpful. Ronan told Hayden, then I will retreat now. Before leaving, he did not forget to scold Herbert a few words, because a high-ranking magician who was not part of the delegation but stayed in this city would make diplomacy difficult. Ronan added, that was what the Tower Master had said. Herbert was shaking with anger but could only force himself to laugh it off. Ha ha ha. In his heart, the old Tower Master was thinking bitterly, I thought he was just an ignorant kid. But has he already taken root in my Ivory Tower? Ian won the first part of this match. He leisurely and happily talked to Ronan and a few envoys before Ronan had to leave. The old Tower Master looked at Ian smiling happily and imagined that he was smiling proudly when he played a trick for him. Well, he was really pleased. But Ian is not the type of person whose mood is easy for others to see through. The more Herbert looked at it, the more bitter he became. He said in his head, Ian Phage. Herbert looked angrily at Ian, angrily thinking I would not allow a brat like him to ruin the plan. The more Herbert observed Ian's confident aura, the more angry he became. He firmly reminded himself that he must turn the Empire into the Ivory Tower Empire that I had planned for a long time. Meanwhile, Ragnar was also quietly observing Ian from behind. He looked at Ian with cautious and suspicious eyes. Unable to hold a useful pawn like Ian in his hands, Ragnar smacked his lips, feeling worried that this would affect his plans. Demistras is a neutral city, not belonging to a certain country. All three nations recognize the importance of Demistras and it has been a symbol of freedom and neutrality for hundreds of years. Thanks to that, it can become a place for the three countries to choose to hold friendly negotiations. Preparing for the start of the negotiations, the 19th mayor of Demistras, Ainolo, personally came out to welcome the delegation, inviting them to come this way. Hayden asked him, "Where are the people from other countries?" Ainolo immediately replied, "We have guided them to their places." Ainolo extended his hand towards a luxurious mansion and said, "People from Green River can use this building. I think your highness could use that separate building, which is the house prepared for our most important guests." Hayden looked at the building and nodded, "Not bad." Then he turned to Herbert and asked, "Tower Master, don't you have any plans now?" Herbert replied that there were no special arrangements made before the appointed day. Hayden smiled happily and said, "I see, I don't know what he was planning to do that made him so excited." After understanding the schedule, Hayden told everyone, "Great, everyone can rest." The great prince called Ian privately and said, "Ian will come with me, follow me." From behind, Ragnar was still quietly observing Ian. One could see two clearly opposing forces with a large number of nobles and mages supporting Ragnar on one side, and on Hayden's side only Ian was on his side. Ragnar coldly said to Herbert, "The Tower Master, I need to talk to you privately." Herbert immediately bowed his head and replied, "Yes, your highness." After that, everyone moved to their assigned private rooms and the Tower Master also followed Ragnar to his room. After the two entered the room, the heavy atmosphere enveloped everything. Ragnar was silent, so the Tower Master did not dare to explain his previous failure. After a long while, Ragnar coldly said, "I will not hold you responsible." Herbert heard that and breathed a sigh of relief. After showing tolerance, Ragnar sharply reminded Herbert, the name of the magician standing next to him. "He's annoying, I don't have a good feeling about this either." Ragnar's cold eyes glanced at the Tower Master as if he wanted him to forcefully send Ian away. Herbert can now only bow his head and reply, "I understand." He's still trying to convince Ragnar, but please don't worry too much. It's true that Ian Phage's magical abilities are outstanding, but the core of diplomacy is at this time. Herbert explained, magic had very little to do with this, even gods had no right to speak, no, even if they did speak, there would be nothing to say. He confidently said that when countries have diplomatic relations with each other, there must be a young mage there as a matter of custom. Who do you think of? Herbert even humbled himself to enhance the role of Ragnar, the high mage at the diplomatic desk just for decoration. He assured Ragnar that your highness, as you have prepared, become the center of the treaty. Thinking for a moment, Ragnar sighed, his anxiety lessened somewhat. I understand, but I still feel very bothered. Ragnar frowned angrily and said, "I have attracted Ian Phage countless times, inviting him to become our ally, but he always refuses. If left like that, he will be a big obstacle." Ragnar glanced at Herbert, "I hope you resolve this as soon as possible." Herbert immediately replied, "Please leave it to me." He assured me that everything would come true according to your highness' wishes. Meanwhile, at Hayden's place, he also received a blessing from Ian, similar to what the Tower Master had just said to Ragnar, so he immediately laughed out loud excitedly and said, "Ha ha ha, what a blessing. Great wishes." However, Hayden didn't seem to pay much attention to politics. He eagerly told Ian and Oliver about his plans to have fun and dance for the next week. Speaking of which, Demitera's nighttime street performance was very good, there must have been a lot of fun things to see, ha ha ha. Hayden excitedly made a plan, "We have to sneak out, or should we buy some clothes to change into? Captain, now I'll hire some servants to do the chores." Ian saw Hayden's expression of confusion and coldly said, "Your highness." Hayden felt Ian's unpleasant attitude and was confused, He was confused and didn't dare look into Ian's eyes. He stammered and asked, "What's wrong, Ian?" That scary face. Ian was glaring at Hayden with a very angry look. Although he was the eldest prince leading the country, he only focused on entertainment. Ian didn't come here to do those useless things with him. Calming down, Ian sighed and asked Hayden, "Do you know where you are, your highness?" Ian reminded Hayden, "You came here as a representative of the Green River Empire and as the heir to the throne. You are also in charge of negotiations between the three countries." Ian's anger flared up again and he emphasized in a strong voice, meaning to say, "You didn't come here for a vacation." He shouted, "Please give up your thoughts and go out and play." Hayden still innocently asked, "Why, we still have a lot of time." Ian did not respect Nong but shouted, "You must prepare, right now." Seeing Ian get angry, Hayden looked to Oliver for help with teary puppy eyes. Although Oliver had some sympathy for Hayden, he clearly understood what was important right now, so he immediately coldly turned away. Hayden had nowhere to turn for help, so he sat in despair listening to Ian preach. "You are the one with the highest right to speak in this matter. If you cannot say anything, that opportunity will be given to the fifth prince. Hayden confusedly replied, I heard my father mention it, but... Ian immediately said, I guarantee that if that happens, the negotiations will focus on the 5 princes. Do you think it's okay? Hayden was poked in an itchy spot and scowled and said, I really hate that, but... He looked helpless and sighed, honestly I don't know, the army, goods, land sharing, and anything related to slavery, there was no one around to debate politics with him. Me, and no one to help me. Ian silently listened to Hayden's sincere sharing. It's not necessarily that he just knows how to play around, but perhaps it's because he normally doesn't receive the support of nobles and politicians, so without knowing anything about these issues, one becomes discouraged and self-indulgent. Hayden said a bit bitterly, compared to being insulted if I say something, wouldn't it be better to stay silent and do nothing? Looking at Hayden's careless attitude, Ian pondered, it seemed like he was used to giving up and running away from reality. He worriedly thought, that wouldn't work. The Great Prince is the only one who can inflict ultimate disappointment on Ragnar, and is also the only piece with his abilities. Ian immediately encouraged Hayden, you should become the center of the negotiation. Your Highness, Hayden hesitantly asked, but how? Ian thought to himself, I'm just giving you one chance for the Crown Prince to take action himself. Then he snapped his fingers. A series of documents suddenly appeared in the air. Ian told Hayden that His Majesty the Emperor had asked me to become the Crown Prince's strength. While the magical fountain pen was constantly writing new records, Ian continued to say, according to the Emperor's orders, so that the Crown Prince does not lose the initiative to the fifth prince, I will list all the problems. Topics will be discussed at the negotiation, along with corresponding solutions. So, Your Excellency, Ian said as he snapped his fingers again. The door was immediately locked with Ian's stern request. From now on until the appointed date. All this place, you must remember it all. A week later, still in Demostras, on the day of the three-nation treaty negotiation, Ragnar had finished his preparations early and was heading to the negotiation hall. He said to Herbert, oh, also, I heard that after my brother entered that mansion, he didn't go out for a whole week. Ragnar wondering what was wrong with him. Herbert immediately replied, I was also worried, so I placed surveillance throughout the mansion where the Crown Prince rested, but nothing happened. I heard that he only went out to the garden occasionally and looked very tired. Perhaps thinking that Hayden was tired because he was worried about losing face in the negotiations, Ragnar was no longer too suspicious and told Herbert, I understand. At this moment, Hayden also arrived. As soon as Ragnar met Hayden, he smiled fakely and said, Good morning, brother. Teacher Hayden's face didn't look good, so he asked out of the corner of his eye, Did you sleep well last night? Hayden's eyes still showed signs of dark circles from insomnia, but he was still forced to reply, delicious. Ragnar smiled and said, I'm very happy to hear that. Then I will go to the conference room with the delegation first. When passing by Hayden, Ragnar provocatively said, See you later, brother. Ragnar walked past Ian with a proud smile on his face. He was sure that the prince who was always considered useless would never be able to surpass him on this important day. Ian slightly turned his head and glanced at Ragnar's arrogant and leisurely look. The eldest prince was now so angry that Ragnar was shaking. Ian turned to look at Hayden again. He noticed the first prince's frustration mixed with worry. Ian suddenly called out, startling Hayden, Your Highness. He reassured the prince, please don't worry, he did everything he could during the past week to prepare. The main host of the three-country treaty negotiation will be His Excellency. Seeing Ian's trusting eyes and encouraging words, Hayden also calmed down. As if he had been given strength, he smiled confidently and said, Right. The negotiations began. Angelo stood up and said that I was the person assigned to arbitrate the treaty negotiation with Dimitra's 19th mayor, Angelo Neville. He said loudly, From now on, every detail of the treaty negotiations will be recorded, and I will supervise this treaty negotiation. I hope you all will remember what I just said. Speak. So, we'll start. Treaty negotiations. Representatives from other countries all seemed tense and worried. Only in Ragnar does a leisurely and relaxed attitude appear on his face. Even Hayden was still a bit nervous as the meeting officially began. Binat's next of kin, Maxwell Binat, was the first to express his opinion, as you all know. Because the road leading to our principality was very narrow and dangerous, it was difficult for us to obtain troops and supplies. We hope to receive magicians and elite knights instead of infantry, and money instead of goods. Actually, we have agreed with the Coldwood Empire on this. Maxwell turned to Hayden and said, Well, don't misunderstand. If the Green River Empire has a legitimate reason to object, we are ready to start negotiations again. Ian glanced at Hayden, secretly cheering him on. The starting topic was about the conquering force. Do it, say what you have practiced. Hayden remained silent and did not comment. Ragnar saw that and was even more pleased. He cleared his throat and started to steal the words of the eldest prince. I will speak on behalf of the crown prince, but Hayden quickly interrupted, about the military issue, who will speak. As the undefeated general and commander of our empire, Lord Duncan Midos, I will leave this matter to him. Hayden calmly raised his hand towards the general. Maxwell glanced at Ragnar a little surprised and thought, isn't the fifth prince in charge? Hayden continued, we already have experts on this, so I don't need to talk, right? Hayden's unexpected answer also surprised Ragnar. Hayden immediately turned to request, Mr. Duncan. The general who was suddenly asked was a little confused, but he quickly regained his composure and replied, yes, I will speak, according to what I think, regarding the request of the principality. Seeing that Hayden was having a good opening performance, Ian smiled slightly. This was a good start. He glanced at Hayden and said, we just need to keep going like this. And then, other issues were also raised. Hayden was also the one who resolved most of the difficulties in the negotiations. The more he spoke, the more confident he became and his speech became extremely fluent. With a calm attitude and proposing skillful and wise solutions, Hayden has received respect and recognition from foreign ambassadors. Meanwhile, Ragnar did not have any chance to intervene in the negotiations. He could only sit there angrily waiting for the opportunity. The negotiations took place from morning until sunset, and many issues were resolved smoothly under the chairmanship of the Grand Prince. Ian estimated the time and thought, it's almost over. Sure enough, Crown Prince Hector Coldwood of the Coldwood Empire spoke up, let's be frank with each other. He raised the issue with the ambassadors of the other two countries, dividing the territory into 3 parts without any plan, so we cannot divide it fairly. The quality of natural resources and land in that vast area varied. If you got a good portion it would be like winning the lottery. However, wouldn't the whole area be trash if there was nothing underneath? Some countries will suffer, so they have no choice but to feel uncomfortable. It's easy to say uncomfortable. But that's what can cause war to break out, isn't it? The representative of the John Duchy also nodded in agreement with Hector. Ian thought to himself, here it is, the most important topic in the treaty negotiations, negotiating the division of territory and natural resources after the conquest. Hector said frankly, our empire doesn't want any trouble. If we can maintain peace for 1,000 or 10,000 years, that's great, so please speak up if you have good suggestions. Let's enjoy what we've achieved together without any animosity. Ambassadors of the countries immediately discussed with each other to find the optimal solution. Ragnar, who had been dominated by Hayden throughout the negotiation, was now a bit shaken, losing his original confident appearance. He glanced at Herbert as if to ask for his opinion, the tower master. Herbert immediately nodded and signaled Ragnar to follow the plan. Ragnar hesitantly raised his hand to speak, this is just my humble opinion, but I want to share it. Suddenly Hayden slammed the table and stood up, attracting all the attention that should have gone to Ragnar. I knew a way. Hayden's actions surprised Coldwood representatives. And John's representative was the same. Everyone was very curious looking towards Hayden. The first prince said excitedly, I know a way where nothing bad will happen. Ragnar was interrupted by Hayden's words and was stunned on the spot. Both he and the tower master were surprised that Hayden, who had little understanding of politics, could give an opinion so quickly, and his attitude seemed very certain. Angolo also felt curious and said, Crown Prince of the Green River Empire, please tell everyone here the solution you have in mind. Hayden confidently stated, yes, first, our empire's ivory tower, no, the magic tower of France has developed a new type of magic. We can detect and determine relatively the amount of minerals located under a certain area. Ragnar and Herbert were both startled and they heard Hayden's initiative. Herbert widened his eyes in horror and looked at Hayden, wondering how he knew that. Maxwell asked Hayden incredulously, is it true? Hayden firmly replied, of course it's true, you must have somehow heard about this magician through rumors. The first prince extended his hand towards Ian and introduced to everyone, he was the youngest high-level mage of our empire, Ian Phage, he was the one who created that magic. Everyone in the negotiation room exclaimed in surprise, oh, I didn't expect to be able to use such a spell. Herbert thought occasionally, did he think like me, that mineral discovery magic would be necessary for this treaty negotiation? He wondered, how could this brat see the point of this treaty negotiation? During this time, Hayden was still confidently speaking, we were thinking of using that magic to create something called a resource map, because we had to see how good the land was. And with a complete map, we will be able to divide the Great Plains into many different parts of land between countries, based on certain requirements. The border will probably be a bit messy, but after all, we have to cultivate and exploit this land for decades to come, right? The more Hayden spoke, the more angry Ragnar became. Hayden also convinced the ambassadors by assuring foreign ambassadors that I am sure there is no better way than this. Ragnar was trying to control his anger, he looked viciously at Hayden. Meanwhile, Ian was also quietly glancing at Ragnar's angry expression. He slightly smirked, feeling satisfied when seeing Ragnar's helplessness in this failed attack. As for Hayden, he really took control of the conversation when all eyes and admiration were focused on him. Hayden loudly finished his great speech, those were the ideas. My opinion. After that, all three countries came to a fair negotiation agreement thanks to the opinions of Great Prince Hayden. When the negotiations ended, the sun was about to completely disappear behind the magnificent castles. Oliver, outside the conference room, was restlessly waiting for the eldest prince. Hearing Hayden's cheerful voice calling, "Captain," Oliver immediately looked up, "Your Highness." Looking at Hayden smiling so brightly and Ian also smiling with satisfaction, Oliver knew that the negotiation had ended as well as they expected. Oliver didn't need to ask, but Hayden happily boasted, "Captain, you should have seen that scene too. Today I was able to sabotage this meeting." Hayden gloatedly recounted, "The faces of Ragnar and the Tower Master were always sour, it's a pity you couldn't see them." Oliver smiled looking at Hayden who was talking loudly about his victory. For him, the great prince's joy when winning Ragnar is what makes him happy. Hayden excitedly suggested, "I'll tell you the details when we get out of here, now let's go drink and walk around the city." The eldest prince did not forget to invite Ian. "Ian, come with us, there's no other chance to play like today." Ian immediately happily nodded and agreed, it was truly rare to have a happy occasion like this. The first time Hayden saw Ian agree to party with him, he became even more excited and his eyes lit up. He immediately grabbed Ian's shoulder and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, yes, it has to be like that. Ian, you will soon become an adult, you should also drink the wine I give you." Hayden happily kept smiling, "Great, I'll teach you how to drink." Suddenly at this moment Ragnar came forward and interrupted their happy conversation. "Your Highness." He gave a fake smile and approached Hayden. Hayden frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Ragnar bowed respectfully, today he was really impressed. "I learned a lot from you." The first time Hayden saw Ragnar bowing to him, he was a bit stunned and wary of his actions. But Hayden immediately regained his composure and laughed, "Ahaha." He jumped at the rare opportunity to show off to Ragnar. "Sure, little brother, I'm glad you can learn from me," Hayden said arrogantly. "I think you will also be able to learn a lot from this treaty negotiation. The great prince constantly raises his voice to teach Ragnar, continue to strive and train yourself. If you need advice, feel free to ask him at any time." Ragnar is very bitter but can only patiently say thank you, brother. Having finished speaking, he turned away angrily. Ragnar angrily walked away from this place, each of his steps becoming heavy in contrast to the leisurely appearance when preparing to enter the conference room. As soon as Ragnar left, Hayden called out seriously, "Captain, Ian." Then he revealed a happy smile and said, "Today is truly the best day of my life." Hearing that, Oliver and Ian both felt happy for Hayden. He had begun to regain the confidence that a prince should have. Hayden happily put his powerful arms on his shoulders and said, let's go, I've been holding back all week, let's let loose today." Hayden told Oliver, "Captain, today you should be comfortable and normal, don't be too rigid." Then he turned around and said to Ian, "Ian, you will soon become an adult, you should drink the wine I gave you." "Oh, I just said that." Hayden was speaking when he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "But, the first prince cried out worriedly, Ian, what's wrong, your hand?" The people from Ragnar heard Hayden's cry and looked curiously at Ian. Hayden and Oliver watched in silence as Ian's image slowly faded into the blue light of magic. Ian raised his fading hand and said, "It seems, this is my limit." Hayden asked eagerly, "What are your limits? Please explain so I can understand." Ian bowed his head and replied, "I'm sorry, but I think I'll drink the wine you gave me in the royal palace." Hayden worriedly asked, "What do you mean?" Ian just smiled and said, "I will explain everything to you." At the royal palace, as soon as Ian finished speaking, he completely disappeared in a puff of smoke. Hayden still didn't understand what was going on and was both surprised and worried. Everyone present was stunned when Ian disappeared like sea foam. Only Herbert noticed and angrily clenched the spear in his hand. A copy. He was so angry that he was shaking and said, "This whole time he was a copy." Herbert refuses to accept this truth, the clone cannot exist. The old man was so bitter that he lost control and exclaimed, "He did everything with a copy." It was only now that Herbert was shocked to understand that we had been played. The old man forced a bitter smile, he. At least everything in Demestra's city was resolved smoothly by Ian before his clone disappeared. Meanwhile, returned to the Furic mansion. Adon carried a tray of food into Ian's room and said to Tsonlian, "Dear sir, I brought the food here, Sonlian immediately said, leave it there. True to his promise, Sonlian has been standing by Ian's side for the past week. Adon worriedly asked, Ian hasn't woken up yet. Canlian also worriedly said, yes, not yet, it's been many days. He looked at Ian's body as it was increasingly consumed and said nervously, although this spell minimized energy consumption and physiological phenomena. But with the naked eye, you can see that his body is weakening. Canlian remembered Ian's advice, if any trouble happened, ask him to wake me up by transferring mana into my head. Canlian had to stand up and tell Adon, I will call the magician and forcibly wake him up. At this moment, Ian spoke up, I'm awake. Canlian turned around to look at Ian immediately in surprise. He told Canlian, I don't think there's any need, it's all the same. Canlian was surprised, oh, Ian, are you awake? Ian was a bit amused by Sonlian's unexpected reaction, he jokingly said, as you can see. Sonlian eagerly asked, are you okay, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Ian replied gloomily, it looks like I'm going to have problems for a while. My head hurts and I can't move, moreover, my stomach. Sonlian worriedly asked again, your stomach? He said frantically, your stomach hurts, I will call a doctor. Ian hesitantly replied, now, my stomach. Hungry, that hungry sound suddenly made the atmosphere awkward. Ian's stomach even growled loudly, the sound was even clearer when there was no other noise in the room. Even though Ian was embarrassed, he had to repeat the matter. He was very hungry. The next morning, Ian had eaten and rested for the night and planned to leave immediately. Sonlian saw him out of the city gate and still tried to hold on, or should he stay another night? He apologetically said, no matter how busy I am, I have to prepare a party for the savior, even if I'm a bit short on time. Ian smiled and replied, your help last time was enough. He liberally said, isn't that the duty of a high-level magician like me? What kind of savior? If it weren't for me, there would be a magician coming to help. Sonlian immediately said, I don't think so. He said frankly, if it was a magician other than Sir Ian, they would have stopped the monsters and returned. Sonlian honestly shared, in fact, the first time I saw him, I was half trusting him, this young man standing in front of a group of monsters in Dibin Plain, I didn't know if he could do anything. But I was wrong, over the past few years I couldn't do anything on my own. But Mr. Ian solved the problem completely in just 10 days. Sonlian expressed his admiration for Ian, it seems like you possess special powers that no one else has, Mr. Ian. He suddenly suggested, then, Mr. Ian, before we go, let's do it. Ian asked bewilderedly, what do you mean by that? Sonlian immediately explained, I mean, I heard that 5 years ago you made a prestigious guest promise with the Northern Moglian family, I want to say that you also make a promise with us. Ian was surprised, well, was it that easy? Sonlian laughed and said, don't misunderstand, it's Mr. Ian that's why I said that. Sonlian happily said, promise you it's no problem, Furik I'm willing to serve you, Sir Ian. This isn't just simple courtesy towards a savior, I do it for a reason. Sonlian explained, if the Empire's only level 6 mage accepted the East to serve him, then there could be no greater honor than that. This is entirely my assessment, but I think no one will regret it, not Mr. Ian or me. Ian shyly replied, I'm not sure I can accept a promise that is considered a 1,000-year imperial promise so easily, and this is also a bit sudden. But I don't intend to refuse, he smiled in response to Sonlian's hospitality. Sonlian immediately took out his sword and said, I have been waiting for that answer. He immediately unsheathed his sword. Maybe he should follow the procedure, right? This is a 1,000-year oath. Sonlian smiled shyly and said to Ian, even if this is strange, please bear with me a little, we will finish it soon. Then, he placed the tip of his sword on the ground. Grasping the hilt of the sword with both hands, Sonlian solemnly swore an oath to this family. High Mage Ian will always be welcome whenever he visits, should he need the power of the East. We promise to stand by him at any time. This will be passed down from generation to generation, in the name of the eastern flow of the 6 rivers, I swear. After the ceremony was over, Sonlian covered his mouth in embarrassment, smiled and said in confusion, no matter how many times I say it, I still feel like there's something wrong. If I could say this is my vow, it would be great to just carry it out. Ian happily said, next time I visit, I would also like to ask for your help. Sonlian immediately replied, please let us know before you come, I will show you what a party in the East looks like, you may look forward to it. Ian smiled, I will. He soared into the sky and said, well, here I go. Ian relaxed and let himself fly in the vast, peaceful space before his eyes. He stood from above looking down at the place where monsters had massively attacked many days ago, now the scene was quiet again. Ian thought to himself, in just a short time, many things had happened. There was also an unexpected result. He happily raised his staff as if showing off his trophy to the whole world. Looking at the staff, Ian thought again of the person mentioned by the King of Mages, the person who carved dark magic into this staff, the revival of the dark magic of France that disappeared 300 years ago. He thought to himself, when I return to the capital, I will have a lot of things to investigate. Not long later, at Ian's mansion, Vanessa was rushing down the stairs. She just saw her son in the hall and called out, "Ian." Hearing the familiar, loving voice, Ian immediately turned around. He smiled and replied, "Mom." Vanessa rushed down, "How could you suddenly disappear into the smoke? Do you know how much I care for you?" Mom was really shocked. As soon as Vanessa approached Ian, she cried out in panic, "Oh my God, why are you so skinny?" She sadly touched Ian's face. "You must have had a hard time. Your face is half sunken. You went there to work and Lord Furyk didn't give you anything to eat." Vanessa sadly blamed her, "It was so angry." Ian immediately comforted his mother, "Something happened there, I just need to eat more." Ian suddenly remembered something and looked in his pocket. "Oh yeah, Mom, take this." Ian gave his mother a small crystal ball and said, "This is the mana communication ball created from the mana crystal ball on the way back to the capital. I asked you to make this for us, in the future I can use this to talk to you whenever you are in the capital. I put mine on this staff." Ian told his mother, "I'm sorry for making you worry." Vanessa was moved to see her understanding son. Ian then smiled and affectionately told her, "From now on I will always be by your side." Douglas heard that Ian had returned and immediately ran over happily, the leader. The boy curiously asked Ian, "What is that magic? I have read many spells in the academy but I have never seen that magic." Douglas kept asking questions without giving Ian time to answer. How could he appear at Demetra and the royal palace at the same time? Mirror, copy, something like that. Ian said a little dizzy, "You asked too many questions at once. Can you ask each question individually?" Ian thought about it for a moment then said, to put it simply. "I could do it because I was already level 6. When the whole family heard this news, their eyes widened in surprise and looked at Ian. Douglas quickly said, "Yes, there is a possibility of that, meaning you are now the most senior magician in our empire." Ridio also blankly said, "I knew you weren't an ordinary person when I first met you, but I didn't think you were that outstanding." Ian smiled shyly and said, "Nothing has changed, so please treat me like always." Douglas quickly suggested, "Well, this afternoon I plan to test the medicine I just created in the lab, do you want to join?" Ian felt that his current body was not suitable to be a guinea pig, so he hastily refused, "Well, sorry, but we have to wait until next time to do them." Douglas asked in frustration, "Why?" Ian thought about it and said, "Because I was invited to another appointment." That night, Ian actually attended the party that the first prince had arranged for him, but Ian was a bit surprised by the atmosphere here. Looking at the party organized in the style of the rather chaotic popular pubs he first set foot in, Ian wondered, "This is it." The first prince suddenly appeared to greet you. "Welcome, Ian." Hayden happily said, "Maybe you've already guessed it, but today's party is a celebration prepared for you." Ian heard this sentence and felt familiar, so he wondered, why does it feel like that's the case? Ian looked at everything around in surprise, thinking to himself, he asked me to wear civilian clothes so I was wondering what the party would be like. So that's it, huh? As soon as Paul saw Ian, he waved, "Ah, Mr. Ian, welcome." Ian was reluctantly taken to a large table. Paul excitedly said, "Okay, please sit here, Mr. Ian." And Oliver turned around and said to the other soldiers, "Hey, bring the items to this table." Suddenly, Hayden thudded a pint of wine on the table, making Ian jump. He said excitedly, "Drink up, Ian, congratulations on reaching level 6. Hayden excitedly boasted to Ian that I had specially brought several barrels of the royal palace's best wine for this party. Such precious wine is not easy to find anywhere else. He urged, "Okay, drink it." Ian looked confusedly at the bottle of wine in front of him, thinking to himself that in his previous life he didn't drink much. He held the handle of the big cup, thinking to himself, because Ragnar doesn't drink any alcohol, he says alcohol makes people stupid and lose their guard. Ian looked at the rather attractive glass of wine in front of him, swallowed his saliva, and his heart was made up. He immediately gulped down the entire bottle of wine, much to the surprise of Hayden and Oliver. Hayden nervously asked, "What do you think, Ian?" Ian immediately placed the empty cup on the table. He wiped his mouth and said happily, "It was actually quite delicious." Hayden immediately laughed heartily, "I'm glad you liked it." Several soldiers in the guard waved to Hayden, "Your Highness, please tell us what happened in Demetra." Hayden stood up, happily replied, Okay. After that, he immediately came in front of his group of guards, smiling and talking happily and comfortably. It seemed like the status gap between them had narrowed significantly. Ian was surprised to see Hayden joking intimately with those guards. He had never seen anything like this when he was with Ragnar. Suddenly Oliver said, "Mr. Ian, I will fill your cup." Ian immediately turned to look, well, shy of Oliver. Oliver poured and gave Ian advice. If this is your first time drinking, you shouldn't try too hard. He teased Ian, if he was drunk and something happened, he would launch a missile at the knights. Ian laughed and said, ha ha ha, I'm afraid Oliver is always worried. Ian did not hesitate to ask Oliver. In fact, I was quite surprised to see that His Highness was close to that knight squad, even having fun with them. Was it okay to do that day? Oliver immediately replied that all the knights were loyal to him and could trust them. Ian immediately fell into contemplation, loyalty and trust. Oliver glanced at Ian, realizing he wasn't in a good mood. Oliver teased, I think I know why Ian doesn't have any friends. Ian was startled and asked, what, why are you suddenly shy to say that? Oliver said while drinking, I actually knew it from the moment I met you. He said, do you remember our first conversation 5 years ago on Mogrian territory? Cecilia turns out to be a spy whom he captured alive. Oliver recalled Ian's face at that time and commented that although he had just caught a spy who was a level 3 mage, for him, nothing happened. He was very emotionless at that time. Oliver said thoughtfully, he was really good at controlling facial expressions. Children at that age would not be able to hide their facial expressions or true emotions. But at that time, I couldn't read any expression on his face, as if he were a soldier who had been trained for many years not to show his true emotions. Ian thought to himself, at that time, I couldn't pretend I was still young. Oliver himself smiled and said, that's when I felt that he was too withdrawn even though he was still very young. He probably didn't have any friends with whom he could share his feelings. Oliver smiled proudly at Ian, I'm pretty good at noticing things like that. Ian forced a smile and admitted, well, yes, I admit it, but I'm not sure how I should feel after hearing you speak so bluntly. Ian confided, I actually had a friend, but we didn't end well. Oliver thought about it and said, well, your friend Ian, I'm very curious what kind of person he is. Oliver suddenly remembered something else and said, well, training with you for 5 years, I also realized something else. Ian glanced at him, what is it? I'm a little scared to hear what you might say. There. Oliver looked at Ian and said innocently, I don't know why, but sometimes, when I talk to Ian, I feel like I'm talking to a bored old person. I don't understand why. Ian heard that. Then I was startled. What? He laughed half seriously and half jokingly and replied, you're really good at judging people. Then Ian put on a serious look and looked at Oliver. Actually, I'm almost 48. I always use magic to maintain my youth. Oliver immediately froze, looking at Ian with frightened eyes. Ian quickly turned the wheel, I'm just kidding. He laughed and said, you know, I'm the type of person who doesn't share my feelings and doesn't have friends. Sometimes I make jokes that sound like they're true, please understand that. Oliver saw that Ian's mood was better and smiled too. He said liberally, as an older person, I will forgive you this time. Ian immediately smiled wryly. Ha ha ha. Ian happily drank and joked around with Oliver, wow, I really appreciate it. After drinking for a while, Ian staggered outside to get some fresh air. He silently lamented, I've drank too much, I've never drank that much in my previous life. By chance, Paul was outside and called out, Mr. Ian. Ian looked over in surprise and saw that Paul seemed to be extremely drunk. Oh, Vice Captain. Ian curiously asked Paul, what are you doing out here? Paul shyly replied, actually I'm not very good at drinking, 1 or 2 cups and I immediately feel tipsy. Paul honestly confessed, I hid here to get some fresh air. What about Ian? Ian ironed and leaned his back against the wall next to Paul and said, I also went out to get some fresh air, I'm still not used to that place. Ian glanced at Paul who still seemed quite naive, thinking to himself, the vice captain of the 2nd Royal Knight Squad, Paul Lenz, he was the 2nd best swordsman in his previous life, behind Sir Oliver. He was a commoner, but his swordsmanship skills and loyalty to the royal family earned him the trust of the Crown Prince and Lord Oliver, and rose to the position of deputy captain. Suddenly Paul turned and asked, that reminds me, Mr. Ian, you said this was your first time drinking, right? What do you think? First time drinking alcohol. Ian smiled and replied, it's not that bad, a little drink is okay. Paul smiled brightly and said, luckily, let's go out for a drink sometime. Everyone else wants to thank Ian. Even the taciturn Captain Oliver started talking to you, right? And it's been a long time since I've seen His Highness so radiant, all thanks to Mr. Ian's strength. Ian shyly replied, thank you for saying that, but, Ian thought about it for a moment and then told Paul, I was simply pushing him forward a little. He was thinking while speaking slowly, but on the positive side, I think I've become attached to this. Paul was a bit surprised to see a slightly happy smile on Ian's usually cold and emotionless face. Perhaps Ian himself did not recognize that emotion. Because before, he lived a boring life and was loyal to someone who never knew how to trust and open his heart to others. Seeing Paul staring at him strangely, Ian asked, "What's wrong?" Paul said confusedly, "No, I was just surprised." Paul said awkwardly, not expecting Ian to have that look on his face. Before Ian could ask clearly what was going on, a knight appeared looking for Paul, the deputy captain. "Here he is." That knight told Paul, "The crown prince is calling you. If you don't come in and drink, they say they will remove you from your position as deputy captain." Paul groaned in horror. It's true." He reluctantly stood up and said, "Mr. Ian, I'll go first." Ian smiled as he watched the two of them joking around. "From the beginning, you should drink slowly. If it were possible, I would have done that." After that, Ian walked alone under the sparkling starry sky. He stopped next to a fence and looked up at the quiet night sky, a little drunk. Ian began to sink into endless thoughts and memories from his previous life. "I no longer rely on it as my weapon. Changes are taking place. By your choice, they will gradually affect each other, and create completely different situations than in previous lives. Then what will this lead to? No one can guess." In his thoughts, Ian remembered the small changes that had a big impact on his life in this life. For example, Princess Harry is someone who has the ability to become a magician but always tries to hide it. Or the story of Ridio and Douglas, along with his mother who is still healthy and living happily in the villa, laughing and talking carefree every day. Thinking about his mother, Ian reminded himself that he could only try to protect the people he loved. At least compared to his previous life, he no longer feels lonely anymore, but had the companionship of true family and friends, people he trusted and also believed in him. Ian smiled and looked into the distance and thought he could only move forward. "This is just the beginning, Ragnar." Meanwhile, at the palace of the fifth prince, Ragnar's voice was sharp in the somewhat heavy and gloomy atmosphere of the night. "Now, what are your plans?" Ragnar blames Herbert. "What did I say? I said get rid of him before he becomes an obstacle. Haven't I constantly reminded you?" Herbert bowed his head and replied, "Yes, he said so." Ragnar continued to criticize him. "And what did you say every time I reminded you? If I waited a little longer, you would turn him into a useful weapon and offer him to me. You always said that and left through this, right? So how is he now?" "He is blocking every path." Herbert admitted that I had misjudged. "I should have quickly resolved the problem, but I only knew how to delay." The old man said with no heart. No one expected that a young man could do such a thing. Herbert continues to plot. "I won't protect him anymore, however, this will be the last time he has to wait." Ragnar asked with suspicion. Finally, Herbert tried to convince him, "This will be the last time, I ask you to wait a little longer." The old man spoke mysteriously to Ragnar, because all preparations had been completed. At this time, a woman wearing a tight black cloak walked in. Herbert immediately said, "Helen, say hello to your highness." Ragnar was surprised. "Helen, you mean the high-ranking magician who disappeared a few years ago?" Ragnar suddenly became frightened when looking at that girl. Helen spoke in a hoarse, weak voice like a soul returning from the earth, very honored being seen. "Your highness." She took off her hood, revealing eyes that had changed into lifeless and gloomy. The strange appearance caused Ragnar to step back in fear. Herbert calmly told Ragnar, "Please don't be too surprised. She is a human girl, a loyal servant of a manager who obeys God's orders." Herbert said with a sinister smile, "She is also a long-term subordinate who will give her life to you, your highness." Ragnar was still confused and asked, "Tower Master, could it be her?" He did not hesitate to admit immediately, "Yes. It's forbidden magic, black magic," Herbert said while smiling cunningly. Herbert confidently declared that Ian Phage, who is like a thorn in our eyes, will become a pawn to free his life and dedicate his life to him. He reassured Ragnar, "Please don't worry," then firmly affirmed that, "Your Highness, according to the plan, I hope you will ascend to the throne of Emperor." Early the next morning, just as dawn broke on top of the ivory tower, the old tower owner immediately received terrible news. The old man read the report and couldn't believe his eyes, constantly repeating, "Level 6. Level 6, the more Herbert thought, the more angry he became. He couldn't hold back his anger and unleashed his magic. The furniture in the room was thrown everywhere by his anger, and everything broke. Herbert cursed silently, "That brat." At this moment there was a knock on the door outside. A young magician entered. "Master of the tower," he called me. He was stunned when he saw the chaotic scene in the room. Papers and documents were scattered all over the floor, even porcelain decorations were broken, and the tower owner was snorting in anger. Seeing his student enter, Herbert smiled again and said, "I'm here, Marco." Marco hesitantly asked, "Yes, what's wrong, what happened?" Herbert immediately replied, "No, nothing." Herbert suddenly confided to Marco, "Suddenly I remembered the first time I met you, 20 years have passed." He used a deep tone and said, "Marco, at that time you were just a newborn baby, so you won't remember, but that moment is still very vivid to me. You are an abandoned towel-wrapped child who smiled at me. You turn over and stand on your 2 feet. I love looking at you so much that sometimes I forget my work." Herbert recalled as he spoke, but one day, that child not only gained the ability of a magician, but also grew up and became a full-fledged magician. "Who would have thought? I am really proud of you." Marco happily replied, "Thanks to the kindness you gave me. If given the chance to repay your kindness, Marco, I will do everything I can." Herbert showed affection and said, "You are like my son, it is unreasonable for you to have to repay me." The old man cleverly said, "But the reason I called you is because I have something important to ask you. If you don't do anything, can you come to my mansion tonight?" Marco replied without hesitation, "Yes, you just need to give me the order." Herbert immediately showed a cunning smile, "Thank you, then I will see you later." That evening, when the streets became deserted with no passers-by, the cold night covered the whole city. A heavy wooden door was opened, a soft creaking sound rang out in the quiet night. The shop owner heard the commotion and immediately turned to greet him in a natural reflex, welcoming him. But he suddenly showed a surprised expression. The shop owner exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God, who is this? Isn't that the youngest high-ranking magician in the ivory tower, Ian Phage?" Ian asked a little surprised, "Do you know me?" The shop owner immediately replied, "Of course no one in this area knows you." He bowed respectfully and greeted Ian with respect, not expecting someone as important as him to visit this small place. He nervously looked up at Ian and stammered, "But may I know what you're here for?" Ian said calmly, "You don't need to be careful." He placed a bundle of gold coins on the table and said, "I'm only here as a customer to buy information." Looking at that generous remuneration, the shop owner immediately said, "I have heard that high-level magicians of the Ivory Tower receive a lot of research fees. It seems to be true." He looked up and asked Ian, "Okay, what information do you want?" Ian directly requested, "I want to buy all information related to black magic." The shop owner was surprised, "Oh ho, black magic, don't you know better than us?" Ian replied, "In theory it might be true, but that wasn't the information I was looking for." "That information could be trivial or even baseless," Ian suggested. "I want to know the information behind it, not the information known to the public." The shop owner immediately smiled and said, "I understand what you mean." He said to Ian, "We just happened to track down something related. You came at the right time." The innkeeper seriously asked, "Mr. Ian, do you know the Order of Dragons?" Ian wondered in surprise, "Dragon Order?" The innkeeper immediately explained that it was one of many religions in the empire. They are a group of people who worship dragons as gods. While they are not famous, the Order of Dragons is the oldest religious group, having existed for hundreds of years. The Order of the Dragon was originally a small religious group in the remote countryside. A tomb robber said he had seen the last descendant of the dragons and that he had come to pass on the teachings containing the supernatural power of the cult leader. That's what people say to each other. Although at first they saw him as a fraud and did not believe him, gradually the Dragon Order began to have people join and grow stronger. Who is the leader? How many followers do they have and what are their goals? There is no information about them, as if they are covered by a veil. There are a lot of speculations and rumors, some of which are very crazy, like they can revive the dead and brainwash. Although I don't know if dragon descendants really exist, if you combine many rumors and situations, a possibility emerges. Ian also vaguely understood the connection between the information the shop owner had just provided. He went on to say, "We're pretty sure the Dragon Order is related to dark magic." The shop owner also revealed that recently forces in the Empire have come to seek information about the Dragon Order. Dark magic requires materials more inhuman than mana, which means there are forces that exist that are capable of purchasing that. They are quite closed, so it is said that only selected individuals can join, but finding out who belongs to that religion is not easy. If you can brainwash and control others, then wouldn't you be able to ignore those with high status and authority in the Empire? He said to Ian, "We only know that much, we will continue to investigate them, so if we have more information, I will mail it to you." Ian only had a few clues, so he had to advise the shop owner. "Okay, please continue your investigation." The owner happily waved to him, thanking Ian, hoping he will continue to support us in the future. After that, Ian returned to his villa, filled with thoughts and worries. He pondered thoughtfully, the Dragon's Order, he had never heard of it in his previous life. If they are a sect that has existed for over 100 years, I should at least have heard about them once. The Sorcerer King I met in the Great Plains used black magic through the black magic inlaid on this staff. And the required materials other than mana perhaps. Remembering those living snails, Ian shivered. If the main ingredient was human life, it would be terrible. Ian sighed. Even though it was just his thoughts, I believe Tower Master Herbert knew how much the changes in Dai Bin Plain were related to the dark magic of France. Perhaps he is directly related to the Order of Dragons. Ian leaned back in his chair tiredly. Too many things had changed in this life. He worriedly thought, there was a high possibility that the future had changed little by little before I returned to the past. The gap between my previous life and this life is gradually expanding. Ian wondered, was it because he used the dragon language or was it a side effect of going back in time? It felt like he had opened a box that shouldn't have been opened. Ian was restless in his heart. This time I was too complacent, just because I held on to the memories of my previous life. From now on I won't know what happens. Ian opened the always locked drawer and took out a jewelry box. He took the mind-purifying wire that Oliver gave him, thinking to himself, I have to prepare for every possibility. Meanwhile, at the Tower Master's house, Herbert is talking to Marco. Marco, I'm sorry it's late but I still made you come all the way here. Marco happily replied, it's okay, Tower Master. He innocently asked, may I know what you want to help me with? Herbert said vaguely, that, then he snapped his fingers. The door was immediately locked with magic, making Marco a bit surprised. Herbert looked mysterious and said, this is something no one else knows. The old man stood up and said to Marco, can you follow me for a moment? Marco worriedly asked, where are we going? Herbert ignored Marco's question and went to take down a book from the shelf. He said, this book will guide us. As he spoke, he flipped open the book. As soon as the book was opened, it emitted a dark energy. Then a space portal opened, but the other side seemed to be a gloomy and dark place. Marco asked in fear, Master, Tower Master, this is... Herbert still ignored Marco's question and urged him. What's up? Marco, quickly enter this gate. Marco was scared, but thinking of the Tower Master's love and support over the years, he tried to suppress his fear. Finally, Marco also entered that magic gate following the Tower Master. The space behind the door is truly dark and gloomy, making people feel creepy. The Tower Master took Marco deep inside before using light magic. The light that appeared suddenly blinded Marco. When he opened his eyes and saw the scene before him clearly, he was even more shocked and scared. Herbert took Marco to a secret prison. This place holds a lot of people. Everyone looks very tired and in pain. They seem to no longer have a clear consciousness. Even when strangers appeared here, they did not scream for help. Marco fearfully asked Herbert, the Tower Master, who these people were. Herbert said calmly, don't be too surprised, these people are just ingredients. Marco shouted in panic, what do you mean, ingredients, aren't they all humans? Under the flickering light, Marco was shocked to realize that an acquaintance of his was also being imprisoned. He called out hesitantly, Chris, are you sure? Herbert calmly said, he almost died. An accident happened while he was practicing magic. He did not hesitate to reveal to Marco that the magicians here were almost the same. They all almost died while on duty, due to accidents or illnesses. Occasionally we also have mages from other countries. For non-mage ingredients we can find them in the alleys. Because they are all crawling on the ground, perhaps their lives are just like trash. Herbert coldly continued, the magicians here are no different, they cannot exceed level 1. It was an inhumane act, but he showed himself to be a benefactor to those imprisoned, who were despised by others with a sense of shame. I simply saved them from that deep hole. Marco was still in shock. Sir, what are you saying? Herbert smiled sinisterly and said, they are materials devoted to the empire of the Ivory Tower. Then, he swung his staff. A dark energy began to spread throughout the prison. Herbert used dark magic and pretended to tell Marco, don't worry, I won't turn you into them, I promise. He smiled evilly and said, you are like my son, right? The black smoke coming out of the staff became thicker and thicker. It wrapped around Marco's body and crept into his mind. Marco's eyes were gradually swallowed by a black color. He coughed violently and clutched his chest in pain. Just a moment later, Marco dropped his arms and knelt to the ground. The flow of dark energy gradually withdrew from his body and dissolved into thin air. The Tower Master ordered, Marco, stand up. He immediately followed suit. Herbert ordered again, look at me. He asked Marco, who am I? He answered like a machine. Master of the fallen tower of the Green River Empire, Sir Herbert Leon. Herbert asked again, and who are you? Marco replied calmly, my name is Marco, level 2 magician of the Ivory Tower, and currently an assistant magician to the Tower Master. Herbert immediately threw a dagger to the ground. The knife fell right at Marco's feet. To test his puppet's complete submission, Herbert cruelly asks Marco, can you cut off your pinky finger with that knife? Marco immediately picked up the knife. He didn't hesitate to put the blade on his little finger, and directly cut it off right in front of the Tower Master. Herbert smiled proudly and said, "Now you are truly my son." The next day, at the Ivory Tower, everyone seemed confused about what was happening recently. The wizards discussed amongst themselves. The Tower Master had requested an indefinite leave of absence. It seems like a lot has happened to him recently. He is also quite old. Besides, there's also Ian's business, right? In addition to being the youngest high-level mage, he is also level 6, so he must be under a lot of pressure. The magicians asked each other worriedly, but what will happen from now on? What do you mean? The Tower Master supports the 5 princes, Mr. Ian supports the Crown Prince. The 2 pillars of the Ivory Tower serve 2 different masters. Whose side should we be on? How do I know? We're just doing what our superiors tell us to do, while the magicians are busy discussing with each other. Marco quietly walks past them without saying anything. Marco brought some books or something into Ian's room. Ian heard the knock on the door and said, "Yes, please come in." Ian still happily said as always, "Ah, Marco, I'm here." But Ian's response was Marco's cold attitude. "Yes, Mr. Ian," he said absent-mindedly, "I brought what you asked for." Ian immediately replied, "Thank you, I've been looking for them for a long time. Thanks to you I don't have to waste time looking for them anymore." While Marco put the books on the table, Ian asked him, "By the way, is the Tower Master seriously ill?" Marco replied nonchalantly, he didn't need to worry. Ian was surprised to see the wound on Marco's hand. He asked with concern, "Why is your hand injured?" Marco just coldly said, "I practiced magic and had a small accident, you don't need to worry." Ian breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "I understand, I hope you recover soon." Faced with Marco's cold attitude, Ian on the phone was suspicious. He thought to himself, something was very strange, there was a distance between us, it was like he had turned into a different person. Whenever Marco was with me, he never spoke formally and was always relaxed. Although it was still the same voice and face, he was definitely more distant than before, after the Tower Master resigned. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed in Ian's mind. He smiled and said to Marco, "Oh yes, I remember that time. 6 years ago, I first met you, who was sent to Mogrian. When the Lord goes out to punish the goblins and is in danger, without his help, something terrible will definitely happen." Ian made up part of that story, but Marco still mechanically replied that, yes, there was such a thing. As soon as Ian heard Marco say that, he quietly clenched his hands, clearly something was wrong with him. Marco bowed to Ian, "If you have nothing else then I'll go," but Ian stopped him, "Mr. Marco." Ian got up from his chair and said, "Please wait a moment." Ian approached and told Marco that he was not present at the goblin expedition. He repeated the truth to Marco, "You helped me when I did the mana reaction test." Ian came closer and closer and said, "If I remember correctly, I'm sorry." Even though Ian raised his staff as if preparing to attack Marco, he still stood there blankly and asked, "What are you talking about?" Without hesitation, Ian pointed the tip of his staff towards Marco. The magical light on the tip of the staff immediately flashed brightly. Ian chanted a spell, Great Dispelling. A magic circle immediately appeared in front of Marco. The bright light made him reflexively raise his hands to cover his face. Marco suddenly opened his eyes, dark energy gradually escaping from his body. A ray of red light was also pushed out of his irises. Marco knelt down, more and more dark energy escaping from his body. They gradually coalesced and formed a black aura that separated from Marco's body. Even the dark aura in his eyes was sucked out. The purification ritual ended, the dark energy completely disappeared. Wearily, Marco put his hands on the floor, breathing hard. Ian kindly sat down and asked Marco, "Are you back yet?" Marco, still scared, stammered and asked, Me, why am I here?" Ian explained, "I cast an anti-magic spell to remove all the spells on him. He was controlled by black magic." Marco suddenly said, "Stopped," then he screamed in horror. "We have to stop him, we have to stop him, Ian." Ian asked, "Are you saying we have to stop the Tower Master?" He immediately told Marco, "Please tell me what happened, everything." That afternoon, at the Tower Master's house, Herbert was leisurely enjoying afternoon tea when the servant came in to announce that the Tower Master, Uncle Ian, had come to visit him. The tower owner calmly sipped his tea and asked, "Did he come alone?" The servant immediately replied, "Yes, at least we didn't see anyone around." With dark magic in hand, he proudly said, "Okay, bring him in. Herbert squinted his eyes and thought, have you taken the bait? Ian Phage. He was secretly pleased. The reason I used black magic on Marco was simply to give people an excuse to come find me. Anyway, a magician like you will be able to detect the black magic I used on Marco. Everything is going according to plan. Although some ingredients cannot be used, it is a worthwhile investment to tame a level 6 dog. Herbert was sure that he would defeat Ian, so he was very leisurely thinking that he could always find the ingredients again. The door slowly opened. Could it be that Ian easily walked into the Tower Master's trap, because this did not exist in his previous life's memories? Seeing Ian, Herbert calmly asked, did you come here directly today? I didn't expect the great level 6 magician to visit because I was sick. What an honor. Ian bowed and said, the oldest elder in the ivory tower is sick, so I have to visit. I hope he will recover as soon as possible. Herbert replied, thank you for your kind words, sit down, the tea is delicious. After that, Ian sat across from Herbert, quietly observing him. Later, Ian told Herbert that Marco was not feeling well. Herbert immediately replied, oh my god, I hope I don't infect him. Ian said directly, I looked it over for him, but it doesn't seem like it. Herbert still pretended not to understand. Ho ho, luckily, that boy Marco is always very hardworking. I was always worried that he would be too much. Not wanting to beat around the bush and waste more time, Ian got straight to the point, and I heard something unbelievable from Marco. Herbert waited silently. He deliberately showed worried eyes. Ian looked straight into Herbert's eyes and said, Marco said that in your mansion there is a gate leading to a secret laboratory and you are conducting inhumane black magic research there. Herbert laughed and waved it off. Ho ho, how could that be possible? Marco must have seen it wrong because he wasn't feeling well. Ian said bluntly, he was controlled by black magic. And the one who cast black magic on him was you, the Tower Master, who was like his father. Ian told Herbert, he asked me to stop you. He still pretended to be innocent. I don't understand what you're talking about. Herbert began to lure Ian to a portal leading to the laboratory. That thing existed. That was the power of an artifact I accidentally acquired. It was quite convenient for this old body of mine. But experimenting with black magic, that's a bit too much of a joke. Pretending to want to prove his innocence, he immediately stood up and said, while we're talking, do you want to see my laboratory? Herbert's eyes were eagerly looking at Ian as if he was waiting for his prey to fall into a trap, because rather than doubting me, it was better for him to see it with his own eyes. Under that provocation from the old Tower Master, Ian just sat quietly thinking, what decision would he make? Should he go into the tiger's den to catch the tiger, or should he just probe him like that today? Already, Herbert saw that Ian was still hesitating and asked again, how about it? Do you want to see my laboratory? Ian replied now, only if you allow me to do so. Herbert immediately said, follow me. He walked up to the bookshelf and said, I'll show you the lab right away. The Tower Master, who should have been a good role model, was rumored to be researching black magic. Isn't that an insult to me? He leisurely grabbed the curtain in front of him, then without hesitation opened it for Ian to see. Behind the curtain is a space gate. Herbert picked up the book and explained, this is the gate, created with the power of this artifact. If one person puts magic power into the book, anyone can use the magic gate of the 8th level spell cave. Ian just listened silently and didn't react at all. Herbert then walked in first and held out his hand inviting Ian, okay, come inside. Ian walked behind Herbert in the darkness without fear. He thought, Herbert Lyon in his previous life. Recognized as one of the greatest tower masters in the Ivory Tower, the great mage prepared the ground for the unification of the continent. He was very simple and honest, a master of the Ivory Tower more benevolent than anyone. He, who saw Ragnar as his master and helped him climb to the throne, led the Ivory Tower to the highest power and status in human history. Remembering that time, Ian thought to himself, as a servant of the same master, I also respected the Tower Master. Herbert suddenly stopped. He showed a smug smile and said, Ian, you know, Herbert just performed dark magic on his staff. Just confided in Ian. Sometimes I want to become a hero, become a magician strong enough to protect the Empire and save suffering civilians. Herbert looked at his trembling hands and said, however, gradually I realized, we cannot change anything with our own power alone, and that, there is a separate power in this world, can make me a hero. At this point, Herbert no longer needs to hide his true face. He directly showed Ian his abundant source of dark energy. And that dark energy quickly attached to Ian's body. It crept into every breath as if it wanted to suffocate him. Herbert cast a hypnotic spell on Ian and lit up this prison. He leisurely said, "The power can allow me to mobilize countless talented magicians. With this power, I will be able to truly protect the peace of the Empire and its people. People call that strength power." Herbert still wanted to play the hero, continuing to say, "Please, become a part of the tower." Ian Phage. Herbert constantly preached false ideals to Ian. If he listened to my orders, he would be able to protect the Empire more than he is now, and could also save many civilians. He even shamelessly declared that, for a talented young man like you and an old man like me, isn't becoming a hero what we want. Ian was no longer resisting. He let his hands fall just like Marco did when he was under the spell. Herbert stared at Ian. He wanted to make sure that the black magic was deeply ingrained in Ian's mind. So, he began to give orders, "Now stand up." Ian immediately stood up following Herbert's instructions. His eyes became dull and lifeless. Herbert laughed excitedly, "Ha, ha ha ha." The old man happily declared, "It was so simple, as if it was no big deal." Herbert excitedly tried again, "Okay, let's see how you answer. Who am I?" Ian mechanically replied that he was the master of the Empire's ivory tower, Mr. Herbert Leon. The more Herbert listened, the more excited and gloating he became. Ian continued, and, being a crazy person, Ian laughed at Herbert's silly arrogance. While Herbert was still in shock asking what he had just said, a punch came in front of him. Ian swung his fist and punched him straight in the face, sending him flying backwards. Herbert fell in pain and hit his back against the wall, screaming loudly. The old man held his newly punched and bruised nose and stammered, asking, "What to do, what to do, what to you?" The old man was still in shock and repeated the same sentence over and over again, "Impossible, impossible." Ian kept an eye on him, the tower master. Then he questioned harshly, "Didn't you say you don't research black magic? Perhaps you don't know this, since you can't surpass the limit of a level 5 mage, the ability gap plays an important role." Ian approached and said, "A level 5 mage who uses dark magic is still a level 5 mage." He calmly sat down in front of the provocative Herbert. "Furthermore, do you think I came here without preparing countermeasures?" Ian sneered sarcastically at him. "Normally you wouldn't let something like that get past you. It seemed like you were in a hurry." The tower master still couldn't bear to say something. You. Ian immediately spread his hand in front of him. He chanted spells without hesitation, draining mana. Herbert stared blankly at Ian, but he couldn't resist because of his inferior ability. Just a moment later, Herbert stopped fighting. The old man bowed his head tiredly. Ian sighed and said, "Take a rest. With so much mana taken away, it will probably be very difficult for you to move." He also added sarcasm, because he was quite old, so it took a while to restore his mana. He was already dead, but Herbert was still speechless, only saying with a little bit of his breath, "Name, bastard," but Ian just let him sit there. He quietly observed the prison and seemed to have a plan in mind, causing the old tower master to lose everything in humiliation. Ignoring the old tower master sitting there, Ian began to carefully examine this prison. He immediately used light magic to dispel the darkness here. Ian brought the ball of light to a warehouse. As soon as he shined the light, he was overwhelmed because it was filled with sparkling gold, silver, and jewels. Ian looked carefully at every corner of the warehouse. On this side, there was so much gold that it was impossible to hold it, spilling out all over the floor. In the other corner, there are piles of expensive jewelry and dozens of rare and special pharmaceuticals. Looking at this secret treasure, Ian laughed sarcastically. The owner of the ivory tower is simple and honest, nonsense." He glanced at Herbert contemptuously. "You don't have any relatives, so I was wondering what you would do with the wealth you have accumulated. Perhaps you don't intend to return any of this to the Empire and are thinking of hiding it from everyone in this mansion?" The master of the tower is an old man, at an age almost far from heaven, but still greedy for so much wealth. Ian sneered and asked sarcastically, "Do you intend to take them with you to the next life?" Although Herbert was angry and righteous, he was so angry that he coughed and choked. But he had just had his mana drained, so he was so tired that he no longer had the strength to refute or dig anymore. Glancing at him, Ian was bored and didn't bother being sarcastic anymore. He frowned in boredom and sighed. Ian continued walking around the prison and was stopped when he saw Herbert's other heinous crimes. He approached the door of a cell and shined a light inside, examining the condition of the prisoners that Herbert always considered experimental subjects, raw materials for his great career. Ian thought to himself, although their condition was quite bad, some of them were still breathing. Even though he wasn't sure if they were still awake enough to understand what he was saying, Ian still gently comforted those people. Please wait a little longer, I will get everyone out of this place and help everyone get treatment. After the old tower master regained some mana, he began to become more alert. He directly said provocative words to Ian, "That Marco." Herbert said arrogantly, "Do you think he is the only one?" Ian suspected that Herbert was preparing to do something, so he immediately turned to look at him and Herbert arrogantly laughed. Ha ha ha. With a sinister smile, he said to Ian, "I still have a lot of subordinates out there compared to someone like Marco, they are much more useful." Ian calmly asked him, "So what?" Herbert angrily shouted, "Don't play dumb, brat, I'm sure they've started to move, they won't stop unless I give them a signal." In anger, he shouted to reveal his sinister plot. "From the beginning, I had set them up to behave like that, just targeting two things." Ian still very calmly asked, "My family and the Crown Prince?" Herbert seemed pleased to make terms with Ian. "What do you think? Or do you want to make a deal with me?" The old man boldly said, "My proposal is very simple, we will consider forgetting what happened today." Thinking he was in control, Herbert arrogantly said, "If I don't reveal this gate, there will be no evidence at all, you won't be able to expose me with just your words." He considered himself smart, so he did not hesitate to come forward and tell Ian, "I don't know what you are planning, but touching me won't do you any good, in the end you will beg and regret what you did. Do that." Contrary to Herbert's expectations, Ian was not worried or diligent at all. He stopped and replied, "No problem, thank you." Herbert saw Ian's calm expression and immediately became frightened. The old man was startled and bluntly threatened Ian again, "Your mother and the Crown Prince will really die." Ian still replied bluntly, "If you can do it then go ahead." Herbert was shocked. "What?" Ian smiled and raised his head to challenge him. "I said just try it." Meanwhile, at Ian's mansion, Vanessa was sitting on the balcony enjoying the fresh air when suddenly Ridio called her, "Lady Phage." Ridio walked up to Vanessa and said, "The wind is blowing very strongly today." He looked at Vanessa affectionately and said kindly, "Let's go inside." Vanessa looked worried and said, "Ian hasn't returned yet and can't contact him through the crystal bridge." Her eyes seemed restless. "She would definitely let me know if she was late." Ridio tried to reassure Vanessa, "The Phage lady, Mr. Ian is the only level 6 mage in the Empire, even a group of priests will kneel before him so you don't need to worry." Hearing that, Vanessa snapped at Ridio, "To me he is still a little boy." Seeing Vanessa angry, Ridio staggered back, confused by this awkward situation. He became hesitant. I. After pondering for a while, Ridio bowed his head and said to Vanessa, apologizing for being rude, "Lady Phage." He hesitantly expressed, "I also have a young son, but I don't pay attention to your feelings, please forgive me." Vanessa didn't mind and replied, "It's okay." She sadly told Ridio that I always thought Ian was the one who always carried too much burden. He doesn't rely on anyone and always tries to solve problems on his own, which makes me very heartbroken. She felt uneasy, so she kept rubbing her fingers together, saying that as his family, I wanted to ease the burden on the boy and become someone he can rely on, but I'm so angry with myself, I can't do anything but wait for him like that. Ridio immediately comforted Vanessa, "Please don't blame yourself, Lady Phage." He smiled and explained to Vanessa that the reason Ian was so strong was because he had a family waiting for him. Ridio told Vanessa about his previous situation. "There was a time when I was poisoned by mana, but I had the strength to continue living thanks to my son always being by my side. Isn't that what family is like?" Hearing Ridio's words, Vanessa's expression began to improve. He went on to say, although they thought they wouldn't be helpful, they hoped they could give other family members a sense of stability. Ridio said gently, "So it would be helpful for him to wait for Ian to come back at any time. So, can I stay with you, and wait with you until Ian comes back?" Ridio shyly suggested. Vanessa received Ridio's comfort and no longer blamed herself. She also comfortably smiled and nodded in agreement with Ridio. After that, the two of them watched the scenery together late at night. Radio told Vanessa that the night sky was so clear and quiet today. Vanessa immediately replied, "You're right, normally there will be patrols around the area, it's quite quiet tonight." Radio suddenly realized something was wrong. Before storms, the sky is usually very peaceful. He immediately stood up and eagerly told Vanessa, "Lady Phage, please come inside, something is wrong." Vanessa didn't understand what was going on, so she still sat there bewildered. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound coming from the garden, which Radio quickly detected. He turned towards the direction of the strange noise and shouted, Who is there?" The strangers immediately appeared. They walked straight towards Vanessa and Radio. With bloodshot eyes and fierce expressions, these two strangers were clearly bewitched by Herbert with dark magic. Seeing the other two guys getting closer and closer, Radio loudly stopped them, "Please stop immediately." But of course, the ivory tower owner's liars could not perceive anything other than obeying that old man's orders. They still continued to advance with murderous intent. Radio gritted his teeth nervously. "Damn, they didn't listen to me." He looked down in panic. The blurred line was close to the feet of the two intruders. If they crossed that line, Radio didn't have time to think anymore. He immediately exclaimed, "Lady Phage." While shouting for Lady Phage, Radio threw himself out and reached out towards her. Just at that moment, suddenly there was a loud explosion and a flash of bright light. Radio hugged Vanessa tightly, using his strong back to shield her. "Please lie down." The loud banging sound continuously rang out, breaking the stillness of the night, and the sharp rays of judgment struck down. Right at the location where those strangers had just set foot invading, the entire villa was covered in a brilliant halo of protective magic. Those rays were so powerful that Hayden and Oliver, standing on the street a whole distance away, could clearly see the bright yellow light shining down on the street. Hayden was surprised and shouted, "Wow," startled. The eldest prince was so scared that his heart would shoot out. He worriedly told Oliver, "Scaring me to the core, why was there suddenly thunder and lightning?" Oliver immediately asked, "Your Highness, are you okay?" Oliver felt uneasy and said, "I have a bad feeling, let's go back to the palace." Hearing that, Hayden immediately looked depressed. "He's already home, come on, we haven't done anything yet." The eldest prince excitedly said, "I mustered up the courage to ask my father for permission and was secretly traveling around the places where our people lived. I could not return like that." Hayden turned to Oliver and said, "More importantly, Captain, I have a question." Oliver bowed his head and waited. "Please don't hesitate to ask." Hayden hesitantly said, well, you know." Hesitating for a long time, the first prince finally said, "I wonder if I can learn some swordsmanship." Oliver looked surprised at Hayden, who was a bit shy. He asked again, "Swords, magic?" Hayden awkwardly explained, "It's nothing big, it's just self-defense, easy." "Is it going to be difficult?" Otherwise, learning the postures would be enough. While talking to Hayden, Oliver suddenly discovered something unusual. He immediately raised his vigilance and glanced around. Hayden didn't notice anything strange, still struggling to explain to Oliver, like how to draw his sword in a cool way. As soon as the first prince finished speaking, Oliver immediately unsheathed his sword. Hayden was surprised and confused and said, wait, I didn't tell you to teach right now." Oliver walked up and stood in front of Hayden and said seriously, "Your Highness, please stand behind me." The first prince looked worriedly at Oliver, who was raising his sword in a fighting stance. Oliver tightened his grip on the sword and then called the second team of knights to protect his highness. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of knights guarding the crown prince immediately gathered. They stood around Hayden and formed a solid defense line. Oliver frowned and spoke harshly to the hidden enemy, "Reveal yourself." Indeed, from the darkness of the alley, a figure appeared gliding forward. That hidden person came alone in a cloak, daring to go 1-on-4 with Hayden's bodyguards, definitely not an ordinary person. As soon as Oliver saw that person's face, he frowned in surprise. It was her, the Ivory Tower's senior mage, Helen. Seeing Helen's unusual appearance, Oliver questioned her suspiciously, "I heard you disappeared a few years ago, what are you doing here?" Helen didn't answer but just kept walking towards Hayden. Oliver shouted cautiously, "Wait a minute, tell me your purpose quickly." Helen finally stopped, but she still refused to open her mouth to say anything. After a moment of silence, Helen began to whisper, "Hayden, Green River. We have to kill the people who get in our way." Helen's eyes widened. her bloodshot eyes filled with murderous intent as she looked towards Hayden. Hearing Helen's answer and looking into her strange eyes, Oliver was stunned for a moment. But he wasn't stunned for too long and immediately jumped up from the ground and actively attacked Helen. Oliver slashed Helen's head straight down, but she promptly raised her staff to block the blow. Helen was amazed by Oliver's speed and strength. She immediately jumped back a few steps. After all, close combat is not the mage's forte. As soon as she reached a reasonable distance from Oliver, Helen immediately started using magic. Even though her mind is controlled by black magic, Helen's fighting habits have not changed. Her forte is still fire. Once she stabilized her position, she immediately transformed into giant fireballs. With just one look from Helen, the fireball was controlled to fly straight towards Oliver immediately. But the size of this fireball was nothing compared to when Oliver sparred with Ian. So Oliver didn't dodge the fireball at all, but smiled complacently, holding the sword firmly with both hands, holding it back. This was the right thing to do. He swung his sword and slashed from behind, easily cleaving the fireball in half and neutralizing Helen's first attack. The fireball was cut in half, creating long streaks of fire parallel to each other, hot steam rising. Oliver immediately took advantage of the space between the two streaks of fire and rushed forward. Helen was shocked to see that Oliver could cut her fireball in half and suddenly appeared in the middle of the blazing fire. Oliver smiled confidently, he ran with momentum and jumped up, rushing straight towards Helen. Helen once again promptly raised her staff to block Oliver's slashing sword. Not giving Helen a chance to create distance with him, Oliver repeatedly thrust his sword at her, causing her to constantly lean and dodge. Oliver raised his sword above his head, preparing to strike the decisive blow. But as Oliver slashed down, Helen quickly used magic to create a white mana leaf to block his sword. The blade collided with the shield with a clang and then bounced back. Helen continued to maintain the shield because her only technique, Fire Blast, had no effect on Oliver, so she couldn't attack back. Suddenly Oliver smiled happily and said, "Mana shield, looks like I can finally try it." Oliver stood up and said excitedly, "I want to show you Ian first." "But it seems like it wouldn't be a bad idea to try it first," Oliver said, taking off one glove. He placed the sharp blade in that palm. Then, without hesitation, Oliver used his bare hand to pull out the blade. Bright red blood immediately dripping onto the ground. Blood flowed down his blade. Oliver said excitedly, "I don't have the ability to release mana because I only have half a heart of mana." Facing Oliver, who was acting incomprehensibly, Helen persisted with her white mana leaves. Oliver smiled happily and continued to talk to her, but the mana dissolved in my blood could be released in a short period of time. While Oliver was talking, the blade was slowly emitting light. The mana from his blood was actually having an effect on the blade. Oliver confidently raised his sword, pouring energy into the blade. "I will show you the greatest effort of someone with half a heart of mana." As soon as he finished speaking, Oliver immediately rushed forward. Then he swung his sword and slashed hard. Bang! The sound of breaking was heard. Helen's white mana leaves were shattered like thin pieces of glass. The debris flew past Helen's face while she was still standing there in shock. Oliver took the opportunity to continue swinging his sword, his sharp eyes looking straight at Helen. Bang! The tip of the sword pierced her shoulder blade. Helen's eyes widened in horror, seemingly still unable to believe that a swordsman could defeat a magician. Helen cried out in pain, She grabbed the blade, trying to stop Oliver from thrusting deeper. Oliver also had no intention of ending Helen here. He bluntly said, "I won't kill you because I need to find the person who ordered you to harm Her Highness. Don't expect to die peacefully." Returning to the current situation in Herbert's secret prison, the old man was still stunned and asked Ian again, "What?" It seemed that because he was old, his ears could no longer hear clearly. He kept asking Ian over and over again, "What do you mean? What are you trying to say?" Ian smiled sarcastically, "Unlike everyone else, I am someone who has faith in the people I have met over the past 5 years." Herbert still tries to punch and threaten Ian, but even so, you won't be able to win. Ian then laughed and mocked him, "Ha ha ha, tower owner. Do you think I've just been sitting idle all this time? Didn't you send some suspicious people to my house during the negotiations in Demisra?" Ian laughed at Herbert's lack of creativity. He couldn't use the same trick twice. He was very bitter but completely helpless because he no longer had any cards to threaten Ian. Ian revealed to Herbert that the intruders were probably surrounded by mana traps now, or maybe they were no longer in this world. Looking at the completely devastated Tower Master, he smiled contemptuously and said, "The negotiation failed, I don't get any benefits from this negotiation anymore." Ian walked closer to Herbert and said, "You will have to stand trial, then go to jail, but the death penalty would probably be more suitable for what you have done." He smiled triumphantly, "I will make sure that happens." Herbert could no longer look down on Ian as a brat anymore. He was so small in the face of Ian's great figure. His next words made him even more desperate. "I have shed so much blood and tears for decades to build it, I will take it over well." Ian stood in front of Herbert, spoke slowly, and, "I originally didn't intend to do this," Ian said as he gently placed his hand on Herbert's head. He began to inject energy similar to electricity into his head to punish him. Ian calmly told him that increasing the power of the ivory tower was what the Tower Master should do. "I understand why you support the 5th Prince, and not the Crown Prince, because at one time I also thought that Ragnar was an ideal candidate to become ruler." After each sentence, the flow of energy increased, causing Herbert extreme pain. And Ian continued to indifferently tell him, "The secret of accumulating wealth, it's not surprising that people do that." Finally, when the energy surged to its peak enough to turn him into a fool, Ian growled, "But dragging my family into this is the worst mistake you've ever made." The old Tower Master screamed in pain because of this terrible punishment, but it was also his own doing. Ian clearly did not care about Herbert's greed for money and power. He could have had it. Could temporarily rest in peace until he appeared in court, but he had foolishly touched his red line, which was why Ian directly took action. However, he did not kill Herbert immediately because he still had room to use his life. Ian smiled and said to him, "After all, the king's anger can fall on anyone, right?" The next morning, tension enveloped the royal palace. The emperor's roaring voice full of indignation echoed throughout the room. The cruel crimes of Tower Master Herbert Leon were exposed. That criminal forgot his position as Tower Master and immersed himself in the dark magic. Not only that, he also used human souls as sacrifices and ruthlessly exploited the lives of innocent people and his fellow magicians. The king violently slammed down on the handrail and declared that this was a serious crime and he could not pay the price even if he died. The emperor said sternly, "What he did cannot be forgiven, I have no intention of being lenient." And the emperor's final verdict that came immediately afterwards shocked the nobles. "Therefore, from now on, all titles and authority of Herbert Leon will be stripped. I order his death punishment." Of course, this would be a public execution. His name would forever remain in imperial history as the most terrible criminal of all time if he had any relatives or accomplices. "I declare that we will definitely find them and eradicate them. The emperor orders that we will also investigate those involved in this incident. And if there are any magicians who research black magic, I will personally supervise the investigation and related work. During this investigation, there will be no exceptions, regardless of status, and I order all nobles to make every effort to cooperate with the investigation." Many nobles heard the emperor give such an order and became restless because they had previously supported the Tower Master. But the king is a wise and benevolent man, so he still opens a path to life for those who have gone astray. "I guess there will be people supporting the Tower Master's plot, but without knowing what is really going on, I allow them to be purified of black magic and return to their original state. But the punishment for the high-ranking magician Helen, who aimed for the Crown Prince's life, will be different from the other victims." The king declared that although she may have only acted on orders from the Tower Master and could not control her own mind, the act of assassinating the Crown Prince was a very serious crime and could not be tolerated at all costs. "Therefore, I sentence senior magician Helen to life imprisonment." After pronouncing the sentence on Herbert and those involved, the king praised the contributions of the heroes in this war against black magic. Finally, the two heroes who helped prevent this incident, we cannot help but recognize such outstanding deeds. Ian Fage had thwarted Herbert Leon's plot, and Knight Oliver Raywood had excelled in stopping the high-ranking mage Helen, from stepping forward. While Oliver solemnly entered, the king told everyone that, since Ian Phage was still investigating the black magic incident, the ceremony to recognize his contributions would take place after the incident was completely closed. And now, right here, the knight protected the crown prince from a level 4 magician. Mr. Oliver, the monarch said to Oliver, come closer. Oliver stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the king. The emperor solemnly told him, Captain of the 2nd Royal Knights, Oliver Raywood, you are truly a blessing to the empire and worthy of praise. Not only did you protect the crown prince, but you were also able to surpass the limits of human birth. I am sure you will become an ideal role model for both empires and knights across the world. The emperor slowly stood up and said, I will not let the efforts and achievements of someone like you go unrecognized. Right now, the captain of the 2nd Royal Knight Squad, Oliver Raywood, will be given control of all the knights in the empire and given the highest title, the Sword of the Empire. The nobles continued to be surprised by this decision of the emperor. The king slowly explained that the title had been without an owner for a long time. The reason the title of Imperial Sword hasn't been bestowed on anyone for hundreds of years is because the sword has been hidden in the shadow of magic. However, Oliver Raywood overcame that shadow and surpassed the limits of the sword. He has also shown his loyalty as a royal knight and he will continue to do so. Hayden stood next to hear his father praising Oliver and felt happy. The emperor pulled out the royal sword and spoke, so I decided it was very appropriate to give him the title of Imperial Sword. To perform the title conferment ceremony, he ordered Oliver, the royal knight Oliver Raywood, to kneel. Oliver immediately put down one leg. He bowed respectfully before the emperor. When Oliver was ready, the emperor began to perform the ritual, in the name of the Green River. I bestow the title of Sword of the Empire upon the knight Oliver Raywood with reverence. Are you willing to take the position that has been vacant for hundreds of years as the Empire's sword? Oliver raised his head and said the oath, in the name of the Empire's sword. I swear I will use my life to protect this empire. That afternoon, at the palace of the 5th prince, Ragnar shouted angrily. Father, he angrily argued with the emperor, no matter how much I thought, it was unreasonable. Why can you execute the leader of our country's ivory tower? Please reconsider, don't you see that doing so could cause great damage to our country? Ragnar tries to protect Herbert. The Tower Master is a great 5th level mage. His death will mean the execution of tens of thousands of magicians. He continued to give arguments to convince the emperor, but that was not all. When the Tower Master is executed, other countries will know the news, including the Coldwood Empire that has long stalked our country's borders. Even the John Duchy will take action after completing the handling of the Great Plains. He tries to promote the importance of the Tower Master. The strongest mage in our country is about to die. The Empire's internal affairs will fall into chaos. If they have even the slightest malicious intent, this will be the perfect opportunity for them. They will see this as an opportunity. The emperor calmly refuted Ragnar's argument. The current strongest magician was no longer Herbert Leon. He stated the undeniable truth that the strongest mage in the tower right now was humanity's first level 6 mage, Ian Phage. He will soon take on the responsibility of the Tower Master, so there won't be any problems. The emperor made arguments that Ragnar could not refute. In fact, I saw this as an opportunity to bring the ivory tower to a new level. Because there will be a change in generation, seeing that Ragnar is silent, the emperor seriously asked me if I was wrong. Answer me. Ragnar was forced to open his mouth to admit, he was right. From now on Ian Phage will definitely open a new era for the ivory tower. He still tried to salvage some hope. However, the Tower Master was of the same level as him and was a magician with decades of experience. If he leads the ivory tower with Ian Phage, our empire will be able to top the continent in the shortest amount of time. Also, if a talented young magician and an experienced magician were both in charge of the ivory tower, they would be able to restrain each other. Ragnar also considered himself wise, using royal interests to persuade the emperor. He said, arguing that the obligation and responsibility to control the ivory tower belongs to the royal family. But keeping the tower owner means that responsibility will be carried out by the ivory tower itself. Isn't this the most ideal situation? The emperor slowly replied, you are right. Ragnar was excited and happy, thinking that he had successfully saved Herbert. Then, however, the emperor suddenly added that the Tower Master had researched forbidden black magic. No, it's not just simple research. As the master of the ivory tower, he used countless magicians and innocent civilian lives that he was responsible for protecting as raw materials for black magic. He did not hesitate and sacrificed them. Ragnar stood still and stammered, saying that the emperor did not wait for Ragnar to justify the tower master any further. He bluntly said that the tower master's actions had crossed the line. He must have gone crazy. What he wanted to get his hands on by sacrificing countless lives was only power. Didn't he try to eliminate the threat to his power, Ian Phage, by using black magic and was exposed in the process? Ragnar became increasingly indignant when he faced the emperor's valid criticism of Herbert. He still tried to save the situation, but the Tower Master is the second most powerful person in our empire, right? Although his methods were wrong, the black magic he researched could become a very powerful weapon that could bring great benefits to our empire. Even Ragnar persists in giving crazy opinions. He proposed to the emperor about materials used for black magic. We could instead use dangerous criminals who, for the common good, sacrifice themselves that way as well. Hearing this, the emperor couldn't stand it anymore. He got angry and shouted, "That's your problem, Ragnar." Ragnar was stunned and asked, "What?" The king bluntly said, "That's why I can't choose you to test my plans." He angrily explained to Ragnar that black magic is an absolute evil that corrupts the soul and disrupts the order of the world. Our founder, Mitchell Greenriver, worked very hard to ban black magic and make it completely disappear from this land. The king glared and questioned Ragnar, "You know that too, right?" Then, he lowered his voice and advised, "Ragnar, I know your thoughts, personality and ambitions. You are very smart and bright. However, you are missing something very important, and I am sure you know what it is. Perhaps up until now, you have always hidden that weakness of yours, but you will not be able to hide it when it is a constant thing in your thoughts." The emperor passed by Ragnar and reminded him, "Just like what you are doing here." He still hopes to be able to pull Ragnar back to the right thinking. The ultimate goal of politics is to enforce justice in this world. Qualities of an emperor who can rule and enforce justice, which is the heart of fighting for the interests of civilians. People like you who view others as tools do not have that quality. Ragnar suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. His reaction was the opposite of what he expected, leaving the emperor stunned. Ragnar continues to laugh and says, "No, it's not." The emperor looked at him suspiciously. "What do you mean?" Ragnar's sarcasm, "The real reason why I can't become the heir, you think I don't know. The royal brother was born from your mistress, the person you love. On the other hand, then is a son born so that he can rise to power among the nobles, right?" Ragnar said somewhat sourly, "That is the difference between us." The emperor immediately shouted, "Ragnar!" But he continues to express his dissatisfaction, to gain recognition. "Do you know how hard it has been?" Ragnar just remembered what happened when he was a child. Laughing bitterly, he said to the emperor, "Have you looked at your child kindly?" The more Ragnar thought about it, the more jealous and indignant he became, and bitterly said, "I want to ask, have you ever treated me like you treat a royal brother?" He seemed crazy with jealousy towards Hayden. I'm sure if he was the one who made the request to release the Tower Master, he would approve. Hearing that, the emperor immediately raised his hand, preparing to vent his anger. Ragnar quickly tilted his head to dodge reflexively, but then the emperor stopped. He couldn't bear to take action. Even though he was shaking with anger, the emperor still tried to calm down. In the end, he didn't want to use force against Ragnar. The emperor could only sigh. He quickly left and only left Ragnar with 2 words, "Stupid." Ragnar bowed his head in silence. Negative emotions were taking over his thoughts, anger, jealousy, and pain for himself. Seeing him a bit pitiful at this moment, a villain's past is never easy. Leaving the Ragnar room, the emperor immediately gave the order, "Dumpel. I want you to personally watch over Ragnar's mansion. Make sure it can't go out and no one is allowed to contact it. You understand what I mean?" Dumpel immediately nodded and replied, "I ask for orders." After that, dusk gradually fell, bringing a feeling of sadness covering the palace of the 5 princes. A few days later, the 5th prince was still under detention. After losing his best assistant, Ragnar was depressed every day, not knowing what to do but looking out the window, when suddenly there was a knock on the door, breaking the silence of the room. Ragnar immediately asked, "Who is it?" Dumpel replied, "Your Highness, Senior Magician Ian Far requests an audience with you." Ragnar was startled and surprised. He wondered what Ian's purpose was here. Feeling that Ian wouldn't have good intentions towards him anyway, Ragnar said to Dumpel, "I don't want to see him," told him to go away. However, right after that, the room door was still opened. Ragnar immediately shouted, "Are you there?" Ian did not hesitate to interrupt him. "This is urgent, Your Highness." Speaking of which, this was Ian's first time facing Ragnar alone in this life. Ragnar looked suspiciously at Ian, who said, "Urgent?" Ian explained that, according to Your Majesty's orders, we had to conduct a test to see if you were under the influence of dark magic. Since you are the closest person to prisoner Herbert Leon, I ask for your cooperation. Ragnar immediately shouted questions, "But today is the death penalty day for the owner of the Ivory Tower. Yet you say you need to confirm whether I am being manipulated by the Tower Master's dark magic? How long are you planning to humiliate me?" Ian calmly replied, "All officials, including royal family members, will undergo the same test. Please rest assured." Ragnar was angry but could not resist the Emperor's orders. Thinking so, he reluctantly bowed his head and sighed. Then, Ragnar immediately reached for a chair. He reluctantly sat down opposite Ian, gave a grumpy order, and left immediately after finishing his work. Ian slowly approaches. "It won't take long." He advised Ragnar, "You might feel a little dizzy or nauseous, but that proves you're not affected by black magic, so there's no need to worry." After that, Ian immediately used Great Dispel Magic. Ragnar immediately felt dizzy and nauseous. Ian pretended to be considerate and bent down to ask, "Are you okay?" Ragnar looked down in fatigue, boredom and helplessness. He replied, "I see. It's terrible." Ian still followed the procedure he told him. "No traces of black magic were found. You will feel better after resting, so you don't need to worry." When finished, Ian bowed his head and asked to leave. After saying that, he turned away. Suddenly Ragnar called Ian back. "Wait a minute." He hesitantly told Ian, "I have something to ask." Ian turned and glanced at him, waiting for a question. Ragnar bluntly asked Ian, Why do you serve my brother?" To prevent Ian from pretending to be naive, Ragnar also stopped it. "You're smart enough to understand what I mean." He is still very arrogant when comparing himself to Hayden. "My brother is not suitable for the position of emperor. Do you know that many nobles and servants have turned their backs on you?" Ian replied thoughtfully, "I do not serve the crown prince." Ian's answer shocked Ragnar beyond comprehension. He immediately stood up and asked Ian, "Wait, what do you mean?" But Ian ignored that question and coldly said, "I'm leaving now, please rest, Your Highness." After that, Ian quickly left the room. As soon as he closed the door, Ian fell into deep thought. He stood there quietly thinking. Memories of his past life rushed back into his mind and Ian had to try very hard to control his anger. Looking at his shaking hands, he thought to himself, I never served Hayden Green River. Because there is only one person in this world. I swore to be loyal. Ian clenched his fists, his hatred for being stabbed in the back by Ragnar boiling even stronger. He reminded himself that what he was about to do was revenge. It is also treason. Late that night, at the palace of the Five Princes, Dumpel suddenly knocked on the door calling Ragnar. He waited forever and didn't see any response from Ragnar, so he immediately opened the door. Inside the room was a chaotic scene. Furniture was overturned and thrown everywhere. It was clear that Ragnar could no longer contain his rage and could only helplessly vent it on the things in his room. Dumpel was not surprised by Ragnar's reaction. He calmly entered and said, "Your Highness." Ragnar dejectedly asked Dumpel, "Has the Tower Master been executed?" Dumpel immediately replied, "Yes." He recounted that this afternoon, at the execution site in Green River Diem Square, he was beheaded. After listening, Ragnar nonchalantly replied, "Is that so?" He said haggardly to Dumpel, "I understand, you can leave." Seeing Ragnar discouraged, Dumpel immediately consoled him, "Please don't be sad." "Your Highness." Ragnar laughed bitterly, "Haha, sad." Dumpel knew that any words of comfort wouldn't work now, so he just quietly walked towards Ragnar. Then he placed a small piece of paper on the table. It seemed like it was a letter, a secret message that Dumpel had defied the Emperor's orders to secretly deliver to Ragnar. Ragnar nonchalantly glanced at the paper and asked Dumpel, "What is this?" Dumpel did not answer Ragnar's question but quickly backed out of the room. This watchman asked permission to leave. Your Highness. Ragnar looked at the letter suspiciously for a long time. After thinking about something, he still hesitantly picked up the piece of paper. Under the flickering light, Ragnar silently read the secret message. He suddenly smiled cunningly. Not knowing what was written on that piece of paper, Ragnar immediately became excited after reading it. He smiled wisely and said, "There is still a chance." A few more days passed and the problems related to Herbert were mostly resolved by Ian. He reported to the Emperor that the survivors in Herbert Leon's space gate were all being treated in a safe place. Testimonies from those who are still conscious in that prison are also being collected and investigated. As for the assets he hid, there have been moves made to recover all of them to the treasury. Investigations into the involvement of black magic among those close to him showed that there were no unusual reactions. The Emperor said to Ian with satisfaction, "You have accomplished a lot, Ian." He's still angry when he thinks about what the old Tower Master did. "I didn't expect Herbert to be so crazy." The Emperor blames himself, and I also have a large part of the responsibility because I did not suspect his actions before. Ian also had the same thoughts as the Emperor. I didn't pay any attention to them. After all, he is also extremely famous for his composure and moral integrity. I also couldn't imagine that he had another face hidden behind that dignified, virtuous, gentle and kind appearance. Ian told the Emperor, "From now on I will regularly report to you about the investigation of the Ivory Tower and the progress of the black magic test." The Emperor immediately said, "Well, okay." He said thoughtfully, "Since things have come to this point, I want to ask you one more question. Is that okay?" Ian respectfully replied, "Please feel free to speak, Your Majesty." The Emperor sternly asked Ian, "What do you want to do with the Crown Prince?" Ian was a bit surprised as if he didn't understand what the Crown Prince had to do with black magic that the Emperor asked. Ian replied confusedly, "I didn't understand your question." The Emperor immediately showed a tougher attitude, "No." He understood. He looked at Ian with steadfast eyes and firmly affirmed that. The Emperor's determination made Ian thoughtful for a moment. After a moment of thinking, "You decided to tell the truth, God." "I cannot swear allegiance to the Crown Prince," Ian boldly admitted. The Emperor was surprised. He couldn't swear loyalty. Ian immediately added, "But I will cooperate so that the Crown Prince can safely ascend the throne." Ian also gave the Emperor a guarantee that in order for him to always be a wise king in the future, I will help the Crown Prince with all my ability. The Emperor thought, he could not swear loyalty to the Crown Prince but would help him. He thought carefully about Ian's suggestion and then smiled with satisfaction. The Emperor told him, "Okay, that's enough." Then the Emperor ordered the servant to bring it in. Two guys carried a large box. The Emperor immediately told Ian, "Please take it, this is the staff recovered when arresting Herbert." The Emperor told Ian, "I'm sure you understand, but the process of appointing a new Ivory Tower owner is not simple. Whether it's a worthy successor or not, there's still a lot of work to be done," he explained. "Although the valid process to take over the Ivory Tower requires royal approval. But at times like these, we can't let the Tower Master position stay vacant for long and we've decided it would be better to simplify the process." The Emperor solemnly told Ian, "That is why I trust you with this staff." The Emperor's cup of tea is almost empty. Before ending the meeting, he said to Ian, "Also, Ian, I want to ask you a favor." Ian immediately replied, "I will wait for your orders, Your Majesty." The Emperor said worriedly, "I suspect Ragnar will not give up so easily, even though all of its helpers have fallen. I know better than anyone about its ambitions and temperament." He told Ian frankly, "If Ragnar succeeds to the throne, I'm sure we'll have to see a lot of sacrifices." The Emperor slowly stood up and confided to Ian, "Even so, as a father, I caused him an irreparable wound. Surely he will hate me until I go to my grave." The Emperor said thoughtfully, "You can replace me. Can it be stopped?" In the king's eyes right now, there are many emotions mixed together. Trust for Ian, worry for Hayden, and the people are also somewhat sad and guilty when thinking about Ragnar. Ian heard the Emperor's request and immediately took the Tower Master's staff. Then he knelt down and respectfully replied, "I will obey your orders, Your Majesty." The Emperor smiled, "Then I will leave it to you, Ian Fa, owner of the Ivory Tower." Only when the sunset fell on the Green River Empire did Ian return to the Ivory Tower. The door to the Master's room at the top of the Ivory Tower slowly opened. Ian slowly walked inside. He remembered the first time he set foot in this room in his previous life as the Tower Master, and now, Ian from his previous life seemed to be welcoming him, welcoming Ian Fa. As he faced this empty room alone, where only the most powerful people in the ivory tower could sit, Ian began to remember what Ragnar had told him in his previous life. Ian, you know, I also wanted to be a hero, defend the empire alone. Become a person with the ability to save miserable people, with a power in which each of my decisions is the only thing that can command everyone, the power that can truly protect the prosperity of the empire and its people. People call that strength power. Ian bitterly recalls the past, when both he and Ragnar stood at the pinnacle of power. But Ian couldn't feel happy, and Ragnar always felt insecure. Ian thought to himself, power, that ideal power that you always want to protect, even if it costs you your life. I don't need to be a hero, what I want is simply that. Your death, Ragnar Green River. That is my reason for living and what I will give you, my revenge. That night, Ragnar was also alone, immersed in his own sinister thoughts and schemes. It's clear that Ragnar has not given up, and even his ambition and hatred are becoming more and more serious. Turbulence will certainly continue to surround this empire in the near future. The next morning, Hayden went out of his way to congratulate Ian on being assigned the position of Tower Master. Wow, Tower Master. Ian raised his eyebrows and looked at the Crown Prince, who was always embarrassed in front of him. Uncle Lean told Hayden, this story hasn't been announced yet, don't call me that. Hayden still laughed and said, who cares, it's just the two of us here. Hayden said quickly, I can't believe the kid begged to go to the old ivory tower 6 years ago. Now he is a respected tower master. Hayden exaggeratedly said, my heart was filled with happiness when I witnessed his growth. And Ian wondered, when did I beg you? Ian shyly found an excuse to avoid him. Your Highness, you see, I'm busy testing black magic. He said angrily, you have been examined since the day before yesterday, but if you see anything strange in your body, if not, please go home. Hayden immediately looked aggrieved and said, come on, don't be so cold, I came all the way here to see you because you've been so busy lately. Hayden worriedly asked Ian, by the way, are you sure I'm okay? I've been feeling empty and nauseous all day. Ian immediately confirmed, yes, everything is fine and he is very healthy. While looking at the eldest prince, Ian thought about it. It wasn't that he didn't have doubts. I'm still considering the possibility that he's under the influence of black magic because of the stupidity he's shown so far. As for Herbert, who wanted to make Ragnar king, the crown prince was obviously in his way. It was quite easy to get rid of him by making him self-destruct through his stupidity. But Ian immediately stopped thinking about that conspiracy theory when he saw Hayden's innocent smile. There was no doubt about it, Ian concluded silently, that he was inherently stupid. Suddenly Hayden asked Ian again, oh, that reminds me, my sister, Harry, is next, right? Ian immediately said, yes, that's right. Hayden suddenly smiled slyly and said, Ian, before I go, I have something to tell you. She's been asking me a lot about you lately, it seems like she's interested in you. Ian was bewildered. Princess. Hayden excitedly said, yeah, she often asks questions like what do you do in your free time, what are you interested in recently, favorite food, things like that. Ian naively wondered, what use would that information have for her? Hayden stood up and said, but the problem is, even though I'm close to you, I can't answer those questions, because I don't know anything. Before leaving, Hayden also suggested to Ian, tell her the answer when you meet him, even if it's just a little, she will be very happy. The door closed, Ian's room was finally quiet again. He watched the first prince leave and pondered something. Ian suddenly smiled and thought, grown up, right? He thought to himself, the crown prince has matured a lot, his personality is becoming brighter day by day, slowly but surely, and he also puts in a lot of effort. If he is properly guided, perhaps he will become a wise ruling emperor. Ian was thinking when suddenly there was a knock on the door. He immediately said, yes, please come in. A young girl's foot gently entered the room. It's Harry wearing a lovely outfit, long time no see, Mr. Ian. Ian happily greeted, Princess, are you okay? Harry warmly replied, thank you, I'm fine. Ian said gently, that's good, please sit down. Harry sat down and waited to test the black magic, but the atmosphere between the two of them was a bit awkward. Suddenly Harry chanted a silent spell, a curtain of mana covering the entire room. Ian was a bit surprised, this was a level 2 spell. Separating this internal sound from the surrounding environment, has the princess reached level 2? Harry shyly said, actually. She shyly raised 3 fingers. Ian was surprised, level 3 stars. Harry shyly said, yes, my teacher said that. Ian then happily said, congratulations, I didn't expect you to be able to reach level 3. Harry blushed with embarrassment. Ian smiled tentatively and asked Harry, so, now, what does the princess want to say to me after casting the silence spell? Harry said hesitantly, shy of Ian, what should we do from now on? Ian said confusedly, please explain more clearly, princess. Harry was confused, I didn't know where to start. Ian immediately told her, so please allow me to ask the princess first. Why did the princess hide the fact that she was a magician? Harry faltered, about that. She carefully thought about whether she should tell Ian the truth. Finally, Harry said it was my father's idea. The princess recounted that when I turned 12, the person who tested my mana reaction was the magician Kevin. Sir Kevin discovered that I have what it takes to become a magician. But he did not immediately report to the ivory tower, but instead informed my father first. Harry explained to Ian that, as he well knew, becoming a wizard of the Empire meant giving up one's status and authority to become part of the ivory tower. Even if that person belongs to the royal family, Father did not want me to become a member of the ivory tower. He wanted me to continue being a member of the royal family. Since then, Mr. Kevin was ordered by his father to keep my abilities a secret, and I must also try to fulfill my duties as a princess. After telling everything, Harry did not hesitate to confide his feelings to Ian, but one day, he realized that. I realized within me there was a desire for magic that I couldn't erase. Ian wondered, so the princess secretly learned magic and now shared with me about this. Ian thought to himself, Kevin was one of the few people who supported the crown prince before him, so lucky for her. Harry said that, at first, I just wanted to help my brother. At that time, no one supported my brother. The princess awkwardly continued to explain her meaning in a rather complicated way, but now it was different. He was shy. The person who is on par with Sword Master King Oliver and is also the person I want to become, most importantly, he is still on the right path. Ian immediately asked to the point. In short, the princess has no more goals to aim for now, right? Harry replied sadly, something like that. I, who learned magic illegally, am wondering if I should walk in my brother's path or not. As soon as Ian understood the princess' thoughts, he immediately laughed. He walked up to Harry and said, this problem is simple. Harry looked up at Ian in bewilderment. What? He knelt down in front of the princess and said, live your own life. That's all the princess should do. Ian sincerely told the princess, not to live for your royal family or try to follow the crown prince's path, but to live for yourself, princess. Harry replied confusedly, I don't know how to do that. Ian immediately said, no one is born knowing clearly what they want to do in this world. He advised Harry that if you keep following the values that others assign to you, your life will no longer be yours, but someone else's. If people continue to accept living in that way, they will lose themselves, and people will be lost in the unknown with all the regrets surrounding them. Ian used his previous life experiences to give advice to the princess. So, princess, please make the right decision for yourself, make your own decisions as you move forward. Ian said slowly, I believe that you will find your life's purpose. Harry listened thoughtfully to Ian's advice and then hesitantly said, Sir Ian, have you found that yet? Ian was confused by the princess's unexpected question. This was the first time someone asked Ian like that, and also the first time he asked himself about the purpose of his life. Ian smiled shyly and replied, I'm not sure. He said shyly, it seemed like he had just given some useless advice. Harry awkwardly shook his head, no, not really. The princess said in confusion, actually, Ian, you were the first to tell me these things. She hesitantly shared with Ian, since I felt the pressure of having to fulfill my duties as a princess, I couldn't even imagine how my life would be different without having to be a princess. After pouring out his heart, Harry smiled brightly and said, thank you for encouraging me, Sir Ian. Ian also felt happy because of the princess's smile. Ian stood up and told Harry that if you continue to study magic, no matter which path you choose, it will help you a lot. Ian continued to encourage Harry, seeing him progress so quickly, I believe he will definitely achieve higher rankings in the future. The princess suddenly said awkwardly, that's why I want to ask you a favor. Ian immediately listened quietly, wondering what was wrong with the princess who was blushing. Harry rubbed his fingers together confused, Sir Ian. Only then did she have the courage to confess. "Can you teach me magic?" Ian's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" He was surprised and asked the princess, "Isn't Kevin teaching you?" Harry awkwardly explained, "Well, Sir Kevin said he had nothing more he could teach me." Harry clasped his hands and begged Ian, "Please, Lord Ian, please be my guide." Ian couldn't help but be confused by this unexpected request from the princess. He wondered, what should I do? Ian pondered and thought. He was sure that the princess was talented. High school was not a rank that only needed to be taught. Those people must have natural talent with magic. They must have the same potential as the previous royal mage, level 5 mage Michelle Green River. Ian reflected that only a few people knew that the princess had the qualities of a magician. If she develops herself into a high-level magician, it will help her a lot in the future. After a moment of thinking, Ian told Harry, "I agree." The princess immediately opened her sparkling eyes. "Really, really?" Ian continued slowly, "But I have one condition." He made an agreement with Harry. "Every time I need help, the princess must also help me." Harry smiled and replied, "Of course, even if the request is difficult, I will help Mr. Ian my best." Ian looked shyly at this innocent princess, who answered without hesitation, "Who didn't even know what I was going to ask for help." Harry innocently replied, "Because I trust Mr. Ian." For a moment, his heart skipped a beat. Ian suddenly blushed a little, a new feeling sparked in his heart. Looking at such a gentle and lovely princess, Ian gently said, "Okay. We will talk about learning magic later, let's do the dark magic test for now." Harry happily replied, "Okay." A moment later, when the examination was finished, Ian told Harry, who was not under the influence of the dark magic, who could stand up. Ian kindly extended his hand to help Harry, who might feel a little dizzy. "Please take it slow." Harry struggled to stand up. "I'm fine, thank you." Suddenly the princess felt dizzy and black-faced. She almost fell down, but luckily Ian was able to catch her. Harry immediately clung to his strong arm. Ian gently asked, "Are you okay?" "I'll call someone to help." Harry blushed confused and replied, "No, I'm fine." A long while later, the princess was still blushing and shy, not daring to look directly at Ian. As Harry was about to leave, Ian suddenly remembered and called her, "Ah, Princess," as he began pouring out information about himself. "When I finish my daily work in the ivory tower, I will read books in my private residence or research magic in the laboratory. Recently, I became interested in alchemy because of Douglas, who is living with me. I'm not a picky person, but I don't eat spicy food very well," Ian continued to say, and Harry remained bewildered, not understanding what was going on. Harry hesitantly asked, "Sir Ian, why do you suddenly say that?" Ian replied innocently, "I heard people asking the Crown Prince about these things. It's not a big deal, but..." Harry cried out in panic, "Did my brother tell you?" Ian still innocently replied, Yes." Harry suddenly had tears in his eyes. She was probably thinking like this and her thoughts were all exposed. She was so embarrassed. Embarrassed, Harry ran away sulkily. "So, then, please, see you later, Sir Ian." She even slammed the door shut. Ian still didn't understand anything. He couldn't help but wonder, did I say something wrong? In just a short time, many events have occurred that have a serious impact on the future of the Green River Empire. News of Herbert Leon's incident. At that time, he was the owner of the Ivory Tower and a level 5 mage. He spread rapidly in the inner city and caused a huge uproar among the people. Responding to this, Emperor Terry Green River personally ordered an investigation into the French black magic and increased security throughout the empire. Ian Phage is a young high-ranking magician who has just been appointed to become the new master of the Ivory Tower. He has carried out large-scale searches to find subjects related to French black magic and thereby appease the situation. Discontent in the hearts of the people, and Herbert Leon was executed by beheading and forever remembered as the worst criminal in the history of the empire. As a result, a group of nobles who once supported Herbert Leon have now turned their backs on the fifth prince, Ragnar, and they also began to pay special attention to the next actions of the new owner of the Ivory Tower. One fine day, when the storm related to Herbert Leon temporarily calmed down a bit thanks to Ian's efforts, Ian was relaxing after a stressful day of work when he was interrupted by dozens of invitations sent to him. He was surprised and asked Ridio, "What are these things?" Ridio immediately replied, "These were invitations to meals and parties sent to him." Ian smacked his lips in boredom. The French black magic case hasn't been resolved yet, but these people are still so leisurely. Ridio smiled and asked, aren't you going to read them? Ian immediately said, well, I don't plan on going either. Ridio read through some of the letters and told Ian, but I think you should read them. Ian asked curiously, what is that? Ridio said, there is a letter of engagement proposal sent to you. As soon as Ian heard it, he was so shocked that he spit out his tea. Ridio briefly summarized the content of the letter. A person known as Countess Zira wanted him to get engaged to his eldest daughter who had just turned 12 years old and get married when she became an adult in 5 years. Ian shuddered when he heard this and thought, 12 years old? Who is this crazy guy? Seeing Ian's unexpected reaction, Ridio teased, ha ha ha, you're already an adult. It's not strange for people to talk about marriage with you. Ridio said, as the youngest high-level magician and the new owner of the Ivory Tower, there will certainly be many things related to your marriage that will be of interest. Ian felt his head hurt and said, these nobles are probably trying to take advantage of me to consolidate political power. He said angrily, he couldn't believe he would take advantage of his 12-year-old daughter for a political marriage. He must have lost his mind. Ridio nodded, I agree with you. After all, finding a great partner is something that should come naturally. Ridio folded the letter and said, then I will help you reject these letters. Ian sighed and replied, just do it, thank you very much. Ridio cheerfully said, it's okay, I'm sure you're busy investigating the black magic case, so I have to help you with these things to stay here. Ian suddenly pondered something. He slowly put down the cup of tea and said, come to think of it, I still haven't thanked you properly. Ridio looked at Ian blankly, not understanding what he meant. Ian bowed his head sincerely and said, thank you for protecting my mother, Ridio. Ridio was surprised, so he remained silent, not knowing what to say. He slowly smiled and felt a bit shy. Ridio scratched his head and replied, ha ha ha, it's okay. Actually, if you think carefully, the mana trap you set up in the mansion was the one that dealt with those suspicious people. Ian looked at Ridio and smiled, but he was still joking, and I also promised to protect Mrs. Fa with my life. Ah ha ha. Ian immediately told Ridio, then there is one more thing I want to ask you. Ian asked, I want to know which mage transferred mana into your body, causing you to have mana poisoning. Please tell me his name or anything you remember about his appearance. When Ridio received this request, he was very surprised. Ian continued to say, I will definitely hunt him down and punish him accordingly. Ridio confusedly replied, well, that's it. He smiled shyly and said to Ian, I actually don't remember much. Ian's eyes widened in surprise. What? Ridio immediately explained, it seemed like it happened in the dark and there were also many mages who hated me. When I was young, I made a living as a pharmacist in the capital, so I didn't know who it was. Ridio confided, there was actually a time when I really hated the magician, especially when I think I might suddenly die and leave Douglas alone. It's funny that I almost died from the bandits before I even died from mana poisoning. Ridio shared sincerely, but now I have met you and will not die of mana poisoning anymore. My future with Douglas is also more important. So I forgot all that hatred and resentment. Then he looked at Ian cheerfully again and said, well, of course I'll never forget your kindness that saved my life. Hearing Ridio's confessions, Ian pondered again. Later, he suddenly told Ridio that I had never seen my father's face. Before I was born, he went missing, no one knows if he is still alive or not. Ian smiled and said to Ridio, but after meeting and living with him, I understood. If I had a father, the feeling would probably be like this. Ian also told Ridio sincerely, I think I understand why Douglas is always so optimistic and cheerful. As for why my mother is healthier, it's all thanks to the medicine he created. He said somewhat worriedly that in the future, the time I spend away from my mother will increase. And then Ian turned to Ridio, I hope he will always keep his promise to protect my mother. Ridio shyly replied, of course I will, Mr. Ian. Suddenly Ian said mysteriously, it's almost time. Suddenly Douglas opened the door and called out. The leader, Ridio, was startled by the noise. Douglas excitedly showed Ian that he had finally made it. The mana antidote was made from Landio's flowers. Douglas eagerly said, I have to quickly give it to my father. Suddenly Ridio stood up and looked at Douglas, startling him. Oh, father. Douglas asked frantically, why are you here? I wanted to surprise you. Radio is still surprised. You created a cure for mana poisoning. Ian, what's going on? Ian happily recounted. I searched the library where only the Tower Master was allowed to enter, and researched Landio's method of refining flowers, which was a high-level magic that allowed the time of an object to be stopped. Luckily it also had an effect on plants. Radio was moved with tears in his eyes as he approached his son. He burst into tears with emotion. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Ian. The father and son hugged each other in endless happiness. Douglas happily told Ian, the leader, that he would become an apothecary who could create cures for dangerous diseases, so that no one else has to suffer like Dad. Douglas smiled brightly and looked at Ian. Thank you, leader. Now let's go back to a time long, long ago, in a mysterious and dark place when the evil dragon people's forces had not yet been eradicated in the world. A deep voice echoed in space. You are the last person left. Michelle Green River appeared from the darkness and told the dragon man that the membrane covering the human and dragon world was about to close. The dragon clan brought chaos and destruction to this world, and the price to pay for that sin is extremely high. Michelle pronounced sentence, until you die, you must suffer for the sins of your race. He used his blood to create a seal and said, you are not allowed to step foot out of this land. The barrier circle instantly lit up as Michelle's blood dripped down. Michelle cast a spell for this punishment to last forever. Back to the present, in the private room of the 5 princes, another terrible plot is preparing to take place. Ragnar squinted at the person in front of him and commented in surprise, really, very similar. Standing opposite him was a second Ragnar, a copy so similar it was impossible to tell the difference between real and fake. Ragnar says to the copy, the paper says I have to wait for someone to come here, but I didn't think it would turn out like this. Ragnar walked around the clone incredulously, but the remaining problem was how to get out of here. Ian Phage has covered this place with ivory tower magic to monitor me, so I don't think I can get past them just by disguising myself. The clone immediately replied, you don't need to worry about that, the head of the sect has more power than the current ivory tower owner. Ragnar looked suspiciously at his clone, the head teacher. The copy opened the magic book in his hand and said, you will know more details when you have a private audience with the leader. After that, the book immediately emitted powerful energy feathers, and another void portal appeared before them. Ragnar was startled and asked, what is that? The copy immediately said, please enter, it is a gate to help you get out of the palace. Ragnar still doubts, a stargate. Suddenly a hand stuck out from the gate, startling Ragnar once again. Dumpel appeared from that dark space and extended his hand to Ragnar, Your Highness, please take my hand. Ragnar is still bewildered, Mr. Dumpel. He thought for a while, still looking skeptical. But after thinking about it, he now has nothing to lose. So he immediately followed Dumpel. After passing through the gate, Ragnar was taken to a space far away from the palace. Ragnar asked Dumpel, how could he perform that magic, even though even Herbert Leon was incapable of performing it? Dumpel calmly replied, nothing surprising. He said, Your Highness, do you really think that Herbert Leon can rise to the position of Master of the Ivory Tower by his own strength alone? Dumpel slowly explained that despite possessing great power, Herbert only focused on seeking advancement for his position. He is someone who will be eliminated sooner or later. We are now much more at ease than him destroying himself. Ragnar still has many questions in his heart about this matter. Dumpel continued to explain to Ragnar, the world is extremely large. You can understand that this world is just a place dominated by a chosen few, and you are among them. Even the Emperor is not chosen. Ragnar asked in surprise, was chosen? Dumpel immediately replied, yes, the leader thought he was the perfect candidate for the position of ruler. The perfect ruler is one who will eliminate ignorant elements and bring modern concepts to the world. He is the one who inherited the lineage that opened the way for the new world, and the leader has also been waiting for this day for a long time. The more he listened to Dumpel's explanation, the more Ragnar wondered, what the hell is going on? He looked at Dumpel suspiciously. Was there someone with more powerful magic than Herbeck and Ian Phage? How could such a person exist? Ragnar thought as he followed Dumpel. I had heard about the existence of a sect that did not follow the country's common beliefs, but I didn't think that the captain of the Imperial Knights and the master of the Ivory Tower were also involved. Slurred. Are they plotting to change the nation's beliefs? Do they also intend to use a member of the royal family like me as a tool to do that? Although there are many doubts about that mysterious leader, Ragnar also thinks this is an opportunity. He told himself, in the current situation, he needed to seize every opportunity to consolidate power there, even if it wasn't a very good thing. To do that, I need to take advantage of everything I can, for the purpose of regaining my rightful throne. Dumpel suddenly stopped. He said to Ragnar, "We have arrived, your highness." In front of them was a gloomy and cold castle. Dumpel immediately said, "Please follow me." They quickly entered the castle, and even though it was lit by candlelight, the gloomy atmosphere could not be dispelled. Ragnar looked around in surprise. "Where is this?" Dumpel replied, "This is the castle where the dragon clan used to live." He recounted, 300 years ago, this place was erased from the earth because it was sealed by the Ivory Tower's barrier magic. Not long after the barrier magic weakened, humans found this place. Ragnar suspiciously asked Dumpel, "Why did you bring me here?" Dumpel did not answer. He quietly led the way for Ragnar deep inside the castle. "A group of heretics are waiting for them, there you are." As soon as they saw Ragnar, this group of people immediately bowed their heads and bowed. "We would like to express our respect to your highness." These people mostly dress very luxuriously in an aristocratic style. Ragnar quietly observed these people, and he was surprised to realize that, "You guys are all nobles, I see quite a few acquaintances here." Dumpel immediately explained, because this was the important moment when the world's radical concepts began. "I can only gather the most prestigious members inside the capital." Ragnar immediately questioned them. "However, I think you missed the most important part. What is the purpose for which you are gathered here and under whom are you? Since I'm in the same boat as you, shouldn't I also know?" Dumpel looked mysterious and said, "You will know soon." He brought Ragnar to a large gate and told him that the leader was waiting for him inside. The heavy door opened. Ragnar was a little hesitant to step inside. As I looked at the head teacher who was waiting for me, Ragnar was startled and frightened. In front of him was a dragon man. The dragon man was eventually spared by Michelle Green River and was given a sealing punishment instead. Now that dragon man has found a way to approach humans and entice and incite them to become his pawns. The other group of people immediately knelt down and clasped their hands to express their respect for that dragon man. "Oh, the last descendant of the dragons," they keep repeating. "Oh, full to the end of dragons." Ragnar thought to himself, so that was their leader. Ragnar immediately bowed in greeting. And the dragon man said, "I'm sure you have many questions about who I am and why I invited you here." He called himself, "I am Ivantis, the last dragon man in this land." Ragnar was frightened in his heart. Wasn't the dragon race extinct 300 years ago? They have the ability to use powerful black magic. His presence is beyond the records describing the dragon race. Is that the meaning of the last descendant of the dragon sentence? Ivantis smiled and said to Ragnar. He looked confused. He said, "It is true that in the war 300 years ago, our species was defeated and destroyed by humans, and all dragon people died except for one person. Well, your ancestor, Mitchell Green River, cast an extremely powerful sealing technique on me with his blood and made it impossible for me to step foot out of this place." Ivantis approached Ragnar and said, "I have been waiting for this other time." His bloodline. The blood seal was cast on me by Mitchell Green River to release the seal. I need the blood of his descendants. Ragnar suspiciously asked Ivantis, "Wouldn't it be easier to kill me and take my blood to remove the seal? Why do you want to negotiate with me?" Ivantis smiled cunningly and replied, "That's too cruel. Prince, that's because I realize that we will benefit more by making you emperor. I will destroy all the outdated concepts of this world and then spread the modern concepts. This agreement will lay the foundation for that great plan." Ivantis painted a bright world vision to entice Ragnar for the destiny of a peaceful world where the dragon race could live together with humans. Ragnar stood up and bluntly exposed Ivantis, "So you mean you will use me as a tool of the cult? And if I refuse, you will kill me right away, while my potential replacement is sleeping soundly in my bedroom?" Ivantis smiled evilly and replied, "I have no intention of harming you. If you refuse, I will just erase your memory and bring you back." However, the reason I chose you is because I was sure you wouldn't refuse this opportunity. Ragnar hesitated. He had already been guessed by Avantis. Ragnar ventures to make a condition. Promise me that you will help me become emperor and you will not betray me. Avantis smiled triumphantly and replied, I promise. Ragnar immediately turned to take the dagger from Dumpel's hand. That's it. Ragnar no longer hesitated but cut his hand and took his blood to unseal Avantis. He raised his hand towards the seal, letting bright red blood flow to the ground. I accept your agreement. Every drop of Ragnar's blood dripped onto the barrier circle on the ground. Immediately the barrier flashed brightly. After a few flashes of light, the barrier finally completely disappeared. The magic that sealed Avantis was also quickly dispelled. Avantis began to show a delighted smile. He happily burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Avantis said to Ragnar, thank you, Prince. After that, he immediately used magic to change the boring outfit that he had been wearing for 300 years and had not been able to change. Avantis put on his aristocratic outfit and smiled cunningly and said, I should also play in the human way, right? Avantis leaned close to Ragnar and said, his face filled with fear. There's no need to be so afraid of me, Prince, I won't harm you. Avantis said jokingly, I have a feeling we will become good friends. Avantis walked over to Dumpel, grabbed a cloak and said leisurely, okay, now. He put on his cloak. Then I went straight out with my followers, leaving Ragnar still standing there. I finally got to taste the outside world after all this time. A few days later, in the princess's private room, Harry was extremely sad and asked the servant, why hasn't he met me yet? The girl lamented despondently, has he forgotten me? The maid immediately comforted Harry, it wasn't like that, princess, it was probably just a bit busy that day with the recent black magic investigation. Harry smiled and said, that's right, after all, that day was quite busy. Even though she knew that, the princess still couldn't be happier. Suddenly two maids burst into the room and said urgently, Princess. Harry immediately asked them, what is it? Did something happen? The other two maids immediately said enthusiastically, the time has come, that person is here. The day has finally come. Please, princess, just wear a formal dress, don't wear a coat, Ian Faw's day has come. Harry was bewildered, is he here? The princess was stunned for a moment. Then she nervously said, everyone, help me. Harry was both confused and worried because of Ian's unexpected visit. A moment later, Harry had dressed properly and was walking to the tea room. She stood hesitantly in front of the room door, nervous and not daring to enter. Harry took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Then she worriedly turned to the servant and asked, how is my hair? Is it tangled? The maids all cheered Harry on, please don't worry, princess. The princess looks extremely radiant today, that's right, that's right. Harry gathered the courage to open the door and said to the servant, see you later. Everyone cheered in unison, the princess can do it. The door gently opened. As soon as he saw Harry enter, Ian immediately stood up. He wore a more elegant outfit than usual and came to greet Harry. He hadn't seen him for a long time. Dear princess. Her heart skipped a beat again when she saw Ian's obedient appearance. Harry blushed shyly. She tried to stay calm so as not to lose the elegant appearance of a member of the royal family. Harry said a little sulkily, I thought I'd forgotten. Ian quickly bowed his head and replied, please forgive me, I've been a bit busy lately. Harry immediately became happy again. It's okay, I thank you for coming. She shyly complimented Ian, saying he looked great in this formal outfit. Ian immediately replied, thank you. Ian looked around and said to Harry, first of all, I think we should go somewhere more suitable for practice. He explained, there were too many people peeping in the palace. If anyone saw me meeting the princess, there would be many bad rumors. After all, it was the people's tongue. Harry immediately agreed, oh, sure, it's decided. Ian stretched out his hand to the princess and said, then I would like to take you somewhere else. Can I hold your hand for a moment? Harry's soul hung upside down on the tree branch and said, okay. Then she was startled again. Oh, what? Harry asked confused, hold my hand. Ian explained bewilderedly, I will take us away using teleportation magic. Harry now understood and exclaimed with excitement. She said excitedly, that's the teleportation magic I've heard of before. Then, Harry shyly extended his hand towards Ian. Ian said kindly, the princess will feel a little dizzy. Please concentrate. As soon as their hands touched each other, a stream of magical light surrounded them. In the blink of an eye, a green meadow appeared before Harry's eyes. The princess marveled and admired the beautiful scene that she had seen for the first time. Harry was surprised and speechless, where this place was. Ian immediately said, "These are the hills located on the outskirts of the capital. This is a place where people rarely pass by. Because the range of level 6 teleportation magic is not wide, I decided to teleport here. This place is spacious and airy, so it is the perfect place to practice magic." Harry would be so absorbed in the beauty of this place that he wouldn't pay attention to Ian's words. Ian called out to you in confusion, "Princess." Harry immediately said, "I have never left the palace before. This probably only happened in a dream." But after holding his hand, that dream immediately became a reality. Harry smiled happily. Magic was truly a wonderful thing. Ian silently looked at the princess's radiant smile. Suddenly he felt a pang in his heart. Ian remembered the past in his previous life, when Harry always appeared in a melancholy and sad mood. And in the princess's eyes at that time there was only hatred and hatred. Seeing the current Harry being happy and cheerful like this, Ian also felt happy. He smiled and agreed with Harry, the princess was right. Magic is truly amazing. For Ian, without magic, he would never have had the opportunity to see such wonderful people and sights. After that, the two of them walked around and talked to each other. Harry was surprised to hear Ian tell about the first time he saw her learning magic. "Ah, so that means you saw me practice magic in the royal temple." Ian replied, "Yes, I visited the palace and entered that place by chance. I hid in a corner when the princess and magician Kevin arrived. That's when the gods observed." Harry asked curiously, "How did you get in there? Shouldn't there have been more guards around?" Ian quickly found an excuse. "Ah, that's because you're young, I'm a little curious." Harry burst out laughing, "Haha, I understand. When I was young, I also explored the restricted areas of the palace with my brother and was scolded a few times." Harry teased Ian, "So I will close my eyes to the fact that you entered the royal temple, in exchange for you keeping the fact that I learned magic a secret." Harry happily joked, "Now we are comrades in the same boat, right?" Ian also smiled and replied, "Yes." Harry said to Ian again, "That reminds me, my brother is having a birthday party, you'll be there, right?" Ian flatly refused, "I received the invitation, but I have no intention of participating in it." Harry said sadly, "Well, why is that? My brother will certainly be very disappointed." Ian immediately explained that the Crown Prince's birthday party was only attended by people of noble lineage. "Even though I have been promoted to the position of head of the Ivory Tower, I am still just a commoner, so if I were to attend, the nobles would show obvious discomfort. And the powerful force that the previous tower master has built will not be easy, so they will be on guard. Until the Crown Prince firmly takes his place in the political and upper-class circles, and then safely inherits the throne with his own strength, I think I will only focus on my work as master." "Ivory Tower only," Harry still somewhat sadly replied, "I understand." The princess suddenly stopped and thought about something. After thinking carefully, she said with excitement, "Then I must also fulfill my role as a princess. I will make it impossible for the nobles who oppose my brother in the upper class to plot any more plans." Harry glanced at Ian and shyly said, "And I will also study magic diligently." The princess smiled brightly and said, asking for help, "Sir, can I call you that when it's just the two of us?" Ian immediately smiled and replied, "Okay, you can call him whatever you want." That evening, at the palace of the fifth prince, the magicians of the Ivory Tower assigned to guard Ragnar were controlled by black magic. Ragnar is in discussion with Ivantis, so that's my plan. Ivantis replied, in short, before dealing with that magician named Ian Phage, we must first eliminate the Crown Prince. Ragnar said, "Yes, there are currently several nobles and commoners who are paying special attention to what the successor Tower Master Ian Phage is doing. Although Ian Fa has outstanding magical talent, he is still just a young magician who has just come of age. He did not have too much political influence because of his lack of experience and civilian background. There were quite a few nobles and princes who were unhappy when he became the owner of the Ivory Tower. If the Crown Prince he supports falls, he will be at a disadvantage and we will naturally be able to eliminate him. We will need a puppet to carry out this plan, Dumpel suggests." Ragnar immediately replied, "Yes, but I have not yet decided on a suitable person." Dumpel immediately stepped forward. "Will you trust me with the job?" I know someone who is very suitable for this plan. Ragnar immediately agreed, understood, Mr. Dumpel, then I will leave this to you. After that, the group of nobles quickly left. Only Ivantis and Ragnar were left in the room. Ivantis coldly said, then I will go too. Ragnar immediately stopped, Lord Ivantis, I have a question for you. Ivantis glanced at Ragnar, waiting for his question. Ragnar wondered, even without my help, with his power, he still had enough ability to take the throne and rule the empire. If it is to propagate doctrine and build a new order, then there are many ways for you to achieve your goals. Why do you ask me to cooperate with you? Ivantis replied, there is someone I need to find. Ragnar is curious, who is that? Ivantis is not afraid to say it, he is the last remaining ancestor in this land. The dragon that controls time, the golden dragon, is the powerful dragon that the dragon clan yearns for. Ragnar was surprised, wasn't that just an imaginary creature in legend? Most people in this age think so, Ivantis replied. But dragons existed and still exist, we cannot find them because they live in a place we cannot reach. However, if great chaos were to strike this land, the golden dragon would certainly appear. Ragnar asked hesitantly, what he meant by chaos was. Ivantis coldly replied, war. Ragnar was frightened, don't say that the battle started by the dragon clan 300 years ago was to lure the golden dragon out. Ivantis calmly said, that's right, those people said we weren't descendants of dragons, so they helped humans. Do you agree that Michelle Green River could single-handedly destroy a more powerful species? Isn't it extremely absurd that there are so many humans like the dragon race? Ragnar continued to wonder, but no records of dragons were found throughout history. It only records that the reason Michelle Green River was able to destroy all the dragon people was because of the magic he personally cast in the ivory tower. Ivantis said, that person always erases all connections between him and this world and disappears without a trace, as if he does not exist in this world. But as a dragon born with the blood of a dragon, I can feel his presence. Ragnar continued asking, so you intend to make me emperor and declare war? Ivantis calmly replied, yes, that was my intention, but that is not a bad thing for you. Ivantis emphasized, unifying the mainland. He asked Ragnar, isn't that what your ancestors wanted, and if war breaks out, that person will appear to settle the chaos in this land, I will find that person, we will both benefit. Ragnar still has no doubts, so what do you plan to do after finding the golden dragon? However, Ivantis avoided this question and said, it feels like we've been talking for too long. Ivantis got up to leave and told Ragnar, but don't worry, I intend to follow your plan. The next morning, at the headquarters of the Royal Knights, not knowing what news he received, Paul exclaimed in surprise. What? Is that true? The knight who came to deliver the news immediately replied, yes, Vice Captain, you are ordered to immediately go to the room of the captain of the 1st Royal Knight Squad. After hearing this, Paul sadly lamented, why did that scary Mr. Dumpel call me? I haven't gotten into any trouble recently. Paul immediately left the office and patted the other knight on the shoulder and said, okay, I'll go now, thank you for the news. As soon as Paul left, the office door was quickly closed. A red light flashed in the knight's eyes and around him was a dark atmosphere. This probably won't go well with Paul. Receiving such an unexpected request, Paul was worried and did not dare to delay for a second. He quickly arrived in front of Dumpel's office. Paul took a deep breath to regain composure and silently hoped he wouldn't get into any trouble. Dumpel heard the knock on the door and said, come in. Paul respectfully bowed. Please call me Captain, Dumpel replied. Oh, Mr. Paul Lance, please come in. Dumpel said to Paul. I heard that the reason high-level magician Helen attacked the crown prince before was because she was hit by black magic. I have received reports that security has been tightened, but is everything okay so far? Paul immediately reported. Yes, currently there is no problem to worry about. Dumpel nodded and said that the knights had increased their vigilance and protected the crown prince's safety more closely. Then good. The crown prince is the future king. His safety is our primary concern, he told Paul. I have had many opportunities to speak directly with Captain Oliver. But I think this is the first time we've talked like this. Dumpel asked Paul in a friendly manner. It's been a while since he was appointed vice captain. I wonder if I have offended you. Paul replied shyly. No, not at all. I am honored that you called me personally. Dumple smiled and said. That's good. He approached Paul and continued to talk to him tentatively based on what we heard. His swordsmanship is only as strong as Captain Oliver, who is known as the King of Sword Masters. He continually praised Paul. You are truly talented when you possess the talent that was recognized by His Highness the Crown Prince and Captain Oliver. Paul humbly said, I still lack a lot. Dumple immediately said there was no need to be so humble, especially when that talent was recognized and helped him become a vice-captain. Dumple approached Paul as he spoke as Captain Oliver promoted him, an orphan and a commoner from the northern border, to the position of vice-captain of the 2nd Royal Knight Squad. I thought he was crazy. Dumple bluntly said that I was skeptical about the reason he chose someone who did not have a good background to become a member of the Royal Knights protecting the Emperor. I can't believe he let some wanderer join the nobility and the prestigious Royal Knights. We simply cannot stand it. Paul was completely stunned by Dumple's 180-degree change in attitude. Dumple continued bluntly, so that's why, at the same time, Ivantis appeared behind him. Paul immediately became alert and pulled out his sword and shouted, Who are you? Since when were you there? However, Paul was bound by black magic. He was horrified to realize he couldn't move. The flow of dark energy was slowly wrapping around Paul's body. It's penetrating your mind. Dumple said he should become a part for the founding of a great empire. A few days later, in a deserted area, a clanging sound continuously rang out as the blades touched each other. Hayden is studying swordsmanship under Oliver. He has begun to learn how to attack at the right time and the force output is becoming more and more stable. Oliver carefully instructed Hayden. That's right, that's good, please maintain that posture and balance. As he spoke, Oliver attacked Hayden and became confused and staggered back. Ah, Captain, wait a minute. After that, Hayden's sword was quickly knocked out of his hand by Oliver. The sword flew away and crashed into the ground. Oliver smiled and said, Your Highness, let's stop here today. Hayden gasped and replied, Yes, thank you, Captain. The great prince tiredly sat down on the grass and lamented. I think I'm not suitable for sword training. Oliver immediately encouraged Hayden. That's not true. I'm sure Hayden is better with a sword than most people. Your Highness is progressing much faster than the Ivory Tower Master, Ian. Hayden exclaimed in surprise, What, I'm progressing faster than Ian? Oliver happily recounted that yes, I taught Ian swordsmanship during 5 years of sparring with him. Although no one can match his ability to increase his magic level, to be honest, he has no talent in swordsmanship. Oliver frantically said to Hayden, Oh, please keep it a secret that he learned swordsmanship from me. Hearing that, Hayden burst out laughing, Ha ha ha, I can't believe that such a perfect Ian is also inferior in some aspects. Hayden looked cheerful. Tell Oliver, I understand. I'm better than Ian at some things. Hayden immediately returned to his training. Okay, from now on I will practice harder until I surpass the Sword Master King. Hayden was talking a bit when he noticed something. He glanced at Paul, who was standing under the shade of a tree waiting for them to practice swordplay. Paul had a gloomy and cold expression that was different from usual. Hayden worriedly asked Oliver, Hey, Captain, did something happen to the foe team? Lately he's been quiet and often looks down. Oliver also noticed something unusual about Paul. Telling the eldest prince, I noticed and asked, but he said everything was fine. Hayden sighed and told Oliver, keep an eye on him. Hayden also strictly teaches Oliver not to be too strict with him. The task of a leader is to listen to the concerns of his subordinates and care about them as well. Oliver shyly replied, Yes, I will keep that in mind, Your Highness. Hayden turned to look at Paul again with obvious concern. To him, Paul was just like Oliver and Ian, both as close as you. Meanwhile, Paul was still standing alone in contemplation, not knowing that the sword practice session had ended. The influence of black magic has made Paul cold and distant, but in the end, what are those people planning to use him for? And a few more days passed. Today in the royal palace there was an important party hosted by the great prince himself. The servants were busy preparing everything for the party. Oliver entered the room to inform Hayden, Your Highness, that the party is about to start. Hayden had just finished preparing. Okay, I'll be right here, Captain. He sighed nervously. Phew, I always feel nervous at parties. Thinking of Ian being angry and snapping at him, who had to solidify his position with his own strength, Hayden became even more sad. Ian didn't come either, that heartless guy. Oliver immediately encouraged Hayden, "You are the main character of today's party, Your Highness, you must stand straight with pride and confidence. The nobles are the ones who should be worried, not you." Hayden immediately smiled happily again, "Yeah ha." He happily patted Oliver's shoulder and said, "And I also have Sword Master King Oliver with me, it's very prestigious." At this moment, Harry also arrived. "Brother, she looks so beautiful and noble in this formal outfit." Hayden immediately praised Harry, "He looked so radiant." Harry shyly replied, "Thank you, I took the trouble to dress up because today is your birthday party." Hayden laughed and teased his sister, "Ha ha ha, it's a pity that Ian didn't come here today, he should have come here to admire this beauty." Harry replied shyly and confused, What are you talking about, brother?" She suddenly remembered the past and scolded Hayden, "How could you say what I asked you before to Mr. Ian? I was so embarrassed." After being grumpy for a bit, Harry regained his suave demeanor. "Phew, anyway, happy birthday, I'm always proud of my hard-working Englishman." The princess stomped her foot on the floor and said, "I will crush the upper-class nobles who dare to speak ill of you, so don't worry about them." Hayden happily replied, "Haha, thank you, Harry." Then Hayden raised his hand and said to his sister, "Well, let's go inside." Harry obediently took his brother's arm and replied, "Yes." The servant loudly announced that Crown Prince Hayden Green River and Princess Harry Green River had arrived. The nobles present all bowed respectfully to Hayden and Harry. The two of them solemnly entered the banquet room. Both of their faces were radiant with joy. Melodious music was also played to signal the start of the party. The nobles competed to say to Hayden, "Happy birthday to you, Your Highness, I wish you all the best." Hayden happily replied, "Thank you, I hope you enjoy today's party." Meanwhile, Oliver was standing to the side watching Hayden and Harry. He was also extremely happy to see the permanent smiles on the prince and princess's lips. Suddenly the Emperor entered. The media person was startled and confused. The Emperor whispered, "What are you doing? Please announce quickly." He smiled, ready to enter the birthday party for his beloved son. The servant loudly announced that His Majesty the Emperor had arrived. The nobles all looked at the Emperor in surprise. Hayden was also very surprised. "Father." He rushed out to welcome his father and his father confusedly said, "I don't think you will have time to attend." The Emperor immediately said, "Haha, this is your birthday. As a father, I should come to congratulate you on the day you were born and turned a year older." The Emperor smiled affectionately at Hayden. "I am very proud of you, my son." After that, the Emperor approached the royal banquet table. He happily said, "It seemed like a lot of people had gathered here to celebrate the Crown Prince's birthday. After difficulties is the beginning of good things, I am happy to see you all here today." The Emperor looked at Hayden and shared that every moment that happens in every child's life is full of miracles and surprises for the parents. I was both surprised and proud to see that my little boy had now become a mature man. I remember when he was about 5 years old, one day I was walking and he kept chasing after me. I asked why you were running after me and he said you followed him because he showed you the way. Even though it was just a grassland, it gave a child the strength to walk on it, and so I continued to show the way and you did not hesitate to follow me. Many years have passed. After that day, you have always followed in my footsteps until now. The Emperor praises Hayden, he did a great job. As your father, I always believe you can do it. Hayden looked at him emotionally and called, "Father." After speaking, the Emperor raised the wine glass in his hand and said, "Everyone, let's raise our glasses. Let's wish the future of the Empire and the Crown Prince many blessings." Everyone happily said in unison, "Many blessings." The Emperor raised his glass to drink and smiled at Hayden, "Happy birthday, son." Hayden also happily replied, "Thank you, Father." Suddenly the Emperor coughed up blood because he was poisoned. Drops of blood fell to the floor in everyone's shock and horror. Hayden was dumbfounded when he saw the Emperor vomiting blood. The nobles also stood there in shock. Harry couldn't help but be shocked and scared when he saw his father king fall in just a split second. Oliver quickly looked around cautiously and hurried over. In just a blink of an eye, the Emperor collapsed and continuously coughed endlessly, blood constantly spurting out. It took a few seconds for everyone to react to this terrible scene. And they were also crazy about bringing him back to the treatment room. But I wonder who poisoned that glass of wine lying on the floor. Everyone was terrified and shouted, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The great prince's birthday party ended immediately after the emperor was poisoned. The sky, which was still clear and cloudless, has now become dark and gray, signaling that a storm is about to hit this land. The atmosphere inside the first prince's private room was as gloomy as the scene outside the window. It was originally a happy day, but in just a moment it turned into a sad day. Hayden sat alone in the room in a daze. He still seemed to be in shock because the disaster suddenly struck and had to witness with his own eyes the scene of the Ivory Emperor collapsing right next to him. The first prince's eyes were blank as if he had lost his soul. He couldn't even express the sadness, fear and anxiety in his heart. Maybe it was because all those emotions coming at the same time made his mind paralyzed. Suddenly there was a knock outside the door. The captain of the 2nd Royal Knight Squad, Oliver Redwood, requested to appear before him. Your Highness. The name Oliver awakened Hayden's blooming mind. He immediately stood up and shouted loudly, Captain, quickly let him in. Hayden diligently rushed to open the door. Captain, Oliver immediately responded, Your Highness. Hayden frantically asked Oliver, Father, how is he? Oliver informed Hayden that he had survived after receiving timely treatment but was still in critical condition. All the royal doctors and alchemists are working hard to cure him, so he will. After knowing that the emperor was still alive and his life was not in danger for the time being, Hayden immediately asked about the murderer. What about the mastermind who assassinated my father? When Oliver was asked about this, he seemed even more sad. He kept silently looking at the eldest prince with thoughtful and worried eyes. After hesitating for a while, Oliver finally spoke up, and we immediately arrested the culprit who poisoned Your Majesty's wine glass. Oliver hesitated again and the prisoner immediately confessed his crime. Hayden angrily asked Oliver, Who is it? Who is the culprit? Tell me quickly. Oliver frowned painfully, his expression seemingly unwilling to tell the eldest prince who the culprit was. But in the end, he couldn't hide it from the prince, so Oliver was forced to reveal the culprit's name. As soon as Hayden heard that name, he was shocked, stunned, and in so much pain that his whole body trembled. The eldest prince was frozen on the spot. He couldn't believe and didn't want to believe what Oliver just said. What? Meanwhile, in the conference room in the royal palace, a heated debate was taking place regarding the culprit who poisoned the emperor. A dazed noble cried out, What? The vice-captain of the 2nd Royal Knights was the one who attempted to assassinate the emperor. He loudly criticized, couldn't he have been eternally loyal to the royal family as His Highness's guard? How could His Highness and Oliver Redwood let someone like him get away with it? What the hell have you guys been doing all this time? Immediately someone added and also intended to target Paul's closest relationships in the royal palace. I firmly believe that he could not have done this alone. Someone was behind this and we need to find him. Another noble said, I heard that Paul Lance bit off his tongue while being interrogated. I'm afraid he won't reveal anything until this is over. Next, a young nobleman began to reason. I heard that he was an orphan from the northern border, so the area is right next to the Coldwood Empire, right? Everyone, please remember that about 6 years ago, right at the palace, a series of shocking events happened in succession. The young nobleman recalled that at that time, there was a magician of the Ivory Tower, a maid and a secretary in the royal palace, who had been identified as spies of the Coldwood Empire, and that event had shocked the entire empire. Ours for a long time. This guy deepened the chain of events and connected it with the story of Paul Lance. He did not have fame or status, but he showed himself to be a talented swordsman at a very young age. If you think about it, this is very suspicious. It is also possible that he was properly trained to serve the Coldwood Empire. However, another noble was skeptical of this theory, but it must be known that Paul Lance showed no signs of the presence of mana seals on his body. The young noble raised his voice again. Is that important? He continued to accuse Paul. He had just poisoned His Majesty. There was a reason why he kept his background a secret. Another noble spoke up and sought heavier responsibility for the entire knight squad. This is what happens when we recruit someone without investigating that person's background. We need to disband the 2nd Royal Knights and remove them from their knighthood, and Paul Lance must be executed for assassinating His Majesty. After that, the other nobles unanimously voted, yes, I agree. During the entire meeting, Ian didn't say a word. He knew better than anyone else whether Paul was a Coldwood spy or not. But he couldn't say anything to defend Paul, because the incident of poisoning the Emperor didn't happen in his previous life, so he didn't know why Paul did this. Finally, the seemingly endless meeting ended and Ian left the palace with a heavy feeling that was hard to put into words. Instead of using flight magic, Ian chose to walk alone through the forest so he could calmly contemplate finding a solution to save Paul. While walking, someone called me, Mr. Ian. Ian turned around and immediately recognized it, the captain. Oliver diligently asked Ian what was going on with Paul. Ian sighed and said, everyone thought he was a Coldwood spy. Oliver shouted angrily, that's ridiculous, he's not a spy. Ian agreed and said, I think so too, loyal person like him. I believe that, if it were for the sake of the crown prince, he would even take his own life. No matter where he came from or what his background was, he was a knight worthy of that honor and someone who was extremely respectful to his king. Ian said sadly, I know for sure Paul Lance is like that. But this incident has made the nobles see that he has evil intentions. His death sentence has been decided and there will be no reason to explain or justify his actions. Maybe there was someone who gave the order or some reason that forced him to take action against His Majesty, but until now he has kept silent about the mastermind behind it. So we need to find out why he did that first. After telling Oliver the whole situation about Paul, Ian was about to leave, but he stopped. Ian asked Oliver, how is the crown prince? Oliver sighed and said, he refused to eat or drink anything and also prevented anyone from entering the room that day. It seemed like that day was blaming himself for letting that bad thing happen. Regarding the current situation of the first prince, Ian could only sigh. I got it. Oliver told Ian, as you probably know, the second Royal Knight Squad has been placed on detention until everything is cleared up, so the interrogation will probably be conducted soon. Oliver clenched his fists trying to control his anger. As the captain of the second Knight Squad, I won't be able to move on as long as this case remains unresolved. But because I'm in charge of the team, I can't do anything reckless that puts the whole team in danger. After thinking for a while, Oliver immediately told Ian, I know I'm asking too much but I can't remember anyone helping but you, only you. He immediately bowed his head in front of him and said, please investigate the truth behind this. At this time, Ian told Oliver one more thing, a problem that made Ian feel helpless and confused. The deputy captain's confession did not show any signs of deception and the ivory tower also confirmed that there was no involvement of witchcraft in it. Instead of promising Oliver something that even he wasn't sure he could do, Ian just said, tonight the deputy will be sent to jail and I will personally go see him personally. Then, I will go to Oliver's house to find Oliver, probably without waiting for Oliver to open his mouth to beg, although the hope of finding out the truth is very slim. But Ian already has his plans in mind. Oliver looked up at Ian with trusting eyes, I understand. At this time, dark clouds were coming from afar, the wind was howling, rustling through the trees. Darkness began to cover the capital as if someone was deliberately pulling a curtain of clouds, covering the little light still glimmering in the sky. Then just a moment later, the rain began to fall, at first only small drops of water were heard, slowly falling to the ground. Then the sound of falling rain gradually became thicker, overlapping each other, then the rain poured down, boiling like water, the rain became louder and louder, the rain darkened its face. The seaweed rain was accompanied by loud thunder and intermittent lightning flashes in the distance. Everything was covered by a blanket of white rain and nothing else could be heard except the sound of rain. A cold, gloomy atmosphere surrounded this prison. Inside the prison, the guards didn't know whether it was because they let their guard down or because they were under a spell, so they fell asleep on the spot. The guard was so asleep that he didn't notice, even when Ian walked past him and inside. Ian quietly found one of the cells located in the deepest part of this prison. He was speechless when he saw the pitiful situation of prisoners behind bars. Ian quietly opened the cell door and stepped inside. Inside the cell was Paul chained up with bloody injuries. Ian softly called out to the deputy captain. Paul heard the sound and quickly raised his head to look up. Ian worriedly asked Paul, do you recognize me? As soon as Paul saw Ian, he bowed down and remained silent without responding. His face was bored and didn't complain at all about Ian, as if he wanted to give up everything. To encourage Paul to try to overcome this difficulty, Ian did not hesitate to show his faith in him. I don't think you were the mastermind to assassinate the Emperor. Ian affirmed that there were no longer enemy spies or opponents of the Emperor here. I knew that better than anyone. Ian tried to convince Paul to tell him the truth. He swore loyalty to the Crown Prince and risked his life to save him. So I still don't understand why you did that to the Emperor. Ian had finished speaking, but Paul still didn't move a bit because the black magic was still in effect, making him taciturn. Or was it because the guilt of killing the Emperor made him not want to explain himself even if he was sober now? Ian had no choice but to go forward and gently place his hand on Paul's head and say, "Now I will penetrate your mind." A magic circle appeared in front of Paul. Ian cast the spell and told Paul, "Please allow me to do it." Immediately, Ian entered Paul's memories, starting from the morning before Paul was enchanted with black magic, when he received Dumpel's summons request through a messenger knight. After that, Ian saw that Paul's visit to Dumpel was not going well, and he also saw the appearance of a stranger in the same boat as Dumpel. As soon as that person appeared, dark energy poured out and tightly wrapped Paul's body. Dumpel also revealed a sinister smile. The last memory that Paul was still clearly aware of was when he was swallowed by black magic. Even if he resisted, it was useless. Ian saw that part of Paul's memory and immediately understood that he had no control. In order to poison the Emperor, he acted against his will. Ian was stunned and told himself, he was controlled by black magic. Surprised at this moment, Paul's last remaining rational mind appeared in Ian's mind space. Paul smiled bitterly and blamed himself. "I was too stupid. I should have been more cautious. I knew clearly that this royal palace was the place with the most enemies of your highness." Seeing Paul like that, Ian was heartbroken and didn't know what to say. "Deputy Captain." Paul still smiled gently as usual and said to Ian, "I have been waiting for you to come here, Mr. Ian, and that waiting was not in vain." Suddenly remembering that Paul's body was still controlled by black magic, Ian frantically tried to leave. "Please wait a moment, I will free you from the black magic first." But Paul held Ian's arm, preventing him from leaving this mental world. Paul worriedly asked, "Crown Prince, how was your day?" Ian was not in the mood to answer Paul's question. He reluctantly pulled his hand away and said that based on his memories, the truth behind this incident would be revealed, if the person who had done it could be found. If you cast black magic on him, you will be vindicated and regain your reputation. Paul did not agree with Ian but frowned and blamed himself. "The situation is very bad now, isn't it? It's all because of me." Paul lowered his head, unable to let go of the heavy stone in his heart. "Even if we could find the culprit behind this, it would still be impossible to change what I did. The truth is that I personally poisoned your wine glass." Ian shouted angrily. He couldn't give up. If it ended here, he would forever be considered a traitor who assassinated the Emperor. Paul then shook his head sadly and replied, "I don't care about the crime they put on me. The humiliation I have to endure is nothing compared to the pain I have caused to the person I swore to love. Loyal forever." Paul warned Ian, "Mr. Ian, no matter who the enemy was, if they dared to secretly plot against His Majesty, they would certainly have the courage to harm the Crown Prince as well. My story is most likely just an opening shot for them to target the Crown Prince. So please let it end with the crime being mine alone. I don't want to be the one who gets in the way of His Highness the Crown Prince." Ian cried out in panic, What are you talking about, Deputy Captain? What do you want to do?" Paul ignored Ian's question. He smiled gently for the last time and said those last words. "Mr. Ian, can you pass this message to the Crown Prince and Captain Oliver for me? Please tell them I'm sorry and thank you very much." Ian shouted, trying to stop Paul from thinking negatively, "Vice Captain Ha," but Paul continued to say, "This is probably the last thing I can do for that day as the sword protecting His Highness." Paul walked towards Ian and said, "Mr. Ian, take care of His Highness, I depend on you." As soon as he finished speaking, Paul suddenly and decisively pushed Ian down. Ian was so shocked that he didn't have time to react. She could only follow her inertia and fall into a white memory area behind her. The image of Paul smiling gently gradually drifted away and became blurry. Paul slowly closed his eyes while the surrounding space was nothing but white. Now his soul is finally at peace. Paul silently prayed one last time for the great prince, praying that that day would become a lighthouse to guide this empire. Ian was pushed out of Paul's mind and suddenly woke up as if he had just experienced a terrible nightmare. Ian quickly looked up and looked at Paul, who was still sitting there silently. Ian didn't waste a second, immediately rushed in front of Paul and used great dispelling magic. But as soon as the magic circle appeared, before it could do anything, it quickly disappeared into a layer of smoke. Ian was horrified and wondered why the great dispelling didn't work. Ian urgently called out, "Vice Captain, please try a little longer, I will disable the singing magic right now." Ian knelt down in front of Paul and shouted, I won't let you sacrifice your life so senselessly." But only now, he was shocked to realize that Paul was no longer breathing, he couldn't feel even the slightest faint breath. Ian knelt there, dumbfounded, watching Paul bow his head. Ian's thoughts were confused, his heart was tight, and he was speechless. Facing Paul's body, Ian could only bow his head helplessly. It was still pouring rain outside, the heavy gloom dragging Ian's mood even further to the bottom of helplessness. In Captain Oliver's private house right now, the atmosphere is just as gloomy as the scene outside. Oliver restlessly sat alone by the fireplace. The room was so quiet that you could clearly hear the crackling sound of dry firewood. While waiting for Ian's appointment, he tried to think, hoping to find the crux of what had just happened today. Suddenly there were footsteps outside the door. Oliver was on high alert and immediately stood up, ready to draw his sword. Ian's voice is heard outside, "The captain is Ian Phage." Oliver rushed to open the door, "Mr. Ian." Ian's whole body was soaked with rainwater, his eyes blankly looked at Oliver. As soon as Ian entered the house, Oliver eagerly asked if he had met Paul, how was his story, had he discovered anything. Ian bowed his head, chokingly said to Oliver, "Paul Lance, him. He committed suicide in prison a while ago." Oliver was stunned and wanted to open his mouth to say something, but the words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't come out. His whole body stiffened, he stared at Ian in shock, only to be able to stammer out the difficult words, what? Receiving such a lightning strike, from the feeling of shock, Oliver's eyes gradually dimmed, his body suddenly lost the strength to stand unsteadily. He frantically waved his arms back and forth looking for support. Taking a few steps back, Oliver trembled and placed his hands on the tabletop. His mind was dizzy, buzzing sounds kept echoing in his ears, but Oliver still couldn't regain consciousness. Oliver painfully covered his face to hide the tears that were flowing out. He sadly remembered the memories with Paul. Chokingly told Ian, "The first time I met Paul was in an orphanage on the northern border, protected by the Raywood family. When he was young, he was a bright boy with an innocent smile always on his face, and he also cared for others more than he cared for himself. My father was the one who discovered that Paul had a natural talent for swordsmanship, so he decided to adopt him. After that, Paul and I grew up together, often practiced swordplay together, and gradually grew to love each other like siblings. From childhood until now, he has always been an extremely hardworking person and always puts reason first. Yet today, he died in such an unjust and angry way." Oliver's voice choked with bitterness. Ian only regained his composure and told Oliver, "Before Paul breathed his last, I read his memories of a few days ago." Hearing that, Oliver suddenly turned to look at Ian. He immediately asked in a panic, "Did you find anything suspicious?" Ian immediately recounted that, according to what I saw, a few days before this happened, the captain of the 1st Royal Knight Squad, Mr. Dumple, called his vice captain to an unexpected meeting. After that, there was someone standing with Mr. Dumple who used black magic to brainwash and manipulate the deputy captain. Oliver immediately wondered. He said that Paul went to meet Mr. Dumple directly later, but wait, more importantly, the dark magic, does it still exist? "We purified everything a while ago. Who was the person who used that black magic?" Ian recalled and described, "I had never seen him before. He had a cold face, pale skin and long silver hair." Ian thought to himself, "He is someone I have never seen before in my previous life." Ian firmly said, "I'm sure the poisoning this time has something to do with Sir Dumple Merritt, the captain of the Royal Knights No. 1, and also the nameless high-ranking magician who assisted him." Oliver asked worriedly, "Did you say he was a high-level magician? How strong is he?" Ian recounted, "After realizing that the vice captain was being controlled by black magic, I tried to cast a spell to dispel the black magic, but it was ineffective. So I guess the person manipulating the vice captain is a magician who can use magic at a higher level than me. Ian told Oliver his intentions. I think I vaguely deduced his identity, but I don't have solid evidence, so I'm not sure if he's working alone or if there are others. Other dark magicians are also involved. If I want to completely solve this problem, I need to dig deeper to get to the bottom of it. Oliver immediately objected to Ian's plan, but if he was so powerful that he could perform a type of black magic that even he couldn't dispel, wouldn't the investigation be very dangerous, if they performed it? If I used black magic on you, wouldn't there be a massacre throughout the Empire? Understanding Oliver's insecurity, Ian quietly took out something from his pocket. Ian shows Oliver the mind-purifying necklace that Oliver gave him before. Oliver looked at Ian in surprise. This is the Fairy Queen's necklace that I gave you 6 years ago. Ian replied, yes, this is the necklace the Queen gave you. At that time you said that its magic could keep the user's mind stable, which was not a normal type of magic. Ian explained, this pendant is studded with a very rare gemstone. People compare it to being crystallized from dragon's tears. Thanks to that, this necklace can contain a powerful anti-magic spell that can absorb black magic, and its power must be at least level 8 or more. Hearing that, Oliver breathed a sigh of relief and said, I understand, that's lucky. If you keep wearing that necklace, you probably won't be manipulated by black magic. Ian immediately shook his head. Oliver looked at him with confusion, wondering what Ian meant. Ian immediately said that the details about the anti-magic spell on this bracelet had not been revealed to the outside, and even royal family members might not know about it. Currently, perhaps only you and I know, people still believe that this necklace is just a precious piece of royal jewelry, nothing more, nothing less. Ian said with some hesitation, Captain. Thinking for a moment, he asked Oliver, can you promise not to tell anyone what I am about to reveal to you? Oliver replied without hesitation, sure, I can guarantee that to you. Receiving reassurance from one of the most trusted knights in the Empire, Ian did not hesitate and began to tell Oliver something extremely secret. Maybe it's something that happened, something about his past. Or maybe it's something he plans to do and will do in the near future. Although it is unknown what Ian revealed to Oliver, based on the captain's surprised reaction, one thing can be sure that what Ian said was an earth-shattering story that affected the fate of the whole team. This empire. Meanwhile, at the palace of the 5 princes, this place has a completely opposite atmosphere from the great prince's room and Oliver's house. Ragnar seems very leisurely as the first step of his plan is proceeding quite smoothly. Dumpel is also present to report the situation to him. Paul Lance died in prison. Ragnar turned to look at Dumpel, also a bit surprised, but a smart person like him immediately understood why Paul committed suicide. Even though he couldn't take advantage of Paul to pull Hayden into the water, Ragnar still calmly replied, I understand. Dumpel added, and a rat had snuck in there before he committed suicide. It seemed that person had realized that Paul Lance was controlled by black magic. Perhaps he had guessed that Ian would get involved, so Ragnar still very leisurely replied, that must be it. But that guy wouldn't be able to do anything. Ragnar confidently told Dumpel, Ian Fa still did not know anything about the existence of the Dragon Man. Ragnar speculates that, while things are still this chaotic, he may try to resist and stop the black magic from spreading. However, while the level 5 Dark Mage Herbert could not defeat the level 6 Ian Fa, Ivantis was an even more powerful force than Ian Phage. In human form, his power was comparable to that of Ian Phage. Level 8 Monk. Ragnar calmly drank his tea and said, even if Ivantis said that he had not fully recovered his powers because of that 300-year seal, he was still much stronger than Ian Phage. There was a magician who still existed. More powerful than me, that's what Ian Phage probably realized, but even if he realized it, he couldn't do anything. Dumpel immediately said, if so, wouldn't he simply give up everything and run away? Ragnar laughed, ha ha ha, he wouldn't do that. If he was that cowardly and stupid, I wouldn't have to suffer like this. The only problem is we don't know what Ian Phage is thinking. Ragnar tells Dumpel, 6 years ago, when he entered the royal palace for the first time, he immediately became one of the crown prince's assistants. However, just not long ago, Ian told me that I don't serve the crown prince. Ragnar looked at his reflection in the teacup and wondered, I thought I knew him very well, but there were times when I felt like he completely saw through me. Just like that, he knew me for a long time. Ragnar put down his cup of tea while many questions about Ian still appeared in his mind that he could not explain. So Ragnar advised Dumpel, I think maybe the right thing to do now is to watch his every move. Early the next morning, the storm passed, returning the dawn sky to a gentle and peaceful orange-pink color. At Ian's mansion, he was handing a stack of papers to the butler and told him to send this letter to Lord Feerick in the east. The faster the better. What about the letter to the Mogrian estate in the north? The housekeeper immediately replied, I will send someone to work immediately. As for the other letter, I was informed that it was about to arrive. I have entrusted a fast and very reliable person with this job, please rest assured. Ian nodded and said, I understand. Ian gave another piece of paper to the butler and said, please take this. Ian advised the butler, this is an authorization letter in the name of the Merchants Guild. Please disguise yourself as a merchant and take everyone out of the capital, depart as soon as possible. I'm sure you'll understand what I mean. After listening, the housekeeper immediately nodded. Ian carefully reminded everyone, as soon as their luggage was packed and the sun was just starting to set. Gather all the servants in the mansion and bring them to Mogrian with my mother. Everything must happen silently and secretly. Once safely in the north, Lord Mogrian will definitely help everyone after he reads my letter. The butler nodded and replied, I understand, Sir Ian. While Ian was delegating work to the housekeeper, his mother ran over in panic. She cried out worriedly, Ian. Vanessa gasped and looked at her son with worried eyes. She urgently asked Ian, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly have to leave like that? Ian hesitantly said, I can't tell you clearly, but right now the situation in the capital is extremely chaotic. I sent a letter to Lord Mogrian first, he will ensure everyone's safety. Vanessa angrily snapped at her son, how could I leave you alone? If you stay, I will stay too. Ian held Vanessa's hand and tried to reassure her, Mom, you don't need to worry too much about me, I'm a big boy now. And I'm also a high-level magician, I'm more than capable of protecting myself and can do much more, so don't worry, Mom. Vanessa still doesn't feel secure, you're only 18 years old, you're also my only son. She angrily scolded Ian, why do you put yourself in danger over and over again? I can't stand watching you take risks alone like that, we should go together. Unable to convince Vanessa, Ian still had to consider too many things, so he felt a bit frustrated. He immediately shouted, Mom. Vanessa remained silent and looked at her son. This was the first time Ian got angry with her like that. Ian felt helpless and could only beg Vanessa, please Mom, please listen to me, just this once. He was scared and trembling and told his mother, if something goes wrong, I could hurt you. Vanessa saw Ian so serious and angry for the first time. She was both uneasy and heartbroken, almost about to cry. Seeing that his mother no longer wanted to stay, Ian regained his composure and let go of his mother's hand. He turned to Ridio and asked him, Ridio, please take good care of my mother for me. Ian carefully warned Ridio that even if I tried to find my mother, he would never tell me where she was. When everything is okay, I will send a letter to Lord Mogrian. Ridio immediately nodded and replied, I understand, Mr. Ian. Douglas in turn suggested, Leader, I will stay here. The boy innocently said to Ian, I don't know what's going on, but I think I can be of some help to you. That's right, after all, you are my top alchemist. Ian smiled and replied, Douglas, thank you, but this is more dangerous than you think, so it would be better if you go with them. Thinking of Douglas in his previous life as the person who indirectly brought him back to the hard work, Ian silently thought to himself, you are the last relative I fear will fall into the hands of that bastard. After convincing everyone to leave this place, Ian immediately walked to the desk. He announced one more important thing, once everyone left the mansion, I would erase a part of my memory, so I wouldn't know where everyone went. Please remember what I told everyone and leave quietly and quickly, I'm counting on you. The butler and the servant replied in unison, yes, Master Ian. After that, everyone rushed out of the room and prepared their luggage to leave. Now, Ian was left alone in this empty room. He let out a sigh, secretly hoping that his arrangement for his family was okay. Calming down, Ian turned and glanced at a small box placed on the table. He thought to himself, all that was left was this ancient room. And, Ian reached into his pocket and pulled out something. A bottle of pumpkin that he asked Douglas to prepare for him. A few days later, the situation in the capital was still very dangerous. One of the nobles is a member of the Dragon's Order group reporting to Ragnar. The Crown Prince was assured of Ian's stay in his private residence. According to the palace servant's report, his health is currently very weak because he hasn't eaten or drank for many days. As for the Emperor, although he has received appropriate treatment and overcome the critical stage, he is still in a coma, and it is uncertain when he will wake up. Even if he regains consciousness, his internal organs will have been severely damaged and there will likely be many serious sequelae. Hearing that, Ragnar was a bit worried. He lasted longer than I thought. He gritted his teeth and angrily said, if the king's father's condition changes positively, it won't be good for us at all. Dumpel also had the same thought, so he immediately said that I will quickly buy one of the royal pharmacists. It's best for us to act first in case an unexpected situation occurs. For now, we should sit down and carefully calculate possible errors. Ragnar immediately nodded in agreement with Dumpel's opinion. Dumpel continued to report on other important matters. The nobility still maintained an indifferent attitude towards Crown Prince Hayden. They doubt that his ability to govern will not be able to stabilize the country's problems in the current crisis. The captain of the Second Royal Knights has been suspended and is under investigation. The jury is discussing the removal of Captain Oliver Raywood's badge. After listening, Ivantus said proudly, everything went as planned, very good, now we just need to wait, then you will naturally walk straight to the throne. Being inherently skeptical, Ragnar said uneasily that it was strange that Ian Phage had not made any moves yet. He's not the type of person to stand still and take the fight like that. I'm sure he's plotting something. People often say, whatever you fear, it will happen. Sure enough, Ragnar was worried about Ian when a subordinate ran in to report, Your Highness. Dumpel immediately scowled and scolded the subordinate, Why are you panicking? I told you not to bother us. The subordinate awkwardly replied, Please forgive me. He said in a panic, but Ian Phage was currently arriving at the royal palace. Ragnar and Dumpel were both startled and surprised. It was true that Ian Phage would not give up easily. Ragnar immediately said, Let's end our meeting here today. He turned to Ivantus and said, Lord Ivantus, please remove all signs of your presence and remain in this room. Ivantus did not understand what Ragnar wanted to do but immediately agreed, okay. Meanwhile, Ian's footsteps were coming very close to the room. He was so confident when he came to meet Ragnar that he must have had his own plans. Just a moment later, the servant outside reported to Ragnar, Your Highness, the master of the tower Mr. Ian Phage would like to see you. Ragnar replied a little worriedly, let him in. Approved. Ian quickly went inside. Ragnar looked suspiciously at Ian, who hadn't seen him for a long time. Owner of the ivory tower, Ian Phage. Ragnar walked closer to Ian and said, I think this is our first meeting since Herbert's execution. After the greeting, he began to act as if he had nothing to do with the assassination attempt on the Emperor. I heard that recently a lot of unfortunate things happened in just a short period of time. Ragnar acted like an A-list star, showing a pained face and saying, I can't believe my royal father would be so cruel. And I can't even visit him because I'm confined to my own home. I really feel immense pain. Ragnar suddenly looked up at Ian with disapproving eyes. But why did you come to find me? At a time when the entire capital was in such turmoil, Ian did not beat around the bush and directly asked Ragnar, Sir, what are you planning? Ragnar still acted innocent and said, I don't understand what you are talking about. Owner of the ivory tower. Ian did not hesitate to approach Ragnar, bluntly pointing out the problem. Sir Paul Lance was hit by black magic. And the reason for that was because he went to meet the captain of the First Royal Knights, Sir Damphil Morit, to receive special orders regarding the protection of the Crown Prince. Ian also did not hesitate to tell Ragnar what he learned about the Dragon Order. Your Excellency, I know this is definitely related to the Dragon Sect, also known as the Order of Dragons, and you know, surprisingly, that sect, as well as those related to black magic, are all related to His Highness. Suddenly, Ragnar was a little startled because Ian already knew about the existence of the Dragon Spear. Ian directly named the mastermind behind it all. To the fifth Crown Prince, I am sure that everything is part of his plan. Ragnar still pretended to be innocent, shook his head and said, What nonsense are you talking about? That accusation is so stupid. He had the audacity to blame others if Paul's lance was affected by black magic and that thing caused him to assassinate my father. So won't all the responsibility fall on you, the master of the ivory tower, who is entrusted with the responsibility of investigating and purifying those involved in black magic? And also, what is the dragon spear, or dragon order? I have never heard of it before. Ragnar pretended to be angry and said, why do you accuse me of colluding with a sect that I have never even heard of? Furthermore, my every move is closely monitored by the ivory tower, and until now, I have not been able to leave here even half a step because I am still under house arrest under my father's orders. He proudly raised his voice as my Ian, the ivory tower has always been the guard dog of the royal palace, so you should know that better than anyone. Yen could no longer listen to any more of Ragnar's blatant lies. He raised his eyes and stared at him with the sharp eyes of a magician using interrogation magic. Your Highness, don't forget that I can use magic to detect those lies. Ian continued to step forward and expose Ragnar's false face. I knew everything you just said was a lie. I also know that you just had a meeting with that dragon spear right here, and I also know that you are involved with someone who can use black magic to manipulate behind. Ian stood proudly in front of Ragnar and said, that person could very well be the leader of the dragon spear. Ragnar doesn't need to act anymore, he frankly asked Ian. So that's your conclusion, right? Ian didn't answer but just looked at him with steady eyes. Instead of Ian's determined attitude, Ragnar bent down and smacked his lips, TSK. Then he looked up and said contemptuously to Ian, you are more childish than I thought. Ragnar immediately revealed an arrogant expression, leaning close to Ian's face to challenge, so what are you going to do now? Do you think I will be scared and confess everything? Do you think I made up all those lies because I was afraid of being accused by you? He's frankly provocative, Ian Phage. If that's what you think is true, then do you have any evidence to accuse me? Ragnar proudly leaned into Ian's ear excitedly. The culprit who directly poisoned his father is now dead. Everything he confessed has been confirmed to be the truth through the ivory tower's interrogation. Paul Lance bit himself. Tongue and even more stupidly he committed suicide, taking all the truth to the grave with him. Ian was angered by Ragnar's provocations. He could appear arrogant and sarcastic because he had no evidence to accuse him. That couldn't make him angry, but for him to insult a gentle and loyal person like Paul. Ragnar smirked and continued to mock Ian, but you still came all the way here to find me, how stupid is that? He leaned close to Ian's face and gloatingly declared, Ian Phage, this is your defeat and I am the chosen one. Ragnar smiled cunningly and called, Lord Ivantus. With just one call from Ragnar, Ivantus suddenly appeared behind Ian. He had been waiting here all this time. Ian immediately turned around in surprise when he discovered dark energy suddenly appearing in the room. As soon as he looked at him, Ian immediately recognized that person, the person he saw in Paul's memories. Ivantus leisurely leaned his back against the wall, smiled happily and said to Ian, what an interesting guy, you said your name is Ian Phage, right? You are also smart enough to know how to reveal the truth. Ivantus smirked and used black magic to bind Ian. No need to hide his identity anymore. Ivantus revealed his dragon wings, calmly walked in front of Ian and said, wow, that cloak, the more I look at it, the more familiar it seems. He reached out and grabbed Ian's cloak and smiled sinisterly. This is something I can't forget, even though 300 years have passed, it was quite a surprise to see it again. Seeing Ivantus's true form, Ian thought in horror, that was a descendant of dragons, a dragon man. While Ian completely lost the ability to resist Ivantus's powerful black magic, he turned around and asked Ragnar, Prince, do you want me to make him your powerful right-hand man? Ragnar immediately replied, yes, he still has value. Ivantus immediately snapped his fingers and said, okay. The flow of dark energy quickly tightened and crept deep into Ian's body. In just a few seconds, his pupils turned bright red, and his whites also changed to dark gray. It was true that high-level black magic was different, its influence was faster and stronger than Herbert's. Soon, Ian's tightly clenched fist gradually loosened, signaling the successful penetration of the dark energy. Ian no longer resisted but let his body straighten like a lie waiting for someone to pull the strings. Seeing the dark aura gradually spreading around, Ragnar asked Ivantus, is it over? Ivantus immediately replied, yes. Ragnar said with a suspicious expression, but he looked no different from normal. Ivantis replied angrily, "You're so suspicious of everything, aren't you?" To prove it, Ivantis immediately ordered, "Ian Phage, kill yourself." Ragnar exclaimed in panic, "Huh, what did you just say?" Ian had now transformed into a sharp ice tip, ready to stab his neck. Ragnar immediately shouted, wait a minute. But Ian still followed Ivantis's orders and rushed forward. Ragnar panicked and shouted orders. "Stop now." At this moment Ian stopped. The ice tip pierced his skin, causing blood to flow down it. Just 1 second too late and Ian would end this life in a bland and tasteless way. Ragnar was still surprised because he didn't expect it to be so easy to manipulate Ian. He was so excited that he was speechless. "So, that's it. Finished." Ivantis coldly turned away and said, "From now on, just proceed according to your plan. Let's go on vacation." Saying that, he immediately disappeared from the room in the blink of an eye, leaving only Ragnar and Ian there. Ragnar turned to stare at Ian, who was standing motionless. He was thinking about something for a long time. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Ian Phage, who do you serve now?" Ian immediately knelt down on one knee in front of Ragnar. He bowed his head respectfully and said, "You will become the ruler of this empire, the 5th prince, Ragnar Green River." Ragnar immediately smiled triumphantly as he looked at Ian kneeling at his feet. He was happy to think that he could finally make Ian submit and serve him. A few days later, at Crown Prince Hayden's palace, the servant was knocking on the door asking to see him after many days of him locking himself in his room, refusing to contact anyone. The servant informed Hayden, "Your Highness, please prepare to attend the conference that will take place this afternoon." Hayden sighed and replied, "Ah, that's right, it's today. I heard that this is a conference convened by Ian using his power as the owner of the Ivory Tower." Hayden raised his hands to rub his haggard face. "It's been a long time since I've seen Ian. I can't just meet him in such a bad condition like he is now." Hayden immediately turned around and said to the servant, "Today can you help me dress up a little more carefully? I'm counting on you." The servant immediately replied, "I'm very willing, Your Highness." That afternoon, at the royal palace, where the first conference was about to take place, chaired by Ian as the master of the Ivory Tower, the nobles were present and gathered in the hall. They were chatting among themselves. "This is the first conference that the new owner of the Ivory Tower has convened, right?" "That's right." It seemed like he had summoned the Crown Prince and the 5th Prince to participate as well. In another corner, 2 elderly nobles were discussing with each other, each one keeping his mouth shut. They had been silent for a long time. "But I think they will discuss that issue today," the bald noble immediately asked. "What is that issue?" The mustachioed noble looked surprised. He didn't know. "It's a matter of the 2 of them, the Crown Prince and the 5th Prince, who will immediately inherit that gold." The other young nobles were also debating about that issue. Wouldn't it be that Lord Ian would appoint the Crown Prince? Lord Ian had always supported the Crown Prince. The noble man immediately shook his head. He whispered to the others, "But recently, I heard, Lord Ian, it is rumored that he meets the 5th Prince at his palace quite often." When the remaining nobles heard this, they were surprised. Sir Ian was secretly interacting with the 5th Prince. The guy continued to talk. "Think about it, a lot of bad things have happened recently, right? But the Crown Prince has been silent for quite a while. So maybe Sir Ian has changed his mind." While the nobles were in the palace hall, discussing Ian's decision, First Prince Hayden was also in the hallway in front of the conference room. As soon as Hayden arrived, he saw Ian's figure as if he had just arrived here. Hayden, out of habit, called out informally, "Ian." He immediately ran to Ian. "Long time no see, Ian, how have you been? Is everything okay?" Hayden smiled and said to Ian, "Just seeing you makes me feel better, I've missed you so much." But in response to Hayden's close inquiries was Ian's cold, distant expression. Hayden raised his hand to touch Ian's hand and said, "Hey, if you don't mind, can we meet up after the conference?" Before Hayden could touch Ian, he coldly pushed his hand away. Hayden gasped in surprise. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Ian, not understanding why his reaction was so scary. Facing Ian's expressionless face, the 1st Prince stammered and said, "Ian, you." Ian bowed his head and replied to Hayden mechanically, apologizing, "But I still have a lot of work to do after the meeting." Hayden shyly said, "Ah, I see, so maybe we can meet up after you're done." At this moment, someone called Ian. "Dear Master of Ivory Tower, please enter the conference hall. Ian immediately turned away quietly, without turning his head, not paying any attention to Hayden who was looking at him confusedly. The distance between them was getting farther and farther. Hayden also surprisingly felt that now the distance between the two of them was even farther than these few steps. Hayden couldn't help but feel disappointed when he saw Ian leave. Oliver was grounded, Paul was dead, and now even Ian turned his back and coldly abandoned him. Just a few minutes later, the conference began. Ian stood on the podium and spoke respectfully to all the respected members of the Council of Elders and Nobles, thanking you for attending this conference. Our empire is going through a difficult period with terrible tragedies one after another. Ian summarized the situation to everyone. Due to Paul Lance's recent assassination attempt on the Emperor, His Majesty still hasn't regained consciousness even though 15 days have passed. Even if he truly recovered his consciousness, there was still no guarantee that he would be able to continue shouldering the responsibility of running the empire as he had done. Then, he directly suggested, now we have no choice but to make a choice, and I'm sure everyone knows what that is. We have lost our leader. Currently, the empire is in an alarming state and the enemies on the border are becoming more and more active, showing that they despise us. Fear is overwhelming and will soon engulf this land, turning the Great Green River Empire into a mess. If we continue to hesitate without making a decision, when the future of the empire is in such an unclear state, we need to calmly face reality and find the right direction, by choosing a worthy ruler to take over the empire. Ian continued with his pre-programmed speech. If you only care about the surface, this empire will go nowhere. What we need to do now is to elect a leader who can lead us out of this crisis, stabilize the kingdom and, more importantly, stabilize the chaotic political situation between the three countries. Vicinity. A person who has the ability to turn the Green River Empire into the greatest nation in human history is the person worthy of being crowned as the next ruler of the kingdom. That is why I, Ian Phage, am the current owner of the Ivory Tower. In today's conference, please inform that I appoint the descendant of the great Emperor Terry Green River, 5th Prince Ragnar Green River, as the next ruler of the Green River Empire. As soon as the announcement was made, many nobles supporting Crown Prince Hayden turned to each other in shock and whispered. But the most anxious person right now is the Crown Prince, not anyone else. As for Ragnar, of course he is being proud of the statement that was made under his manipulation. Hayden was so shocked that he couldn't control his anger and rushed to the podium to speak. He shouted angrily, "Ian." Then Hayden immediately reached out and rushed towards where Ian was standing. Hayden got angry and grabbed Ian's collar. The nobles hastily spoke up to dissuade him. Prince, please calm down." Hayden ignored all those tough words. He asked Ian harshly, "Uncle, why are you? How could you?" In anger, Hayden swung his fist straight at Ian's face. After that punch, Ian falls to the ground. A few nobles rushed up to block the Crown Prince. "Please stop. Your Highness. Prince. Please calm down." But Hayden continued to want to rush up and let me go. Ian kept an eye on Hayden while the nobles were in a commotion. Someone quickly escorted His Highness out of the conference room. When Hayden was stopped, he couldn't help but burst into tears. He also glared back at Ian, his eyes filled with anger and pain at being betrayed. That night, Hayden was taken back to his private room and he was also placed under house arrest for his extreme actions. Hayden lay dejectedly on the bed, opening his eyes and staring blankly at the ceiling. In his heart now there is only resistance, loneliness and helplessness, as if there is no hope left. While Hayden was dazed as if he had lost his soul, a dark shadow quietly approached outside his room window. That black shadow softly spoke a familiar voice. "Your Highness. It's God. It's Oliver." Hayden immediately sat up. "Team. Captain." Hayden quickly opened the window to the balcony. "Why are you here? I thought you were under house arrest." Oliver quickly walked towards Hayden's locker and told them to apologize, but there was no time to explain clearly right now. "Please wear warm clothes. We have to go tonight." "Why?" Hayden asked, bewildered. What's wrong with you suddenly? But where are we going? Oliver opened the wardrobe to choose clothes for the crown prince and said there was a small passage behind the palace. We can go that way to avoid the eyes and ears of the guards brought by Ragnar. It's a secret route used in emergencies. After getting Hayden's cloak, Oliver quickly approached him and said, "The entire second royal guard is waiting for you outside the palace." Hayden's eyes widened in surprise. The entire 2-star royal guard team. After carefully draping Hayden, Oliver immediately knelt down in front of him. Oliver raised his hand and waited. "Your Highness, we have to go now." Hayden was startled and stepped back slightly because of Oliver's sudden action and unknown purpose. He was a bit hesitant because Oliver wouldn't explain clearly, and after all, he had just been stabbed in the back by one of the people he trusted the most. In the end, Hayden is still Hayden, the crown prince, unlike Ragnar, who is always wary and suspicious of everything. Even though he was worried, he still chose to put his trust in Oliver. In the dead of night, Oliver quietly led the crown prince through a secret tunnel to escape the palace. The two of them quickly reached the edge of the forest. Immediately welcoming them were familiar voices, "His Highness the Crown Prince. The knights of the Second Royal Guard have gathered here with their luggage and good horses. You are here, we have been waiting for you forever." Hayden looked at them in surprise. "Everyone." The knights immediately rushed forward to hug Hayden. They whispered compliments to cheer up the prince. "We miss your Highness very much. His Highness looks much more handsome than the last time we met." Hayden turned to Oliver in bewilderment and asked, "What is this?" "Captain, can someone please explain what's going on? Why is everyone gathered here like this?" Oliver immediately said, "Your Highness, the royal palace and even the capital are no longer safe. That's why from now on, our second royal guard will protect you. We will escort you to Fearix territory, all for your safety." After listening, Hayden was even more surprised. Fearix Asia's territory, it was in the east, where Ian had made an agreement like eternal friendship. Isn't that right? Why would he go there? Oliver urgently urged, "I will explain everything to you on the way there, please depart with us immediately." Hayden looked at everyone worriedly and said, wait, if we resist the order and leave in a hurry like this, it won't just be a suspended sentence. Intentionally, Khan will probably have your badges revoked, or even be beheaded for treason." Oliver immediately asked Hayden, "Who can give us orders?" Hayden was surprised. "What?" Oliver then solemnly told Hayden, "The second royal guard is your sword and shield, the only person who can give us orders is you. You are the only His Highness the Crown Prince with us. We have never received any orders like standing by and watching when our king is in trouble. No matter how strong the enemy is, protecting him from enemies is our ultimate duty." The knights all bowed respectfully before Hayden. "We will continue to fight, continue to protect you. So please allow us to continue to fulfill our oath of loyalty since we were entrusted with the task of serving you." Hayden was moved and teary-eyed looking at the knights who always stood by his side, these names. He quickly wiped away his tears and told Oliver, I understand. But Captain, on the way, you must clearly explain to me what is going on." Oliver smiled and agreed with Hayden, and they hurriedly left that night. The next morning, at the royal palace, the prince's sudden disappearance was quickly discovered. Dumpil, after receiving the news, eagerly went to Ragnar. He worriedly told Ragnar, "Your Highness, we have a bit of a problem." Ragnar immediately asked, "What's going on?" Dumpil hastily reported that the crown prince had disappeared. It wasn't until dawn that our people discovered it, and the royal guard number 2 that was under house arrest also disappeared. Ragnar frowned and asked Dumpil, "Have you found out where they went?" Dumpil replied, "According to witness statements, they went east. I will send a team to chase them. Should I send more?" Ragnar sighed and said, "Dumpil, no need, they have probably already reached the border of Fearix territory area. The road to Fearix territory is extremely dangerous with monsters often prowling there, so getting through there is not easy at all." Although they had sword master Oliver Raywood, and a bodyguard made up of elite cavalry, going through the monsters seemed fine. But with such a thin force, the possibility of them being injured will be quite high. But if we act recklessly and send many people to chase, we will be the ones who will lose our strength. Listening to Ragnar's analysis, Dumpil also felt reasonable. Then, Ragnar immediately ordered, "Leave them alone. Finding out Vanessa Phage's whereabouts is more important than playing tag with that crown prince." Ragnar turned to glare at Ian, this cunning magician. He was wary of even being manipulated by black magic, so he deliberately hid his mother's whereabouts. He kept asking but still didn't say a word about his mother's whereabouts. Ragnar is skeptical. It is impossible that Mr. Avantis has not completely brainwashed him, but it seems that he has personally erased all his memories before. Dumpel suddenly asked Ragnar, "Please forgive me if I'm rude. But can I ask your highness the reason why I have to look for the mother of the owner of the ivory tower? She's just a woman with no abilities at all." Ragnar immediately said, "That's Ian Phage's weakness. Such a cunning guy suddenly came here and easily became my liar. Isn't it very strange, even if it's because of black magic?" Ragnar looked at Ian suspiciously. He must have been planning something. "We have to find Vanessa Phage to prevent anything from happening." Dumpel immediately bowed his head to receive the order. "Yes, I understand." He then quickly left to carry out the mission assigned by Ragnar. When he was alone in the room with Ian, Ragnar glanced at him with suspicion. "I can't feel secure because I don't understand why everything is so inexplicably easy." "Just what are you planning, Ian Phage?" The scene changes to Fearic's territory that very afternoon. The group of people escorting the Crown Prince arrived safely after traveling continuously for a day and a night. Hayden and Oliver were standing on the castle wall relaxing for a bit when Lord Sonlian came looking for them. "So you're here, your highness." He was considerate and attentive. "Hayden, is there anything you feel uncomfortable with?" Hayden smiled happily and replied, "No, I thank you very much for this warm welcome. Even though we suddenly arrived without warning. I will always remember your hospitality." Sonlian said warmly, "Please don't be too polite. It is my honor to welcome you." He suddenly became worried and told Hayden, "But to be honest, I was quite surprised by the letter that Sir Ian sent. What happened to the Emperor is truly a pity. I hope he recovers soon." Thinking about what happened to his father, Hayden also felt sad and worried. Canlian and Adon respectfully bowed to Hayden, and according to Sir Ian's request, the Eastern Fearic family will support you wholeheartedly. We will do our best to ensure your safety. Of your highness. Please feel comfortable here. After meeting and visiting Hayden's situation, Callian quickly left so that the Crown Prince wouldn't feel constrained. Hayden smiled after Callian and told Oliver, "Lord Fearic is truly a very kind and open-minded man. Not only strong, but also very polite." Hayden suddenly asked Oliver, "Speaking of which, you and him are related by blood, right?" Oliver shyly nodded and replied, "Yes, he is a distant relative of mine. He taught the god of swordsmanship when I was young." Hayden, hearing that, he was a bit thoughtful, frowned and said, "Is that so? Looks like Ian has it all figured out." Suddenly the eldest prince was silent for a moment. He thought about something, then a little worried and confused, asked Oliver, "Is this captain really Ian? Has he been brainwashed by black magic?" Oliver looked at Hayden, confused. Hayden stammered sadly, saying, "Nothing, I'm just a little worried. I mean, maybe he really changed to the fifth prince's side." "So what?" Great Prince hesitantly, "Ever since we were children, Ragnar has always shown himself to be superior to me in every aspect. Although it's bitter to admit it, it's the truth." Hayden appeared insecure and self-conscious, telling Oliver, "Maybe Ian thinks so too, and like many others in the nobility, he has decided that Ragnar is truly the rightful successor." Oliver heard the prince's confidences, but did not feel worried or suspicious of Ian. And he also smiled gently. Looking at Hayden confidently, Oliver asserted, "I can assure you that it is not true, your highness." Oliver slowly explained to Hayden, 6 years ago, when he made a practice contract with his friend Ian, was very worried about who he supported, or the fifth prince. And without hesitation he told me with a steady gaze, "I will never serve the fifth prince." Oliver smiled calmly, "Prince, so please, keep your faith in Mr. Ian, don't let doubtful speculations overshadow the faith in your heart. I'm sure he planned all of this in advance." Go back in time to that stormy night, the night Paul committed suicide in prison, and Ian went to Oliver to discuss a plan to deal with the fifth prince. After listening to Ian talk about his plan, Oliver was stunned and couldn't believe it and hesitantly asked him again, "Mr. Ian, can you repeat it again?" Ian cautioned, "Repeat it again. I will personally go to meet Ragnar and let there be a powerful magic power behind him, casting black magic on me. If the Crown Prince knows about this, surely you will try to stop me. So I hope that one day Oliver can guarantee to keep this a secret, at least until I complete the first step of the plan." Oliver shouted in panic, unable to stop. "What you're doing is too dangerous. What if things don't go as you planned?" Ian explained, "Ragnar won't kill me right away, because he wants me alive. As long as I'm of use to him. I am a level 6 mage and current master of the Ivory Tower. My position is very influential in the politics and diplomacy of our kingdom. Ragnar will want to take advantage of this to take the throne for himself." Ian blurted out, "I honestly don't like being controlled by him again. But if I do, I'll be able to investigate Ragnar's plans and the people who are interacting with him." Hearing that, Oliver was a little wondering, being controlled again? What does he mean? Ian didn't realize he had said something wrong and continued to instruct Oliver, "Once I publicly support Ragnar, you must quickly and safely take the Crown Prince to Fyric's eastern territory. I will send an urgent request to Lord Fyric in advance so that he may be prepared to assist you and the Crown Prince." Oliver, still worried, said, "But Ian, if that's the case then we need someone to help dispel that dark magic for you. But there is no one left in this capital or the palace that we can trust with that responsibility." Ian smiled mysteriously, telling Oliver, "No, there is still someone perfect for this mission. Someone Ragnar could never have expected. A friend, an ally that we can completely trust that will never betray the Crown Prince." Time returned to the present, when Princess Harry was standing by the Emperor's bedside every day, with an endless restlessness and anxiety. She almost burst into tears again when she saw the Emperor still unconscious for the past half a month. "Father Hong." Harry was heartbroken, telling the Emperor, "Sir Ian, he has openly told all the nobles that he supports the 5th prince to succeed you." Both disappointed and sad, Harry said, "My brother also disappeared from the palace without telling me a word. And Ragnar is gloating and preparing to take the throne from him." The princess choked, clenching her teeth to try to stop the painful emotions welling up in her heart. Finally, Harry couldn't help but cry. The princess sobbed and said to the Emperor, "Father, what should I do now? Who can I trust now? Who can I trust now?" Harry remembered the happy moments with Ian. The princess sobbed and cried, "I can't believe that kindness, those gentle and considerate actions. It turned out it was all just a fluke, only lies. But father, even though things have turned out like this, my heart still wants to believe in him, even though it's aching every time." Harry put his head down in his hands, covered his face with tears, helplessly pleading, "Father, please, please wake up." While the princess was drowning in disappointment and despair, suddenly there was a soft knock on the door. A familiar voice rang out, "Your Highness, it's Kevin." Harry quickly wiped his tears and said, "Ah, yes, please come in, Mr. Kevin." Seeing Kevin suddenly coming, Harry asked worriedly, "What's going on?" Kevin glanced around nervously. It seemed like he was about to say something secret, that's why he was so cautious. "Princess. Kevin, could we talk privately for a moment?" Harry immediately agreed. Then the two of them went out into the hallway and to a secluded corner of the palace that few people passed by. Kevin cautiously looked back and forth, carefully checking his surroundings. Once he was sure that there was no one else around, he gave the princess a box and said, "Your Highness, please take this." Harry asked in surprise, "Kevin, what is this?" Kevin quickly recounted, "A few days ago, the owner of the Ivory Tower specially entrusted me with protecting this box. He told me to deliver it to you." Harry exclaimed in surprise, "Sir, it was Mr. Ian who personally requested that." "What, did you see?" the princess raising her voice. Kevin gestured in panic, telling her to keep this a secret. Kevin worriedly told Harry, "Sir Ian told me to give it to you secretly, please don't let anyone else hear." After completing the task, Kevin hurriedly said, "So now, it's time for me to leave, Princess." Kevin quickly left the palace to avoid being discovered by the eyes and ears of the 5 princes and a rising suspicion. The princess still stood there for a long time, wondering, not understanding what was going on. Looking at the box in Harry's hand, she wondered what it was that had to be kept so secret. Although Ian has changed now, openly siding with the 5th prince, deep down, the princess still wants to trust him. Therefore, she quickly returned to her private room to take a look at the secret box that Kevin had just delivered. Harry nervously opened the box. Inside was a necklace with the ability to purify the mind along with a bottle of secret medicine and a letter. Harry hastily opened the letter to read. It contained Ian's familiar handwriting. Dear Princess, I'm sure you're feeling very surprised right now. The moment this letter was delivered to you was probably the moment I became a completely different person due to the control of black magic. And the reason I wrote this letter to the princess is because I need your help. The poisoning of the Emperor was investigated and it was discovered that it was not the intention of the deputy captain of the 2nd Royal Knights, Paul Lance, that he did it, but that it was all caused by black magic. The people behind that incident are a secret organization called Dragon Sect, and behind it is a mysterious magician with power even stronger than the current god. The 5th prince also seems to be colluding with this sect, with the ambition to take the throne, to reveal the truth and find the real mastermind of the assassination of the Emperor. I was forced to become the 5th prince's puppet for a time, but I assure you that it was not my wish to serve him. I need to ask someone to do something that I believe is the only person most suitable to do it. The necklace inside the box delivered to her was an extremely special item left by the Fairy Queen. It contained a spell that had the ability to purify the mind and resist black magic at level 8 or perhaps even higher. Something that can destroy the evil magic that is controlling me. So, if your princess reads this letter, please wear it. The magic spell of the necklace will destroy the black magic that is cast on him. As for the liquid inside that bottle is a medicine made from something called Londio's flower, a very special herb. It has the effect of neutralizing the mana inside a person's body and is also a poisonous substance that can kill a magician. My princess urgently begs you, if the necklace cannot eliminate the evil magic in my body, please don't hesitate and use it to kill me. After reading Ian's letter, the princess must have been very shocked and pondered. Kong Nuoi about his advice. After all, it is not easy to poison someone, especially when that person is the person the princess gave her heart to. But whatever happens must happen, and one afternoon a few days later, when Ragnar and Ian arrived at the palace to check on the Emperor's situation, Harry immediately went up to say hello. It had been a long time since he'd seen Ragnar. The princess asked, Ragnar, have you come to see your father? The fake Ragnar replied, after all, he is my father, because I am no longer under house arrest. I hope I can also fully fulfill my duties as a son. Harry said sadly, I understand. Glancing at Ian, Harry greeted coldly, long time no see, Mr. Ivory Tower. Ian bowed his head in response in a formal manner. Harry asked sarcastically, how are you doing? Are you okay? See Ian, without replying a word. Harry understood that what he wrote in the letter was true. Black magic had manipulated his mind then. Even though he was very confused, Harry still had to act cold and disappointed at being betrayed by Ian. She said to Ragnar, Ragnar, is it okay if I want to talk to Mr. Ian in private, will you mind? Ragnar glanced at Ian somewhat suspiciously, but he did not doubt too much because Harry did not have any ability to overthrow him. Without hesitation, he replied, okay. Finished. Ragnar turned to order Ian, master of the Ivory Tower, after talking with the princess, come to my palace. We still have many things to discuss. After instructing him to finish eating, Ragnar immediately left. Harry was now able to relax his facial muscles a bit. She lowered her voice and said, Ian, Mr. Ian, please come this way. The princess then took Ian to an empty room in the palace, a place that was not often used and was guarded quite loosely. Harry stood thoughtfully looking at Ian for a long time. My heart is still confused when thinking about what Ian advised in the letter. Harry said sadly, I miss you very much, Mr. Ian. But it's obvious you're not happy to see me again. Harry hesitantly asked, do you remember what you asked me to do? Princess, find an excuse to tell Ian that I came here to return the thing you gave me. Can you lower your head a little? Without hesitation, Ian immediately bent down to comply with the princess's request. Harry wrapped his arms around Ian's neck and nervously said, put the necklace on him. After locking the necklace, Harry nervously released his hand. Ian still bowed his head like that without any other reaction. The princess anxiously looked at Ian, hoping that the necklace would bring him back. The next second, the pendant flashed, a ray of green light sparkled, Ian's eyes immediately changed, his pupils were bloodshot and a darkness gradually enveloped him. Saw Ian kneeling on the ground breathing hard, seemingly in great pain as black smoke escaped from his body. Harry was startled by the threat. Ian raised his hand to squeeze his throat, feeling the burning sensation rising up. Harry frantically called out, "Sir Ian, Mr. Ian." Seconds later, he suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood while the dark energy still lingered around and refused to disappear from his body. Harry was so scared that he quickly covered his mouth to stop the terrible scream from coming out, "Sir Ian, Sir Ian." She was extremely worried that if the necklace couldn't be purified, Ian would have to constantly fight against it. If two energies fight each other inside his body, he could lose his life. But the goddess of luck seemed to have smiled on them, the light emitted from the pendant had gradually softened and the dark aura was also dissipating. Ian coughed loudly as the dark energy was pushed out of his body. Harry sadly knelt down next to Ian and tremblingly asked, Sir Ian, are you okay? Are you okay?" Ian continued to cough a few more times. At this time, the black aura surrounding his body had almost disappeared. When the purification process is complete, Ian immediately looked up at the princess with worried eyes. His eyes were no longer lifeless as before, proving that the necklace's purification magic was effective. He struggled to call out, "Princess, Princess." When Harry saw that Ian had returned, he cried with joy. She burst into tears and rushed to hug Ian. Two streams of tears flowing non-stop. "Mr. Ian, you're back, it's so good." Ian was confused and blushed. "Princess, Princess." Harry cried and blamed Ian. "How can you ask me to do that? How can I kill you? Do you think that request is easy to fulfill?" Ian immediately understood that Harry was talking about the enclosed poison. He awkwardly replied, That thing." Ian hugged the princess's shoulders and looked straight into her teary eyes, gently saying, "I just think I need to risk my life a little. Then the princess can believe in what I say." Ian honestly revealed, "But in reality I was happy that the magic was dispelled without any problems, that necklace was really effective. Actually, I was a little worried because I was afraid that the charm in the necklace wouldn't be strong enough to be effective against the magic I was cursed with." Harry exclaimed in panic, Sir, what did you just say?" The princess loudly reprimanded Ian, "You're not sure that it will work, so why are you still taking such a risk? What do you think you're doing? Do you know that I was?" Ian confusedly told Harry, "Princess, there are times when choosing something a little risky can create that miracle." Ian remembered the time he stabbed himself in the heart in his previous life, then gently told Harry that that was why he could exist here. Ian raised his hand to gently wipe away the remaining tears on Harry's cheeks. "Thank you very much for believing in me." He smiled brightly at Harry. "I'm very grateful to you, Princess." In the moment Ian smiled affectionately and gently, raising his hand to wipe Harry's tears, the princess's heart sobbed once more. She was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Harry shyly wiped his tears and replied, "Nothing, I'm very happy that you came back like this." Harry stood up and reached out to support Ian, who was still weak after dispelling the black magic. "Sir Ian, there are many things I want to ask you." Ian Lean immediately replied, "Yes, Princess, I have discovered something worrying that the dragon sex force is larger than I thought." Ian worriedly mentioned that the previous owner of the Ivory Tower, Herbert Leon, was a man with a fairly high position, one of the cult's law enforcement officers. And there must be dozens of high-ranking members of the sect. These are high-ranking nobles of our empire. Even Mr. Dumpill, who has faithfully served His Majesty for decades as captain of the royal family's first night squad, was caught up in this cult. Harry exclaimed in panic, "What? Even Mr. Dumpill?" Ian continued, "The leader of the dragon sect was known to be a dragon man, and he was the last remaining of a race that had been recorded as extinct about 300 years ago. He can transform into human form and is capable of using magic beyond that of a high-level magician. I estimate that his strength must surpass that of a level 8 mage. It was the 5th prince who freed that last dragon man, who had been sealed in a mysterious territory by Mixel Green River, and then the two of them joined hands to cooperate." Harry exclaimed in fear, "Oh my God! Ragnar is usually very smart. Why are you so foolish now? Such a strong person will be able to destroy our entire kingdom at any time." Ian also agreed with the princess, and it seemed that the dragon man had planned this for a long time. I realize that the ultimate goal of this cult is not simply to take over the Green River royal family, they also plot to start a war by using the Empire's leading good fighting forces to conquer territories. Neighboring territory. Ian worriedly told Harry, Princess, the royal palace has now been taken over and controlled by the fifth prince. That means every corner of the palace is no longer safe for anyone. Princess again, Ian carefully advised, so the princess must absolutely not trust others and must always be by her side to watch over her majesty. Harry looked at Ian uneasily and asked, and as for yourself, Mr. Ian, what do you think? Ian immediately replied, according to the current plan, I will pretend to be still being controlled by black magic to monitor the fifth prince's movements. Harry exclaimed in panic, huh? Why do you keep going back there? Ian quickly explained to reassure Harry, I need to find the method that Michelle Green River used to destroy the Dragon Man. Until now, I have not found any information about it in the study room. Ivory Tower. But if you search at the royal castle, you might find a possibility. Harry pondered, ancient books in this royal palace. Let's see. The princess suddenly thought of something. She called softly, Sir Ian. Harry suddenly suggested, can you follow me out here for a bit? I want to show you something. Then Harry showed Ian where the books that only members of the royal family were allowed to access were kept, and then she walked straight towards a special box of honey solemnly displayed on a separate table in that room. Harry carefully took out from that box an ancient sealed book. Ian asked in surprise, what is this, princess? Harry immediately explained, it is a treasure, a family heirloom that my father gave me. Princess told Ian about the book's origins. As far as I know, this is one of the relics that the first royal magician, Michelle Green River, left to you. Royal grandchild. It is said that it is a diary that could belong to Mr. Michelle or to a special person at that time. Ian was surprised and wondered, why just assume that? Harry confusedly replied, because people only speculate like that, but no one really knows. Until now, no one has been able to open this seal. Harry said that according to historical documents, Sir Michelle Green River was a level 5 wizard. But strangely, the seal on this diary reached a much higher level of magic than that. Harry suggested, since we need to find the oldest books possible, I think maybe you should try breaking this seal and see how it goes. Ian took the book and replied, well, if that's the case, I'll try it. Ian looked at the book and thought, if I pour mana into the diary, will it be possible to solve it? As soon as Ian's energy flowed into the lock on the cover of the book, it lit up, in some magical way. The diary that no one could open for 300 years, now there was an immediate reaction. With just a little bit of Ian's mana, looking at the seal on the cover of the diary, Ian widened his eyes in surprise. Is this Longu? Ian immediately recited the spell written in dragon language and a stream of blue light slowly spread out from the seal. With a click, the lock bounced slightly. The seal was easily lifted. Harry shouted happily, the seal has been opened, Mr. Ian, that's great. Let's read it together and see how it goes. The two of them began to carefully examine the contents inside. Ian skimmed through it and told Harry, this is indeed a diary, the diary of Mr. Michelle Green River. The first entry seems to have been recorded after the war between humans and the Dragon Clan ended. Its content mainly commemorates the night magicians who died for the peace of the kingdom, as well as telling about the plan to leave the destroyed lands to build an ivory tower. In addition, there are also records of special research related to little-known types of high-level magic. Ian flipped through a few more pages of the diary and came across a special passage written that evening. And in that diary, a name suddenly appeared that attracted Ian, Fran. Ian was surprised, wondering why his father's name was in here. Was it just a coincidence of names? Curious, Ian read the diary page attentively. That night, Fran came to find me. A premonition told me that I might not see him again. I swore that I would keep my promise to him until the day I die, and I wrote it on this diary. His last words were in dragon language. Ian silently read the lines written in dragon language and a golden light immediately poured out of the diary. Wherever that light spreads, the color of the room immediately changes. There, everything remains in black and white. All changes happen in just a few short seconds. Besides Ian, nothing else in this area could escape that magical light, not even the princess. Ian looked around worriedly, not understanding what was going on in his mind. He was asking countless questions. Why? Ian looked towards the princess and saw her standing motionless, without any reaction, not even a frown. Ian softly called out to the princess, "Princess." He looked around the room again. Suddenly he discovered that the clock hands had also stopped running time, as if condensing at the moment he read the spell written in dragon language in that diary. Ian wondered in shock, has time stopped? Ian looked towards the door. Ian discovered something else surprising, a beam of light coming from the other side of the door. He boldly stepped forward, without hesitation, raising his hand to prepare to open the door. Just by pulling the door open a little more, that bright light immediately became much brighter. Ian boldly opened the door, stepped to the other side. Behind that door is a vast green meadow, and in the distance, giant gears are glimpsed. Ian was bewildered. Look around. Where is this? Then he quickly noticed a mysterious person sitting nearby. Ian wondered in his heart, who is that person? Ian slowly approached, afraid he had accidentally invaded someone else's private area. He hesitantly opened his mouth. Yeah, here. Ian said softly, let me ask you a question, is that okay? The mysterious person immediately turned to look at Ian. Even though he was wearing a hood that covered half of his face, he could still see that he had something similar to Ian. Ian hesitated. I don't mean anything bad, I just want to ask you a few things. Where is this and who are you? The mysterious person immediately answered Ian's question. This place is called the convergence point of time streams, an unknown space. Ian exclaimed in surprise, the convergence point of the time streams? Then, the mystic said calmly, it is difficult to explain this in terms of human understanding, but to put it simply, Ian, this is the dimension where all timelines converge to one point. Ian was stunned when that mysterious person suddenly called his name. Ian squinted his eyes at the other man incredulously. You know who I am? Why are you? How can you know my name? The man turned back to look at Ian with a mysterious smile. My identity? Well, humans call me First Magician or Golden Dragon. Ian's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the man in front of him. He couldn't believe he met names that seemed to only appear in legends. Ian was surprised and said to himself, legend has it that Kim Long is a dragon capable of manipulating the flow of time. Meanwhile, the first magician was the first person in human history who could perform magic spontaneously without anyone's instructions. That's also the person who taught magic to other magicians. Ian was stunned, wondering if these two mythological characters were the same person. Kim Long slowly said to Ian, your appearance here means you have read what was recorded in Michelle's diary. He made a huge mistake. I don't think I spared the life of that last dragon man. Kim Long wondered, I don't understand why he spared that name. In the current dimension, is it because of pity? Or is it because he wants to take revenge on him in a way more cruel than death? Human emotions are complex and difficult to predict. Until now, I still can't understand it. Ian was overwhelmed by a series of new information. He immediately asked Kim Long, wait a minute, it's too late. What are you talking about? And do you really have anything to do with Michelle Green River? Kim Long smiled and replied, we are very close friends, and I am also the one who gave him special power. The power that allows him to destroy the Dragon Clan. Hearing that, Ian did not hesitate to ask questions. If what you are saying is true, then I would like to take the liberty to ask you this question. Why didn't he destroy the Dragon Man himself, instead treading a zigzag path rather than giving Michelle Green River the tools to do so? Kim Long gently explained that a long time ago, the human world had to suffer misery caused by black magic. The divine dragon's power has the ability to make all creatures submit and kneel at the feet of the person using it. And black magic was born to search for that power. The dark magic was created by the dragon men from the bad sides of human nature, greed and jealousy. Because of its starting point, it quickly distorted human souls and destroyed the balance of the world. Thousands of great disasters occurred, tormenting humanity. For that reason, and although I am very sorry for the suffering that humanity is experiencing, I cannot interfere with the dragons, cannot interfere in human events. That law appeared at the same time when this world was created, Kim Long narrated thoughtfully. However, we can't just ignore everything and stand by like that. Because after all, the suffering that humans were enduring at that time was also related to the power of the divine dragon. So, after much hesitation, I finally broke the rules and interfered in human history. Ian pondered. That said, you became the first magician, the pioneer against black magic. The one who passed down magic to humans. Qin Long nodded and continued, that's right. However, that alone is not enough. When a great disaster strikes, humanity is on the verge of destruction and they need a hero to appear to save sentient beings, saving humanity. That's why I bestowed my ultimate power on a human. Ian understood immediately, and that person was the hero Michelle Green River, right? Qin Long immediately nodded and replied, he was a bright and kind child from a young age. Even though he belonged to the royal family, in his heart, the prosperity and well-being of the people was in his heart. Is the top priority, surpassing all strength and power of the royal family. After receiving my power, Michelle spent his entire life trying to completely destroy dark magic. However, that single wrong move made all his efforts meaningless. Actions that we still cannot understand. Why did he do that? Humanity's existence is simply still flawed, and due to meddling in the course of human history, I have lost all my memories, and I can no longer participate in eliminating black magic. I hope that one day I will once again remember everything. For the remaining time of my life, I must continue to live in human form. Because we have lost all our memories, we can only wander around the world, looking for places that feel new and exciting. Even though we don't have much time left on this earth, every moment we can enjoy has great meaning and is extremely valuable. Qin Long slowly took off his hood and slowly spoke to Ian. And even if we meet that girl, it's the same, Vanessa. When Ian heard his mother's name, his eyes widened in shock. Qin Long continued, she is a kind, sincere, and incredibly lovely person. The time I spent with her was the most beautiful time I have had in my entire life. My memory of her cannot be expressed in words. Then Qin Long suddenly turned around and said in an affectionate voice to Ian, and I miss you too, my son. He took off his hat and looked straight at Ian. Look at this appearance, the face, the hair color, the eyes. We don't need a blood test to know that they are father and son. Instead of being happy, Ian was angry, saying, don't say such nonsense. My father passed away a long time ago. Qin Long sadly replied, just as I said, Fran Phage is dead. What's left here is just an unknown soul, having lost the tangible existence that it once had, all along. I've been waiting for this day to come so I can see you again, even just once. Ian became even angrier, shouting, what you need to do is not just sit here and wait for me. He was indignant and questioned him, why did you leave? Because of him, how much hardship did mother have to endure? Did you know? What's the use of you waiting for me? Qin Long could only sigh and tell Ian, all things and events in the world are reincarnated, and after all, there will come a time when we will have to end our lives in human form. But before that happened, as time passed, the seal that was placed on me gradually weakened, my memories began to recover. I understood that I still had an important mission and that what needs to be done. I need to completely eliminate the black magic that still exists in this world, and I also want to protect the world that you and Vanessa live in that way. But unfortunately we don't have enough time to do it ourselves. My choice is to be forced to leave my beloved home. Qin Long said as he stood up and walked towards Ian. He told Ian, it seems like you are going through a difficult time in this life as well. I hope that you can find your life's purpose and the happy life you desire. Ian was still angry. He said harshly, I didn't come here to talk to you about those things. I need it. Qin Long immediately continued Ian's words, you are looking for the strength that can defeat the Dragon Man, right? He calmly said, I already own it. Before I left Vanessa, my power was passed down to you while you were still in your mother's womb. Ian looked surprised, his power? Qin Long immediately affirmed, that's right. He said to Ian, do you think that you can understand and use the dragon language simply because you are a high-level magician? Ian said to himself in surprise, that reminds me, when did that start happening? He kept asking himself, since when was I able to use dragon language so well? Qin Long walked up to Ian and said, now I will help you awaken that power that is still sleeping. But first, we better take a look at this, okay? Kim Long said as he raised his hand in front of Ian's face, then transferred some magic. A bright light quickly surrounded his body, while he was still bewildered. Looking at Kim Long, I wonder what he wants to do and what special thing he will show Ian. At this moment, Kim Long knew that there was no more time to talk and confide. He walked forward, raised his hand to his son's face and said, I will help you awaken the dragon power that is still sleeping in your body. And standing in front of his son who had not seen him for a long time, he decided to give Ian a gift more valuable than the power to destroy dragon men, a gift that only dragons hold, the ability to be able to manipulate time, Kim Long gently told his son. But first we better take a look at this, right? The life you really want, but you don't even realize it. Having finished speaking, he used his ability to gradually sink Ian, who was still wide-eyed in surprise, into a dazzling light. A few seconds later, Ian slowly opened his eyes when a leaf gently touched his hair, vaguely feeling that the meeting with Kim Long was just like a fleeting dream. Ian was a bit confused when he saw himself in a different outfit than before and his hair was also tied back neatly. He softly exclaimed in surprise, "Ah!" Ian looked around at a peaceful and bright scene, showing before his eyes the gentle rays of sunlight filtering through the leaves, occasionally reflecting on the sparkling dewdrops, the wind gently shaking the tree canopy. Stir-fried lemongrass with the clear and melodious sounds of birds singing together created a song of nature full of vitality. He wondered where he was in this place. Ian thought to himself that he must have just talked to Fran. He blinked for a moment, then he quickly stood up and decided to walk around here to find out where he had ended up. Ian had just taken a few steps around the back of the tree when he saw someone not far away, a girl and a child playing on the vast green grass. They seemed to be having a great time. Enjoy the peaceful moments of the present. The girl felt someone behind her and immediately turned around. It turned out that she was not a stranger. It was Princess Harry, but she looked at her. She seemed more mature. Harry saw Ian standing hesitantly looking at him, so he stood up, approached and gently asked him, "Ah, you woke up?" Harry cordially raised his hand to pick up the leaf still lingering in Ian's hair. Ms. Huang pouted and said, "Seriously, what are you doing? It's been a long time since we were able to arrange a time to go on a picnic together like this. And yet you slept the whole time." While Ian was still bewildered and didn't understand what was going on, the princess was still very kind and concerned and said to him in a sweet voice, "Have you been working too hard lately? It seems like I have to tell my brother just give you a little work. I don't want you to be too tired." After being stunned for a long time, Ian hesitantly called out, "Princess, princess." Hearing that, Harry widened his eyes and looked at him in surprise. The princess was surprised for a moment. Then suddenly he burst out laughing, looking at her with concern and even more concern. "Hey, I don't understand, it's just a very familiar princess voice, what's making Harry react so strangely?" But it didn't stop there. The princess's next reaction was to laugh out loud. "Ahaha," she laughed extremely cheerfully. Ian looked at Harry confused, and she kept giggling and smiling, asking, "Why do you suddenly call me that, Ian? Are you still dreaming?" "Ha ha ha." Harry blushed shyly, looked at Ian and said, "You called me princess," which surprised me a bit. It's been a long time since someone called me that. Ian wondered in his heart for a long time. What does she mean by that? After laughing, Harry happily turned to the child and called out, "Johanna, Dad, you're waking up." The little teacher didn't seem to notice, so the princess called out again, urging the little girl who was busy playing with flowers and grass in the distance, "Johanna, quickly, come here with Dad." At this moment, the little girl clearly heard her mother's voice and turned around. The baby happily looked towards Ian and chirped, "Call Dad, Dad." Looking at that hair and eye color, one could be sure, it's definitely inherited from Ian. "Call Dad, Dad." She quickly stood up and ran towards Ian, her arms outstretched as if waiting to be picked up and petted. Ian was still surprised, so he just stood there, not knowing how to run back to pick her up, so Johanna ran right away, jumping in and hugging Ian's legs, her whole adorable little body, clinging like glue. Glued to his feet, Ian awkwardly looked down at the girl clinging to his leg. He softly asked himself, "What's going on?" Seeing Ian just standing there looking without responding, "Johanna." Harry gently reminded him, "Why are you still standing there, Ian? Hurry up and hug Johanna, I'll keep her waiting. The lovely Johanna was still looking up at Ian with eager anticipation in her eyes. Even though he was still confused, Ian couldn't resist her big, sparkling eyes, so he immediately reached out his hand to pick up Johanna. The first time he held a little angel, the more he looked at it, the more he felt love in his arms. Ian was embarrassed, not daring to hold on tightly, but loosened his grip, afraid he would lose her. Johanna clung to Ian's neck, smiling widely, resting her head on his shoulder. Happiness called out, "Dad." Picking up Johanna and hearing the little girl's voice calling to his ear, Ian suddenly burst into tears. He felt an indescribable emotion that he had never experienced before. Previously, this feeling was perhaps the boundless happiness of a father. The scenery here is inherently beautiful like a picture. Now it becomes even brighter with life when Ian's family of 3 are happily enjoying their rare day of rest there. Suddenly, the scene changed in the blink of an eye. Just a second ago, Ian was still holding his daughter, but now both the princess and Johanna suddenly disappeared. He still had tears in his eyes, the feeling that overflowed in that short moment. When the little girl chirped for her father in his ear, Ian still had a new and sobbing feeling in his heart. Difficult to describe in words. Ian kept staring at his hands, feeling the baby's warmth. It was clearly still there, it couldn't be just a daydream. Looking at Ian, he seemed very moved. Kim Long curiously asked his son what he saw, but his heart kept fluttering and making Ian unable to speak. After a while, the sobbing emotions subsided. Ian hesitantly told Kim Long, a child, a cute little girl with chubby round cheeks, she had the same eyes and hair color as me. Johanna, I heard the princess call her that, when I held her in my arms. Even felt, in a very real way, her weight, warmth, voice, and faint scent. The more Ian talked, the more emotional and confused he became. That moment felt like it made my heart melt, but I didn't know what it was. That magical feeling. What was it really? Kim Long smiled and replied with satisfaction, "Love, that's what humans call that feeling," he explained to his son. Even though it is just a common word, it is also a powerful spell that can awaken humanity. It can also motivate people to dedicate everything they have to those they love. They can even sacrifice themselves without regard for their lives to protect the person they love. And it is also a feeling that has magical power, helping them to be more confident in life. Kim Long slowly said to Ian, who was still stunned and surprised. What I just saw is what I want to be, something great, but also very simple and close in life. Ian wondered. Simple and close in life, but it's too beautiful and peaceful to be something familiar to me. It's like a dream life. Ian wondered and asked Kim Long, is what I just saw my future? Maybe yes, maybe no. Kim Long thoughtfully said, the future is something that you cannot be sure of. What will happen, whether it will be good or bad, whether it will be happy or sad, whether it will be happiness or suffering, everything depends on your decisions. Every choice you make will impact your future. Suddenly, he looked up at Ian and it looked like it was time for me to let you go. Kim Long stepped closer to Ian and said, now I will awaken the power of the dragon god within you. He gently placed his hand on Ian's head, looking at him with eyes full of love and trust. With the power of the dragon god, I hope you will be able to complete the unfinished tasks that I was unable to do. His hand gently touched Ian's hair, the fatherly warmth combined with a strong stream of dragon energy, quickly transferred to both Ian's heart and mind. Even the most wonderful memories of Kim Long's life as a human being, in the form of Fran Phage, are being transferred to him. Ian exclaimed in surprise, this is. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw the real silhouette of the golden dragon appearing faintly in the sky. The majestic majesty of the noblest species in the world did not bring a strange and scary feeling to him. Ian, on the contrary, feels strangely close and dear. Ian suddenly felt regretful and couldn't bear to leave when he heard Kim Long's deep voice. I will always be with you, I love you. He affectionately looked at his son one last time and then gradually disappeared in the bright light of magic, leaving only a sound echoing in Ian's ears, love you forever. The bright light gradually blurred the images before his eyes. Kim Long was able to tell his son everything he had always cherished in his heart. He slowly closed his eyes and could now peacefully leave. This world has no more regrets. In the last moments that remained in Kim Long's mind, the most beautiful and memorable memories of his entire life as a human being appeared, but no, perhaps they were all the best in thousands, tens of thousands of years. His existence was when his heart was filled with love for Vanessa and his unborn child. Escaping the intersection of time streams, Ian awakened back to reality. Everything around him had regained normal colors and sounds. It seems like only a few seconds have passed. So, seeing Ian suddenly clutching his chest with a painful expression, Harry cried out in panic, Sir Ian. What's wrong with you? What's wrong? I don't know. When his eyes were filled with tears, a choking feeling throbbed in Ian's heart. Ian wondered what this feeling was. Maybe Ian was feeling it. I feel regretful that the first meeting was also the last time with my father, only his love is what will remain forever. Seeing that Harry was worried, Ian quickly wiped his tears and said, It's okay. Something just flew into my eye. Glancing down at the open diary on the table, Ian was surprised once again. The diary page was pure white without any blemishes, not even a faint ink stain. Ian exclaimed in surprise in his heart, that diary page. The dragon language has disappeared. He immediately turned to Harry and asked, Princess, do you remember what was written on this page? Harry replied immediately, sorry but I don't remember. She hesitantly added, that page was already blank. Ian nodded and replied, I understand. Perhaps the lines written in dragon tongue in the diary are the same as in the ancient book that Ian read in the old ivory tower. Once the magic has been used, the contents it will disappear as if it never existed. It is true that Kim Long always erases all traces of him in this world. Hearing that, Harry asked curiously, So, how's it going? Do you think you found a way to defeat the dragon man? Ian immediately confirmed, Yes, I think I've found a way to do it. Harry excitedly held Ian's hand and exclaimed excitedly, Really, that's so great. The princess's sudden action startled Ian. His face suddenly turned red. He was shy and didn't dare look straight at the princess. Ian was confused and could only glance aimlessly around. Thinking of the main thing to do, he immediately told Harry, It seems I need to talk to Ragnar now, so please stay by my side and take care of Her Majesty for me. Harry asked worriedly, So there's nothing else I can do to help you? Ian smiled affectionately and replied, Please protect His Majesty and take care of yourself. I will be fine, don't worry. I will handle everything and come back to see you soon. Harry was still not reassured, so he held Ian's hand tightly and warned, You must come back. Ian looked at the princess caring for him like that, his heart skipped a beat. He gently replied, Yes, I promise. In the moment Harry said that, Ian suddenly remembered that there was also someone who told him to definitely come back, but that person and that person's attitude were completely different from the princess. It must have happened when he was still the owner of the ivory tower in his previous life, but was fed up with the endless massacres and decided to leave. Seeing Ian abandon the ivory tower, Mr. Ronan hurriedly chased after Ian. Please think again, sir. He tried to convince Ian that even though the war had ended and the continent had been unified, there were still small disputes constantly erupting across our continent. Our empire cannot lack a level 8 hero like you in the ivory tower. There are still a lot of things that need you to solve. Do you really want to throw it all away? Without hesitation, Ian replied, Yes, and he continued walking without any other choice. Ronan immediately used Ragnar, who was already king, to threaten Ian. Besides, there's no way His Majesty would accept his resignation. Ian paused, but just to turn around and tell Ronan, even if he doesn't approve, I will still leave the capital. I have already arranged to recommend Mr. Ronan as the next head of the ivory tower. Seeing that Ian was so determined and ignored all his persuasion, Ronan could only blurt out helplessly, Sir Ian. Turned around to look directly at Ronan. Ian said coldly, the person standing in front of you right now is not a level 8 hero at all. He's just a disgusting monster. Ronan was shocked by what Ian just said. He probably understood, maybe couldn't understand Ian's extreme disappointment in himself. However, from his soulless eyes, Ronan could definitely tell that Ian's heart was completely empty and he definitely wouldn't stay. Therefore, he did not try to hold on any longer. Leave the ivory tower. Ian immediately went to the royal palace and went straight to the main hall, meeting Ragnar. Ragnar calmly said, "Ian, please come in." Ian still respectfully bowed his head to show respect to the emperor, as usual, sitting on the golden throne. Ragnar sighed and said, "I have read the letter you sent." He frowned and asked, "Why? Why did you suddenly resign?" Ragnar showed understanding of Ian's hardship and said, "Do you need time to rest? If that's the case, then feel free to rest. A month or a year is fine, no matter what. Don't complicate this matter by resigning. I understand how hard it was for you to unify this continent and realize the great ideals of the Green River Empire. I know that better than anyone, so I will accept all requests. Your request so that you can rest comfortably. Is it okay for me to entrust your position as master of the Ivory Tower to someone else while you are away? And since you recommended Ronan, I will make him temporary master of the Ivory Tower." Ragnar bluntly tore up Ian's resignation letter and continued to persuade him, "I will also recruit more talented people so they can take on important tasks and share your workload." Ragnar coldly threw the letter on the ground and ordered, "So, when you feel you have rested enough, you must return." Ian still didn't change his facial expression, lowering his head to suppress his frustrations. Then he said to Ragnar in a determined voice, "Your Majesty, I will not come back again." Ian even knelt down and asked Ragnar to allow him to leave. Ian explained to him that my presence would not contribute much to the Empire's prosperous future. In fact, I had become a source of disagreement and conflict within the Empire. So I asked permission to resign and return to my hometown to live. I will completely stop using magic and repent for the rest of my life. I will live worse than death, so please." Ragnar angrily interrupted Ian, "I won't allow that." He stood up and shouted apologetically, "Regret is only for losers, I won't allow you to lower yourself." Looking at Ian with angry eyes, Ragnar said that because he had devoted more to the Empire than anyone else, he should feel proud of himself. Whoever dares to doubt the merits he has done for the Empire, no subject in this kingdom is allowed to think like that. Ragnar came in front of him. Ian suddenly lowered his voice, "So please forget about those unnecessary things, Ian." Ian sadly looked up at Ragnar. "Even if you tell me to forget them, this hand of mine is already stained with blood, how could I forget?" Ragnar immediately comforted him, "Ian, those sacrifices were inevitable. It wasn't your fault." Ian still couldn't escape that psychological shadow. He was angry and blamed himself. That's true, but the inevitable sacrifice was caused by a god. He clenched his hands and trembled with indignation. It was these hands of God that killed them. God cannot bear it any longer. Ragnar became more and more angry. A feeling of betrayal was brewing in his heart. Ian continued to beg, asking him, "Please allow me to atone for all my sins." Ragnar angrily questioned Ian, "As a friend, I want to ask you this, just because of something like that, you thought of leaving me after I helped me rise to stardom." He coldly walked past him. "We spent a lot of time together. Why would you throw away our friendship like a little bit of guilt?" "Ian, I never imagined that we would be divided like this." After saying that, he walked straight out of the main hall, seemingly agreeing to allow Ian to return to his hometown to live in hiding. Ian burst into tears, heartbroken, and said, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me." Later that day, the nobles quickly heard the news and they gathered together to question Ragnar. "Your Majesty, are you planning on letting Ian just leave?" A noble said worriedly, "The remnants of Coldwood and its rebel allies are still active on the country's border. If news of his resignation at this sensitive time spreads, their influence we will definitely be affected." And there were also words that divided the relationship between Ragnar and Ian. "We also need to consider the possibility that he will join the rebels. If he changes his mind, it's only a matter of time before he takes the throne." They continuously added fuel to the fire, inciting Ragnar that a group of commoners worshipped him as a war hero, and said that he should be the one in charge, that his existence was beyond his power. Our control. That's too dangerous. And finally, the last straw came when a noble proposed, "If Ian Phage is no longer our ally, then we must kill him." Many nights after that, Ragnar did not have a peaceful night's sleep. He constantly has nightmares and always wakes up in the middle of the night. Ragnar felt like he was suffocating and panting. having once again dreamed of the noble's instigations, and the disbelief of the dire circumstances they spoke of was suffocating him. He thought about betrayal, imagined Ian betraying him. Ragnar was so scared that he was sweating, but he still couldn't calm down. He called outside, "Is there anyone out there?" The servant immediately opened the door and looked in, waiting for orders. "Yes, I am there, your majesty." Ragnar orders, "Call the royal pharmacist Douglas Hammond here." Douglas quickly arrived and reviewed Ragnar's insomnia situation. "How effective was the medicine you used this time? Are you still having insomnia?" Ragnar replied tiredly, "Still nothing has changed, I even see my condition getting worse, I hope you can give me a stronger medicine." Douglas immediately refused. "Your Majesty, that medicine is made from an herb that can make you addicted. If you increase the dosage, it will negatively affect your health." Douglas gave advice to Ragnar, "Medicine is only a temporary measure, the important thing is that you need to find a way to solve the root of the problem." Ragnar wondered, "What is the root of the problem?" Douglas explains, "I'm talking about the person who kept you from sleeping." Ragnar smiled awkwardly and replied, "Haha, that's not a problem I can solve myself." Ragnar's hands trembled with fear. He said, "I'm afraid my longtime friend will leave me. I felt scared because I felt like he would betray me and take control of the empire. I could trust him when he was with me, but when he left me, now I feel like he's a monster." Douglas immediately said, "If so, then you can go kill monsters." Ragnar turned his sharp eyes to look at Douglas coldly. "Are you trying to persuade me to kill my friend?" Douglas did not hesitate to speak frankly. "I'm really skeptical. I don't know if he is your friend or not. When he is the reason why you are in this situation." Ragnar replied angrily, "He is a level 8 magician. There is no way to kill him. Even if all the magicians of the Ivory Tower fought together, there would be no way to defeat him. I must what to do." Finally, the real face is revealed. It's not that he doesn't want to kill his friend, it's that he can't find a way to kill him, because Ian is already too strong. Hearing that, Douglas immediately said, "There was still a way to kill him." Ragnar was stunned. Looking at Douglas coldly, both surprised and looking forward to the solution he proposed. Douglas said coldly, "I have created a poisonous substance that can help you kill him." And so, on a cold winter night, not long after, the north winds continued to blow, whistling outside a simple wooden house, emitting a gentle, warm fire, seemingly as if to signal that something bad was about to happen in the place where Ian had decided to live for the rest of his life. Space inside the house, being warmed by the flickering fire of the fireplace. In this peaceful space in the middle of a quiet night, Ian sat attentively reading a book and seemed to be researching something. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, breaking the silence of the house. Ian glanced towards the door, wondering who it was. It was so late. He slowly walked to the door and opened it. "Who are you asking?" As soon as he looked up, Ian was shocked and surprised. Speechless in front of him was a close friend, also the master to whom he had prayed faithfully, a very close and familiar person. But he didn't expect that this visit would come so suddenly in the middle of the night. Was surprised for a few seconds, then he stammered and said, "Your Highness, is that you?" Ragnar smiled warmly and said, "It's been a while, Ian. Can I come in?" Ian was still surprised and hesitantly asked, why did you come here?" Ragnar showed generosity, forgave Ian and said, "Even though you have resigned and retired, we can still meet like this from time to time, right?" He smiled deeply and said, "Not as a king, but just as a longtime friend. And I suddenly became curious about my friend, wondering what he was doing." Without any doubt, Ian happily invited Ragnar into the house. "He is always welcome here." Entering the house, Ragnar immediately told Ian to take a glass and open a wine. It was perfect, to sip a glass of red wine while the two friends had not seen each other for a long time, chatting and sharing their thoughts. Ian took out the cup and asked Ragnar in wonder, "You don't like drinking, so why did you bring it here?" Ragnar smiled and poured the wine. "I think a little drink now and then wouldn't be too bad. And for the sake of this reunion, why not raise a glass?" Ragnar happily handed the glass to Ian. "Here, take it." Without any doubt, Ian took the glass of wine. "Thank you, sir." The two started chatting like friends reunited after a long time. Ragnar asked curiously, "How have you been?" I mean, your face looks brighter since you left the capital. Ian happily recounted. I traveled to the newly unified lands on this continent. I met all different classes and observed their lives. It was truly a very meaningful time for me. Ian sincerely shared with Ragnar. I also learned a lot after returning to my homeland. When I reflect on my life, magic is the only thing I have known all these years. It's really a bit boring when winter passes and the snow starts to melt. I think I'll open a small farm. Ragnar raised his glass and teased Ian. I firmly believe that compared to the life of a hero who unified the continent, your current life is very simple, like that of ordinary people. He reluctantly said, anyway, I'm glad you're satisfied with what you're doing. Ragnar also begins to tell stories about what happened in the Empire during Ian's absence. A lot has happened since your resignation, after we succeeded in suppressing the Coldwood rebels in the north. The integrity of the Empire has finally been restored, my daughter. Lord Bernard, who used to be the Duke Ron, will soon announce her wedding to the Crown Prince. With this marriage, we will be able to strengthen our relationship with Poron in a peaceful way. While Ragnar was passionately telling his story, Ian began to feel uncomfortable. His whole body was shaking. Ian wondered what was wrong with his body. Ragnar continued enthusiastically, it's wonderful to see the little crown prince prepare for the wedding every day. I think, finally, I understand somewhat how my father felt in the past. Ian was gradually collapsing, his whole body weakly trembling, his breathing becoming increasingly heavy. As for Ragnar, he didn't pay any attention and continued to talk. While the ivory tower now no longer shows its greatness like when he was there, they have gradually stabilized and are giving C his value and influence in the royal family. At this moment, Ian was in pain, clutching his stomach, kneeling down, weakly calling, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, but Ragnar still left him alone and enthusiastically told about the Empire's successes under his rule. The Empire's recovery was proceeding rapidly after the war. Everything is being resolved and the Empire is gradually progressing into its best days. Ragnar suddenly put away that fake smile and placed the wine glass firmly on the table. He glared at Ian, who was experiencing terrible pain, and said in a harsh voice, If you just disappear right now, under the flickering firelight. Ian was frightened, covered his mouth, trying to stop the flow of blood. At this moment, Ragnar's cold words were like a knife piercing his heart. This poison has the effect of neutralizing the magic power in your blood, although for you it only has a temporary effect. A few minutes is all, Ragnar said calmly, as if the physical pain was the inevitable result that Ian had to accept when leaving him. Ian was speechless, kneeling at Ragnar's feet, his heart aching to absorb every harsh word of the person who had just poisoned him, and Ragnar continued to reveal his poisonous nature. So, I mixed some other poisons in. A heartbroken Ian asked Ragnar, but why? Ragnar calmly replied, You should already know the answer. It's because of your strength. Ian, both heartbroken and terrified, looked at his friend and king whom he had faithfully served for so many years. But Ragnar criticized him without any mercy. That power had no effect whatsoever to help the future of the kingdom, as well as many other skeptical rulers in the world. Ragnar's conscience was consumed by his doubts. If it were a time of war now, perhaps things would be different. But right now, you are nothing more than a seed that can betray me at any time. Ragnar looked into Ian's eyes and was suspicious, repeating what he had said, I will never betray, I will live the rest of my life in my homeland. Those are the words you told me, right? Ian could only now widen his eyes in surprise. Looking up, he never expected that Ragnar would not trust him so much. The fire in the fireplace was still burning brightly, just as Ian's doubts were burning strongly. He continued in a sharp voice, but fear began to appear on his face again. But Ian, do you know, I was very afraid of you. Finally, it was revealed, behind the cover. The bottom line of doubt is fear. It is because of the fear that Ian's power has surpassed his ability to control that Ragnar always lives in doubt. And because of his suspicion, he is even more worried. Afraid. It's an endless loop that will torture him to death. Only when Ian completely disappears can he feel at peace. Ragnar honestly admitted, I almost went crazy with fear of my old friend, an 8th level magician who can overthrow both me and my kingdom at any time. Ragnar was so scared that he became hysterical. He did not hesitate to say the words that were like a knife piercing Ian's heart. How could I let such a monster survive? Even Ragnar called himself a monster. Ian must have thought so, that's why he couldn't help but cry. Physical torture, no matter how terrible, cannot compare to the pain. Pain in my heart, the pain of being betrayed, stabbed in the back, and mercilessly abandoned. Looking at Ian's suffering in the last moments of his life, Ragnar did not deny his guilt. He frowned, looked down at Ian, a little guilty, and said, "My old friend, please never forgive me." After finishing speaking, he immediately raised his face and looked forward, returning with the appearance of a noble king, standing above 10,000 people. After saying the words that needed to be said to make Ian's death clear, Ragnar without hesitation coldly turned around and left. A little bit of the guilty feeling from before was completely gone. The wooden door opened just enough to let the cold, soul-piercing winter winds rush in for a moment, then very quickly it quietly closed as if marking Ian's silent end. As soon as Ragnar came out, he immediately gave the order, "Burn it down." And right after that, a fierce fire broke out outside the house, the heat rising up and swallowing everything. The more the wind blew, the more fiercely the fire burned. Ragnar coldly walked straight forward. The sparks swirled together, the fire grew bigger and burned. The wind occasionally threw away a patch of fire and a cloud of black smoke. The fire flickered like the shadows of misshapen monsters. The claw was wiggling and dancing behind Ragnar, as if it was reflecting the evil demon that possessed his soul twisted by doubt. For some reason, Ragnar suddenly turned around and looked back. At that moment, the fire flared up again as if someone had just added fuel. Ragnar's eyes were now filled with only fire. Aren't his doubts the smoldering and most persistent fire that burned down friendship and loyalty? Seeing Ragnar standing there looking up at the burning house without saying a word, the captain of the Royal Knights respectfully bowed his head and said, "Your Majesty, we will handle the rest, please return to the carriage someday." Go. But as soon as he raised his head, he suddenly froze on the spot, absolutely not daring to say another word. I don't know when. 2 lines of tears flowed down Ragnar's cheeks. He looked at the fire lifelessly, his eyes were empty. Was it because he felt regret for what he had done? This friendship? Or was it just a passing moment of guilt? Perhaps except for regret, everything was right. With both guilt and regret, he said to Iran, which was engulfed in flames, "So this is how we separated. I really hate this outcome." Saying goodbye to Ian, Ragnar also personally ended his only friendship. He suddenly smiled, a bitter smile mixed with satisfied joy. Anyway, the chilling outcome of this friendship will also help end the nightmares that torment him every night. This was the first and last time he shed tears because of this friendship. Ragnar returned to his cold appearance from before, bluntly turning away. The person who always saw others as tools like him may have once truly considered Ian as a friend, but it was his distrust and domineering that killed the last remaining bit of humanity, light. The burning fire also completely burned Ragnar's remaining conscience. Back to reality, Ian returned to the palace of the 5 princes as the sun began to set. Step by step leisurely entering Ragnar's office. Will he still pretend to be controlled by black magic, or will he turn his cards up to him? Ragnar leisurely read the documents and asked, "Ian, there you are. What is the princess talking about with you?" Ian replied immediately with the same expression as when he was manipulated. "She asked me why I betrayed her." Ragnar raised his eyes and looked at Ian tentatively. "So how do you answer her?" Ian without hesitation replied, "I said that I had no obligation to answer that for her." His answer was exactly what Ragnar meant. He immediately burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha." Ragnar sneered sarcastically at the princess's innocence. "It's really pitiful for her. She also likes you quite a bit." "You're too harsh." He told Ian that his father didn't like suitors and refused all engagements. "That's strange. I always wonder what their problem is that my father still doesn't like it. For people like us, marriage is basically just a transaction for the benefit of the family and the family. It's just power." It's hard to understand when he refuses outright just because he doesn't like such things. Ian looked at Ragnar without answering, but he was probably thinking about how he had planned to take advantage of his son's marriage in his previous life to stabilize the political situation of the continent after unification. It turned out that he had always had the thought of taking advantage of relatives to gain benefits for the royal family like that. If Harry had not committed suicide following Hayden in his previous life, her fate would have been even more tragic, as she was just another tool till he consolidated his power. Ragnar arrogantly considered himself right, continued to laugh sarcastically and said, "How ironic. His father is the type of person who would take advantage of such deals." He calmly told Ian, "When the time comes that I think is appropriate, I will let you marry the daughter of a certain noble family." Ragnar arrogantly approached Ian and said, "It won't be long. I will inherit the throne and become an emperor more powerful than my father. I will become the first to unite the three kingdoms, and led the Green River Empire to its peak of prosperity." Ragnar excitedly leaned closer to Ian. "That was my intention. Great, isn't it?" He placed his hand on Ian's shoulder, acting like an emperor who needed the loyalty of his subjects, as if he was talking to Ian while he was still awake. "So, please assist me and let's work together." Together they turned this empire into a powerful one. Ragnar boldly said, "Now you belong to me, you will not regret being loyal to me." Ian remained silent without responding, seemingly pondering whether to make Nod disillusioned so quickly, or to just let him gloat and act a little more for fun. After a few seconds of thinking, Ian spoke. "Your Highness." Ragnar was a bit surprised when Ian reacted to his trick. He took Ragnar's arm and lifted it out, smiling and saying, "I've seen it." A proud moment of witnessing the Green River Empire unite the continent, while standing right next to the great emperor. Ragnar looked at Ian in shock. "What do you mean?" Ian openly said, "I gave up everything for the empire and the emperor, because that is my life's purpose. But this time I finally found it, the life I truly wanted." Ragnar stepped back in horror. Don't tell me, you've already neutralized the black magic. How did you do that?" Ian shrugged and replied calmly, "It's a pity to have to tell you this, but, the only person in the past, present and future. You are my friend and master, who has given me my absolute trust and honor to serve you." At the same time, he was also the person who pushed me to the edge of despair. Ian knelt down and said to Ragnar, who still didn't understand anything, "Ragnar, come find me, I will wait for you in the old ivory tower." As soon as he finished speaking, Ian immediately disappeared in a bright yellow light. Only now did Ragnar regain his composure. He immediately became angry and trembled. He gritted his teeth, his eyes widened in anger, not expecting that his plan to manipulate Ian would be easily resolved in such a short time, when he had not yet had time to find Vanessa to threaten him. "That!" Ragnar shouted angrily. "Ah!" The servant outside hurriedly ran in and asked, "Your Highness," in fear. "What happened, sir?" Ragnar shouted indignantly, calling for the captain of the 1st Royal Knight Division to come here immediately. "Gather the soldiers and prepare the fastest horses we have and find Mr. Ivantus here immediately." Meanwhile, at the old ivory tower, the sky began to snow, white snowflakes fluttering in the wind. All the hatred that arose from that white snowy night should now end in a snowy day. Ian was already here, and he was sitting on the steps looking at the familiar scene, the place that had opened up for him a unique opportunity to rebuild his life. Ian looked up at the sunset sky. Rang Chiu now is as beautiful as the moment he will see on the body of the majestic golden dragon at the intersection of timelines. He thought to himself, the fact that he had come here in his previous life was not necessarily just a coincidence. Ian smiled happily when he realized that he had been observing everything the whole time. He looked up and said to the sky, "I hope that Kim Long still exists somewhere, and maybe he will hear you. He has been watching me, a wanderer without a purpose in life. My life at that time was full of regret and pain. He brought me to this place to give me the opportunity to rebuild my life, the last souvenir that he left behind. The dragon language of time and space regression. I think I understand now, the reason why I have the ability to understand the dragon language. And I also understand what I should do to use the power he has transferred to me." Ian looked at his hand, the stream of energy containing the power of the dragon god with its brilliant yellow color. It will be the only thing that can help him fulfill Kim Long's final wish, which is also his own wish now. Hearing the sound of Locke's hooves coming closer and closer, Ian looked towards the old ivory tower gate with determined eyes. "Today is the day you will personally put an end to the hatred and struggle over the pastime towards a better life." Ragnar used full speed to lead his entourage to the old ivory tower. He looked towards Ian with extremely hateful eyes. Ian leisurely walked down the stairs, smiled calmly, and said, welcome, Ragnar. Ragnar frowned and turned to Ivantis. Sir Ivantis, this time you will have to kill him. But is that possible now? Ivantis frowned and sighed in response. We should have killed him from the beginning, instead of getting ourselves into such trouble. He's just a level 6 magician, that's all. I'll end this story. This is quick. While being so arrogant, Ivantis suddenly became alert. He carefully observed his surroundings and said to Ragnar, but it seems there is another problem. Ragnar asked worriedly, what's the problem? Ivantis used a searching look, looked at Ian and told Ragnar, I can feel the power of the golden dragon. Looks like he's nearby. While Ivantis still needed Trong to explore the surrounding space to find Kim Long's presence, Ian continued to calmly walk forward with contemptuous eyes, looking at Ragnar. Ragnar is not to be outdone. He glared, confronting Ian. Ian walked down the last step, smiled and said as if he owned this place. So, welcome here, Ragnar, I'm so happy to see you again, Ragnar. Ragnar smirked and replied, are we close enough to call each other by our first names like that? He narrowed his eyes at Ian and provoked Ian. Phage, you chose the wrong path. Do you think that weak Crown Prince is capable of carrying this entire empire? He shouted angrily, what this empire needs is a rational and strong emperor. That idiot is not capable of receiving such great power. Ragnar immediately expressed his dissatisfaction and ambition. If he knew for sure that this position was not for him, he should have given up a long time ago, right? How could someone like him get it? His father loves him. And he dares to act like he's worthy, when he's not. A useless little brat like him enjoys things that I can never have, things that I should have. So, Ian saw Ragnar screaming frantically, only to stay silent to see how crazy he was. Thinking back, maybe he wanted to manipulate Ian instead of killing him early. Simply because Ian chose to accompany Hayden instead of serving an elite like him. It's pitiful that he had to console his self-esteem in that silly way. Ragnar completely reveals his nature as a greedy and selfish person, trying to take everything away from Hayden out of jealousy without being aware of his own shortcomings. He continued to roar in anger, I don't recognize him, I'm the one who deserves it, I'm the one who deserves to become emperor. At this moment, Ian frowned, sighed and said, black magic causes human souls to crumble. He is no exception. You have lost your usual calm demeanor and strong judgment, and the words you just said completely revealed your nature. Ian looked at him with sharp eyes, Ragnar, you will never be able to return to normal again. Ragnar arrogantly replied, just keep talking nonsense. Because today is the last day you can open your mouth and speak. Ragnar confidently signaled, Lord Ivantis. Ivantis immediately returned to his original dragon form and advanced to attack Ian. He released a series of sharp spears created by dark energy. Ian did not flinch when he became the bull's eye of countless spears flying towards him. The spears destroyed all obstacles in their path. Fragments of bricks and stones flew everywhere, smoke and dust flew when they penetrated. When the spears converged on Ian at the same time, a thick layer of dust was blown into the air, obscuring everything. Ivantis thought to himself, I heard that he is one of those humans with a sharp mind and intelligence as rumored. Not always true, right? In such a hurry to find a way to die, so young but short-lived. Gloating. Then the smile suddenly disappeared. Ivantis glared in shock as the thick layer of dust cleared. Ian was still standing tall, standing there without a scratch. He raised his head, his sharp eyes looking at Ivantis challengingly. He was surprised, wondering how he could do that. Ivantis was starting to get angry. He glared at Ian and quickly launched a second attack. This time, he used fire to attack with a wide-scale impact and almost no space to dodge. Ivantis was certain that Ian would not be able to escape this attack. The fiery streams of fire rushed forward and surrounded him in all directions, but still could not touch a single strand of Ian's hair. There was an invisible shield around him, causing the fire to spread out around him. The more Ivantis looked at Ian's calm demeanor, the angrier he became. He thought to himself, Ian Phage, he is definitely a lower-level magician than me. He cannot have the power to oppose me, no matter how much his talent is superior to others. He shouldn't be able to resist a dragon man who has lived for centuries. Ivantis thought while continuing to use another attack. He created countless ice spears that rushed towards Ian, as dense as falling rain. but as soon as the spears flew in front of Ian, they immediately stopped. Ivantis was horrified, looking at that scene and constantly wondering how it happened. All my attacks were disabled, none of them had any effect. While Ivantis was feverishly searching for the cause of the problem, Ian just stood there leisurely, raising his hand ready to destroy the ice spears that Ivantis had just created. Seeing that, he was even more frightened. Not only did he block my attack, but the energy I felt when I first came here. The power of a dragon, I can definitely feel that energy on him right now. Ian gently crushed Ivantis' ice spears. Ivantis was suspicious and asked Ian, "Who are you?" Ian sarcastically replied, "Oh, pitiful last dragon man. You crave the strength and power of dragons to the extreme. You even dare to kill your own ancestors to gain that power. But now, your species has no one left, and you are the one who has had to endure your punishment alone for 300 years. Now I understand, Michelle Green River gives you the most painful punishment possible, something more terrible than death. This punishment has tormented you every second of every minute for 300 years, even when you sleep, it constantly haunts you in your nightmares. In comparison, isn't death as light as a feather? That punishment is when your existence has no value at all. I'm sure you were angry, resentful, and sad, but you couldn't do anything, so helpless. You must have done your best to survive that disgrace. That's truly commendable." Ian smiled sarcastically and looked contemptuously at Ivantis. He was bald and hurt, so he angrily shouted, "Shut up." Bursting with rage, Ivantis raised his claws and bared his fangs, preparing to pounce and tear Ian apart. He rushed forward in anger, roaring loudly, "I will kill you right now." Ian smiled contemptuously when he saw that dragon man being so easily provoked. If you haven't been able to practice a bit of calmness for 300 years, acting like this means you're probably too eager for Don to treat his fellow clan. He immediately exerted the power of a dragon. "If you are in such a hurry then, now, I will send you back to your clan, with the power that you have longed to have all your life." A powerful stream of energy covered the entire old ivory tower. Ivantis was pressed down by an invisible pressure, making him unable to move. He was terrified in his heart, that power. Ian gently raised his hand and commanded, "Ivantis, last descendant of the dragon race, take your own life." He stuttered in panic, unable to form a sentence. You. What did you say?" Before he could understand what was happening, he unconsciously stabbed the spear through his chest. Ragnar standing behind was also frightened by the power that could cause the dragon man to commit suicide. Ivantis collapsed in pain, trying to use some of his breath to ask Ian, Why, do you have that kind of power?" But Ian refused to say anything, just stood there and watched him die in anger. He deserved to pay that price, because he was the one who directly manipulated Paul to die unjustly. Now there's only one thing left for Ian to do, resolve his own great hatred. Before completely ending his relationship with Ragnar, he recalled the moment when everything began. "I remember the first time I met Ragnar was. Even though it was premeditated, it still meant a lot to me to meet him. That fleeting moment was unexpectedly the beginning of many misfortunes and hatred. In his previous life, the master of Herbert Tower was the one who led Ian to follow Ragnar, the first time Ian met the 5 princes. Feel honored, Ian, Herbert said. This is the first time he personally meets someone. He also said that because Ian was truly talented, he promised to provide anything for his growth. Herbert reminded Ian, be careful with your actions and words, behave properly there. The person you will meet next is the person who will inherit the throne in the future. Hearing that, Ian felt very worried. After all, he was just a commoner and had never come into contact with the nobility. What's more, just a member of the royal family. As soon as Herbert and Ian arrived at the door of Ragnar's room, the servant immediately informed him, Your Highness, Master of the Ivory Tower Herbert would like to have an audience with you. Ragnar happily replied, let him in. The door slowly opened. Ian felt more and more nervous. He timidly walked inside, following Herbert. Both hands clasped together anxiously. Ragnar warmly welcomed them. Welcome, Master of the Ivory Tower and Magician of the Ivory Tower, Ian Phage. From the first moment of meeting, Ragnar continuously praised Ian. Sir Herbert here has told me a lot about you. You possess talent that the Academy has never had before and have surprised everyone. Ian shyly bowed his head cautiously. I don't deserve such praise. Your Highness. Ragnar smiled, seeming to sympathize and understand Ian's anxiety and timidity. Ragnar gently told Ian, I heard that a few days ago your mother suddenly passed away from an illness. Seeing Ian's sad expression, Ragnar immediately comforted him. Because I also experienced that feeling, I extremely understand your current feelings. Ragnar said sympathetically, I know no matter what I say, you will still feel hurt because this sadness will not ease easily. But I still want to say, I send you my deepest condolences. Ragnar walked down closer to Ian, he stood in front of him and spoke kindly. Raise your head, Ian Phage. Ragnar smiled friendly and said to the worried Ian, right now I am not the prince of our empire. I really want to meet you as a friend. I hope that I can become your friend. At that time, Ragnar smiled kindly and extremely friendly, and it was because of that smile that Ian later sacrificed his life to work for him. Be loyal and careful throughout your life, but the ending is not as beautiful as the beginning. Return to the solemn ancient scene of the old ivory tower. Ian has finished dealing with that dragon man and is now moving to settle accounts with Ragnar. Seeing Ivantis easily defeated by Ian, Ragnar was so scared that he couldn't even lift his legs. He just stood there hesitantly while Ian kept walking forward. In this moment, Ragnar no longer has any will. He cannot resist or run away from Ian's power. He knows that well. He closed his eyes, clicked his tongue and let it all go, TSK. Without waiting for Ian to say anything, Ragnar immediately knelt down in front of him. He spoke bitterly, saying every word, I won't beg you to spare my life, just kill me. I would rather be killed right here than be taken back to the capital and publicly executed in front of everyone. Ian remained silent, looking at Ragnar with pitying eyes. From the previous life to this life, although many events have changed, but he remained the same until the end. Even though he failed, he still did not repent for what he did. Seeing Ian hesitate, Ragnar immediately raised his voice provocatively, what's wrong? Don't you hate me very much? But why are you looking at me with those eyes now? Do you feel sorry for me? Ian still looked at him with those eyes. Ragnar shouted excitedly, someone like you, I should have beaten you from the beginning. He screamed monster. It's still the same saying, whether in the past life or this life, Ragnar is still afraid of Ian. Ian was heartbroken and asked, is that what you feel about me? Are you that afraid of me? Ian approached Ragnar in his last moments of life. I want to show you something. Ian gently touched Ragnar's hair, used the power of the golden dragon and spoke to Ragnar. I will show you who I am. With the special power of the golden dragon, a stream of memories from Ian's past life flowed into Ragnar's mind. Memories of the first day Ian met Ragnar, with all his trust and loyalty. And then the moments when the two of them walked together towards the ideal of making Ragnar the next successor. Even images of Ian's hostile encounters with Hyeten appeared in Ragnar's mind. At that time, Ragnar was extremely pleased to have a loyal and talented supporter like Ian. After that, there was a brief period of happiness, when Ragnar successfully took the throne and Ian was not given the mansion and special treatment. But the happy day is short-lived. To serve Ragnar's desire for higher power, Ian constantly sent troops to fight against the east and the north, and then he became a hero who was able to unite the countries on the continent. Those months of endless killing devastated Ian's soul and heart, making him feel like this life only knew war. It's empty and meaningless. Ian shows Ragnar the moment he longs to achieve, the moment at the pinnacle of power he longs for. The moment the Green River Empire became a unified bloc of the three nations, Ian was also there. And Ian also showed Ragnar that the debate had stirred up doubts in his heart. Even Ian's feelings of pain, regret, but helplessness in that moment were transferred to Ragnar. Ragnar even felt the doubt rising in his heart. He was in his previous life at the time when he turned and left that room, and the memories then quickly rewind to that fateful evening. Ragnar saw himself being tormented by doubt and fear. That fear was exactly the same as now, when he had to face Ian's terrible power in this life. Now Ragnar understands why Ian hates him so much. It was his hands in his previous life that brought Ian extreme pain both physically and mentally. And it was he who in his previous life told Ian, never forgive me. Finally, Ian's memory stream ended in a sea of fire, the fire causing Ragnar to suddenly wake up. Ragnar sat there in shock. He looked up at Ian and smiled happily, as if meeting his closest friend again after many years of separation. Ian Phage is you. Ian didn't wait for Ragnar to finish his sentence. Coldly created an ice spear ready to finish him off. And instantly, a scream echoed throughout the old ivory tower. Ragnar fell at Ian's feet, ending all the resentment from his previous life to this one. Personally killed his mortal enemy. But Ian was not happy at all, on the contrary, he felt bitter and regretful, sorry for a friendship that should have been very beautiful and lasting, but ended with the ending of I live and you die, chilling. Replace, no matter how complicated your current mood is. In any case, the result was that he accomplished his original goal when he decided to risk using the reincarnation technique, and that action would definitely completely change the future. After the Dragon Man and the 5 princes died, a large-scale purge was conducted, targeting the dragon sect and those related to it. The execution started with the captain of the first royal knights, Dumpel, and then the nobles who aided the 5th prince's coup. Thanks to the princess's dedicated attention and care, Emperor Terry Green River recovered quickly and regained consciousness. After the emperor regained consciousness, his health was better. The new princess chose to tell him what happened while he was unconscious. The king could not help but burst into tears. He was extremely sad when he heard about the death of the 5th prince. It's clear that the emperor doesn't love Ragnar. It's just that he's gone too far off course and he can't bring his son back in time. Paul Lance, who was manipulated by black magic to carry out the plot to assassinate the emperor, was found innocent, his grave was given special care, and he was laid to rest with his comrades. Mine at the cemetery. The use of ancient black magic to carry out the 5th prince's coup plot is considered a rare case in history, and the records of the dragonborn Avantis were sealed under royal command. His existence was kept secret from the world. Time passed and the death of the 5th prince Ragnar was gradually forgotten by the world in silence. With that, Ian's revenge and that journey that seemed to last forever, came to an end. Some time later, when the capital had returned to peace, there was still a royal matter that needed to be resolved clearly. Harry, today was dressed differently than usual, a very serious black dress, and she looked very nervous. Ian suddenly spoke kindly and concerned, asking Harry why he was worried. Harry turned around and said, "Hello, Mr. Ian." Then she hesitantly said, "Actually, I'm very worried." Ian immediately asked the princess, did she not regret her decision? The princess clenched her hands and firmly replied, "Yes, I don't regret it." Harry firmly told Ian, "I don't want to hide it anymore, I want to help people with my powers." Hearing that, Ian immediately smiled. He knelt down next to the princess and encouraged her, asking her not to worry. "Princess, everything will be fine." Well, the door to the Supreme Court's courtroom is about to be opened. A magician respectfully invited them, "Master of the Ivory Tower, Your Highness the Princess, please come in." There were many people waiting inside. What exactly did Ian and Harry do that they had to go to court for? Harry nervously approached the dock. The trial to decide what to do with Princess Harry Green River, for casting and using illegal magic, will begin now, the judge announced. Surprisingly, Ian is the judge of this trial. Before the trial began, he decided to make a special statement. "Before the trial begins, first of all, I have something to say." Ian stood up, left the judge's chair, and boldly walked down next to Harry. Ian frankly admitted, "I am involved in the accusations about Her Highness the Princess, and therefore, I cannot preside over this trial. I will let Ronan and Dakar preside over the trial for me." The nobles attending the trial were all startled, looking at each other not understanding what was going on. Decker exclaimed in surprise, "What are you saying all of a sudden, Mr. Ian?" Ian replied without hesitation, "I am one of the people who taught magic to the princess." Ronan immediately asked Ian to please tell us the details. Ian recounted, "I knew that the princess was a magician 6 years ago. Even though I saw him using magic right before my eyes, I ignored it because I was sure that they had my own reasons. Many years later, I had to secretly investigate the Dragon Sect, an organization closely related to black magic. It was able to penetrate quite deeply into the royal family because there were quite a few nobles in the capital who they mixed with. Enter. The existence of the Dragon Man has become an enormous threat. Because he was a high-level spellcaster who could instantly turn the entire empire into a sea of blood if he wanted to. Of course we had to act carefully to ensure everyone's safety, but there are limits to what we can do ourselves. I need help, someone in the royal palace that I can trust. That person must also have political power and influence. That's what I proposed to him. In return for teaching him magic and developing that ability in secret, he must help me whenever I need it. And so, thanks to his help, I was able to escape the influence of the dark magic, and then found a way to defeat Dragon Man. Having finished summarizing everything, Ian also added, fuller details of this matter can be found in the report on the uprising incident of the Fifth Prince, and the investigation of the Dragon Sect. What we must just say that. Ronan immediately asked the princess, Your Highness, I want to ask you a question, is what the owner of the Ivory Tower is saying true? Harry nervously replied, Yes, it's true. Ronan continues to request, Now we will give you a chance to speak. Please feel free to say whatever you think. Harry nervously turned his head. The princess looked towards the people who helped her hide this matter. They were extremely worried. Harry felt uneasy and looked at Ian again, seemingly waiting for encouragement from him. Ian immediately smiled at the princess, silently encouraging her to keep telling her truth. Harry took a calming breath and gathered courage before she spoke loudly to the judge. I am a sinner who broke the laws of our empire. I am ready to receive whatever punishment I am given. I do not expect any special treatment just because I am a member of the royal family. I want to receive punishment according to the rules of the empire, and the judgment of the Ivory Tower. However, Lord Kevin and the maids are here. Who knew that I was a magician, and hid that fact? Completely innocent, they simply followed my orders without any other choice because I am a member of the royal family. Please consider that special situation and place all the blame on me alone. I earnestly swear to all those who come from the Ivory Tower that... Suddenly, behind the princess, the Emperor's deep voice rang out. No, the princess did nothing wrong. Ian and Harry heard a familiar voice and immediately turned around. The judges were also extremely surprised by the monarch's appearance in this trial. The nobles cried out in bewilderment, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The king, who had just woken up a few days before, was able to regain his majestic demeanor. Entering the courtroom, Ian worriedly asked him, Your Majesty, are you okay? The Emperor walked up to Ian and happily joked, I'm fine, it seems it's not time for me to die yet. The Emperor turned to the judges and said, I want to say this to the magicians of the Ivory Tower, the princess did nothing wrong, she simply followed my orders. He recounted, when Magician Kevin told me that the princess was a magician, I ordered them to keep this a secret, because I wanted her to live as royalty and not as a magician. Magician. Even though she was later more cautious with the Ivory Tower, I'm sure he played an important role in influencing that decision. Everything happened because of the wrong decisions I made, and the love I had for her. The king did not hesitate to take full responsibility for the princess. I earnestly swear to everyone, please blame me and give the princess the opportunity to become a magician. Decker and Ronan looked at each other, nodding to signal agreement with each other. Ronan immediately issued a final judgment. Normally we only announce our decision after discussion with the owner of the Ivory Tower. But since the owner of the Ivory Tower is also involved in this matter, I will be the one to announce our decision. This trial is to judge the serious crime of teaching illegal magic and training as a magician. We acknowledge the special situation. The first person to make Princess Harry Green River wary, the head of the Ivory Tower Herbert Leon, is the slave and right-hand man of the traitor Ragnar Green River. Therefore, his conservative decision is correct, and we have confirmed that His Highness has not yet received any benefits through the use of magic. Therefore, it cannot be concluded that he hid the truth for his own ambition. Finally, because he was able to reach level 4 in a limited environment, it was clear that his talent in magic was extremely rare. Even if he searched the entire continent, it would still be difficult to find. Therefore, instead of punishment, the Ivory Tower would like to give Harry Green River one last chance. We will postpone the punishment until 5 years later, and we want you to take responsibility as a tower wizard. Ivory, within those 5 years, you will be the first to be transferred on another transfer mission taking place within the Empire, and you will also be taught everything you were unable to learn at the Academy through private lectures from the tower. Ivory. The importance of deferred punishment is what happens within those 5 years, and its outcome will determine what punishment you will receive within the 5 years. And so, at this moment we declare that Harry Green River is no longer a princess of the Empire, but a wizard of the ivory tower. Harry smiled happily because at last her wish had come true. Becomes a reality, she can now live true to herself. After that, the capital's beautiful peaceful days began. Ian visited the princess some time after the trial ended and Harry had transferred to the academy with the other students. As soon as she saw Ian, the princess happily called out, "Mr. Ian." Ian immediately replied, "Your Highness." Harry laughed and said, "I was no longer a princess. It's okay to call me by name." Ian happily said, "Okay, Miss Harry, do you like life in the ivory tower?" Harry shyly replied, "I like it very much." At first, people were a bit distant, but now they have gradually accepted me. Harry smiled and murmured his thanks. "It's all thanks to you. Without you, I wouldn't be a part of this ivory tower." "Thank you very much, sir," Ian replied with a smile. "It's okay, I'm happy, don't be polite." Harry was embarrassed and confused, not knowing what to say next. Then she hesitated and said, I heard about you wanting to leave the position of head of the ivory tower." Harry asked awkwardly, "Is it because I didn't ask you to teach me magic?" Ian immediately replied, "No, you have nothing to do with this." Ian explained to Harry, "It's just that I have something to do, but as long as I'm still in the ivory tower, I can't do it. So, I wanted to meet you to return this to you," Ian said as he opened a box. Inside the box was the robe that the Emperor had lent him before. Harry was surprised. This was Ian and said, "It's Michelle Green River's cloak, which the king gave me." He said, "Harry, this cloak was originally supposed to be passed down to the magicians of the royal family. I just borrowed it for temporary use. Now it's my responsibility to give it back to the people who deserve it." Ian gave Harry one more item, and this is the stick I used, Dinwen's magic stick. It is made of a very rare material outside the kingdom, and has the effect of increasing the efficiency of mana usage. Harry gently took the stick. Ian looked at her happily and said, "This cane is very light, women can use it easily." Harry smiled brightly as the stick quickly did its job in her hand. Ian immediately asked, "Do you like it?" Harry happily replied, "I like it very much." Seeing Harry's lovely bright smile, Ian also felt happy inside. Ian gently said to Harry, "And finally, I have a favor to ask." Harry immediately asked curiously, "What's going on, Ian?" Ian told her, "Soon, I will leave the capital. This trip is very long, maybe up to several years. While I'm not here, I'll ask you to keep an eye on my family for me, so they can stay safely in the capital." Harry was stunned. "What?" She sadly asked Ian, "Are you leaving here? Where are you going?" Ian shook his head and replied, "I can't tell you right now, because I don't know where I'm going." He remembered what Kim Long said, then told Harry that there are still many dangers lurking in the world out there. "I will find those dangers that only I can found, and deal with them." After hearing this, Harry's mood immediately dropped. But after a moment's thought, she grasped the staff tightly and said, "Sir Ian, I have lived the life I wanted to live. With the power I have in my hand, I will wholeheartedly help those in need, setting up sponsorship funds to donate to those in need along with my brother. When my father knew about my plan, he was very happy, he was willing to support me." "So," Harry hesitated for a moment, she tried to muster up the courage to tell Ian that, "I really hope he can be by my side." "Please don't go," Harry said pleadingly. Ian was a bit confused and hesitant. Hearing Harry earnestly express his heart, in the end Ian was still determined to follow his original intention. He bowed his head shyly and said to Harry, "Sorry." After saying goodbye to Harry, a few days later, Ian went to the first prince's palace to say hello before leaving. Hayden sadly exclaimed, "What? You're leaving the capital?" Ian nodded and replied, "Yes, your highness." Hayden despondently lamented, "Do you know how surprising it was when the news announced that he was leaving his position as chairman? Now that you're leaving again, the problems haven't been completely resolved." Hayden blurted out angrily, "Harry's been crying all the time, too." He harshly asked Ian, "Did you kick her?" Ian frantically denied, "What? No, it is not." Hayden tries to be Mr. My for them, ahem. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but Harry is really a very personable woman. She is kind, like a mother. Besides that, he's also an extremely talented high-level magician, you won't meet a second person like that. Ian naively replied, "She is such a lovely girl with personality." So, I really hope she can meet someone better than me and live happily. Hayden angrily scratched his head and ears and exclaimed, "Ah! Why do you get so angry every time you talk about love?" Feeling unable to understand this stupid mind, Hayden immediately changed the subject. "Ask, okay, what do you want to tell me?" Ian sadly replied, "Before Mr. Paul Lance comes out, he asked me to do something. He wanted me to say this to the Crown Prince and Captain Oliver. He apologized and thanked everyone very much." Ian felt sorry for not being able to save Paul. He bowed his head sadly and said to Hayden, "I can only do so much. I hope the Crown Prince will forgive me." Seeing that Ian still couldn't let go of the guilt in his heart, Hayden immediately comforted Ian. "Ian, you have helped me a lot. If it weren't for you, I would still be a useless puppet prince, always putting myself down." Hayden promised Ian, "In the future I will definitely try harder. I will definitely become a brilliant heir, not disappointing those who have placed their trust in me." He held out his hand with an expectant expression. "So, after you've done what you have to do, come back here and help me, Ian." Ian immediately smiled and replied, "Of course, Prince." Hayden suddenly changed the subject. "Okay, now let's get to the main story," Ian asked suspiciously. "The main story." Hayden signaled Oliver, the captain. Oliver brought Hayden a sword. Hayden didn't say no, but pulled out his sword with a flash in a cool manner. He excitedly asked Ian, "Is it cool for me to swing the sword? I have to practice a lot to be able to do that." Ian still looked bewildered at Hayden. "The Crown Prince, what do you mean?" Hayden Trin solemnly declared, "I give you this eternal contract, as a gift to a friend, a teacher, as well as a benefactor. Royal family will always open its doors to welcome the great magician Ian Phage. If he needs help from the royal family, our royal family is willing to do our best to support him. This contract will always be in effect through future generations of our two families. Before the sacred emeralds, I swear to keep this contract." Completing the solemn ceremony. After finishing, Hayden immediately replied, "When I was a child I often saw lords doing that. It looked really cool, so I also wanted to try it, haha." Hayden happily told Ian, "Just do what you have to do, we'll wait for you to return." Ian heard that, tears welling up in his eyes. "This feels so great. How can I be when there is always someone waiting to welcome me back, not to become someone's tool, but a companion, a friend." Ian was moved to tears in Hayden's intimate embrace. "Thank you, Prince." That afternoon, Ian returned to the villa to arrange everything carefully before leaving. He was preparing papers in his office when there was a knock on the door. Vanessa asked softly, "Ian, shall we go inside?" Ian immediately replied, "Yes, Mom, please come in." He immediately ran to his mother. "Why did you come here? Mom, you're still tired from the trip. Why don't you rest more?" Ian suddenly panicked as he grabbed Vanessa's hand. He eagerly asked his mother, "Are you okay? Your hands are so cold, your face doesn't look good either." Vanessa trembled and said, "Mom, it's okay." But as soon as she finished speaking, she staggered and fell into Ian's arms. He cried out in panic, "Mom! Wait a minute, I'll call Redione the doctor right away." Vanessa trembled, holding on to Ian's hand. "Don't." Vanessa said weakly, "Mom is coming. Hello, come back safely. When I met you, I couldn't say a word." Ian looked sadly at Vanessa. "Mom." Vanessa choked up and asked, "Can Ian not go?" She sadly told Ian, "After returning to the capital, I heard everything that happened to you. After hearing that, my mother couldn't breathe." The more Vanessa spoke, the more confused she became. "Why did that bad thing happen to you? Why did you have to go through that harsh ordeal alone? It's all my fault. My heart like being torn apart." Ian hesitated, wanting to comfort her. "Mom. That's..." But Vanessa was uneasy, telling him, "Since being in Mogrian's territory, I've been so afraid that I won't be able to see her again, me again. Ian. If something happens to you, I won't be able to live." Vanessa looked at Ian as he grew older, looking more like Fran, but became even more scared. "I don't want to lose my family again." Ian was confused, watching his mother torment herself in worry. He couldn't feel safe leaving her alone in this situation. Ian gently held his mother's hand and said, "Mom, maybe you won't believe it, but I met you." Vanessa was surprised. "What?" Ian then continued, "It will be difficult to explain, but he told me, even though you can't see it, it's always in your heart. Ian sighed and said, thinking about what Mom had to go through, how much I hated him, but in reality, I realized that everything I have is the love that Dad left behind. Ian said gently, so I will follow the path that person took. He convinced Vanessa, I want to know more about what a heart that wants to protect mother and child is like. Mother, please allow me to complete the first and last request that father has asked me. Vanessa looked into her son's eyes. Fran's figure seemed to appear in them. She couldn't help but tears welled up in her eyes. You have really grown up a lot. Vanessa choked up and said, I still think you're still my little baby. Ian hugged her, then comforted her, asking her not to worry too much. Mom, don't think that you're alone, because now there are people who love you very much. Ian happily said, Mr. Radio is truly a good person, with a heart that can be said to be like a father's love, something I have never felt before. With Douglas by your side, the atmosphere always becomes brighter. He is a smart and gentle child who cares about people's hearts. Ian hugged his mother's shoulders and said, I hope you will be happy. He promised Vanessa, I will definitely return. She immediately hugged him, tears falling, but no longer feeling sadness or fear. At this moment, outside the room door that was not closed tightly, there were two people who were also extremely sad. Radio and Douglas heard everything Ian said. Although they really wanted to go in, perhaps it would have been better to let mother and daughter have some privacy before separating. The next morning, birds chirped on the branches, signaling a good beginning. Ian has packed his bags and is ready to go. Radio then came out to meet Ian. Are you leaving now? Ian immediately replied, yes, I probably have to go. Radio, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, immediately teased Ian, you only brought one horse. You remind me of when I left Loy village and met you. Radio laughed and said, at that time, you were bad at riding horses. Ian immediately said, now I'm good at riding horses, because at that time my body was too short. Okay, Ian looked at Radio with trusting eyes and said, Mr. Radio, please take care of my mother. Radio still repeated his previous promise, please don't worry, I will use my life to protect my wife. At this moment, Douglas hurriedly ran to call, Mr. Ian. Ian scowled and replied, Douglas, if you address him like that. Douglas laughed out loud, knowing full well that Ian was just threatening. Douglas then carefully handed Ian a bundle. He told Ian, this is Elisa's manna and medicine that she prepared. I guarantee it's much better than the products sold on the market. I know you won't get hurt, but if something happens, Douglas happily said, if needed, please send a letter to the mansion, I will have more good medicine ready at any time. Although Ian was very touched, he still shyly and coldly said to Douglas, thank you. Thank you. Then it was Vanessa's turn to hurriedly run to see Ian off. This family doesn't go all the way to save them, so how long will it take to say goodbye? Vanessa quickly hugged the big bundle and handed it to Ian, let's eat while walking. Mom has prepared a lot. Vanessa seemed to have thought things through. She happily advised Ian not to skip meals and to always take care of his health. Write to me often. Ian smiled happily and replied, yes. Mom, take care too. Finished loading the things on the saddle. He turned back, goodbye everyone, then I'll go. Then the horse footsteps began to leave the villa's courtyard. Ian quietly led it away, feeling a bit sad. After taking a few steps, he stopped again, then turned to look towards the villa, where everyone was still standing there, following his footsteps. Ian thought to himself, my house can come back at any time. That place, there's always my family waiting for me. Ian smiled happily. He knew that this separation would mean he wouldn't be able to see each other again for a long time, but he believed that, no matter how long it was, they would still welcome him back. Looking at his family one more time, remembering their smiles, then Ian could leave. Time flies so fast, it's been 8 years. Douglas still regularly sends letters to Ian to talk about the family situation. Leader, are you okay? It's been 8 years since I left, so many things have happened. I graduated with honors from the Imperial Alchemy Academy, and find a way to cure an incurable disease, my childhood wish. I was recognized and became a royal pharmacist. The father who studied with me was also invited to become a royal pharmacist, but he refused. Even though he said it was because of pressure, I saw that he actually didn't want to leave his mother. At first the two were a bit shy, but now they are very happy. His Majesty cannot completely recover from the poisoning incident 8 years ago, and now the Crown Prince is his representative. The current Crown Prince is so talented that he is unrecognizable. Recently, he signed a peace treaty with Coldwood and His Highness, so trade is very convenient. The Empire's economic and technological situation is also very developed. Miss Harry's 5-year punishment has also ended. She is now recognized as a high-ranking magician of the Ivory Tower. She founded an organization that helps people in need and is very popular with the public. She is the best candidate for the position of the next Ivory Tower owner. We are all doing our best, and we miss you very much. Please come home soon. We are waiting. P.S. Next time we meet, I call you brother, okay? After writing the letter, Douglas stretched his arms. I miss him so much. I wonder where he is now. Radio suddenly called out, Douglas, we're done, come down quickly. Douglas hastily replied, yes, father. He immediately ran down. Douglas suddenly opened his eyes wide in surprise, exclaimed, wow, Mom and Dad are so beautiful today. Vanessa smiled brightly and replied, thank you, Douglas. She asked a little worriedly, but is it okay for me to go with you too? Radio immediately affirmed, of course. The new king personally sent invitations and carriages to us. Douglst was also excited, saying, that's right. He also arranged VIP seats for us. Of course we all have to go. Vanessa shyly replied, okay. She smiled and said, let's go then, otherwise we'll be late. Meanwhile, at the cemetery dedicated to knights, Oliver visited Paul again as usual. Whenever he has a little free time, he will visit Paul. A knight came and said to him, Captain, the time has come, Oliver. Ian nodded, stood up, okay. Oliver intended to leave immediately, but then lingered for a moment, turning his head to look towards Paul's grave. He smiled somewhat regretfully and said, it's good to have you here. I'll be back soon, rest in peace, Paul. At this time in the Ivory Tower, Harry Quack was preparing to go out. A female magician looked into the room and asked, Harry, Miss Harry, are you ready? Harry put on the cloak that Michelle Green River left behind and happily replied, I'll be right here. Finished, she turned to look at the staff that Ian gave her before leaving. Of course Harry couldn't leave him behind on this important day. She took the staff and turned around so that her cloak flew up. Harry smiled confidently and comfortably and said to the female magician, then let's go to my brother's coronation. At the royal palace now, the scene is brilliant, with all the colors of flags and flowers. The nobles had also gathered in the square in front of the palace. Everyone showed joy, waiting for the coronation of the intelligent and benevolent crown prince. In the main hall, sunlight shines through the windows, creating sparkling rainbow reflections. The king has entered and is ready to give his speech. Mr. Trin Trong said to everyone, my beloved subjects, I want to take this opportunity to pass on this noble position. For my son, Crown Prince Hayden Green River. Normally this position would be passed down upon my death, but after thinking carefully, I realized that this is best for the Empire. The Empire will continue to grow and everyone will become increasingly prosperous with the new king. The Emperor solemnly turned his eyes towards the main door of the main hall. Dear people of Green River, please greet the new king. Or Black in a tuxedo, has a completely different demeanor than before. It feels like he has grown a lot more mature. That majesty, each steady and careful step. Hayden is showing his subjects the trustworthy appearance of a wise and intelligent king. Hayden slowly walked step by step closer to his father. He knelt down respectfully, listening to his father's instructions. Before succession, the emperor, smiling, said to Hayden, I'm proud of you, son. Hayden immediately pledged that he would do his best to make you proud. The emperor smiled with satisfaction and nodded. He took out his crown, then solemnly handed it to Hayden. He announced to everyone, at this moment, I declare, Crown Prince Hayden Green River is the king of Green River. Everyone applauded in unison to congratulate the new king, long live the king, cheering and cheering. Meanwhile, on the second floor balcony, there was a familiar figure reaching out to cast a spell. The cheers still rang out endlessly, congratulating him. Cheers, may God bless you. Suddenly from the sky, countless flower petals appeared from nowhere, falling like a shower of blessings. Congratulations to Hayden. Hayden couldn't help but be surprised by the beautiful scene before his eyes. The nobles also stirred, asking each other, what's going on? Why are there flower petals? Harry caught a falling flower petal and discovered that this petal contained magic power. She raised her head, looked up and wondered, could it be? Ian was standing there, smiling, facing Hayden, congratulating you on your accession. Your Majesty. Hayden looked in the direction of the falling flower petals and immediately recognized Ian standing in the crowd. He kept his promise. Hayden was smiling happily. His eyes looked affectionately at his longtime friend. Welcome, Ian. Later, in the ceremony hall, after the coronation ceremony ended. At the end of the solemn ceremony, Hayden immediately revealed his innocence, tears streaming down his face, opening his arms to welcome Ian. You're here. He shook his shoulders vigorously, saying, I miss you so much, Ian. I miss you so much. Ian couldn't help but laugh and teased, you're still the same as before, aren't you? He respectfully bowed his head and bowed to Hayden, congratulations on your coronation. Ian's family was also invited into the hall. They immediately ran to reunite with Ian. As soon as Vanessa saw her son, she couldn't help but miss her son and called out, Ian. She hugged her son deeply, sobbing and said, oh my God, why don't you contact everyone again? Are you okay? Are you eating well? Do you know how much we miss you? Huh? Douglas also had tears in his eyes, long tears clinging to Ian's back. Ian, I miss you so much. Ian gently replied, I miss everyone too, Mother, Douglas and Father too. Vanessa worriedly asked, have you finished what you needed to do? Ian smiled brightly and said, yes, this time everything has really been resolved. Hayden cleared his throat and softly reminded, ahem, Ian. He pointed to the side, indicating that Ian had forgotten an extremely important person. Ian immediately turned to look in the direction of Hayden's finger. Harry was there. As soon as he saw her, Ian happily smiled widely. Harry. Harry was shy and confused, looking at Ian after seeing him again after so many years. Ian walked over and asked, long time no see, are you okay, Harry? Harry immediately said, I'm fine, how are you? Ian carelessly recounted, I just live a life of traveling here and there. Your name is mentioned everywhere, from the capital to remote places and even remote border areas. Everyone tells the story of a righteous man who took care of civilians and orphans in the ivory tower. You really did a great job. Harry shyly replied, no, it's not that great. Suddenly, the two people didn't know what to talk about anymore. They looked at each other confused. Harry was so embarrassed that he hurriedly bowed his head and retreated. So, then, I'll go first. Hope you enjoy the party, Mr. Ian. Ian was surprised that Harry left so quickly, but he still stood there frozen without knowing how to hold Harry back. It's been 8 years and I'm still stupid. I don't understand what else he's learned from going here and there. Ian just stood there dumbfounded as he watched Harry leave. He suddenly felt disappointed because the conversation after 8 years of separation had lasted less than 3 sentences. Hayden immediately approached him and teased him, you look a bit disappointed, Ian. Awkwardly replied, what? No, that's not it. Like to play Mr. My. Hayden suggested again, Ian, Harry's not married yet. He deliberately reminded and provoked Ian. Although he received countless marriage proposals, he refused them all because he said he was waiting for someone. Hayden asked casually and teased Ian, I wonder who she's been waiting for the past 8 years. Ian was embarrassed, his face turned red. As always, Hayden just hinted a little to see how Ian would react. Then, he turned to something else, and more. She's not the only one waiting for you, there will be tons of work to be done from now on. Hayden excitedly suggested that you join me in doing them, right? Ian immediately replied, I await your orders, your highness. A few more days passed. Harry from that day, still hid in the ivory tower, perhaps because she was still shy, not daring to see Ian again. Under soft light reflecting rainbow colors. Harry was sitting and taking care of the lovely rose bushes, but her mind was hanging upside down on the branch. Then, Harry thought sadly, I should have talked to him a little longer last time. Harry was embarrassed. Remembering the day she mustered up the courage to confess to Ian, but was rejected. He must have forgotten what happened that day. That idiot's cruel refusal was still imprinted in Harry's mind. I'm sorry. Remembering that time, she was both sad and embarrassed and wanted to die. Harry quickly calmed himself down. Don't expect any more. He just came back. He must be very busy. He certainly doesn't have time for people like me. Mention Chow Chow and he will come. Ian suddenly appeared behind Harry. Harry, so you're here. Harry was startled and shouted, "Ah, you, Mr. Ian." Ian was confused. "Say, I didn't intend to scare you." "Sorry," Harry quickly said. "No, it's okay, what are you doing here?" Then Ian honestly replied, "I came here after greeting the magicians of the Ivory Tower. Everyone said, you will probably be here now." Harry glanced at Ian in surprise, thinking, everyone, that means he must have been running around asking everyone where Harry is. Ian shyly found something to say to Harry. "The garden of the Ivory Tower has become a lot more beautiful, hasn't it? When I was here, this place was just a pile of weeds." Harry immediately told him, "Well, after becoming an official wizard, I started planting trees here. I thought it would be great if this place could become a peaceful resting place for wizards." Ian smiled and praised Harry. What a great idea. After that, he successfully found an excuse to go for a walk with her, if possible. "Can you show me the garden?" Harry excitedly replied, "Ah, okay." Harry took Ian into the compound where she herself had painstakingly taken care of every tree branch and blade of grass. The two talked to each other very happily and comfortably. Ian told Harry, "Even though Londio's flowers are very rare in Green River, I was shocked and they were treated like weeds in Coldwood. Yet there are people who have to suffer because they don't have flowers there. I heard there was a lake sparkling like gold in the west of Ron's duchy, so I visited. But when we arrived, it looked like a normal lake. But the moment the sun began to rise, it was truly reflected in golden light. That scene was so beautiful. It was a moment that I will never forget for the rest of my life." Hearing the interesting things that Ian told, Harry happily said, "You've had a wonderful journey, haven't you?" She smiled brightly and told Ian, "The lake surface with the golden light shining on it sounds so magnificent. I really hope that one day I can see it." Ian looked at Harry blankly again. He seemed to want to say something. After thinking for a while, gathering all his courage, Ian took the opportunity to say to Harry, "I can take you there." He suddenly reached out to Harry and said, "Or wherever you want. I just need you to hold my hand." Golden lake surface, the soul forest, the burning desert, or the vast ocean. We have been to every place in this world. But the first thing I thought of when I arrived was you, Harry. I wonder what expression you would have if you stood next to me right at that moment. Then one day, missing you even turned into misery. And I realized what this feeling is. When I've done everything I have to do, the first thing I think of is still you." Ian suddenly knelt down on one knee in front of Harry, boldly proposed to her, "Harry, please become my partner for the rest of my life." He looked at Harry affectionately and softly whispered, "Please allow me to be with you for the rest of your life." Harry was confused by the unexpected confession. She hesitated and thought for a while. "You're not leaving again, are you?" Harry asked hesitantly. Without hesitation, Ian promised her, "Yes, I will always be by your side." Harry burst into tears. Tears flowed freely, making Ian panic. Seeing Harry sobbing and trembling and crying, Ian panicked and didn't know what to do. Harry. Harry choked up and said, "I miss you so much, I've really been waiting for a long time." Harry smiled happily in response to Ian's proposal. "I do." She gently placed her hand on Ian's. "I'm happy to allow you to do so." A few years later, the two people's love crystallized and they created a lovely little girl, with her father's bright blue eyes and her mother's white skin. And there was also a day that really resembled the scene Ian had seen. When Johanna heard her mother call, "Johanna, come here quickly," she happily looked towards her parents. The little girl chirped, "Dad, Dad." Then, he opened his small arms and rushed into Ian's warm embrace. A happy, peaceful family is a very simple thing that everyone wants to have in life.